Okay, guys, I am here ready to get started. Before we do, we're going to open up with prayer. I was hoping Deborah would come on, but she has not clicked in the link. So we'll just say a short prayer and ask God just to come in. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Father, for allowing us to come on this side of this channel, Father. As we begin to hear the words in this book, Father, let us pick up some of the information and that could be applied to Robert's case, Father God. Open up our ear gates and now help us to understand the purpose behind us listening to this book today, Father God. Father, I pray for Robert Sylvester Kelly right now. And we know nothing is done without you allowing it. We know there is a purpose behind it all, Father. Father, we ask you right now to move on the behalf of your people. Let those who have ears, let them hear what you're saying to them in this book, Father God. Father God, we thank you, we honor you, we glorify you. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen, amen, and amen. All right, guys, we're very get started. We have about 14 people in here. And those who have come in late can listen to later on to it. But what I'm going to do, I'm doing a read out loud. The book is being read by like a little computer electronic thing. So hopefully you guys will be able to understand it. I'm going to plug it in. And so it don't run out of battery. So you guys let me know if you hear it well. And we're going to start from the beginning. And this is the before chapter 1. Okay? And the name of the book is The Man Behind the Man. All right? And it's written by Demetrius Smith. And you guys know who that person is, right? He was the all right, you ready? You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Here we go.
Dedication. I dedicate this book to the Holy Spirit, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To God be the glory. To my mother, William A. Williams, for the faith and strong will she had raising 9 of us as a single parent. To my 4 children, Demetrius Jr., Ashley, Dean, and Danda Smith, I love you and I am sorry for the pain you suffered in my absence during your teenage years. To my grandchildren, Demetrius Jadamir Smith, Lauren Smith, and Amir Janan Malik, you are the next generation, and I hope to have made a better way for all of you. To my entire family, I love you more than words can describe. Family should always come first. Let us all make better decisions for the well-being of our loved ones, and be willing to sacrifice for one another. Doing anything foolish is not worth the sacrifice of your presence. The sense of duty and honor should always be upheld with family. We cannot raise our children by ourselves. We need each other. What you do in your life affects the lives of others. It is not about you. It is about us as a whole and as a family. Matthew 6:26. Look at the birds.
Okay, yeah, do y'all hear it? Do you guys understand? I know it sounds like a robot, but that's the best I can do for you guys. Is that okay?
Matthew 6:26. Look at the birds of the air, for they neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than they? In loving memory of Mr. Vincent Evans, the Soto brothers, Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, Alia, Al Cover, Bernie Mac, Robert Bobby, Hardaway, Gerald Levert, Tory Diggs, and Troy Treble T. Roy Dixon. Your life was a blessing to many. Your efforts never went unnoticed. Your talent and drive made an impact on the world. May your memory live on forever. Rest in peace. By Demetrius Smith. Acknowledgements. I am first and foremost indebted to God because He knew what I needed to go through in order to be the man I am today. Thank you, Father God, for not sparing the rod. I also cannot go without thanking special people that are instrumental in the promising new chapter of my life. Thank you, John Javiel Smothers, an awesome writer I worked with at Solano State Prison, for listening to my story and having me to write it down. You helped me to see something in my writing I didn't know existed. Sherry Woodard Room, sir, your support was my inspiration. Lisa Medier, my friend and personal assistant, thank you for having faith in my writing and for working countless hours with me to complete this book. You have made all the difference. James Johnson, your support kept me grounded. It was the lift I needed to keep my focus on what was the right thing to do in spite of the adversities. My daughter-in-law, Africa Baxter, for helping me to get the ball rolling by typing my manuscript from handwritten pages. You are a true blessing. Kenneth Stiles and Mark Reed. The Bible says there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. You two brothers fit that description. To my Aunt Dolores Kitchen, thank you for your love and support. You have been a way out of no way for me. I thank God for you. To Denise Lando Witcher, you come through like a sister with tough love and all. Seeing the strength in you strengthens me. The world should know you. To Miss Sherry Washington, I truly thank you for your time and for keeping it real with me with the comments in your edit that helped me to organize my work. To all my friends and family, I thank God for each and every one of you. I love you all. A note from the author. The man behind the man / looking from the inside out should not be disregarded as yet another tell all about what you see and hear of the fabulous life of society's high-regarded celebrities. It is also not an attempt to play victim or take others in as casualty. This is not my intention. I consider this my closure and my rebirth. This book is a notification of my story as I remember it. All of the events and experiences detailed are true, and have been written as I remember them. Some of the names in this book are of actual people, and for the sake of those who are dear to my heart, some are fictional. For the truth in me, I am not interested in protecting the integrity or confidentiality of any of the various individuals involved who have shown no consideration for me. This writing is not written to represent word-for-word documentation. However, I have retold this story in a way that expresses the real feeling and meaning of what was said, in keeping with the true essence of the mood, and to bring to life the spirit of the event. I spent half of my 20s and most of my 30s grooming one of my former best friends, Robert Kelly, for stardom. Resentment was very much present, and this writing helped me to release that pain. For years I have had a personal battle within myself for all of the bad decisions I made. Those left offended should consider this one question: have you thought of me? The man behind the man is a pivotal testimony. I welcome you to follow me on my pursuit of restoration. It is said, the truth will set you free. Luke 12:2. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Chapter 1. The Sacrifice. Life in the music business, the glamour, the fame and the hype of it wasn't all that it claimed to be. At least not for me, it wasn't. It all started off with us believing we were on a mission or a spiritual calling. I have always thought everybody should be helping somebody, allowing that somebody to help somebody else. In doing so, everybody would be looking out for one another. It would be a great big beautiful world. But with the lumps and detours along the way, I didn't see what was to come. We were young singers with a strong desire to become successful entertainers in the music industry. We made it all the way to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in my broken down 1973 burnt orange Chevy station wagon. The notion that we would ever achieve success seemed far-fetched, but I had a vision. I put my heart into the journey, and I was taking the steps to bring my dream into reality. It was 1985 and we were sitting in the home of one of the NBA's star point guards for the Milwaukee Bucks, Craig Hodges. He was my brother-in-law, married to my younger sister Chi-Chi. I felt as if Craig was the connection needed to open a door for me into the music industry in order to get this young, multi-talented artist that I was working with heard. With Craig being a professional basketball player, he got to meet many influential people, and everybody that was somebody was at the NBA games. This was during the time when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was at the height of his career, and then there was Julius Irving Drive, Irvin Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. This was at the beginning of the Michael Jordan era. All the top names were at the games to see these greats perform. Yes, the entertainment industry, lights, cameras and action, it was where I wanted to be. I knew early on things were in place for this to happen in my life. The first door for me now was Craig. I had no doubt in my mind he'd like young Robert because I was crazy about him. Besides, Craig had always told me he would invest in my musical career. I was just starting up as a singer, but my young protege, Robert Kelly, was ready. As I saw it, for me to put my career on hold to get this kid started was well worth the sacrifice. However, when I asked Craig for his assistance to promote somebody else, who he didn't know, he was hesitant at wanting to talk to me about it. I knew it would take some extreme convincing, so I told Chi Chi about Robert first. She had a good ear and could even hum a few tones herself. I felt that she would be receptive and she had helped me in getting through to Craig. When I found out that she was coming up to Chicago to visit our mother, I told young Robert that I was going to take him to meet her. He was modest in saying, "Yay, right, man, I don't believe you." But at the same time, he was asking when was she But at the same time, he was asking when was she coming, and shyly, the boy was blushing as he sat at his keyboard, fumbling around and humming to a new melody. I made all of the necessary provisions to be at my mom's home when Chi-Chi arrived. After introducing her to young Robert Kelly later in the afternoon, she whispered in my ear, "That little boy."
Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta disable calls coming through. It stopped because a call was coming through. Let me put it on the silent thing here, so nothing will come through when I'm playing it. Hold on. Just bear with me a second. It's my bad. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Setting. We don't want. Hold on a second. Sorry. Trying to find Messenger so it could take off Messenger. Oh, there it is. Boom. It is off. So why did it ring? Sorry. All right. Hopefully it'll be off. Okay. My bad. All right. Here we go. I'll go back to listening to it. All right. She wants me to put up my Cash App. All right, guys. Here's the All right. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Let's listen to it.
He was modest in saying, "Yay, right, man, I don't believe you." But at the same time, he was asking when was she coming, and shyly, the boy was blushing as he sat at his keyboard, fumbling around and humming to a new melody. I made all of the necessary provisions to be at my mom's home when Chi-Chi arrived. After introducing her to young Robert Kelly later in the afternoon, she whispered in my ear, "That little boy got some big ears." At that point, I knew that she wanted to see and hear all that I had been telling her about my young artist. It was time to let her hear this little boy with the big ears sing. As Robert performed for her, he touched her with his voice. He was smooth. He sung as if he went into the depths of his heart, so you could feel his soul. I watched Chi-Chi melt as she was enchanted into amazement. This little boy, as she called him, brought a sparkle into her eyes and made her gasp for breath. He displayed elegance along with grace as he sang and played the piano. I think what amazed Chi-Chi most were the songs he sang. They were songs she had never heard, but yet the passion he released while singing touched her. Looking at her, I could see she felt the waves and fell into the bliss of the boy's sound. I knew after Chi heard Robert sing that she would go back to tell Craig about him. I felt she wasn't going to be able to get this little boy off of her mind. Little Robert Kelly had gone Donny Hathaway on her and serenaded her with A Song for You. After his performance, she was all in my ear asking questions. How old is he? What are you going to do with him? And what is it you want me to do to help? Those were welcome words to my ears. As the afternoon went into the evening, we were all feeling good. We sat around talking and laughing right into the night. Before Chi left, she told me she would indeed tell Craig of my young artist, and how she thought Robert was someone she could see her and Craig investing in. As I was driving Robert home that night, I remember word for word telling him, "Boy, you fixna be a star, dude. The door is opening for us." I was excited and feeling real good about the direction this would take my life. To me, Craig was the link to help me on this journey to the next level. Man, this is unreal. I was singing in front of Craig Hodges' wife, Johnny. Man. All man, Robert said as if he was in awe. He kept asking me, was that for real, Johnny? I was singing for Craig's wife. Man, Johnny, he said, sounding as if he was lost in Wonderland. Yeah, Rob, you were awesome, dude. She was crazy about you. We'll be going to see Craig next, I told him. We both seemed to let our thoughts drift away as we rode to his house in silence. It was less than a week later when Craig called and offered to help me. He said Chi spoke very highly of young Robert and had been talking about him all week. He told me he looked forward to meeting and hearing him soon. The door was opening. I knew Craig had the finances that would help get things started for us. Rob and I felt it was a blessing for us to have met each other. I was feeling real confident about this journey. Success seemed inevitable now. It was within our grasp. I figured my decision to put my own singing career on hold while I worked with this young cat, Robert Kelly, would be well worth the sacrifice. Plus, I thought I could learn from him. However, as life moved on, time unfolded a reality of deceit, broken promises, shattered dreams, endless debts, and now with me, serving time in California's Solano State Prison. I thought I had a focus on things in the direction my life was going when I was released from prison in May of 1983, after serving 2.5 years of a 6-year sentence for armed robbery and released early on good behavior. I thought I had my future all planned out. I was never a professional criminal, but I guess you could say I was a bad boy. I got into mischief just like any other young kid, except for me, I never got away with doing wrong. I don't care what it was, if it had something to do with doing something wrong, I got caught. I just wasn't cut out for the horrid life. When I went to prison in 1980, it was the first time I had ever been arrested in my life. I was just one of the unfortunate ones cursed with bad luck, and it seemed I had to endure the worst of everything. I was a victim of Murphy's Law for sure. For me, anything that could go wrong did. The crime I committed and went to jail for was a crime of passion and of anger. I was distraught over something that was taken from me. I felt robbed of all my hard work and earnings. I felt robbed of a piece of me. I was working for Canfield's Beverage Company at the time. I had worked long hours each day, and I saved my hard-earned money to be able to afford my own place to live. I found a nice one-bedroom back house, basement apartment. It was the source of my peace of mind, my own space and accomplishment. I went right to work making the place my home. I bought a nice Roland piano and hooked it up with the microphone to my speakers, which were connected to my stereo receiver. I had my own little private studio. My plan was to make singing my career. I worked countless hours in my little apartment, comfortably recording and trying to teach myself how to play the piano as well as sing. The only company I had was my Doberman Pinscher, Neva. I would smack kiss at her and call her, "Neen girl, come here girl," and she'd come running to me, wagging her no-tailed butt. It was me, Neva man's best friend, and my music. One night I came home after work, and discovered my apartment had been broken into. After I pushed the door open, the first thing I noticed was the fact that my piano was gone. Everything was gone. As I looked around my piano, my stereo, I peeped into the bedroom. The closet was opened, and most of my clothes were gone too. Everything, gone. It was as if I had moved out. I walked in and looked around more, and I saw blood. Immediately, I yelled for Neva. Neva. I overlooked the fact that she had not met me at the door. "Neen girl, where are you?" I was shouting as I hurried towards the kitchen, and there she was lying next to the stove with her head split open. Somebody had beat Neva in the head with a pipe, bat, or something big and deadly. I broke down and cried. I kneeled down and began rubbing my dog, rocking back and forth. I was so hurt. Neva was a beautiful dog. She was obedient, joyful, and vicious. She was a true gift and a kind dog. I sat there on the kitchen floor, so hurt. Why? Why did they have to kill my dog? I asked myself as the tears ran down my face. I knew the only one that could do something like this had to be somebody I knew. It was obvious that they timed my workday. I was so mad. I had to know exactly who did this. Who killed my dog and my best friend? I didn't call the police, nor did I confide in anyone. I just sat with Neva, crying out of anger and wanting vengeance. After about 45 minutes, it was over. I began picking things up and cleaning up Neva's blood. At moments I felt like I wanted to hurt someone. Anger filled my veins even more, and as the minutes passed, I figured I had cried and felt sorry for myself long enough. I needed to know who did this. I rolled Neva into a blanket and took her to a field a few blocks down from my apartment and buried her. After saying a prayer, I figured that whoever did this was out trying to sell my things. I knew everybody in Harvey, Illinois, or they knew me. Everyone called me Johnny Cool. I had a little reputation out there, so getting to the executioner wouldn't be impossible. When I finished burying Neva, I set out in search of an answer. I went to hang out on 147th and Winchester Street where I ran into my homeboy, Bobby. I told him what happened. It seemed he didn't know anything. Wallowing in my sorrow, I took a hit from the joint he was smoking. Then we decided to go get some Richard's Wild Irish Rose wine. I ended up getting pretty drunk. Bobby then started talking about going to get some money, some fast cash as he put it. Cool, we'll go get you another piano tomorrow, he said. The getting the piano part was the only thing I heard him saying. I was dazed. I just saw him moving his lips. Everything looked as if it was all going fast and around, like a merry-go-round. I wasn't in my right mind. Blinded and consumed with a foolish thought of wanting to replace that which was taken from me. I was drunk with interest, dizzy having thoughts without thinking. In this drunken state I was feeling the trait of the Indian blood of my grandfather's heritage in me. Woo-woo, I didn't give a fuck. I was ready to go on a warpath. The spirits of anger and revenge were running through my veins. To make a long story short, I went with Bob and we ended up doing some dumb shit. I allowed anger to overshadow my thoughts and I allowed myself to be talked into robbing a gas station. During the getaway, I looked out of my rear view mirror and saw a police car that had passed us make a U-turn. I assumed he had got the call and was now coming after us. At the first corner I got to, I made a quick right and Bob jumped out of the car. My mind was racing faster than the car was going. My chances of losing the police coming up fast behind me was 0 to none. After a mile of eluding the cops, I finally stopped and was arrested. I gave them a story. I was so glad. When I saw y'all turn around I didn't know what was gonna happen to me. Thank you. I pleaded to the policemen as if they had rescued me. That guy jumped in my car at the light, put a gun on me and made me rob a gas station. He had another gun in my back, I told them. I kept talking. I thought he was going to kill me. Thank you officers so much. I kept pleading for their sympathy. The amazing part of it was that they were listening to me enough to investigate my story. In doing so, the gas station attendant told the police that I did look like I was a bit scared and he said the other guy just stood behind me with his hand in his pocket without saying a word. Things were looking good. I was thinking they were thinking of letting me go. My story was good all the way up until I saw them bring Bobby in. They had chased him and lost him, but later after bringing out the dogs they found Bobby hiding out up in a tree. After that there was no need to fight. I was charged with armed robbery and sentenced to 6 years in the Illinois State Penitentiary. Granted, it was my first time ever being arrested. I called it bad luck to have to go to prison for my first offense. I felt that the theories of breaking mirrors and black cats running across your path were all true. Those things had all happened to me, and now it had all caught up with me. But in reality, stupid is what stupid does. And I had did something really stupid. I guess I got what I had coming. I was 24 years old when I went to Statesville Penitentiary, a maximum security prison. I was devastated. 6 years seemed so far away. I felt as if it were a lifetime. I was put in a cell and told, "This is your new home, buddy. Make yourself comfortable," the officer said as he slammed the steel cell bars shut, sealing me in. I was shouting inside my body through my mind because I couldn't let my sorrow be heard. "Help, Lord God, I cried. I had to hold my breath as I trembled, wishing I could call my mother and she could come and pick me up. I kid you not, at 24 years old going into prison I was scared out of my mind. For 7 days, I was confined to a cell and only let out for 10 minutes to take a shower. This was a traumatizing experience for me. When I was brought out of the orientation process into prison, I was taken into the general population to see house. This was a roundhouse unit where they shot a scene for the movie Bad Boy starring Sean Penn. I was actually there at the time the movie was filmed. The only difference was this was real life. For now this was where I lived. I had been placed into a cell with 8 other convicts, none of whom I knew. My first day into the general population, behind the wall as it was called, brought me a rude awakening as to where I was. After settling into my newly assigned cell, I decided to step out onto the gallery and get familiar with my surroundings. Whatever I had to deal with, I wanted to be aware of what was out there. The Cook County Jail in Chicago was no playpen. There was no calling mama to come pick me up. I had to handle this situation on my own. It was my own self-inflicted burden to bear. I decided to go down to the weight room. I thought, what better time than now to start getting my body in tip-top shape. I was 165 lbs, 5'11", slim, trim in the waist and real handsome in the face. A little body toning would do me well, get me fit, and put an edge to my pretty boy swag. I walked down and around the ramp into the basement area where the weights were. It seemed somewhat strange to me that there were no guards posted anywhere. As I walked into the weight room, even in there were no guards. The reality of where I would be residing for the next few years was starting to sink in. The guards were all posted in the tower looking down on us. In all actuality, I was left to the mercy of the hardened criminals, but I saw them as being regular people. On the outside I appeared composed, but on the inside I was crumbling. Subconsciously, my ghetto instincts rose up. I had been raised on the west side of Chicago, town, and brought up in the 2 worst housing projects in the country, Cabrini Green and the Henry Horner projects. In a lot of ways, those were the real prisons. As a kid, I hid and watched as the National Guards jumped out of a helicopter onto the top of the 16-story, 2,245 building across from the one I lived in the Henry Horner projects. Gunfire was the sound that filled the air. The police were shooting into an apartment, and at the same time, gunfire was coming from the windows of the people that lived in the building firing at the police. Piggy Wiggy, you gotta go now. Oink, oink, bang, bang, dead pig. That was our marching song. Vietnam had been brought to the streets for me coming up in 1968. That day the police killed one of the Soto brothers, who had just come home from a funeral, burying his own brother. It was war growing up in the projects. One's mind had to be trained to defend and be on guard at all times. And not long after that, I heard the gunfire from the police and the FBI the morning they raided and gunned down Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, strong brothers from the Black Panther Party who lived down the street. Where I grew up, there was always something going on, so I reminded myself, when I walked out of my cell, that there was no fear in me. I recited Psalms 23 over and over in my head. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. I didn't know these people, but in some ways I did know them. I reminded myself that these were the same people I grew up around. I felt that there was no one tougher than the guys I grew up with: Harold, Collie Mitchell, Anthony Britman, Jeffrey Burns, Charles, Richard Story, and Lenny, just to name a few. These were my running buddies. We weren't hardened criminals, but we held our own and were respected because we didn't run from a fight. We went to it if you brought it. For those reasons I didn't stay in my cell. Everybody was out hanging out, so I went out to hang out too. As I was walking deeper into the back of the weight room, an animal instinct to survive awakened in me. Like a deer feasting on the leaf of a bush, suddenly hearing the breaking of a branch, and without hesitation makes a dash. To get away from the sound, I made a slow U-turn as my eyes wandered towards the back of the room. What I saw was so unreal and frightening. It was some movie shit, and it was happening so fast. I saw more than 4, and I didn't look long enough to see if it was less than 8, Hispanic men sticking and stabbing another Hispanic man with metal objects. To me it looked like they stabbed him 20 or 30 times in the few seconds I saw. I didn't need to see no more. I removed myself from the situation, hopefully unnoticed. It was most definitely survival of the fittest in this camp. It was at this moment I was awakened to the reality of where I really was. I went back up the ramp at a cool pace and calmly walked to the front desk where the inmate clerk was sitting. On the inside I was nervous, but I didn't panic. I didn't want anyone to know that I was frightened. Even though I didn't see who was who, seeing a man being stabbed was enough for me. I wanted to be away and somewhere safe. I had never witnessed anyone being stabbed or being hurt really bad for that matter. I sat in an empty chair next to the clerk's desk. The clerk was a young light-skinned brother. He looked at me like I was trespassing in his space. "What's up with you, man?" he asked, as if he was trying to portray that he was tough. I sat paralyzed. He seemed to sense something was wrong with me, so he changed his tone. "You all right? You're new, huh?" he asked, seeming somewhat concerned. "Yeah," I nodded my head, looking at him. And before we said anything else to each other, we looked up and noticed the guy that had been stabbed walking towards us from around the ramp. His whole body was bloody. His skin was hanging off his body as much as his ripped shirt. He was holding onto the rails, struggling to hold himself up to make the next step towards his survival. The clerk looked at me because he knew that just moments before, I had just come from around the ramp myself. As the guy got closer, he looked as if he was about to fall. The man was so close to me that without thinking, unconsciously I got up to give him a hand. The clerk reached to grab me. "Don't touch that guy, man. You don't want to be involved in that," he said. I took his advice and sat back down while looking away, tortured inside. Seconds later the man fell, and then an alarm went off, sending everybody, including myself, scrambling to our cells. We stayed locked down for 10 days while they investigated the stabbing. I had witnessed a man's bloody demise. Internal affairs came to everyone's cell and questioned everyone. It seemed no one knew anything and no one saw me going to or coming up from the basement that day, nor did I mention it to anyone. When the lockdown was finally over, I got a visit from some of the Latin kings. Immediately, I knew exactly who they were. They wanted to know what I saw in the basement. "Y'all got a basement here?" I asked. They laughed. I went on to tell them that I had just got there and had not been out yet. I told them that I didn't know what they were talking about and that they had me mixed up with someone else. They were satisfied with my answers. For a week or so, the Latin kings befriended me. They always sent someone asking if I was okay or if I needed anything. I never once, after that day, took for granted where I was. I was amongst the celebrities of the underworld. I saw the chairman, Larry Hoover, leader of the Gangster Disciples, and his crime partner, Lil Dee, make their rounds throughout the prison on a daily basis. There was also the Vice Lord leader, Willie Lloyd, Richard Speck, who had killed 7 nurses, worked as a painter and walked around daily painting the walls of the prison. There was no doubt in my mind that I had to stay sharp in order to survive the hellhole I had found my way in. This was no place like home and nowhere I had ever been before. When the lockdown was over, everything went back to a normal program. At least, for what normal was in there. To my surprise, it was as if nothing ever happened. I found out that the name of the brother that I sat with at the front desk was Trip. He and I became friends. We had a common interest: music. He played the guitar for one of the prison bands. I, along with him and another brother, Lucky, who also played the guitar, got involved in the music program. I started off singing in the band. This was still all a learning experience for me, and I was learning a lot, but I wanted to play an instrument. When I learned it was possible to get an instrument brought into the institution, I called my mother. She, who in turn spoke to my grandmother, and being the sweet woman she was, knew of my desire to play music, so she volunteered to help. She bought me a portable Wurlitzer piano. I was too happy when Lucky spoke to the director of the music program, and I was allowed to have my family bring my own piano inside the prison. I thanked God, because I knew it was Him, making a way out of no way for me. I don't know what I would have done if I weren't able to participate in the music program. Being in the band kept me out of the way of all the viciousness that took place behind the wall. During my stay there, I traveled through the tunnels of the prison, pulling my piano on a cart from my housing unit to the gym where we practiced twice a week. Because of my inexperience as a musician, my desire to learn, and the fact that the piano was mine, Lucky and Trip took special time out and taught me how to play chords on the piano. When we did shows, they would shout out the chords to the songs: G major 7, F sharp, F major 7, C minor, and I would fumble my way connecting the chords with a facial expression as if I was jamming on stage with earth, wind, and fire, feeling the music. I loved it. It made my time in prison meaningful. Even though I didn't know a lot about what I was doing, being able to do this with Lucky and Trip was an experience that I will never forget. As a child, there were only 2 things that seemed to show a door of opportunity for me: that was boxing and singing. As a youngster, I decided early on that boxing wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't like to take punches. If you hit me, it wasn't a fair fight anymore. I was a laid-back kind of guy until the beast was awakened. If I felt threatened to a point of being hurt, I was monstrous. I didn't mess with people and I didn't start fights. It was in Statesville Penitentiary I made the decision that I wanted music to be my career. As it got closer to my release date, I felt I had a better sense of direction. Singing and learning to play the piano was something better for me to do with my life. I developed a passion and found myself singing every day, wanting to be better. It seemed music was the direction ordered for my life. The more I participated, the more it felt a part of me. I had found my gift. I had a direction to go in my life, and I had a strong will that told me I could achieve my goal. With the belief I had in myself, I told myself I would never again belittle myself or subject myself to being locked up behind steel bars again. It was May of 1983 when I was released, and within 3 weeks I hooked up with a band on the streets. When I met Donald "Donnie" Evans, a keyboard player at a club, we became instant friends. He invited me to one of his rehearsals and introduced me to his band. The scriptures I read and prayed while in prison were manifesting the direction for my life. Psalm 37:2-3 says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord." My steps had to be ordered, I thought. My next meeting with Donnie was at his house in Markham, Illinois. When I arrived, he was practicing, so I jumped in and started singing along with him. He was impressed that I could sing. It wasn't long before he quit the band he was with and formed another band, and he asked me to be the lead vocalist. Life could not have been better for me. I didn't want for anything. I had my music and was making a little money. I was doing exactly what I felt happy doing. We had a booking agent, this cool white cat, named Clifford Rubin, who got us shows performing in the college circuit, prisons, and local juke joints in and around Illinois and Indiana. Clifford reminded me of Charlie Sheen, the character from the series 2.5 Men. I met him through one of the other band members. Right away, Cliff and I became friends. In his eyes, I was a young Marvin Gaye, waiting to be discovered. He would always say I had a voice that women would fall in love with and the men would support to get to the women. I liked Cliff. He was every bit of cool, for a white boy, that is. This was the beginning for me. It was fortunate for me to have this connection and love for music at a very young age. Singing brought me peace and filled a void inside of me that otherwise would have had me wandering. With this new position on life, I felt I had arrived. On the road, I made anywhere from $100 to $150 a night for myself, while the band members got paid anywhere from $75 to $100 a gig. Clifford got 20% of whatever the gig paid off the top. All payments were sent directly to his office. He would then Western Union the band's share to me, in which I would distribute accordingly. By the time I got home off of the road, I'd have a couple of $1,000 or more in my pocket, with more gigs ahead to do. This was the business for me. It was exactly where I wanted to be. We were all living out of the back of a U-Haul truck, heated by a portable kerosene heater, keeping busy and traveling from city to city in the dead of the harsh winter colds. I was on cloud nine, making money and having fun at the same time. The group only had one issue: alcohol. It was each man's weakness. Every night I had to fight with the band members about staying sober until after the show. It was a task rounding them up to ensure we didn't miss a show. My nights were spent monitoring everybody. These gigs meant everything to me. It was a good thing our shows at the prison and the colleges were during the day, because these cats were totally different characters when they were drunk. There wouldn't have been any standing ovations if those drunken egos would have hit the stage. Don't get it wrong, we had a tight sound. A sound that made the crowd move and scream for an encore. Everybody in the band was good and had perfected their gift. Donald Evans played the keyboards, Thomas Goodloe played the lead guitar, Norman Douglas played the drums, and his brother, Clifford Douglas, played the bass guitar. I loved these dudes. If only there wasn't so much stress dealing with them on the road. The constant confrontations were starting to take a toll on me, so I talked to Cliff about the situation. I was at my wit's end. I decided I did not want to deal with the business aspect of the music industry. I wanted to entertain, not manage irresponsible adults. After 4 3-week tours, the band and I took our last trip together. After the last tour, Cliff and I talked about other ways to make money until we could piece together a better, more disciplined band. Cliff was most definitely a go-getter. He had his hand into all types of things on the north side of Chicago. Cliff and I got acquainted mostly by phone, but as soon as I came off the road, I went to work for him in his office. To my surprise, Mr. Clifford Rubin had it going on. He had a storefront that he used as a modeling agency. Paparazzi Pretty had girls coming in from near and far. I answered the phones, made outgoing phone calls, and set appointments for Cliff, recruiting beautiful ladies. They paid a $25 registration fee, brought a headshot, and filled out a questionnaire before going in the back to meet with Cliff for an informal interview. It was a good hustle. I recruited anywhere from 8 to 12 females a day, receiving the registration fee from at least 45% of them. We were averaging anywhere from $200 to $400 a day. Clifford was impressed with my gift of gab. I had a mean mouthpiece. Conversation rules the nation. He would always say I could talk my way into anything. Cliff called me Spit minus M's. When the girls went in the back office to see Cliff, he would interview them in front of a camera with a background set up. He never wanted me to hang out in the back with him while he was taking shots of the girls. He said he was going to help the girls that did not have a portfolio build up their resume and refer them to different agencies for jobs. Little did I know, he was doing a bit more than building portfolios. Did I mention that Cliff resided in a small loft in back of a business front? He set up cubicles to make the loft appear to have a setup like an office space and always demanded that I use the intercom before entering the back room. One particular day, a young girl came in with her mother. After thoroughly filling out the questionnaire, the mother was very curious about the agency. She asked questions that I didn't have the answers to. What type of connections does the agency have? How many models from your agency have been discovered, and where are the models working? Normally Clifford would be right in position to meet the clients right after they finished the application process. Several times I told the impatient mother that Mr. Rubin would be able to answer all her questions during the interview. She was growing impatient waiting to be seen. I buzzed the intercom a few times, whispering into the intercom, "Cliff, a client and her guardian are here to see you. Come out here, man," I would mumble into the phone. There was no answer. After many failed attempts, I decided to go back there myself and inform Cliff we had a pit bull in a skirt waiting to see him. I headed for the room I never fully entered before. I walked in on Cliff with his face buried deep between two sexy brown thighs. She was a gorgeous 5'8" cocoa honey dip that I had just sent in no more than 30 minutes earlier. Cliff was surprised to see me standing in the doorway. I had caught him in the act. I kept a straight face and got back to business. "Hey, man, there's a parent out here, and she's got a few questions that I think you need to deal with," I told him. Cliff broke out in a hearty laugh and said he would be out shortly. When he got there and took the mom on her interview, I don't know what he did, but whatever Cliff told that mom, she was convinced because she paid the registration fee and left with a mile-wide smile on her face. It was at that time I discovered I was running the front office of a porno ring. I thought we were truly running a modeling agency, when all the time in the back room Cliff was screening girls for his movies. After the little walk-in, Cliff and I grew even closer. I learned not to walk in during brunch time. He started schooling me on all kinds of ways to make money. I wasn't interested in getting into the porn industry. However, I did have my way with a few of the girls that came into the office. Working for Cliff was some of the greatest times in my 50 years on this green earth. For months things were running smoothly, but, like all good things, this too had come to an end. It was September 1984 when we were busted. The police came in with warrants, requesting paperwork and a license for operating an agency. Of course, Cliff did not have any type of permits or license, so Cliff's operation was shut down. A week later I got a call from Cliff. He was excited over another legal idea for us to start working. "Come on, man, suit up. I got lies to tell and people to fool," he would say. Immediately we reconnected and turned our focus back to the music business. Cliff told me about a record label he had already established called Granville Records. He felt it was time to use it. His focus was finding some original music material for me to sing. Keep in mind, Cliff was the hustle man. He was all about making moves. His next idea was ingenious. Cliff had all kinds of gadgets somewhere stored away. He was into some of everything. He had this huge TV reporter camcorder, so he trained me to be his reporter. At this time the Vise was in high demand. I got a 3-piece ensemble and suited up. I was now an entertainment reporter. Daily we would go to City Hall to get a listings of activities going on in the Chicago Park districts, talent shows, plays, musicals, anything that was in the entertainment field. We wanted to be where the people were. We would watch and record the talent, and after their performance, I would interview them, asking a series of questions. We appeared to be so important and so serious that people were walking up asking for a card, so that they could contact us. Cliff's camera was huge, identical to the equipment real news reporters used. This is what I think attracted the people the most. We were in the mix. We gave out business cards and invited the artists to come to our office location to watch the tape that we recorded of their act. I talked to them about where their future in music was headed. Our goal was to sell them a copy of their performance, in which we had converted over to a Vise tape for $15 a copy. Come to think of it, we could have started the American Idol phenomenon back in the late 80s if we would have been thinking in that direction. It was January 1985. We were in Hyde Park at the Kenwood Academy annual talent show. This kid graced the stage with a presence so strong that Cliff and I gave each other the same unspoken approval. This skinny kid with big ears sat at his piano and serenaded the audience with an original song called Strong Enough to Be. Clifford and I knew we had to talk to this kid after his amazing performance. His sound was of pure emotion. The kid came across as really shy and soft-spoken. Cliff no doubt recorded his show, and after the performance I got to talk to the kid. I was interested in his song strong enough to be that was a man song. I had become a fan, but the kid didn't know. I was nonchalant when I complimented him on his performance. I told him we recorded his performance and were interested in the song he sang. He mentioned that we would need to speak with his manager, so I gave him a business card and hoped his manager would give us a call. Later that week, I got a call from a guy named Chuck, who introduced himself as Robert Kelly's manager. We spoke a great deal over the phone. We discussed the performance we recorded of the kid, and I expressed interest in getting that song he sang during his performance. We set up an appointment for the two of them to come to our office to discuss the possibilities of working together. The next day, Robert and his manager Chuck came into the office. Chuck was a cool guy. He was a 5'7", 165 lbs, brown skin, George Jefferson look-alike, minus the bald head. Robert performed his repertoire of songs for us. I have to give credit where credit is due. Robert had hits even at 16 years old. Many looked at him as this skinny, pimple-faced kid with big ears and a squeaky voice, but I saw a vision of superstardom in the boy. Cliff, on the other hand, didn't care too much about Robert. He thought that his voice was too squeaky. Cliff was more interested in using Robert's songs. He favored my vocals and liked my rich voice. He said it had more feeling to it. Cliff wanted to obtain a deal with Chuck and Robert to allow me to record Robert's songs on the Granville record label. Truthfully, my mind was entirely somewhere else. Although I did see Cliff's perception and his angle, this kid, Robert Kelly's greatness was more promising. With a little bit of a makeover and a little polishing, this kid was born to be a star. Chuck was no amateur manager. He knew the business, and he was not impressed or interested in being offered a contract, especially with no advance payments being offered upfront. Since we didn't have any cash to give out, it didn't look promising for us to obtain songs from Robert. Although that deal fell through, I was still interested in the kid's raw talent. He reminded me a lot of myself, a talented diamond in the rough. Before they left the office that day, I told Chuck he should keep in touch with me because I had some people I wanted to introduce him and Robert to. However, I didn't know that this would be the beginning to a long drawn-out dilemma, a dilemma that would eventually leave a lot of people hurt and separated over mere greed, notoriety, and material issues. Chapter 2. He would be a star. Only a few days went by, and Robert called the office to speak with me, anxiously wanting to know who I wanted to introduce him to. The kid really wanted to be busy at working at his gift, and he was very enthusiastic. After work one day, I went by his house on 107th and Parnell Street. I told him all about my famous NBA relative. Robert was ecstatic that I knew Craig. He was a huge fan. The fact that I wanted to introduce him to Craig was reason enough for him to feel comfortable with me. Robert, Chuck, and I formed a verbal business bonded friendship from that day forward. We were all feeling good in acquaintance with one another. I made sure not to make Chuck feel in any way that I was trying to step on his toes as manager or steal his talented artist away. I wanted to be an addition to this growing corporation and not a liability. Chuck and I were both serious about the music business. He respected me for my experience and knowledge of the business. That made it easy for me to want to work with him and to be a part in helping to develop Robert's career. I shared stories with them about my old touring days and how we could start booking Robert to do some of the same tours. We all agreed that this could help Robert get more exposure, experience on the stage, and in the long run, he will master working the crowd. Chuck and I worked the business during the day, and I hung out with Robert at night, taking him everywhere with me. He was like my kid brother, but at the same time, my best friend. He would sing everywhere we went. I wanted the world to hear him sing. When he performed, you didn't see that bashful, shy, funny-looking, big-eared kid. When he performed, you were entertained. Robert and I would ride around looking for girls to pick up. He loved to sing to them. He could create a song for a girl on the spot. Robert was quiet but not as shy as he portrayed. He got anything he wanted. All he had to do is sing. He knew how and exactly when to go into his shy boy routine. He could put anybody under his spell. One day we were rolling through Harvey, Illinois, where we spotted these three honeys walking up the street. I pulled over to the crib and told Robert to sing something to them. He was used to being put on the spot to sing, so he was always ready to belt out a tune. He picked one of the three girls watching and sang off the top of his head. "Girl, I was wondering if you would like to come with me to a place where our love would flow, a place where only you and I could go." The 19-year-old girl Robert was singing to was named Yolanda. She was a red bone, about 5'5" with big pretty round eyes. She wore a fitted button-up shirt with a few buttons left undone, where she tied it into a knot to expose her belly button. She asked where we were going, so I told her Burger King, and then back to my house to practice some music with my cousin. "He's talking about Robert working on a record deal. This is what I would always tell the ladies. You could tell Yolanda was digging Robert. She asked if they could go with us. I nodded to Robert to open the car door and let the girls in. Yolanda was not shy at all. She made it obvious she was feeling Robert. The other two girls eventually introduced themselves as Dee and Tanya. Yolanda started rubbing up and down the side of Robert's face, touching his lips. He played the timid role and the girls just giggled from the back seat. We rode right past Burger King. I didn't have enough money to offer to feed them all, so I drove us straight to my house. Dee had the prettiest green eyes. She was so gorgeous I couldn't stop looking at her through my rear view mirror. She kept her eyes on me as well. Her brown tan skin was perfect with her eyes and full pink lips. She was Halle Berry gorgeous. Tanya wasn't bad looking herself. She had the hottest body of the three. Her jeans showed her backside to be her best asset. Tanya was the playful one. She thought everything was funny. She kept giggling the entire ride back to my mom's house. As soon as we got there, we went to my room in the basement. We had the house all to ourselves. We sat around getting acquainted and listening to Rob sing and play the piano. Just like I knew they would, the girls went into a trance. Yolanda and Tanya stood around Robert like star-struck fans while Dee and I sat back on my bed watching. He sang a few original songs as he always did. Watching him was so amazing. You could hear the passion he had for singing in his voice. He was singing and looking into Yolanda's eyes. "You are so beautiful to me." It was a song Ray Charles had sang. Yolanda started to freak on Robert then. She started kissing him on his neck, his ears, rubbing her hands all over him, and then she slid her tongue in and out of Robert's mouth. I was in awe when I saw Tanya began to unzip his pants. All I could say was wow, and thought to myself, I had better get my butt back to singing too. The perks were amazing. Dee took my mind off them and what they were doing when I looked over towards her and her eyes were sparkling at me. I walked over to her, looking into her tiger, brown beautiful eyes. I leaned in to kiss her. When she showed no resistance, I took her hand and led her off into a dividing room. When I peeked back at Robert, I saw Tanya and Yolanda down on their knees. All that was heard after that were moans from both sides. By the way he was acting, I could tell this was probably Robert's first time getting his dick sucked as well as a threesome. After that rendezvous, Robert was a completely different person. He had come out of his shell. Now breaking out in a song and dance routine at any given time was second nature to him. I watched in wonder as this young man found himself. It was clear to me, I had my work cut out. I was determined to do everything I could to get this kid where he needed to be so the world could see what I saw in him. In my eyes, he would be a star. The more I hung out with Robert, the less I worked with Cliff. I had another plan. I wanted to take Robert and Chuck to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to meet Craig. We had one pitfall. It was basketball season, and Craig was working on a tight schedule. He was getting ready for the playoffs and clearly did not have time to meet with us. Times were hard. Robert started complaining about always being broke, and I couldn't afford to keep giving him the little money I was having. We started going down to the subway with the portable piano to hustle for chump change. We would work from 8 o'clock a.m. until 6 o'clock p.m. This had become a full-time job for us. As people waited on the train, Robert would put on his dark sunglasses like Stevie Wonder and play the piano while he sang. We had a tip hat sitting out. People would gather around and listen, leaving change as well as dollar bills in the hat. Robert even made up his own McDonald's jingle for the younger children who gathered around. McDonald's is a place for you when your day is through. You can go to McDonald's, get yourself a Big Mac, an order of fries, an ice cold Coke, and an apple pie. No one does it like McDonald's do. Oh, McDonald's and you. He was a hit in the subway, just like he would be a hit to the world in just a matter of time. People started looking forward to seeing and hearing him sing on their way to work. At times some people would miss their train trying to watch Robert perform. I took him down to the subway every day. This helped him grow confident and secure with me. We had some great times in those subways. They provided some of the most genuine moments of our friendship. I miss those days. Those days were the best of Robert Kelly to me. At the end of our long working day, we would go up to the Water Tower Plaza to eat at McDonald's. Even till this day, I bet Mickey D's is still one of Robert's favorite places to eat. Once at McDonald's we would count the earnings for the day. Robert used to bring in $200 to $300 daily in a 12-hour day. He would give me $20 or $25, depending on how much he made. I didn't mind. I was there for support and to keep him motivated. My interest in the day was to collect names and numbers of the people that stood around enjoying being entertained by him. Chuck and I had already worked out a 5% cut for me out of his percentage he had with Robert. We both believed this kid was destined to be a success. There was no doubt that money would not be an issue. I wanted to be right there with him because I really believed in this kid. My mind was set. Patience was to be my virtue. Robert had often talked to me about how other people came and made false promises, but never delivered. He told me he felt a connection meeting me, and he had a feeling we would be good friends a long time. I felt the same way. There was a reason for us to have met. I felt we were all spiritually connected, and for true success to come, I felt we all needed each other. During this period, I had a chance to meet Robert's mother, Ms. Joanne Kelly, who was motherly and hospitable to me. She sat me down and wanted to know me as a person. Over time, as we associated with each other, she grew to be dear to me. Thoughts of her now bring a smile to my face. She was so kind-hearted and blunt. She told it like it was in the sweetest way. She was like a second mother to me. Like my mother, she was also a true believer of the Bible. I believe you were put in Robert's life to look out for him because Robert needs you, Demetrius, she told me one day. You are one of the genuine ones in his corner, she told me on another occasion. Talk about a singer, holding a note. In my opinion, Mrs. Kelly could have sold 1,000,000 records herself. Until I heard Mrs. Kelly sing, my favorite female singer of all time was Miss Gladys Knight. It was no doubt Robert had gotten his gift of singing from his mama. Mrs. Kelly and Robert would sometimes sing together. It was touching to say the least. Ma Kelly had the voice of a true angel. Her tone would touch your spirit. The only reason she didn't make it in the music industry, in my opinion, is because she didn't pursue it. Time was moving and it was time to put my plan in motion. Now I had to connect with Craig. It was a priority for me to get to him. It was March 1985. The NBA regular season ended and the playoffs were starting. This meant Craig had a couple of weeks where he would be at home. I had spoken to Chi-Chi. She was already on board. Robert was fascinated over my sister. He would tell me how he felt himself shake and tremble with nervousness whenever she would come around. At first I didn't pay attention to what he was saying. He was a youngster, and Chi-Chi was a beautiful married and mature woman. I understood his infatuation and thought it was appropriate. But little did I know Delilah was Chi-Chi's alter ego. Chi-Chi invited us to attend one of the Milwaukee Bucks home games. Chuck decided not to go because he didn't feel it was a business trip. He was right, it wasn't a business trip, but it was an opportunity to plant seeds. Robert, on the other hand, was starstruck and was eager to go. The fact that we were attending a professional basketball game and having seats on the floor level was exciting to him. Robert and I rolled out in my burnt orange 1973 Chevy station wagon. The paint blended with all the rust from the dents that were on the car. The oil was leaking, there was a hole in the muffler, and it had no hubcaps. The car was truly a trap car. Nonetheless, we made it to Craig's house, loud, smoke and all. We drove happy as if we were in a Lincoln Town car. It was an hour-and-a-half drive. On the way, all I talked about with Robert was how big he was going to be. I was always inspiring Rob's ego with regards to how awesome of a singer and songwriter he was. He knew he had a gift, but he was shy, and I wanted him to believe in himself more than he did. I wanted him to have the confidence that he was a great entertainer. After all, we shared the same dreams, and I wanted him to be and to know, in the entire world, that he was one of the best at what he did. When we got to Craig's house, Robert was like a little kid on Christmas Day, as if he was going to meet Santa Claus. He was both excited and scared at the same time. Craig wasn't at the house when we arrived. Chi-Chi said he had gone to practice and would be returning shortly. In the meantime, Robert was going through his shy kid act. He began pulling on my shirt to indicate to me he was extremely nervous, looking at Chi-Chi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes and honey-smooth skin. I could imagine, being as young as Robert was, that it was like having a crush on your teacher. Chi-Chi was a very beautiful woman. She had done a little modeling and singing in her past. To break the ice of Robert's jitters, I took him out back where the basketball court was so he could relax and get a grip of himself. Robert prided himself at basketball. He felt if not for music, he would pursue a career as a basketball player. I admit, he had a little game, but it was no comparison to the gift he had in music. After we shot some hoops, I took him to his favorite eating place, McDonald's, and afterwards he seemed to be himself again. When we got back to the house, Craig was home. He walked past us. "What's up, Johnny?" he said to me as he headed to his room, acting as if he didn't want to seem like he was really interested in meeting Robert. I didn't say anything to get his attention in respect to introducing him to Robert. I knew how to loosen Craig up. You see, back in the day, Craig liked to smoke bud, genya as he would call it. It just so happened I brought a sack with me because I liked to smoke me some bud too. Robert didn't smoke weed or drink, so I kept it from him. Even though he said he liked the smell of weed, I never enticed him towards indulging. Robert was kind of uneasy because Craig didn't say hi or acknowledge him. I felt I had to make up an excuse for Craig by making Robert laugh, telling him Craig was probably stinking and didn't want us to smell the funk of practice. After giving Craig a few minutes, I went to his room and knocked on the door. When he told me to come in, I stepped in the room, and when Craig looked over at me, I was holding a fat joint. "Can I light this up?" I asked. "Come on in," he said with a welcoming smile on his face. After he took a hit, he zoomed right into his fantasy world, taking on the personality of being a black militant. Brothers gone work it out, power to the people frame of mind. Craig was crazy like that. He stayed on some black righteous stuff. He was still a Black Panther and had never gone to a meeting. While he was talking brotherly love, I was pumping him up about how talented my young artist was, and if he helped me with him, I would be in the studio next. After we finished smoking, Craig was ready to meet and listen to Robert. When we returned to the living room, Robert and Chi-Chi were sitting on the couch playing Pac-Man. He didn't look nervous at all now. He was totally relaxed. Chi-Chi did the introductions, and afterwards, Robert obliged my request and played a number of original songs. While Robert was singing, Craig looked over at me like Cliff and I looked at each other. The very first time we heard Robert sing, you know the look. Like on the cartoons when a character's eyes turn into dollar signs, dollar, dollar, dollar. That's how Craig looked. After Robert was done, Craig asked, "What do you all need?" It was at that moment that I thought the hardest part was over. It should be smooth sailing from here on out, I told myself. I mentioned to Craig that I wanted to put a band together for Robert and to get him in the studio. I let him know that I didn't want him to totally support us. I wanted to put the band together so we could be self-sufficient and at the same time build a fan base that would follow us as we would rise. It all sounded good to Craig until I told him Robert had a manager and he was contracted. It seemed then he had a change of heart. Craig wanted to know the extent of Robert's contract. I told Craig how cool Chuck was and how I didn't think Chuck would have a problem with anything, and that he was truly a man who, I felt, had Robert's best interest at heart. As far as I was concerned, Chuck was cool, and the contract thing, I figured we were going to all have to sit down to renegotiate that anyway. I needed Craig's financial backing to get me started so I could put a band together, find a place to rehearse, get some equipment, and get us busy to start generating us some funds and becoming a self-sufficient independent organization. Craig was on that brother love frame of mind, which had nothing to do with the business. Brothers need to form a stronger unity with one another. Look at it, brother man, a black man with no money, got this young brother under a contract. Craig was in la la land the way he was talking. I thought, Craig didn't know anything about all the work Chuck had put in with Robert. He knew nothing about the fact that Robert was illiterate and that Chuck was helping Robert in that area of his life too. Yeah, that's right. Robert Kelly couldn't read or write well at all. So what? No one was taking advantage of him. He was fortunate to have good people around him that loved him. When I found out, I didn't look at Robert differently. I was eager to help him. I am not speaking of his illiteracy to make him look bad, because over the 13 years I spent working with Robert, he learned to read, and because of the way we used to practice, signing autographs and writing memos, he learned to write too. So saying this is not to discredit Robert in any way. Like my old friend Bernie Mac used to say, I'm telling it like it is. Anyway, Craig and I concluded to schedule a meeting with Chuck. I gave Craig his phone number and told him to give Chuck a call. I knew Chuck would have no problem doing what was needed to get Robert's career off the ground. Robert and I were invited to stay over for the weekend. For the rest of the evening, Robert serenaded Craig and his wife. He took advantage of the opportunity to show them his gift as a writer. He wrote songs for them right off the top of his head. He really got Craig's full attention then. Craig told me I had in my hands a goose that could lay golden eggs. And he was right. All what was left to do now was get this goose situated, so we could hatch those eggs. The next morning, Craig returned the favor to Robert by inviting him to watch him perform. He took us to practice with him, and after practice Robert and I shot hoops with Craig and his teammates. It was a fun-filled day mingling with the pros. After the shoot-around of Craig's practice, Robert sang a few songs for the players, amazing them with his talent. A few of the players joked around asking Robert for his autograph. After we left the practice facility, Craig took us to the golf course to play a sport we knew nothing about. It was a funny sight. Robert and I could not hit that little bitty ball. We had a really great time hanging out with Craig and Chi-Chi that weekend, a moment neither of us could ever forget. Once Robert and I returned to Chicago, we met with Chuck. Robert told him about our weekend with Craig in detail. Chuck informed us that he did get a call from Craig and scheduled a date for them to meet. We all felt good about what had transpired over the weekend. We believed things were about to start getting better. The three of us talked about forming a band. Robert told me his older brother Bruce played the bass guitar and he wanted his brother to play for him. Over the next few days, I traveled around the city with Robert putting his band together. Things were looking up. Chapter 3, Humble Beginnings. Robert's older brother Bruce was a funny dude, and he should have been a comedian. He used to have us all laughing out of control every single time he came around. And not only was he funny, but the boy had talent. He could really play that bass guitar. Bruce was the first member of the three-piece band we put together behind Robert. Then there was Poochie who played the drums. He was a real serious brother who didn't want to waste time playing in a band that wasn't going anywhere. As a student, he would much rather spend his time at home studying. However, he believed in Rob and was willing to make a sacrifice and join the band. Finally, there was my boy, Donnie Evans. He was the keyboard player who traveled the road with me and my band. Regretfully, Donnie's stay with us was short because he had a bad drinking problem. His skills on the keyboard were of the greatest quality, but his vice and inclination towards alcoholism overshadowed his gift to play music. We had to let Donnie go his own way, and I had to call on other musicians I knew to fill in. We were a three-piece band, with Robert playing keyboards as well. Chuck arranged for us to practice 3 times a week in the banquet hall at the Chatham Bowl on 79th Street. Our sound was developing, but we needed better equipment. I even started to put together a mailing list of fans who wanted to be notified of our first show. Robert Kelly impressed people everywhere we went. His humble beginnings towards stardom were coming to life, and we were there as witnesses to see how it all began. Robert and I continued to perform in the subways and in the streets. It was just something about being down in the subways and bringing home money daily that made sense. So I would always encourage Robert to go, letting him know I was with him and willing to go with him anytime. The money helped, but more important was the list of names and addresses that I was gathering from the spectators as they watched Robert sing. I figured if I could build a fan base for the shows we were putting together, and if a third of the people who signed our mailing list would show up at $10 a head, we would make out good. In addition, I figured our fan base could become so large that we would have the support of the people, and they would spread our name throughout the city of Chicago and the surrounding communities. We all worked hard in the early days and we were all working for free. We all shared the same belief that with Craig's assistance, we were headed to the next level. However, because no money was coming in, everyone's attitude was changing. To be more specific, the disgruntlement began to take over, and it showed. People were beginning to become distrustful of the whole process. Receiving fruit for our labor, that was foreign language to us, we had a hard time interpreting how this plan would work out. In the meantime, Chuck was talking to Craig, giving him an update on our overall progress, and he let him know of our financial situation. We needed to set a date to display our act, and we needed to form that date around Craig's schedule. A date where he would be free to attend the show, so he could see the polished act we put together. Although we were putting in the time and working hard, there was only so much a person could sacrifice. Now, it was on Craig to meet us halfway. We needed that equipment because we needed to work to generate funds for us to continue. We needed to be able to feel things were headed upward. Time was moving, but yet things seemed to be standing still. We were stuck waiting on Craig at that point. Finally, Craig invited us to his house again. He said before he would release any funds, he needed to review the contract Robert was obligated to, which was only fair and right. Chuck, Robert, and I drove up to Craig's house for a scheduled 2 o'clock meeting. During the hour and 45-minute drive, I talked to Robert and Chuck about the kind of person I felt Craig was. I wanted them to be prepared for the meeting, so they would not be passive with Craig because he had money. Chuck assured me he was in no way intimidated. To our dismay, when we arrived, Craig wasn't home. Chi-Chi greeted us cheerfully, informing us Craig was out playing golf. Wow, what a way to start a relationship. My grandpa told me, first impressions always count. We were disappointed that Craig wasn't there. We had driven there with the sole purpose of discussing business. While we were waiting, we chit-chatted with Chi-Chi while she cooked dinner. Chi-Chi can be very opinionated at times. Over the course of her going back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, she voiced her opinion about Robert. She felt that Robert should not be singing in a band nor performing in the subways. This was not a conversation Chuck and I wanted to entertain with her. Therefore, we kept the conversation short with short responses to her comments like it's only temporary. We were there for over 2 hours before Craig showed up. When he came in, he went straight to his room to shower, nodding his head at us, his way of saying hello. This gesture gave an impression of arrogance as if he looked down on us. I didn't try to go talk with him. I was there for the business. When Craig came out of the room, dinner was ready, and the aroma from the meal Chi-Chi prepared had all of us ready to dig in and feast. She made a huge pot roast, macaroni and cheese, green beans, sweet potatoes, and dinner rolls. She topped it off with some good old-fashioned grape Kool-Aid. For dessert we had chocolate cake. The meeting was put on hold for a moment because, to say it in simple terms, dinner was all that. After dinner, Chi-Chi cleared the dining room table, while Craig slipped away back into his bedroom for another 10 to 15 minutes. Once Chi-Chi was done cleaning, we gathered back at the dining room table for the grand meeting. We were waiting on Craig for what seemed like forever. I already knew what he was up to. He had to have a tote of the Ganya. He had to smoke a joint in order to relax before handling business. When he returned, I suggested we start our meeting off with a prayer, which I felt was important. The saying "a family that prays together stays together" was relevant to me. I wanted us to stay together. I wanted this thing to work. After prayer, to start the meeting off, we discussed what we had been doing with the band and how hard it was to develop our sound without equipment. I showed Craig the mailing list I formulated. We also presented an itemized accounting of what equipment we needed along with the approximate cost. We discussed what everyone's position would be in detail. He was pleased that everything was good, but Craig wanted to look over the contract. Chuck gave him the contract, and after going over it, we found that Chuck was getting 30% of Robert's earnings. We were all very surprised by that because Chuck previously informed us that the contract was for 20% and we believed it. Chuck then went on to explain why his percentage was so high. He said that when other investors like me and Craig came to the organization, he would be responsible to pay their portion out of his percentage. He explained that this way, Robert would have 70% to himself. Chuck felt like he was acting in Robert's best interest. Chuck broke the percentages down with Robert still getting 70%. Chuck would get 15%, Craig would get 10% as an executive producer and investor, and I would get 5%. Chuck also suggested that we all consult with our own entertainment lawyers to have a contract drawn up. He even reiterated the fact that he would not have a problem at all with redoing his management contract with Robert. Whatever was right for Robert was okay for Chuck. I thought it was fair, and I believed that Chuck meant every word he said. But all of a sudden, Craig went into some revolutionary shit, some dumb shit if you ask me. Brothers, that's what's wrong with our people today. We want to hold each other to some binding contract, when we need to embrace one another and believe in one another. What we need to do with this, young brothers, is build a trust with each other, and then we can go from there. Chuck and I looked at each other, like, where is this dude coming from? What planet is he from? It was like Craig was not present while Chuck was breaking everything down about the contract. I was thrown into a tizzy listening to Craig. Really though, I wondered where was his head at, but I knew all along it was the weed talking. Craig, in business, people sign contracts. That's business. Contracts show love, trust, and give security. That is why the NBA has you under a contract. You're secure knowing your team has your back, I told him. Craig stated the NBA gave him something up front. He asked Chuck, how much are you giving this young brother? Chuck explained his position as a manager and my position as Robert's personal assistant and future tour manager. He informed Craig we were sacrificing our time and money for Robert's future development. Chuck told Craig we were aides in a corporation, each with an important job. To me, he was right because at this level, we all needed each other. Chuck further expressed why we weren't supposed to pay Robert money up front. He felt that Robert should be paying us a weekly check for the work we were doing, but because he wasn't able to pay us, he felt that it was only right that we are paid a percentage because of our sacrifice. Chuck told Craig, there are no guarantees that we will be reimbursed for our services, the time we invest, and the money we spend daily. And furthermore, because we all share the same dream, and we are working together to bring that dream to reality, we've become a corporation together, shareholders, and this is a sacrificial investment we are all a part of, and that is where the percentages come in. We talked a little more about contract issues. Craig was not receptive to Chuck's resolve to being open to change and what was needed to be able to move forward. Craig continued trying to get us to see his point of view. I couldn't understand it. Craig couldn't get off the subject of getting Robert out from under a contract with Chuck. Chuck had already said he would do whatever was needed in Robert's best interest, but Craig refused to hear that part of the conversation. It seemed he had something else on his mind, or his brain was being clouded by the weed. There was nothing we could say or do to make him agree. The conversation started to go in a different direction, so I changed the subject. I started talking about our need for equipment. Craig, you said you had give us a check for some equipment. Will we be able to get that today? I asked. He looked at me with a disgusted, surprised look as if I should not have asked him that question. I went on to let him know how disgruntled we were all becoming because we weren't able to work. I told how important it was for us to do shows. I knew Craig wanted to procrastinate. He suggested that we have another meeting before handing out any funds. Chuck told Craig that he could not afford to continue to ask the people that were working with us to sacrifice while we went month to month, back and forth having meetings. I interrupted the conversation and said to Craig, "Our whole thing is for us to be able to be self-sufficient. We don't want to lean on you financially when we can market our product and fend for ourselves. We should have meetings on a weekly or monthly basis if that is what we agree on, but we're working now and trying to get things rolling." Everybody sat with different looks on their faces as if they were surprised at my sudden outburst. We had been talking and getting nowhere for over an hour. My interceding had caught them all off guard. I looked over at Craig and saw that I had his attention. I took advantage of the moment. "I mean, hey, Craig, I thought we were all on the same page wanting the same things. We have the ball rolling already. Every day, we're rehearsing, making phone calls to set updates, and telling people of the engagements we have coming up. We're doing our part, and now we need to know where you're at with us. Either you're with us or you're not, Craig," I said, frustrated with the whole thing. Craig looked over at Chi-Chi with a look as if I put him on the spot. The room fell silent. Everyone present looked at one another and then back to Craig. I was eager to hear my brother-in-law's response. I was tired of the bullshit. Craig was hesitant for a moment. My statement caught him off guard. He looked at Robert and then said to me, "Johnny man, I want this to move forward too. And if I wasn't with you, we wouldn't be having this meeting. I just want to make sure that the brother understands his contractual obligations." I responded, "But we can have more meetings on that, Craig. I'm just speaking on the production part of the group. The check would get us going, and entertaining is what Robert does. I want to get him busy," was my plea to Craig. "I can understand that. So how much will you all need?" Craig asked. I was relieved when he asked that. I then directed the conversation over to Chuck, asking him for the budget. As he was going through his bag, I asked to be excused. I needed some air. It had taken a lot for me to stay cool at that table. I didn't feel that Craig and my sister were thinking about me at all. I was thinking to myself their questions should have been in support of me and following my lead, but they weren't. Craig, being the man with the money, was tripping thinking he was Donald Trump. He must have smoked a different brand of weed before coming to the table. I was a bit angry at how the meeting had gone. As I got up from the table, Robert got up after me and went to the den, where he began playing his piano, and I stood outside the door, just taking in some fresh air, leaving Craig, Chi-Chi and Chuck at the table to go over the budget issues. When Robert and I returned, Chuck explained to us that he had went over everything. As a result of my outburst, Craig gave us a check for $3,500. It was a start and it was what we needed. I felt we had accomplished something. Talking about working hard for the money, I could only shake my head thinking with the goose that we had in our hands we should have been having a party and counting our blessings. On our way home, Robert said that he was glad I spoke up for the check. Robert and Chuck said they didn't think we were going to get anything because Craig kept talking about us having another meeting. Chuck also told me that I showed real loyalty, speaking up in that meeting, and as far as he was concerned, I already earned my right to the 5% I requested. This made me feel good. I told them, just like Craig works for the NBA and has to at times make sacrifices for his family that they might not always agree on, I'm the same way. I work for Robert Kelly. I was just doing my job. We all left. On the way home, we were all in a positive state of mind and had faith that everything was going to work out with Craig. While at rehearsal the next night, Chuck came through the door carrying new microphones and asked us to go with him outside to carry in the rest of the equipment. We had a sound system, microphones, cords, drum heads, 2 big speakers, and 3 monitor speakers. Even though Chuck got all the equipment from a pawn shop, we were excited just as if it was new. Our sound changed immediately from a transistor sound to a hi-fi stereo sound. The sound took us all to another level. We felt we made a step forward towards professionalism. After rehearsal that night, Chuck called Robert and I to the back room, gave us an envelope and said it was a little something. He believed everybody deserved a little something for the work we put in. I opened the envelope and there was $175 in it. I was so happy. It was my payment of 5%, and I sure needed it. I don't know how much Robert had, but when he came out of the office, he didn't seem too happy. He was acting like something serious was on his mind. Since he didn't say anything to me about it, I didn't give it a second thought. All I could think about was how Chuck was on the up and up with us. He showed me that he cared about us all. That same night, as we were all leaving, I was waiting on Chuck. I was about to thank Robert for the money and see what was wrong with him earlier, but Chuck came out, looked at me, and shook his head side to side as if he was disgusted with something. I asked him, "Is everything all right?" Chuck replied, "It'll work itself out." I thanked him for the money, and then he said, "You earned it." Then he shook his head again, so I asked him again, "What's wrong, Chuck?" He replied slowly, "I don't want this to get back to Robert." I nodded, assuring him that I understood. "I can't believe it, Demetrius. Robert got mad at me because I gave everybody some money. I can't believe Robert is that selfish of a person to think that the people who work with him and sacrifice for him are not worthy to eat what he eats. That really upsets me. It makes me wonder what type of a person I'm working for." I couldn't believe it either, so I asked him, "Was he mad because you gave me some money too?" Chuck replied, "Everybody. Robert didn't think anybody should have received any money. He wanted all the money from the balance of the equipment." Chuck went on to tell me that Robert felt that he should have gotten the equipment and given the remainder of the cash to him. Robert did not feel like Chuck should concern himself with the needs of all the people helping him. Robert felt everyone should be paid once we started doing a gig. This was one of the first signs of Robert's selfishness. I was pretty upset after hearing that and wanted to approach Robert about it, but Chuck had already asked me not to say anything, so I kept quiet. As time went on, I started to regret the fact that I did not confront Robert about his selfishness, because it grew to be a big negative part of his character. It irked me to know this about this young man. Little did I know then that this was the beginning of a long line of lies and deceit. We continued to rehearse at the Chatham Bowl 3 days a week. We scheduled our first concert to take place in April 1985. Everything was working out. The band was tight, and everybody was feeling good about our upcoming show. I sent flyers out to everyone on our guest list. Now all that was left was for the band to put on a great show for the people. On the night of the show, we had tables set up for our VIPs. The hall was filled with so many people. It was standing room only, and the beautiful thing about it, everybody was sociable and seemed to be having a good time. There were smiles all over the place, and everybody was excited and supportive of Robert. The first act was a comedian friend of ours, Jeff Arnold. He performed a lot in the Cotton Club with Bernie Mac back in those days. Jeff got down and got the crowd relaxed and buying drinks. After he finished his segment of the show, Mrs. Kelly, Robert's mother, honored us with her soulful voice, singing Gladys Knight's song "You're the Best Thing That Ever Happened to Me." After Mrs. Kelly performed, I went up and did 2 songs, Too Hot by Kool and the Gang and Don't You Know That by Luther Vandross. The ultimate moment arrived when Robert came on. The band played an original intro song for him, and he came out dancing. Robert Kelly was truly a showman. The songs he performed that night were a rendition of Donny Hathaway's song, A Song for You, Luther Vandross, A House Is Not a Home, and then he did about 3 of his original songs, Hard Times, Say It, and Strong Enough to Be. Those are songs many are not familiar with, but Robert had a library full of songs inside of him. The show was hot. We made a very nice profit off the door that night. We had 300 people at $10 a head, and I know the facility made a lot of money off the bar. The show was a true success. After the show, we were on a cloud. We felt like we were on our way to the big times. The show was a complete success and gave us an opportunity to show people our great talent. If only I would have known then what I know now, we would have had cassette tapes for sale at the show that night. The way Robert writes songs, we will never hear them all. His songwriting ability is truly a gift that he loves to give unselfishly. The sad thing is that he couldn't give people their due in all things like money. Craig and my sister felt like Robert was ready. Craig even complimented me on my performance and said, "We have to get you in the studio next." I really didn't think about my performance until I kept getting compliments from the people we greeted after the show. I was feeling very good about everything. Afterwards, we all went out to eat on 79th and Jeffrey. We talked about the show and the other shows that we had coming up. Craig talked about putting Robert into the studio, and said that he had a friend that he wanted us to go see in the next couple of days. He wanted Robert to start recording his songs and go to the next level. I thought things were moving right along smoothly until Craig said, "The show was nice, guys, but I feel that we shouldn't be doing shows right now, nor do I think that Robert should be performing in the subways. We see that the people love you, so let's put the music on tape, get the deal, and then the public will be waiting for you." I shook my head and thought to myself, he must have had a smoke in the car on his way over here from the show. Chuck looked at me too. We laughed, and then Chuck said, "I agree, just not right now. Craig, we don't want to lean on you totally for financial support. There are 6 mouths to feed here, Craig. I am sure you don't want to put all of us on your budget, so it is only temporary. Let us build a fan base. It's gone blow up for us, man. Watch, Chuck said, nodding at Craig while biting off the big burger he had ordered. Listening to Craig, I just couldn't understand him. I couldn't see his vision. I was glad Chuck said what he did. We did well financially from the show. Not only were we all paid, but there was money left over to use for the growth of the business. We made $3,200 that night. Everybody seemed happy but Craig and Chi Chi. They were looking at us as if they were our parents and we were brought out to have a good time, but they were there to keep us in line. They should have been having fun and laughing with us, but all Craig kept saying was, "Y'all don't see the big picture, bro." I knew it was the weed. We were all feeling good, and I was sure we were seeing the bigger picture. It was obvious we all wanted to grow. Robert was ready to get it cranked up, and so were we. I decided to agree with Craig, so I said, "Yeah, Craig, you're right. Let's get our boy in the studio." I figured we would all work everything out, but as we were sitting in the round booth at the restaurant, I took one more quick glance at Craig. I thought to myself, I better keep my eye on him. I felt like the man wasn't keeping it real. We were supposed to be a team. With Craig being a point guard on a professional basketball team, you would think he would have the basic concept down, but he didn't. He wanted to control things and people. This, among other things, would drive a wedge between Craig and the rest of us. I sat back and just watched him. A few days later, Chuck called and asked me to have Robert at an address where he wanted us to meet up with him and Craig. The address was located on 148th and Winchester in Harvey, Illinois, which is my hometown. I had no idea a studio existed there, even though I used to hang out down the street. Craig introduced us to the sound engineer that he hired to record Robert's songs. Craig and Chuck left, leaving Robert and I there to work. Bruce, the engineer, had a small studio, and I do mean small. The studio was so small that we had to stand on our tiptoes to let one another get by. Once we started, Robert began to lay down some drum tracks. I thought we were going to start with the songs we had been rehearsing since those were the songs we knew, but Robert was feeling the quality of the sound coming out of Bruce's speakers, so he created a new song according to the richness of the music. That's how Robert was. He wrote songs in the moment, which never ceased to amaze me. This kid was bad. He appeared to be so relaxed in the small space we were working in. Bruce operated on one side of the 48-track mixing board where he would change reels and switch wires around. Robert stood on the opposite side where he worked the keyboard, mixing his beats and creating sounds. I stood up on the chairs out of the way while the two artists worked their magic. The sound that came out of Bruce's tiny basement was pure quality. The bass sound was so deep coming out of the speakers, you could feel the vibrations like there were hands on you swaying you and pulling you from side to side. We stayed there the first day 3 to 4 hours. In that short length of time, Robert laid down drum and keyboard tracks for 2 completely new songs. We would have stayed longer, but Bruce tended to take a while to change over tracks. It seemed that every time we looked at Bruce, he had a newly rolled joint in his mouth. He would light it and go right back to talking to himself, and then "I'll take this one and stick it here and sweet," taking pulls from the joint he had lit. Robert and I would just laugh. Bruce was like that dude in the movie Half Baked that Dave Chappelle starred in. Everything the dude did in the movie, he did it smoking weed. That was Bruce, a straight weed head, but the man knew how to build and develop a sound in that basement studio of his. Craig gave us the green light to produce an entire album. He was financing the whole studio session. Once Robert knew that he could be in the studio every day, he didn't want to go to practice. On the days we were in the studio and needed to end the session early to go to rehearsal, Robert would have me call Chuck to cancel. From time to time, Chuck would call Robert and ask him if he wanted to do certain shows that were available, and Robert would cancel those too. Out of the 3 days a week we scheduled for rehearsing, Robert would attend one and drop through for an hour on the other days. Chi Chi began to show up at our studio sessions and was in Chicago a lot more than usual. It seemed she was always in Robert's ear. I didn't pay too much attention to it, but I did notice that she and Robert were becoming very chummy with each other. He was a lot more comfortable around her now. I thought it was a good thing. I enjoyed the fact that my sister was a part of something that I believed in. I felt like this was something that was bringing Chi Chi and I closer together. When Chi Chi was young, I wasn't there at all, and there is a 5-year gap in our age, so we didn't grow up together. When she was 11, I was 16 running the streets with my young friends. I did not have time for Chi Chi, and when she was in high school, I was in jail. Even though I got caught up in a life of crime at a young age, she respected me and looked up to me as her older brother. As a matter of fact, all of my family looked up to me despite my shortcomings. In fact, Chi Chi honored me by coming to visit me at Statesville Correctional Center in 1982. She brought Craig with her because she said she wanted Craig to meet her big brother before they got married. I thought so much of that moment and felt so proud. My sister touched my heart when she came to visit me that day. She was seeking my approval of her marriage, and that felt so good to me. So as Chi-Chi and Robert were becoming friends, I felt it was harmless. I thought it could only bring all of us closer together as one big happy family. We spent so much time in the studio that the band began to complain, especially after Robert had Chuck cancel a couple of the shows. I told Robert about the band members' complaints and asked him if he wanted to continue with the band or if he wanted to let them go. Robert said he would start attending rehearsals and asked me to call the guys and have them at rehearsal the next day. He also mentioned that he wanted me to come get him the next morning so that we could go to the subway to perform because his funds were getting low. The next morning, I was at his house at 7:00 a.m. We went on with our normal routine in the subway, concluding our day at the same time. Except that on this particular day, instead of going to the Water Tower Plaza to eat as we normally did, Robert wanted to go home. He said he wanted to work on a new song that he had in his head. I dropped him off and reminded him of our 4:00 p.m. rehearsal with the guys. He told me he'd meet me there, and I was cool with that and didn't give it a second thought. When I arrived at rehearsal that evening, the guys were all there and glad to see me. Bruce asked in a joking manner, "Is your majesty with you?" He was speaking of Robert. He should be on his way. I told them I had not spoken to him since I dropped him off earlier. Poochie was beating the drums, and a new guy was there, whom they wanted Robert to hear in hopes he would consider allowing him to join the band. As I watched, they started having a jam session. I saw an expression of freedom on them as they played. Music was a joy to them, a language in itself that made it easy for them to communicate their feelings with one another. The music could easily bring them closer, and if not, it would pull them apart. As they warmed up, I noticed it was 4:45 and Robert was already 45 minutes late. I stepped out of the room and went to the payphone to call him at his mother's house. Mrs. Kelly answered, "Robert's gone, honey. He left over an hour ago. Practice is where he told me he was going. According to my calculations, he should have been here by now." At 5:30, he was still a no-show. The guys kept asking about his whereabouts. I could only answer, "I don't know where he is." At 6:00, we ended rehearsal with everyone feeling disappointed. Something was not flowing smoothly. Poochie and Bruce had said they had talked to him, and he said he would be here. This was not like him, especially him not calling me. We talked about everything and I hadn't heard from him since dropping him off. I didn't know what to think. I just wondered where he could be. After we all said our goodbyes for the evening, I decided to walk down the street to McDonald's to grab a bite to eat and clear my head. As I approached the building, I noticed a silver Toyota 4Runner truck with Wisconsin license plates coming out of the parking lot. It looked just like Chi-Chi's truck. I sped up my pace. The truck stopped at the stoplight. I then chased it down to get a closer look at the driver. Sure enough, it was Chi-Chi, and comfortably slouching in the passenger seat was none other than Robert Kelly. As I approached the vehicle, I asked myself, what is going on? When I knocked on the door, they looked at me surprised. Chi-Chi opened the door with the automatic button and I jumped in the truck because the light had changed to green. The entire way Chi-Chi kept her focus on driving. "What happened to you, Rob? Did you forget about rehearsal?" I asked him. He nodded his head towards Chi-Chi, indicating to me she was to blame for his absence. I told him how disappointed the band members were and how I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have a band tomorrow. He simply said that he would talk to the guys. Turning my attention to Chi-Chi, I asked her what she was doing up there in Chicago. I had some things to talk over with Robert, she told me. "That's messed up, girl. You could have at least brought him to practice and talked to him there. You should be talking with Chuck anyway if it's something that pulled you from home to come up here," I told her. She kept her eyes on the road and didn't respond. I left it alone as well. I didn't want to start an argument. However, I was truly disappointed with Chi-Chi. I felt right then something was going on with them, hoping at the same time. My premonition was not a reality. I could not conjure up in my mind a reason why she had Robert with her, or what she could have to talk with him about that she hadn't told me about. I thought it had to be some shady business going on. I asked her to drop me off at my car, and as we drove back to the Chatham Bowl, there was total silence in the car. Chi-Chi, Robert and I had always had an open communication. We would always laugh and joke with one another. There was always something to talk about that was relevant to our being together. I felt this was not the place Chi-Chi wanted me to be with them. This time together was different. Silence was all there was. This looked to me like one of those instances that bring truth to the saying what's in the dark will come to the light. Something was going on. I could just feel the tension in the air. Things were definitely changing, and it didn't feel like it was a change headed in the right direction. I felt frustrated with Chi-Chi. At this point, I didn't feel she was helping me. At that moment, she was in the way. When she dropped me off at my car, we didn't say a word. The only person that said something was Robert. He told me Chi-Chi was taking him home. The vibe felt so awkward. It seemed as if Chi-Chi was purposely bent on ignoring and avoiding direct contact with me. I didn't know what to think of her or what she was going through. I wondered where her head was. Chapter 4. Forces of Negativity. After they dropped me off, I drove to my mom's house. When I got there, my mom was sitting in the kitchen. I don't know how my mother suspected something was wrong with me, but as soon as she looked up at me, she said, "Johnny boy, what's wrong, babe? You look like something's bothering you." She was looking through the smile I had on my face. It was strange to me how Mama could always see something in us even if we made it our business to go into the house in a happy mood. It was evident she saw through my facade. What's that saying? Mothers know best. I sat down at the table with her, placed my hands on my head, and let the fake smile fade. I told her what was bothering me. My mother agreed with me, saying Chi-Chi had no business picking Robert up, at least without speaking with me first, to let me know the business she had to discuss with Robert. Put it in God's hands, Johnny boy. What God got for you can't nobody interfere with it, babe. But you got to be able to let it go, and let God do it, was the advice Mama gave me as she looked up from reading her Bible. She got up, came over, stood behind me, and rubbed my head. "Whatever it is, babe, it'll happen, but it's gonna be in God's time, not yours. You've got to be able to talk to Chi-Chi and not be angry when you're doing it," she said with sincerity in her voice. "Pray for me, Mama," I asked her, smiling while looking up at her. "That goes without asking, boy," she said as she leaned down, smiling to kiss me on my forehead. Moments later, Chi-Chi walked in the front door. I did not want to see her. I just looked at her as she walked into the kitchen. "Hey Mama," she said, looking right past me. I couldn't contain myself. I figured it was a good time to ask her something, while in front of my mother. "Chi-Chi, why are you up here in Chicago picking Robert up and keeping him from rehearsals?" She looked at me like a snake ready to strike with her poisonous venom. Then she looked at my mama, which made her contain herself from whatever harsh words she wanted to say to me. "I think I should be Robert's manager. I was talking to him about that today," she calmly said. "Are you serious?" I asked. I gave her a cold "you did something wrong" stare. I stood there looking at her, shaking my head. "So the whole thing is for y'all to get Chuck out of the picture, right?" I asked. "Boy, looks like y'all got some plans of your own," I told her. I felt as if Craig knew and had to be a part of this too. I felt like everything she and Craig were doing with and for Robert was behind my back. Like Mama said, she should have been communicating with me. After all, this was my project. Why were they trying to take over? Or why didn't they at least have enough consideration of me to share some of their thoughts with me instead of going around me and behind my back, as if I weren't important? It was bad enough they had no respect for Chuck's position as Robert's manager, but I was family. I had come to them for their help. The treacheries had begun, that much I could see. It hurt deeply to have my family act this way towards me. "What you should be doing is helping me with this project by talking to Chuck about things concerning Robert and not up here chasing Robert down and disrupting everybody else's life, Chi-Chi," I said angrily without thinking. And when I told her, "You should be at home taking care of your kids," oh, that pissed her off. Chi-Chi had a bad habit of snapping at people and not having any restraint on the words she would use, but I wasn't ready for the response she gave me. "Fuck you, motherfucker. Who the hell do you think you are?" Before she could say anything else, I jumped up. "Johnny," my mother yelled as I stood up over my sister, looking to my mother and back again at my sister. "Girl, you had better get yourself in order. You see my mama here. Don't you ever disrespect her again like that." I told her. I don't know what I was gonna do, but she was not going to have a freedom of speech being disrespectful in front of our mother. Chi-Chi looked in my eyes and knew her little nasty mouth would get her in trouble that day. Angrily she stood up and pushed past me, quickly walking to the back room. My mother knew my anger and she knew its rage was because of the disrespect. My mother knew I would jump through a window or off the top of a building on top of a motherfucker for her, demanding her respect. After Chi-Chi had pushed past me, I walked over to my mother, and I apologized to her for my outburst. I kissed her on the cheek and went down the stairs to my room. I heard Chi-Chi and my mother talking, but when I came back upstairs, a half hour or so later, Chi-Chi was gone. Nothing was the same with her and I after that day, for a while. This was the beginning of the wedges that had formed, and now I saw a whole other side to the people around me, including Robert. The next day at the studio I got a chance to talk to Robert about the confrontation I had with my sister. He told me he knew about it and said Chi-Chi had called him and talked to him about it already. I asked him what was going on with them. I also asked him about the conversation they had regarding her becoming his manager. Bruce was at the soundboard eavesdropping. Let's go outside, Robert suggested. He had a look on his face as if he was about to do a man thing for the first time. Life was growing into something new for Robert. He was having growing pains, I believe. I liked when we would have serious talks. These were bonding times for us, I believed. We sat on the steps of the front porch. What's going on, Rob? I asked. Nothing, Johnny man, really. Chi-Chi wants a position in this with us, but I told her that Chuck was my manager. I can't stop her from calling me, and most of the time, when she calls, she be up here, and we hang out. But ain't nothing going on, he said, hunching his shoulder. He then asked, what am I supposed to do? Tell her not to call me or come around me? I told him that he is supposed to keep things business, just plain and simple. He sat with his head hanging down, rubbing and squeezing his head as if he was confused about something. Rob, Craig is sponsoring your project, not his wife. We can't allow her to interfere with us moving forward. You can't let the little head overrule the big head in this, Robert, I told him. You can't be hanging out with a man's wife, Robert. Ain't that much fun in the world? That's my sister and I love her dearly. She's married and that's the bottom line to that, Robert, I said. I want us to keep this business. I don't know what you and my sister got going on. All I know is this secretive shit you and her doing. It don't look right, man, and shit can't turn out right if it ain't right. I'm just saying, we need to keep our focus, Rob. I was trying to nip this in the bud. My sister and I were supposed to be a team. I felt this was really a great time, an opportunity for us to make big, do something together and together take care of our family. She was truly frustrating me. Robert just sat there, attentively listening. I was glad he wasn't trying to be in denial of their actions that had a look of deceit. I wanted him to understand clearly how things were looking and that it wasn't right. I went on to ask him, as my friend and out of respect for Craig, put some distance between y'all, Robert. That's all I'm asking. I knew this was easy for me to ask of him more, so then the task itself of him not talking to Chi-Chi, but I also knew what Chi-Chi wants, Chi-Chi gets. Craig was on the road with the team during the confrontation I had with Chi-Chi. I wondered if he knew his wife was driving back and forth from Milwaukee to Chicago, spending her time, secretly, with Robert. If he did, what were they up to? I just couldn't understand why they were not communicating with me. These were the kinds of things that got under my skin and irked me the most. I hated betrayal. My heart told me that they were up to something foul in nature, something that threatened to destroy the whole thing. I decided to ask Robert if he thought Craig knew that Chi-Chi was traveling back and forth. He said he didn't know. He said, whenever he talked to Craig, he never mentioned anything about Chi-Chi. Robert seemed stressed, so he stood up. Man, I just want to focus on this album. Chi-Chi is a cool person, and she's fun, but I just want to finish this album, Johnny man. I didn't want to pressure him anymore. I just hoped that he got the message. I just hoped he was being truthful and that there was nothing going on between him and Chi-Chi. I stood up and put my arm on his shoulder and then told him, let's go do that then. Let's go finish this album. When we went back inside the studio, he went straight to the drum machine and began to lay down a beat to a new song. Robert didn't talk while he worked. His focus took him into another zone. It was amazing to watch him and to be there when his songs materialized. He wrote what he was living, and when it was a finished product, you saw a glimpse of his heart. That night, he wrote a song called I Can't Wait. As Robert stood in the recording booth singing the lyrics to that song, I thought about Chi-Chi. I thought about how much I loved her and about how much I really wanted us to get along. As I looked at Robert and thought about her, I got sad. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. I didn't want to push Chi-Chi away because family was important to me, and she was family. I always felt, if a person has nothing worth dying for, then he has nothing worth living for. Family to me is all that. My life is dedicated to the prosperity of my family. I watched Robert in that booth, and I thought to myself, I would make a determined effort to get to the heart of my sister. We needed to be on the same accord. As the days and weeks went on, Robert and I stayed in the studio. Working with the band and performing shows were no longer on our schedule. We attended one, maybe two rehearsals after Robert's last no-show. There was no money coming in for any of us, but I felt Craig and Chi-Chi were seeing to it that Robert had money in his pocket, even though they thought that no one knew. Chi-Chi even started getting close to Robert's family and spending time at his house with his mother. Chi-Chi was like a Delilah, you know, the woman who seduced and fooled Samson. She and her cunning ways were moving in. It became more and more visible that Chi-Chi and Robert were spending a lot of quality time together. People were starting to talk and rumors of them having an affair were going around throughout his and my family. Whenever Chi-Chi and I were together, I had to really humble myself to prevent an argument. We weren't functioning as a team growing together. We were shutting down. The forces of negativity were coming from all directions like termites tearing our house down. Things were ugly. The band was totally frustrated, and after a few more weeks of cancellations, the band decided to break up. They were upset and disappointed in how things turned out. They regretted the fact that they gave their time and did not feel that they were included in any of the plans being made. None of them felt that Robert looked at them as a part of his group. They felt that he was on a personal mission and not considerate of what anyone else was going through. They all wished him well, but did not feel that there was a place for them in his vision. Chuck, at the same time, was upset with the way Craig and Chi-Chi were going all around him to get to Robert. He also felt that Robert was no longer communicating with him as they had in the past and began to regret the decision to get involved with Craig. Things were going in an entirely different direction than I wanted. Both Chuck and I were upset over the band breaking up. What should have been the building of a great corporation, the Dow Jones, was collapsing. Disrespect was an understatement for the way Craig and Chi-Chi were making moves with Rob without consulting Chuck. He asked one day, Demetrius, what are they trying to do, or what is it that I am not doing? I sympathized with Chuck and simply told him I didn't know and that I felt just like he did. I didn't know which direction we were going in anymore. Demetrius, I'm trying to do things the right way, but it's not working out. Craig and Chi-Chi don't show me any respect, as Rob's manager. And Robert, I don't even know him anymore, Chuck said while we were sitting at the bar in the Chatham Bowl. The two of us were meeting this particular day. Chuck was not his usual up-spirited self. He had a disappointing look of frustration on his face. I think Chuck was hoping Robert had his back. He looked like he was feeling that he was alone. Before leaving, Chuck told me that he was going to call Craig to schedule a meeting. He said he couldn't tolerate the way things were going any longer. Hearing this made me excited all over again. Things hadn't been going as smoothly as I thought they would, but hearing Chuck talk about having a meeting just somehow sounded right to me. We were about to stir up a fight. 2 days later, Chuck called me on a conference call with Craig on the other line. Craig asked me if I would ask my mother if we could meet at her house Sunday while she was at church. He said that he would be in Chicago already and that he would be staying with his mother and would drive to our house from there. The meeting was scheduled for that upcoming Sunday at 9:30 a.m. The timing was especially good for me because things had been going wacky. It was time to organize and put things back on course. Sunday came and everybody showed up on time. I picked Robert up at 8 o'clock a.m. When we arrived at my mother's house, Craig and Chi-Chi pulled up behind us. They brought coffee and donuts. Chuck pulled up a few minutes later. He brought some orange juice and some donuts too. We all gathered at the table in the kitchen. The first order of business, according to Craig, was to continue conversations with Chuck regarding his contract with Robert. After Chuck heard Craig out, he, being the cool, collected guy he was, told him I'm not here for that, Craig. It was already established that we were to get with our attorneys to draw up a new contract that would be satisfactory for all of us. Now if you have a contract for me to look over, then yes, I'd like to read it. Other than that, I would like to focus on the things that have been happening since you and your wife came into this with us, Craig. Rob and I looked at each other. Rob had a silly grin on his face, but we both knew that Chuck was there for business. Chuck had a look on his face that said he was in a no-nonsense frame of mind. He went on to say, every time I call Robert now, he's never available. He's always somewhere with you guys doing something for either you or your wife. I have had to cancel shows in which I think Robert should have done. Whenever I had the chance to talk to him about them, he would tell me that you and your wife don't feel that he should be doing shows, and that's a decision I should be discussing with him, or you guys should be discussing with me. Craig spoke up, interrupting Chuck's flow. That's right, Chuck. We don't feel the young brother should be doing shows. He should be recording. Craig was about to continue to say more, but Chuck replied aggressively, and that's my point, Craig. He can do that. He can record, and he can entertain. But you guys don't talk to me, and that is something you guys should be doing. You should be talking to me about Robert. I am his manager. You guys aren't showing me any respect. It has been 4 or 5 months since we first met, and not once have you or your wife called me to talk to me about anything concerning Robert. You two have been doing whatever you have wanted to do. It's time now that you and your wife, Craig, collaborate with me concerning anything with Robert. I am his manager, and I will be respected as his manager, or we will stop our association with you as of today. I will not be disrespected by you or your wife any longer, Chuck said, with his brown-skinned face turning a shiny bronze color, showing he was frustrated and serious. This was strong language coming from Chuck. Craig wasn't hearing Chuck at all, it seemed, because Craig went on into something else designed to arouse confrontation. That's what I'm talking about. The brother shouldn't have to be in a situation like this, where people who want to assist him have to go through somebody else to get to him. This is exactly why this young brother doesn't need to be in no contract, Craig said. Craig was looking at me as if I agreed with him. I didn't. Chuck shook his head and asked Craig, "Can Jerry Cross just come and pick you up, Craig? Wine and dine you, tell you what you should or should not be doing for your team?" "No, he can't," Chuck said, answering his own question. "Why?" "Because it's disrespect, a violation of NBA rules," Chuck said, again answering his own question. "This brother is not on an NBA level," Craig said, with a bit of confidence, as if he had made a point of something. Chuck jumped in again, taking the conversation back to our first meeting. He assumed after our first meeting we were going to be working together as a team and forming a partnership. "All I am detecting now from you, Craig, is malice. The only communication going on has been between you and your wife, and you have brought chaos into our circle from the very beginning." Chuck kept his business-like attitude while holding nothing back. He was expressing exactly how he felt. His tone was not of anger, but of disappointment. He made an appeal to Craig to bring understanding and order within our organization. In my opinion, he was right in his observation of how disgruntled things had gotten the more involved Craig and Chi-Chi was with Robert. Chuck was in rare form, adding, "Robert should be working right now, entertaining people, enjoying his youth, getting to know how to deal with people, and preparing himself for a celebrity life. Everybody that has made sacrifices should be working right now, building as we go." I nodded my head in agreement. I didn't know what was wrong with Craig. He was just objecting to everything and didn't seem to have a clue that he needed to come aboard to work with us and not against us. Craig was acting as if he was a prosecuting attorney. He was playing the devil's advocate. Everything he was speaking about regarding Robert was directed in the opposite direction of where we were trying to go. Then he proceeded to let some more dumb shit come out his mouth. We should be backing Robert up by making sure he is comfortable enough to create his music and not focus on how we can make money off of him. Everybody that considers themselves working for this brother should get a job and not be looking at him as a meal ticket. When he said that, it had to have struck a nerve in Chuck because he got angry. Robert and I just looked at each other. I had never seen Chuck angry. He was always smooth and in control, but the look on his face turned sinister. The old South Side gangster disciple looked as if he wanted to make his presence felt. You could see the frustration in Chuck begin to boil over as he stood up. He looked Craig up and down with a look of disgust. Craig looked a little worried. "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" Chuck asked. Things were getting heated. Chuck looked at the rest of us at the table, and then calmed down. He leaned over on the table to regain his composure. He shook his head and continued in a calm tone. "You know what, Craig? I don't need you to tell me I need a job. I have a job. Managing Robert is another job, a very stressful job since you became a part of it. I don't need you, and I don't need your money. How dare you insult me, indicating I see Robert as a meal ticket. If Robert has doubts about my loyalty to him, then we don't have the relationship I thought we had." It was obvious Craig was not going to reconcile and be on the same page with us. If you had love for the brother, you wouldn't be trying to hold him back with this contract. You have him in. "That ain't love," Craig said. I thought to myself, what the hell was he trying to prove? The intensity of the meeting was flowing in another direction than where it should have been going. The whole time Robert sat still, saying nothing at all, even though the topic was all about him. Chuck was right. We should have been at this meeting reading over a new contract or signing a new deal. Most certainly we should have been meeting over something that was joining us together, not separating us. We should have been turning the page of progress. Yet here we were, instead of progressing, we were regressing. I decided to step in at that point. I stood up. "Hold on, y'all. We need to gather ourselves and focus on getting this thing right." Chuck is the manager. Maybe we need to work more closely with him, I suggested. While I was talking, Chuck settled himself down and began taking papers out of his briefcase as well as writing something on a blank sheet of paper. Chuck interrupted me as I was speaking and turned to Robert. Robert, I would never do anything to hurt you or hold you back. But as of today, I won't work with Craig or his wife, and if you insist on doing so, then I resign as your manager. I'm leaving now. Are you coming with me? He asked Robert. Man, Chuck, we don't need to do this, Robert said. Chuck then handed Robert a piece of paper. This is a release freeing you of any contractual obligations you have with me. I cannot and will not work with them, Chuck said. When Robert didn't respond, Chuck began putting his papers back into his briefcase. It was a sad moment. Robert asked Chuck to hold on, and told him he was just upset, suggesting to Chuck that we should work it out, but Chuck was serious. We just sat there and watched him while he finished, stuffing all those papers back into his black briefcase. Once he was done, he walked over to me, reached out to shake my hand, and cautioned me to take care of Robert. He said he knew my heart was with Robert. Hold on, Chuck, we can work this out, I said, but he waved me off. I don't want to do this anymore. I thought this was going to be a better situation for us, Johnny, and I know you meant well, but I can't do this with them, Chuck said, pointing and waving at Craig and Chi-Chi. Chuck, this ain't the way to do this, man, I said. I wanted to make sure that I was showing compassion, but I didn't want Chuck to do what he was doing. At this point, he was compromising of what we were trying to do. I knew what he was feeling and I was on his side, but Chuck was not paying any attention to me. He was hurt, but he stood strong. He had laid his cards on the table, and I felt he needed to know where Robert's loyalty lied. Robert didn't have any loyalty for him. He didn't even respond at all. When Chuck was done putting his papers into his briefcase, he closed it and made his way to the front door. As he was walking, Robert motioned and whispered to me, Johnny, go talk to him. Chuck was already out the front door. When I got outside, his car was pulling off. Chuck, I yelled to him, but he didn't stop. I stood there for a moment before going back into the house. I didn't feel good about this at all. At one point we were all in a perfect situation, feeling that we were all put together to be a blessing to one another. Now within a matter of months, the dream was beginning to turn into a nightmare. This was not supposed to be happening. I was saddened. When I went back in the house, everyone was still sitting at the table. I glanced around at the faces and knew I was alone now that Chuck was gone. I believed that Chuck was good for Robert, and he was good for the team, but as Robert said, he made his decision, and we just sat there and accepted it. Craig was sitting at the table looking over the release Chuck signed. After reviewing it, he stood up and walked away from the table. Well, black man, you're free, he said, smiling at Robert. Surprisingly, Chi-Chi sat through the whole meeting and didn't say a word, but after Craig told Robert he was free, she told Craig that he should have an attorney look at the release and make sure it was binding. I felt that they had this plan from the beginning. It was obvious that their plan worked. Where do we go from here, y'all? I asked. We continue in the studio, Craig said. When Robert's done, we'll shop the demo, he said sarcastically, as if, oh well, it's done. Next. Nobody said anything about Chuck after he left or about him leaving. It was as if he was never there. It was obvious Chuck's quitting was cool with everyone. On the way to take Robert home, I asked him what he thought about Chuck resigning. He said Chuck made a decision for himself and all he wanted to do was finish his album. He didn't want to talk about what had transpired. We rode the rest of the way to his house listening to his songs. That's how Robert dealt with things he didn't want to face. He would hide behind his music. He didn't seem to have any compassion regarding Chuck's departure. Where was his loyalty to Chuck? Since the band broke up and Chuck resigned, we spent more time in the studio. The tracks Robert laid down were good, and we were confident that if his music were put in the right hands, a deal would be on the table. Being in the studio was all there was to do. We worked from 6 in the evening until 3 or 4 in the morning. After leaving the studio, we would go to White Castle's restaurant on 79th and Stony Island and order a bunch of gas burgers. We would sit in the parking lot, eat and listen to the songs he did. It would be 6:30 in the morning by the time I would get home. I didn't know what direction we were headed now. Robert was in Craig and Chi-Chi's hands, and they were in power since they had the money. I was broke, and I felt with Craig and Chi-Chi helping Robert out with his financial situation, he would be up. Well, the truth of the matter was that Chuck was gone due to foolishness and selfishness. The band was broken up due to the same reason. Robert and I were still together, and at my position I needed to stay tight with him in order for this to work for me. Chapter 5. Deception. The 1984-85 NBA playoffs were about to begin, and Craig arranged for Robert to sing the national anthem at one of the Bucks' home games televised on national television. This was big for Robert. I knew how good he was. For him to sing in front of a crowd of 45,000 people or more, I knew that his name was going to be remembered in the state of Wisconsin, and buzzed around the country from that day forward. I knew that Robert was going to sing the national anthem unlike anyone else's version of the song. The way he would sing that song would be a part of the game's conversation not only by the fans, but by the players and the commentators as well. We arrived in Milwaukee Friday afternoon. We wanted to get there early so that we could go to the practice facility and shoot around with the players. Once we left the gym, Craig took us to eat. At that time he informed us of how the team was looking forward to Robert performing at the game. But I don't think any of them were more excited about him performing than I was. Later that evening Chi decided to take Robert to the mall to buy him something to wear for the event. Craig had a team meeting he had to attend, so I stayed at the house and watched my nephews. When she returned I had to go out to the car to help them with all of the bags they had. She took Robert on a makeover shopping spree. She bought him a suit, shirt, tie, shoes, the works. Not only was he going to impress everyone with his singing, he was going to make a fashion statement as well. Robert said that he had never worn a suit before. He was going to be GQ material for this event, that's for sure. This was his Christmas. We were especially surprised when Craig came home carrying a new keyboard. Right away Robert got on it and began to get familiar with it. While doing so, he came up with a new song. Later that evening Robert became ill. He came down with a fever, a touch of the flu we had all assumed. Chi made him some tea and gave him Tylenol, and then he went to bed. He coughed in his sleep all through the night. When he woke up the next morning, he wasn't feeling any better. Chi wanted to take him to the doctor, but Robert didn't want to go. He said all he needed was some rest. His day started off with breakfast in bed, more Tylenol, and plenty of juice throughout the day. It was questionable if he would be well enough to perform. On the evening of the event Robert gathered enough strength to get up and to get dressed. He was looking sharp, but he also looked sick. When asked how he felt, he told us that he had chills and his body was shaking, but he would be able to sing. We left for the arena about 5:30 that evening. We made it to the arena, but Robert was shaking all the way there. The heat in the car was on full blast because he kept complaining that he was cold. Once we were seated, Chi asked me to sit with my nephews while she took Robert to the hospitality room to meet the coordinator so that they could show him which location on the court he would perform. When Chi came back to the seats, she told me that once Robert got to the room he got very dizzy. She said they had to call the team doctor and the doctor recommended he cancel his performance and be taken back home. He was sitting in the back waiting for her to take him to the house. Now we were all worried. I had never seen him that sick before. It was decided that Chi would take Robert back to her house, and I didn't want to leave, so I volunteered to stay at the games with my nephews. Afterwards, we rode back to the house with Craig. Robert stayed in the bed the whole weekend, and all Chi and Craig talked about was how Robert didn't need to be obligated in any kind of a contract. I asked Craig how he was going to be reimbursed for his investment for the equipment and all of Robert's studio time. He told me that once the brother got a deal, he was confident that Robert would pay him back. He said we had to be able to trust each other before we could work together. After the All-Star weekend, Robert and I drove back to Chicago. He was feeling a little better. However, he was a little down in spirit because he wasn't able to sing at the game. He said he had never been that sick before. I made small jokes about him having the cooties from the private nurse he had, Chi. He said they were friends and admitted that at first he was very nervous whenever he was around her, but now he was a bit more relaxed in her presence and did enjoy her company. When we got back, I dropped him off at his mother's house and from there I went home. That same evening, Robert called me, said he was feeling better, and asked if I could pick him up the following morning to work the subways with him. The next morning Robert and I resumed back to our normal program in the subway, and then to the studio. I didn't mind working with Robert in the subway. The only problem was that things were tight for me financially and I was only making enough for gas money. Over the next few weeks we spent less time in the studio and more time hanging out with the crew, Larry, Tori, Mouse, Jim, and Dwayne. We would meet up with them on the basketball court on 33rd Street in Hyde Park. We would play a few games and then end up at McDonald's. All of us were believing in Robert for the potential of talent he had, and we all felt fortunate to be in the position we were in to be on board when that big deal came along. We believed that the album Rob produced was just as good, if not better, than the tunes we were listening to every day on the radio. We spent a lot of our free time hanging out at the Hyde Park movie theater. On the weekends we would go to different parks and I would arrange for Robert to sing, or we would have people play his demo. Mostly everywhere we went people wanted wanted copies, but we weren't in the market to sell. We wanted to be on the radio first and then sell tapes. We wanted to build the anticipation of his upcoming album, so we promoted his demo every time he had a live performance. We were grooming ourselves for the jobs we were assigned to do. I believe those positions fit the character of our lives. Larry acted as Robert's personal security. Tori would dress him and always made sure he had extra clothes for Robert. He would even have us take off our own clothes at times if he needed Robert to have a certain look. Dwayne was Robert's personal barber, and me, I was his personal assistant and acting manager. I made sure that everyone was on point, and at the same time, we all were looking at the same picture of success. I was making all of the arrangements for any event that came up. I was the one that was making things happen, keeping Robert busy and in the spotlight. I created a job for everyone working with Robert. I wanted to make that dream come true. We were all making a sacrifice because we all believed in what we were doing and that it was going to pay off for us in the near future. I think we all felt it was natural for it to all work out for us. Besides, we called ourselves family, and that's what family does for each other. They take care of one another. We were a personable crew of people geared towards getting the job done. Everybody liked us all and complimented us individually for a job well done. Everything seemed to be heading in the right direction. The only problem that we had was the fact that Chi-Chi would always find her way to Chicago, showing up wherever we were. She had no problem with making an appearance and getting in the mix of the guys hanging out. I tried very hard to conceal the fact that I was uncomfortable with her presence, only because whatever her business was, it never seemed to have anything to do with what we had going on. She was never in agreement with anything we were doing, and all we were doing was working to see to it that what we were building was not jeopardized or destroyed in any way. But Chi-Chi was definitely a liability when it came to that. I felt like her appearances around us should have been to check and see how she could assist me with Robert. But no, Chi-Chi had one agenda on her mind, and that was having things her way. Everywhere Chi-Chi and I went, the crew could see and feel the negativity that existed between us. It was weird. We had different opinions about everything, and I felt she was against everything I wanted to do and objected to anything I had to say. All I wanted to do was keep busy, have fun, and make some honest money at the same time. Where was I going wrong? Her anger with me seemed to intensify. We didn't see eye to eye on anything. This experience gave life to the saying, "Cum is thicker than blood." Whatever Chi-Chi and Robert had going on, it was driving a rift between us. Robert already made it clear to her that he was not ready to sign any type of binding contract with anyone. Nonetheless, it didn't stop Chi-Chi from coming around, picking Robert up and taking him places. Apparently, they had some unfinished business that had nothing to do with anyone but them. I wondered if whatever her business was with Robert, Craig knew of it as well. When the guys and I were together, waiting on Robert and he was nowhere to be found, we knew they would be together. I always felt that Chi-Chi should have communicated with me and maybe we could have made things turn out better than they did. I needed her, but her actions made it was apparent that she didn't need me. Plain and simple, her goal was to gain access to Robert, and that is what she did. Once we were finished mixing the songs, our time in the studio with Bruce ended. Craig called me a week or so later and asked me to ride with him to go and pay Bruce. I was at my mother's house, so I had him pick me up there. As we rode, we listened to Robert's music, and we both agreed that we had some quality material to work with. Craig liked Robert a lot, but there was something on his mind that day. I could tell something was bothering him. I had this feeling that this something had everything to do with his wife. At some point during the ride, he turned the volume down on the stereo. "Johnny, what is going on with you and your sister? Every time y'all around each other, it's an uncomfortable place to be. How we gon' work together if you two can't get along?" he asked me. Craig continued to share his thoughts and he wouldn't give me a chance to speak. He just kept talking. "I mean, I'm hearing some way out things, man, about Chi-Chi and Robert, but what I do not understand is the two of y'all not getting along. What's happening with that?" he asked, finally giving me a chance to speak. Craig had a real puzzled look on his face, the kind that said he was sincere. I knew right then that he had no idea his wife had been traveling back and forth from Milwaukee to Chicago spending time with Robert, and I was not going to be the one to make it known to him. So in answering his questions, I told him, "Chi-Chi is always calling me asking questions about what I am doing with Robert. She thinks he shouldn't be in the subway and that I shouldn't have him in the streets singing to everybody. I don't want to answer her questions, so she gets mad at me. And you know Chi-Chi, Craig, she gets to cursing at me, and then when I tell her to find her some business she'll hang up, and then when we see each other, she holds a grudge." I was lying with a straight face. Yes, I was lying to this man, but how else do you avoid telling a man that you think his wife is having an affair? I couldn't, so I continued my assault of words that turned into one big lie. Craig started to laugh because he knew I was describing his wife and her ways to a T. Chi-Chi was a real firecracker. He knew he had married a little feisty one. I went on to tell him how everything had changed from the vision we had in the beginning. With the way you and Chi-Chi are in Robert's ear about not doing shows broke up the band, and Chuck is no longer a part of it. Now Robert is not obligated to anybody or anything. The only money I make is the handouts I get from you. Craig, we need to get this thing rolling, man. I can't make it like this. Craig told me I needed to get me a job. I smiled and shook my head and wondered what Craig had learned in college. He was a wise man, but couldn't read signs right in front of his face. His wife was too involved with this thing, but Craig couldn't see it. Maybe it was his career or his trust in her. He kept her on a pedestal. She could do no wrong in his eyes. Whatever it was, he had his blinders on, and I actually felt sorry for the man. When Robert was in the studio and needed something, I was the one who got it done. When there were places Craig wanted Robert to be, I was the one everyone would call on to make sure that Robert would be there. When he wanted him in Milwaukee to sing for his friends, I was the one that he would call to get Robert up there. When we worked in the subways, Craig was the one who told me to make sure that I was with him to look out for him. So I told Craig, working with Robert is a job. It was the truth, but how many people paid attention to that truth? We finally made it to Bruce's house. When we went in, Bruce was doing his normal thing, smoking a fat joint, so Craig and I joined him. We talked a little about how good we thought Robert's music was. Craig gave Bruce a check, and we were on our way back to my house. We were a little bit buzzed, so as we rode we just listened to the music. When we got to my house, Craig handed me two $100 bills, and as I was getting out of the car, I thanked him. He said, "Don't worry bro, we gon' get Blood's music on the radio." He was bobbing his head to Robert's music that played as I closed the door of his car. I stood there for a moment and watched the car pull away from the curb. I was happy for Robert's emerging success, but where was my own life heading? I seriously didn't know anymore. As the months went on, Robert and I began to go back to the old school way to make money. We didn't have a choice because Craig was getting ready for the NBA playoffs. Nothing was going to go on with shopping the tape until the season was over, according to Craig. We were back to hanging out singing wherever I could get him a gig. We would ride through parks, and as people were having picnics or there was a big gathering going on, I would set Robert up with his portable piano, and he would do his standard routine and entertain people for whatever they would put into our bag. Regardless of what Chi-Chi or anyone else would say, we were having fun hanging out, making money like that. Sometimes the crew would hang out with us, which was really a blast, but most of the time it was just the two of us. We went all over, and it kept us busy. I learned a lot about dealing with people one-on-one when representing Robert. He sang at parks, hotels, subways, and all over the city of Chicago. The playoffs were over for the Milwaukee Bucks. Finally, Robert and I figured Craig would be free to shop the demo. We had 14 songs on the tape, and we felt that every one of them were hits. I wanted Craig to put copies in the hands of the influential people that he was in contact with. I felt confident that if he could put me in front of any of the top executives in the business, I could get Robert a deal. I just needed Craig to get me in. The moment was right, and the time was now. There was still one area I wanted to familiarize myself with before we really got things rolling. I wanted Craig to put Robert under a contract. It was business, and it was time to start thinking that way. I knew that once we met with someone, and they decided to deal with Robert, the first thing they were going to want to do is put Robert under a contract. Again, that was business, and it was time for us to start thinking that way. When I brought this to Craig's attention again, he didn't want to do it. He said he couldn't see the brother being tied down. I won't say he was stupid, but I will say he was a man with no business sense. I couldn't understand that part about Craig at all. As I saw it, we would have been tied in with Robert, and to be tied to a goose who laid golden eggs to me was a no-brainer. At this point I was even open to the idea of Chi-Chi managing him. Unfortunately, I knew Robert was not with that. Craig and Chi-Chi messed Robert's head up when it came to a contract, with them at least. Robert was not an altogether stupid person. Why pay for something when you can get it for free? That is how I felt his relationship was with Craig and Chi-Chi. I wanted us to sign him and have it all in the family. I saw our team as big business that could open doors and opportunities for our entire family, as well as for other people, but I couldn't get Craig and Chi-Chi to work with me to see things my way. They had their own agenda, and though I was viewed in Robert's eyes as his main man, I don't think they knew how I was going to fit into their plan. 2 weeks had passed since the last time I had spoken to Craig or Robert. The last time Craig and I talked, he told me he was going on vacation. Chi-Chi and I weren't talking at all. She told me on one occasion, "Die motherfucker." She hated me, and it really hurt because she was my sister and I loved her more than anything in the world. I was seeing a part of Chi-Chi I never could have imagined. I loved her, but she was pushing me away from her. My other family members were concerned about Chi-Chi's actions as well. To make matters worse, my youngest sister told me that on several occasions Craig was making trips to Chicago to pick Robert up and take him back to Milwaukee to hang out there with him. I could only guess their motive was to build a stronger relationship with him before they went on vacation. It hurt when I heard that they were going behind my back and not keeping me in the loop when it came to Robert. I would wonder why I was being left out. I was upfront and honest with people. I couldn't understand why things weren't going smoothly and why they weren't supporting me to make things happen for Robert. Wasn't I the one that brought Robert to them for their support? I didn't bring him to them for them to make all the decisions for me. My association with Robert was solely because we were in the same business, and I knew what I was doing. I wondered, shouldn't I have been the one being motivated and pushed to take my business to the next level, since financial support was what I went to my family for? Shouldn't I have been the one being supported? Why do people feel like they could take from you and disregard you as if you're not important? Why are people not considerate of your feelings? I was angry and totally disappointed with Craig. They were taking advantage of me because I was family. Because of that, I felt that they overlooked the thug in me. Little did they know, they were knocking on the thug's door. I was tired. I was tired of being broke, tired of feuding with Chi-Chi, and tired of them treating me as if I didn't matter at all. I knew that Craig was going on vacation, so I figured that while they were gone, it would be a good time for me to get with Robert and see where his head was regarding my position. I was ready to call it quits at this point, and I knew it was time for me to start looking out for myself and stop being a nice guy. I made up my mind that once Craig and my sister were gone, I was going to contact Robert. To my surprise, on the day they left, I got a call from Craig while he and Chi-Chi were at the airport waiting for their flight to depart. I thought it was strange to hear from him, but nonetheless, I was glad. Craig was beating around the bush with what he wanted to tell me. "Johnny, we're about to leave. We want to straighten out everything when we get back. You, me, Robert, and Chi-Chi, we're going to all sit down when we get back and get this thing in order. Is that cool?" he asked. I was like, "Cool, man. I'm going to get with Robert while y'all gone and see where his head's at." Again, there I was being loyal. My whole objective was for the one purpose of making it happen for the whole crew. Then he said, "Robert's at the house. You can go up there with him." I replied, "What house?" "He's in Milwaukee. I wanted to talk to him before I left and decided to let y'all keep the place and give y'all some getaway time, too," he said. "Can you go up there with him for me? I know things don't look right, but can you go up there with him for me?" He kept asking. I told him that I would and wished them a safe flight. After I hung up the phone with him, I was mad. My feelings were hurt. I even felt betrayed by Robert. He shouldn't have wanted to go to Milwaukee without me. Where did his loyalty lie? He was supposed to be my boy. What kind of scheme did he have on his mind? It was clear something was up, but what? Ever since I brought Robert to these people, my so-called family, they were keeping things from me. I didn't know who to trust. Nobody seemed to be playing fair with me. I was giving my heart and my time, but wasn't making any money. I felt alone and unappreciated. Robert was playing both sides and only looking out for himself. Even at this early stage in the game, he was being manipulative. As I thought about it, this wasn't the first time I felt he was not true to the game when it came to showing where his loyalty lied. All kinds of things were going through my head. I felt I was being used as a pawn. Then I thought, maybe I'm just being paranoid. After all, Robert was just 18 years old. This was all new to him too. This was my boy, my protege, and right now he needed me. Let me get on up there to Milwaukee, I concluded. Soft ass me, believing in things as though they were, was a belief I had all my life. I wanted to be positive and believe things would work out. There was just too much to win to give up without a fight. My heart's desire was to pull all this together. True enough, I was a bit overboard with my devotion, but in my heart I believed in loyalty. Robert was that brother I bonded with that I never had. After contemplating things over in my head, I decided to call Robert. He answered. "What's up, Robert?" I asked. "Johnny," he said, "I was just about to call you." I didn't beat around the bush or pretend as if I didn't know anything. "What's happening with you, man? Y'all got me messed up in the head, dude. I'm wondering why you up there without me and why I didn't even know you was up there. This shit's crazy, man," I said to him. "I know, man. Craig came and got me last night. I didn't even know he was coming. I didn't know until we hit the highway that he wasn't coming to get you," Robert said. He then told me that when he asked Craig about me, he said he was going to call me and get me to come up there after they left because he didn't want me and Chi-Chi to get into it before they left for their vacation. It made sense because it was obvious for all to see that Chi-Chi and I were not getting along. Nonetheless, I still felt that Craig should have made it known to me instead of just coming to Chicago, picking Robert up, and riding right past me without saying a word. He didn't show me any consideration at all, and because of that, ill feelings began stirring up inside of me. I didn't know who to trust and I didn't know who was keeping it real. I felt as if they were trying to cut me out of the equation. Robert was not just a cash cow to me as he was to others, he was my friend. In the back of my mind, I also knew that Robert needed me in Milwaukee with him. He was in Northridge, Wisconsin, which is the suburbs of Milwaukee, 25 minutes northwest of the city. The Northridge Mall was about a mile away from the house where Robert was staying. The buses were on a schedule and probably didn't run on the weekends, so Robert was pretty much stuck in the house. He didn't know anyone and he wasn't a person to wander around a foreign place alone. Yeah, my boy needed me, and I was going to have his back. Besides, there was always an adventure when Robert and I hung out together. I went to Milwaukee on the Greyhound bus and when I got there I caught a cab that took me straight to the house. Craig wired me $200 to make the trip. When I got to the house, it felt strange going into my sister's house and being welcomed by my friend as if I was visiting him at his relative's house. Nonetheless, it felt good to be in that big beautiful house knowing in my mind that for the time being, I had the freedom to come and go as if it was mine. My plan was to make the best of this uncomfortable situation. Robert was glad to see me when I got there. The first thing I did was go into the garage to retrieve the keys to one of the cars. Craig had a Volvo and a 4Runner truck. I was ready to start my vacation the moment I got out of the cab. To our surprise, the keys were nowhere to be found. We were totally disappointed realizing that we didn't have any transportation, but Robert and I were used to making a way out of no way traveling all over the city of Chicago. We weren't going to let not having a car spoil what we could make happen as a team. The next morning, we set out on a mission to make the best of what we had. We packed up the Casio piano that Robert brought with him, and we went out and caught the bus to downtown Milwaukee. We didn't know there was no subway in Milwaukee, so we went to the mall and sat in a certain location and casually played as if we were just playing around on the keyboard. We didn't have a peddler's license to perform in the mall. We had to play it cool. I would have Robert play when certain people would walk past. We attracted lots of attention in the mall, but we had to do what we did while moving around to different locations. We could not stay in one place because once a crowd would start to gather, the mall's security was sure to follow. To avoid them, we had to keep it moving. We were just there to connect with some girls anyway. The batteries in the piano were low, and we needed some new ones. I didn't have much money, so I suggested to Robert to get the generic batteries for the time being, but he didn't want them. I told him that I was short on cash, but he told me that we could go half on the batteries. When we went to the counter to pay for the batteries, Robert tried to hide the wad of cash he pulled out of his pocket. I purposely looked at what he was doing when he went into his pocket. I said, "Wow, boy, you loaded." He separated a few $100 bills to get to the $10 bill he gave me for the batteries. When I looked at him, he looked as if he made a mistake in pulling out all of his money, allowing me to see it. I didn't say anything else about it. I knew that Craig left him with some money. Robert was being bought. It was obvious and sad at the same time. I was sad because I could see that I was being used. Craig was investing in Robert by making sure he had money in his pocket, yet Robert, knowing my financial situation, continued to allow me to invest the few dollars I had whenever he needed or wanted anything. I started to think about the money I had already spent on the way to the mall. We stopped at McDonald's for breakfast and I paid for both of us. He did not say anything about having money. Deceiving me was becoming the thing to do, and it appeared like it was something that everyone I was involved with was doing. My thoughts changed when I noticed two white girls that had been following us around the mall. Robert sang at 3 different locations, and they were at all 3 places. Now they were at Walgreens just waiting up front at the entrance. I told Robert that they were there and that I was going to check them out while he paid for the batteries. I approached the 2 young ladies and found out that their names were Robin and Kelsey. After Robert finished paying for the batteries, we all walked around the mall together. I bought them ice cream as we sat and got acquainted. Robert and I walked them to their car, and I gave Robin the phone number to Craig's house. She said she knew where Northridge was. Before leaving, Robert sang another song for them. After that, Robin assured me that she would give me a call and said that she would try to come and see us. When they left, Robert and I went to the waterfront, which was on the lake, east of downtown Milwaukee. After Robert sang a few more songs, it was time to make it back to the house because the buses didn't run all night. Once we got back to the house, Robert kept getting on my case because I didn't get Robin and Kelsey's phone number. I told him that I believed that they would call us. Besides, I got numbers from several other girls, and I was confident that I would be able to talk one of them into coming over with a friend. It wasn't long after we got into the house when Robin called, said they were close by, and asked for directions to where we were staying. I gave her directions on how to get to the house. I didn't say anything to Robert about the girls being on the way, so when they arrived, Robert was surprised. When I let them in the door, Robert whispered, "That's why you gon' be with me, boy, 'cause you the best." He was just too happy. I just laughed. We went up to the den where Craig had his big screen television and his stereo. We let them listen to the demo tape, and then Robert got on the piano and played them some songs. The girls thought that hearing him sing Live was better. I did too, because you could see that the people listening were feeling him. As Robert was singing, Robin asked me to show her the rest of the house. I grabbed her by the hand, which she gave me so freely, and walked her around the balcony of the upstairs that overlooked the living room downstairs. We leaned on the rail as we listened to Robert play and sing in the other room. Robin's hair was as red as Cooper, shiny and beautiful. I was totally attracted to her, so I began to run my fingers through her hair and telling her how much I liked her hair. She didn't stop me. In fact, she pulled a pin out of it that was holding her hair up, and her hair fell free. It was so long, it fell down to the middle of her ass at its full length. I then pulled her hair back and kissed her on the neck. She tilted her head to the side and moaned. Her white skin and the feel of her soft hair turned me on, and I had an immediate hard-on. I rubbed my hands down her body and squeezed her ass to see if she would reject me. She didn't. I then turned her around and kissed her softly on her pretty pink lips. I took her by the hand and led her down the stairs to the room where I was sleeping. Her willingness made me want her that much more. I didn't know what Robert and Kelsey were doing. It was about 200 hours a.m. when they came knocking on the room door. The four of us spent the week together, going to the movies and hanging out. During that week, I thought that Robert and I had gotten closer. However, it was back to life, back to reality. The vacation was over. Craig and Chi-Chi returned. When they walked through the door, old feelings resurfaced. It was obvious that Chi-Chi's feelings for me had not changed as well. When she walked past me, she would look at me and roll her eyes. The only person she spoke to was Robert. Craig noticed it too and just shook his head. That whole night we had very little to say to each other. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to be there. I thought about going out to sleep in their car. I was in a hurry for the morning to come. Craig told me that he rented a car for us to drive back to Chicago, and the car would be delivered to me the next morning. Other than me having a moment to talk to Craig, I stayed to myself that night. When I talked to Craig, I told him I would not be able to work with Robert as I had in the past because I couldn't afford it. I told him I was taking his advice and getting a job. It was impossible for me to survive living the way I was living. After we talked, I went back into the room I had been sleeping in for the week, and my mind drifted back to Chicago and my living situation. How was I going to eat every day and pull myself out of the rut I was in? I drifted off to sleep. It hurt to think about tomorrow. When the guy brought the rental car, I was all packed and ready to go. Craig had gotten up early to go and play golf. When we left, he wasn't there. My sister told us to drive safely and asked Robert to call her once he had gotten home. It felt good to be behind the wheel of a new car. Being a dreamer, I felt this was where I should be in my life. I should be able to afford a car like this. Yet I was going back to Chicago broke with $60 in my pocket that Craig had given to me. As Robert and I rode back, Robert just came out and told me that he did not like the way my sister treats me. He told me that he thought that she and Craig were wrong for the way they treat me. I was surprised to hear him say that. It made me feel like I was not alone. He then said, "In a minute they gon' be coming to your office 'cause they gon' have to go through you to get to me. That's how I would like it to be," I told him. I looked at Robert. He had grown. He had come into his own. I could tell that he was beginning to experience a new degree of power within himself, recognizing a power that he could have over people. "Robert, you're growing up, man. Listen to you, sounding like a wise man, foreseeing the future," I said to him. As he bobbed his head to the sound of his music coming out of the car stereo, he said, "Don't worry about it, you gon' be right there with me. But still, try to get along with your sister." I told him that I would. As we drove, my mind still would not let me escape the reality of my present living situation. I was 30 years old and didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. I felt that I should be somewhat better off in my life. I should have more to show for my hard work and loyalty. I was fair to people, loyal and dependable to say the least. Yet here I was, always the one that wasn't paid even though I put in the most work. It seemed like every time an opportunity came my way, someone else always seemed to come along and steal the good that I had coming in my direction. In the end, I felt like I would be the one suffering with the prospect of having to start all over again. I constantly reminded myself that God would not forsake me. A lot was said on the ride home that day. Robert confirmed that he and I were a team and that we were joined together with the same goal. He said that he wholeheartedly needed me with him as his personal assistant as well as his closest friend. I was happy to hear him say that. With all that said, I became more relaxed in my position. I started thinking, I have to do something for me once I got back to Chicago. I had to make some money for myself. I was tired of asking people for money. I was tired of the people who came into my life that had the means to help me, but didn't. I was tired of having people step in on my projects and change my ideas, but then try to take over because they couldn't humble themselves to let go and let me do things the way I saw fit. I felt that my life was going around in a circle and I was continually ending up in the same predicament, broke and starting all over again. I had to do something fast, and the first thing that came to mind was going back to the west side of Chicago where the streets were always beneficial to me. As we were driving and listening to Robert's demo tape, I turned the volume down on the stereo so Robert and I could talk business. I had to let him know that I now needed to do something for myself. I was riding with high hopes being on the team with him and I believed in the vision we shared. At that point in my life, I was hurting on the inside, and on the outside, I wasn't profiting from a damn thing. I wasn't able to have a relationship with a woman because I wasn't able to offer her anything or take her anywhere. As I reflected on all of this, I realized that I was 30 years old, for crying out loud, and still living with my mama. I made up my mind right then. I promised myself that I wasn't going to live like that anymore. I expressed this to Robert, and I told him that I would not be able to be with him in the subway every day because of my financial situation. I told him that I had to go and get a job. I need to break away for a minute, Robert, so I can come up, I told him. Robert told me that he needed me to hang with him and to give Craig a little more time. He believed that we would start having money. He made it sound good too, putting emphasis on the word money, but by then, my mind was made up. I was no longer going to go along with what someone else said. From then on, I was going to focus on what they did. Action speaks louder than words, and it seemed like no one was doing anything. When we had things happening, I made them happen. I was always making moves. While Robert was talking, I suddenly realized that he was naturally good with words, so I blocked what he was saying right out of my mind and began conceiving my own master plan. I let him know that he could handle going in the subways alone if he had to, but if not, Larry was available. Larry was 6 feet and 2 inches, a smaller glasses wearing version of Suge Knight. His name was Larry Hood, but he carried himself like Larry Smooth, a level-headed, laid-back, smooth brother. He was to be Robert's personal security. They had been friends since childhood. I was letting Robert know that it was time for the other friends to put in some voluntary time. He had too many hands waiting on him to be discovered. I told him to tell them it was time for them to lay some bricks. In other words, put in some work. Besides Larry, there was Tori, Mouse, Dwayne, Jim Pratt, Holland, and Terrence Davis. These were his boys, and these cats loved Robert. I told him we needed to find out who was truly down with us anyway. In the end, I still knew I had to start looking out for me. No one else seemed to be concerned about how I was living. I took my foot off the accelerator and held it up to him and pointed to my shoes. He looked at them and laughed. We both laughed. My shoes were worn down with a big hole on the bottom where you could see my socks. Robert looked at me with a serious, compassionate look and said he understood and that we'd make it through this rough period. Johnny, we gon' look back on this day and laugh about it again, he said. And then he shouted, "'Cause we gon' be rich." I laughed along with him. For me, the statement itself touched my feelings of hope. I think after our laugh, we both felt better. Tomorrow was going to be a whole new day. An ironic moment occurred as we rode and listened to Robert's music. The song Robert recorded called Brighter Days started to play. As that song played, I could do nothing but envision brighter days ahead. At this point in my life, I was going through a real storm. Chapter 6. Tables of Judgment. We got back to Chicago about 3:30 p.m., right ahead of the rush hour traffic. We zoomed straight through the city to Robert's house. After I dropped him off, I went straight back to the west side where it all started for me. The west side of Chicago was my birthplace and my old stomping grounds. There I learned most of what I knew. All that I grabbed hold of had sprang from that circle of influence, their West Side. To some, the West Side was seen as a place of terror, mayhem, and murder. It was the home and the beginning of the gang world for Black America. After all, the Vice Lord Nation received its birth from this place, but to others, it was just home. Along with all the bad and good, it was my home. I grew up at 1322 S. Tripp Street. That's where I learned to ride my first bike. I met my first girlfriend, and where I got my first piece of cherry. I was the second oldest and my mother's firstborn son. My mother, Willie Mae, nicknamed Betty or Bet Jane, as my Uncle Bubble would call her, had a total of 9 children, and she was a single parent, I might add. I lived on Tripp Street from birth until I was 13 years old. Mama was overly protective when it came to her children. We hardly ever went outside. Franklin Park was a block up from where we lived, right up on 14th Street. That's where the West Side gangs crossed paths. There were 4 gangs: the Four Corner Hustlers, the Egyptian Cobras, the Vice Lords, and the Mad Black Souls MBS. For that reason, Mama didn't want me going anywhere alone. The only time I got to go out really was when I went to spend the weekends at Uncle Bubba's house with my cousins, June, Bug, and Nate. June and Nate lived over on 13th and Colin Street, 5 blocks west of where we lived, but still right up the street from the park. They didn't have a problem going outside to hang out and would always come over to pick me up to get me out the house. We went all over, walked in every neighborhood. June Bug was pretty well known for fighting amongst us youngsters in the area where we lived. We called it humbugging back in the day. June Bug was like a little Joe Frazier and was built like him too. We used to call June Gorilla Man because he resembled a little ape and would go ape shit crazy on your ass. His younger brother, Nate, was a bigger version of his brother, taller with a wider body. Nate was cool and big, and not anyone you would want to just pick on. My cousins were the brothers I didn't have as a child growing up, and they were everything to me. We were young and wild, but we had fun. We hustled many of the gang members. "You got a quarter, Lil Ronnie? Bird, can I get a quarter?" All day we had asked the older guys for quarters. Throughout the day, we had money for our sodas and popsicles. When they saw us coming, they would call us the quarter babies, and they'd give us our quarters. They liked us because we didn't back down, and we were always willing to fight other little dudes that hung out as we did, if they asked us to. Boxing was a natural thing for me. I was always eager to get down because my cousins and I wouldn't go outside unless we slapped each other around first. June and Nate taught me that if you could box, people wouldn't mess with you once you proved yourself. And if you could sing, then the girls gon' be all over you, June would say. Singing and boxing were my second nature. I never started fights, and other than you offering me some money, it would take a lot to make me fight. When it came to boxing, I was always considered fast. The thought of someone hitting me in my face kept me moving and sticking. I had gotten really good with my hands. When I met Al, everybody called him Nene. We met at the Albany skating rink on Roosevelt and Albany. That area was MBS territory. My cousins and I went skating every week. One night, after we left the rink, we went to a corner restaurant to get something to eat. I ordered a polished sausage, some fries, and a Coke. As we were leaving, one of the guys who were waiting in line behind us picked me out and said that he wanted my polished sausage. "What, you want $1?" I asked him. "I could buy you one," I told him. I could look at the dude and tell he wanted to start something, and I didn't want any trouble. I just wanted to enjoy my polish and go home with my cousins. I was only 12 years old going on 13. My cousin June was the same age as me, except I was a few months older, and Nate, he was 11. They were both bigger than me, but nonetheless, we were kids. I remember my cousins used to pick on me because I was what they called easy. They used to tell me, "Don't you ever go to jail, cause they gon' get you," and they would ball their fist with their elbows bent, pumping their thighs in and out as if they were screwing, all the while laughing at me. It was at those times I would get mad at them and chase them, trying to hit them for making fun of me. Nonetheless, it didn't stop me from giving. They would tease me and say I gave people things because I was scared of them. That was not how I saw myself. I was just a nice guy and making friends, I thought. The people I hung out with, if they needed something and I had it, I didn't have a problem with helping them out. However, when it came to taking something from me, it was a matter of pride and character. My cousins strengthened me when it came to standing up for myself. After going a few rounds with June Bug, I felt that I had the courage to fight anyone and the belief that I could beat anybody whom I fought. When the older boy asked for my polish and I offered to buy him one, I wasn't punking out. I felt as if it were easier to buy him one and make a friend at the same time. I thought he would appreciate that, but he rejected my offer. "I want the one you got," he said. "'Cause you ain't gotta buy him shit. my cousin Junebug said, stepping in to defend me. Then he and his friends grouped together as if they were going to make a move on my cousin. I could see Nate picking up a Coke bottle out of the corner of my eye. There was no doubt in my mind that he was going to straight go upside one of the boys' head if I had not extended my arm at him, telling him to hold on. I asked June to hold my polish. I then pointed to the door and told the dude that wanted my polish, let's step outside, cause the only way you gon' get this, you gon' have to take it. I told him. The guy and his two friends looked at me and laughed, backing out of the door at the same time. The guy was a little taller than me, but for some reason, he didn't scare me. I went into my boxing stance. The dance was on. I began to bounce around on him like Muhammad Ali did his opponents. It was serious once it started. This kid was gon' beat me up if he could. I began to call him out. Where you at, boy? Come on with it, cause I'm gon' dog your ass, I told him. When the Polish bandit threw his first punch, I ducked and like spring action I jackknifed right up into him with a left jab that immediately closed his right eye. After I connected with the first punch, I lit into his ass so fast he didn't get a chance to see me again. I kept dancing around him, punching him in his face. There was a guy inside the restaurant watching the fight the entire time. He stepped in and grabbed me by one hand and held the other out towards Nate to keep him back while his partner stepped in and grabbed June. The guy that grabbed me yelled, hold on, young demon. When he said that, Nate also stopped his pursuit of lighting his ass up with a soda bottle. The man who had grabbed me reached into his pocket and handed me a $10 bill and told me that I was too much for the older boy and asked me if I would let him go for $10. I looked at my opponent. I had already hit him 7 or 8 times in the face. His nose was bleeding and his eyes were closed. His boys didn't even get a chance to get into that fight because it was over so fast. I took the $10 from the guy. He told me that I had skills. Come to find out, his name was Nini, a 19-year-old amateur boxer. He took a liking to me after that fight and invited me to Archie Moore's gym on Pulaski where he trained. When I got home after the weekend with my cousins, I told my mother about it. I was excited and asked her if I could go to the boxing gym and train with Nini, but she was totally against it. She didn't want me boxing. Once she said no, I never asked her again. My cousins would come to get me out of the house. We would tell my mother we were going to the park. Twice a week I would meet Nini at Archie Moore's gym on 15th and Pulaski Road, walking distance from the house. Shortly after I started boxing, I quit. I had 3 fights. Of course I didn't tell my mother about any of them, because that would have been a fight I had no chance of winning. My main concentration I kept in my mind, when I put on those big boxing gloves, was not to let anyone hit me in my face. I won the first 2 fights because I hit the other guys in my class with too many punches and they were ruled as knockouts. The boys I fought, their mothers would be shooting out, that's enough hitting my baby, and the refs would stop the fight. But in the third fight I was hitting this young Mexican with a bunch of punches and he just would not stop coming at me. I kept hearing his family shout, go get him Ramon, get him Ramon. All the while his nose was bloody and I was thinking, why won't they stop the fight, because I was beating him up and I was getting tired of running around ducking the left roundhouse he kept throwing at me. He just kept coming at me and they wouldn't stop the fight. Finally he hit me and I got dizzy. He kept hitting me. I started seeing people watching the fight moving around me in a circular motion. I saw Ramon, who I was fighting, coming back at me. He had broken away from the referee. I got scared. I don't know what happened. I looked around and all I saw was the corner stool. I grabbed it and held it up to club Ramon with it. He was not going to hit me again. Nini jumped into the ring yelling, Johnny boy, what are you doing? Ramon began to back up as Nini rushed in and grabbed me. He was laughing at me. I told him I didn't want to fight anymore. I was dizzy. Everybody in the audience laughed. I didn't care. I wasn't getting ready to let that dude hit me again. I didn't feel it in me to just get beat up. It wasn't fair fighting when it came to hurting me or just trying to take something from me. After that fight, I didn't get back into the ring anymore. I was cool with that. Fighting wasn't for me. As I remember, the only times I did fight were when someone tried to take something from me. It was at those times I didn't give a second thought to defending myself. I was 13 years old when we moved from our home on Tripp Street into the Cabrini Green projects at 1340 N Larrabee, on the 4th floor. It was there that I got stabbed on the left side of my face. My sister Dee Dee and I were victims of robbery when my mom had sent us to the grocery store to get bread and milk. On the way back home, this guy tried to rob us. I was carrying the bag and my sister had the money. She didn't have much, maybe $5 or $6 at the most. The guy approached my sister. I guess he had watched us at the store to know she was the one who had the money. The guy was bigger and older than us. He had a piece of metal in his hand, not a knife or anything, just a little long piece of chrome metal, like a piece off the door of a car. When he attempted to put his hands on my sister, I dropped the bag and began yelling at the dude, "Get your hands off my sister, man, we ain't got no money." I was pushing him at the same time as I was yelling at him. He raised the piece of metal he had in his hand and swung it hard at me. I raised my arm to block it, but the metal piece bent when it hit my arm, and the force of his swing caused the metal to cut me across the face. When he saw he had cut me, he ran. I didn't really feel a thing. All I know was that there was a lot of blood coming out of my face and my sister was yelling and screaming. I didn't know how bad my face was messed up and I don't remember crying, but I do remember feeling sad. All I remember was my face had been split open. I received 11 stitches. This incident left me with a lifelong scar under my eye on the left side of my face. I felt ugly for so many years and the image of the face of that guy is still stained in my mind. After that incident, it wasn't long before we moved again. This time, we moved to the Henry Horner Projects at 2245 Watts Lake Street. Living in the projects was a different lifestyle. We stayed on the 11th floor, which oftentimes we had to walk up the stairs to get there. The elevators were always broken and there was always drama in the projects. Each floor you traveled up or down, there were obstacles to overcome. You had to fight the boys on the 9th and 10th floors. Most of the time, I would take off running until I reached the first floor. It was really bad every month when we had to carry the groceries all the way upstairs. There was a group of guys I ran with in the projects, and we had fun together. I learned a lot, especially how to steal. I learned that from Jeffrey, Harold, and Anthony. Jeffrey used to sew all kinds of pockets onto his coat, go into the store, and when he would come out, he would have cartons of cigarettes, steaks, and whatever else wasn't nailed down. Stealing was an adventure for us and hanging out with them was fun for me. I never got into any real trouble living in the Horner Projects, but Mom always wanted better for us, so once again we moved. This time we moved all the way out to the south suburbs, to Dixmoor, Illinois. I was 17 when we moved out there. She had finally received her Section 8 government grant to move into her own first home. We were all excited. We moved out to where white people lived, and I went to Thornton Township High School in Harvey, Illinois. I had never lived around white folks before, let alone sat next to them. I wanted to do well in this new environment. I even had thoughts of becoming a lawyer. However, things didn't work out for me in high school. I ended up being expelled for fighting this white kid for calling me a nigger. My mother sent me away to the Job Corps in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I completed Job Corps in 7 months, receiving my GED in the process. Upon completion, I returned to Harvey, Illinois and got a job at Wyman Gordon Steel. After a year, I was told by my white foreman to get my black ass over to the heat treat department. I told him to fuck himself, and that was the end of that job. I never felt that working in a factory was for me anyway. After I left Wyman and Gordon, I joined the army and after a month, I got kicked out of there for fighting. I know I should have stayed in the boxing ring. Maybe that was my true calling. When I got back home, from there I began to hang out on the corner of 147th and Winchester Street with my friend Carlos Landa. We stood on the corner during the day, selling weed, and at night, we would be in the alley in back of his house selling weed and harmonizing. On the weekend, we would go from house party to house party selling weed. It wasn't until I met Donnie Evans that my life began to show some purpose. He was playing with his band at Southern Lounge nightclub on 159th Street in Harvey. It was my association with Donnie that drew me back to the West Side too. I hadn't been over and seen them for a while. Donnie's family, the Evans, owned a liquor store at 2922 Watts, Roosevelt Road, and several buildings all over the west side of Chicago. It was his family I went to work for after I dropped Robert off once we got back from Milwaukee. The Evans was like family to me. They made me feel welcomed. For that reason, I will always have love for them. When I arrived on the west side this particular day, Donnie and his brother Cranston were working on one of the buildings in the back of the store. Mrs. Evans didn't have a problem putting me right to work when I told her that I was going through hard times. That night I stayed at Donnie's apartment on 11th and Fillmore Street. He had a 3-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor in one of their buildings. The next morning, I was working gutting out apartments and laying drywall. Mr. Vincent Evans, Donnie's dad, R.I.P., I respected, loved and looked up to him as the dad I never had. He taught me everything I know today about renovating apartments and homes, and he taught me to not limit myself in music. He was one of the coolest cats you could ever meet. He would remind you of Chuck Berry. His love for music was just as deep. He would have us doing shows with him, and he would have me singing country and western music. I was singing Bob Seger songs, Shame on the Moon. I would work in the daytime with the Evans, and in the evenings, I would head south in my heavy Chevy wagon and check on Robert. He was still working in the subways. He told me sometimes Larry would go with him, but most of the time, he said he went alone. Robert was doing what he had to do to make money, and I was doing the same. Craig was straight when it came to money. He had a nice contract with the NBA. So, to keep hope alive, we had to do what we had to do to generate funds for ourselves. I could not see letting Craig's lack of experience, knowledge, and focus stop us from moving forward. I felt I had to make plans to get us to the next level, so I decided that New York would be a good place to start. Getting Robert to perform in the streets of the Big Apple right outside the record companies would definitely boost his career. People would surely recognize true talent and want to hear more of his great music. Craig did have the networking connections I thought he had. Debbie Allen used to attend some of the sport events at that time. Her TV show, Fame, was airing back then, and I thought Robert would have been perfect for her show. All Craig had to do was introduce me to Debbie Allen and I would have taken care of the rest, but he didn't want to do it. He didn't seem supportive of my ideas at all. Since I did not have the money to get us to New York, I had to do things I did not want to do to get us there. In between working and visiting Robert, I took the little money I made at work and bought 8 balls of cocaine to sell on the streets outside the store on the corner of Richmond. I sold bags of cocaine for $10. An 8-ball would last me an hour at the most. Business was so good that after a few weeks, I was buying half ounces. I was doing so well I bought me a 1983 Chevy Camaro. It was fully loaded with a cassette tape, Pioneer sound system, and a nice set of rims. I came up in a matter of months, and it felt good to be able to buy things for myself. I even paid my mom's bills. I was the man. I did not have to ask anybody for anything. I was getting full on the taste of money. All that cash was making me lose focus. Along with the money came the girls and the late night parties. I started to spend more time in front of the store and less time with Robert. I went from selling the drugs while standing on the streets in front of the store to selling from inside the store. Mr. and Mrs. Evans would leave for the day and Cranston worked with me to make it happen. Working from inside of the store made it safe for us. It offered security from the stick-up man and the police. Van W. Liquors had security glass all around the front of the store, as well as a steel security door which secured the entrance into the back of the store. The store was built secure like a currency exchange or a check cashing business. You had to be buzzed in to get behind the counter. This was not a self-serve business. Whatever you wanted to buy, the person behind the counter had to get it for you. When Cranston came in with me, the money really started coming in. Business picked up for the store too. People were coming from all over the west side to purchase our product. We would work the buildings in the daytime and the store in the evenings. We would close the store at midnight and meet up in the back of my apartment to smoke whatever we didn't sell that day. I became one of my own best customers. I had become a crackhead and didn't even know it. I was out of touch with everyone and lost track of the days. Thuggin' and smoking cocaine began to take over my life. I had lost my focus on Robert and everything else for that matter. Now I was waking up chasing a hit. We began smoking on the job while we worked on the buildings. One day Craig called me. His call brought me back to reality. Hearing Craig's voice was like a breath of fresh air. I was very surprised to hear from him. He told me he had spoken to Frankie Beverly's tour manager, Joe Douglas, at a concert he attended and wanted me to take Joe a copy of Robert's demo. Later that evening, Jonathan, one of Donnie's younger brothers, and I went to the Hilton and took Joe the tape. I wanted to go a step further than just delivering the tape. I tried to talk my way into Joe's room to give him a bigger presentation of Robert, but Joe said he was too busy at the time. Joe gave me his number and told me to call him in a week, giving Frankie time to listen to the demo and let me know what he thought. After I dropped the tape off, I drove out to meet with Robert because he was eager to know details of what happened when I delivered the tape to Joe. We met at the McDonald's in Hyde Park. The whole crew was there: Larry, Tori, Mouse, and a few others. Being there with the guys made me feel somewhat out of touch. I needed them, but they didn't know it. I wanted so much for us to work and do shows as we should have been doing. We were all optimistic because we all believed in Robert, but in the meantime, my mind and life was clouded with dope. I needed help, but I didn't know how to ask for it. These guys didn't even smoke weed. How would they relate to my drug addiction? How would they respond to my sense of powerlessness and need for help? My biggest fear was that they wouldn't understand, or rather than treat me like a man, I would be treated like a dope fiend. It was a dilemma, and I knew I had to do something. How and when was my question? I was confused. Robert asked me why I wasn't coming around anymore. I told him that I was working and trying to save some money so that he and I could go to New York. I let him know that by the end of the basketball season, if Craig had not made anything happen, we would go to New York and push the demo ourselves. Larry and the guys all thought that it was a good idea and agreed to assist in any way they could. They also told me that they were sure that Craig's wife would help me as well. This kind of let me know that they were still dealing with Chi Chi. They all knew of Chi Chi and they were excited about her association with Robert. I didn't make any comments during the conversations when they mentioned her. I just wondered why she wouldn't communicate with me. In my opinion, she and Craig's lack of communication with me resulted in this thing not running as smoothly as it should have been running. Neither Craig nor Chi Chi was using any of the influential power they had. They wanted to run everything, but had no idea what it was they needed to do and were really in the way. They both were on two different pages and weren't even communicating with each other as they should. As time went on, it became evident that even the two of them were not seeing eye to eye. When I was with Robert and the crew that day, I felt as if I belonged there with them, but once I got back on the west side, it was back to being submissive to the power of the white girl that I had fallen victim to. Cocaine was her name, and I was seeing her faithfully every night. I would bust crack pipes up out of frustration, saying I would stop, but I couldn't. Right after I would break one pipe, I would go and buy another one. Sex, drugs, late night parties, and alcohol were my routine. I was making money during the day and smoking it all up at night. We would go on 4 and 5 day runs smoking without eating or sleeping. I was crazy. I was strung out. It was a Saturday morning when I got up and decided to ride out to my younger sister Dashiell's house in Harvey, Illinois. I needed to get away and clear my head. My sister Dashiell, Dottie, is a realist. She would look at you and tell you exactly what she thought of you. If she didn't like you, she would tell you. She considered herself a psychic. She felt she had the gift to read people. I don't know if I believed in that kind of stuff, but I was desperate. I needed her to read me. I just needed to be around her, and to be honest, I needed my ass whipped for losing control of myself. As soon as I walked in her house, I saw her sitting in the kitchen smoking a joint. That was her drug of choice, and to my knowledge, weed was all she used. When I walked in, she did not say a thing, not even hello. She looked at me and said, "Johnny boy, you need to go get yourself some rest. You look like you got everybody's worries on you. I don't know why you're letting Chi Chi and Craig hanging out with that boy get to you." She freaked me out when she said that. She had not seen me in months, yet as soon as I walked into her presence, she saw right through me. I felt like a little baby in front of her. I wanted to cuddle right up on her lap like a baby needing his mother's loving arms around him. Instead, I gave her a hug, kissed her on the jaw and said, "I was just working hard, girl." "Yeah, right," she said, taking a toke from her joint. We sat and talked for a while. Dottie agreed with me. She didn't think Chi Chi had any business hanging out with Robert. With Robert being a man, Dottie felt that Robert was only gonna use her to get what he want for himself anyway in the long run. Everything she said was on point. She told me again to go get some rest. I took her advice the second time and went downstairs to her basement to stretch out on the bed. I needed some rest before driving back to the west side. As I laid in the bed and drifted off to sleep, I thought about how twisted my life had become. Dottie came downstairs and woke me up to tell me that she had just gotten off the phone with my mother. Mom said that Craig had been trying to get in touch with me. I told her that I would call him later and turned back over and went back to sleep. "Johnny, Johnny, brother man." I heard a voice shouting. Thinking that I was dreaming, I didn't respond right away, but then I looked up, and it was Craig standing over me. He called while I was asleep and told my sister not to wake me. This was odd for Craig to just show up looking for me. We were cool and everything, but Craig just never showed up unannounced like that. He appeared anxious to talk to me. For him to just show up like that made me sit up and get focused. I had to make sure I was seeing this clearly. "What's up, Craig?" I asked. "Brother, man, have you seen Chi Chi?" he asked. "No, I ain't seen her," I answered. Craig had a serious look on his face as if he had something deep on his mind. "What's happening with you, Craig?" I asked. "Brother, man, shit just ain't going right. My wife disappearing on me, and I'm hearing things about her when I'm on the road, making a living for her, to live a comfortable life. I'm hearing that she's up here hanging around yo boy. What's up with that, Johnny?" I had just come out of a deep sleep. Craig had somewhat caught me off guard. I looked up at him and he had a hurt look on his face. Right then I was wishing that I was his blood brother, then I could be totally honest with him and say what I thought, but being that I wasn't, I had to divert the conversation. Chi Chi was my sister. I believed in marriage, but at the same time, I didn't want to be the cause of them breaking up. Also, I had never seen her and Robert together, other than the time I caught up with them at McDonald's. Lie, I kept telling myself. This was a defense mechanism towards what I really felt in my gut. Chi-Chi and Robert were fucking, but I didn't have any real proof. Even though I was hearing the same rumors regarding them having an affair, there wasn't anything concrete I could give him. I definitely was not about to reveal my assumptions to him. I wanted him and his wife to make it. He was providing a good life for her, and I respected him a lot for that. I also felt that he deserved her loyalty and Robert's respect. I was just as hurt as he was. I don't know anything about Chi-Chi and Robert hanging out, man. I know that Robert looks at her like a big sister. That boy too nervous around Chi-Chi, that's crazy. I explained. I'm helping y'all. When I'm on the road, I'm telling people about Robert and letting them listen to his demo. I don't need this man. The brother should have morals to draw a line with the people that are in his corner. How you gonna bite the hand that's feeding you, Johnny? Craig said. Craig quit jumping to conclusions. I told him. Then why you and Chi-Chi don't get along? He asked me. He gave me no time to answer. He went on to tell me I have been trying to figure that out ever since before we went on vacation. Y'all can't stand each other, and I can't understand it. Tell me what's going on with that. You know it for a fact, it's because you don't like what she's doing, he said as if he had gained some ground and touched on something relevant. I responded telling him, my problem with Chi-Chi is that she wants to be Robert's manager. That's crazy. She don't know nothing about the business. Y'all supposed to be backing me. I came to you for your assistance, not so you can take over like y'all have. Now look at us unorganized in every way. The only one coming out of this with something is Robert. No contract, no nothing. Robert's a free agent waiting for the next person to come along and sign him. I said to Craig. I was frustrated. I wanted to divert away from talking about Chi-Chi and Robert messing around. I had his attention, and he was actually listening to me. I went on to say, now everything we started seems to be breaking down. When you came on board, Craig, we were ready to start performing. But no, you and your wife didn't feel Robert should be doing shows. I bet if we would have been working, we would not be here talking about some hearsay, he say, she say shit. I felt I was gaining ground when I told Craig that. But Craig flipped the script. He told me that he hired a private detective and had his home phone bugged. He said that the whole thing is crazy and that he didn't want anything else to do with Robert. He caught me off guard again. I was speechless. He told me that he heard conversations between Chi-Chi and her girlfriend talking about her meeting up with Robert. I told him if she was meeting with Robert, it was to talk about her being his manager. Chi-Chi ain't into Robert for any other reason, man, I told him. Craig wasn't listening to me. He was fixed on his belief. He wanted me to understand him and his pain. Man, my whole point is that the money she spends with him, it's my money. If I was to cut her off, she couldn't do anything for him. Don't she know that? He asked me. Craig was hurting over the things he was hearing. I could see it in his face. Craig, Chi-Chi doesn't need to be all in the business, man. That's all I'm saying. Now I don't believe her and Robert is messing around. All of that is speculation, assumptions, and hearsay. Chi-Chi ain't stupid. I was trying to put some emotions behind what I was saying, hoping Craig would bite. Craig wasn't hearing me though. I guess he had done his investigative work, and his mind was set. Brother man, you're on your own with blood. I'm done. He can keep what he's gotten out of me. I don't need it or him. My focus now is to try to keep my family together. That's what's important to me, he said, slowly walking towards the stairs. I told him it wasn't as bad as he was making it and that it would all work itself out. He raised his hands up as he began to walk up the stairs. This is the thanks I get. Your boy showing no respect or appreciation. The brother coming in between my family got me messed up in the head. That's why you and my wife don't get along, and I appreciate you for that. I know now that you were trying to really keep things in order. I'll holler, bro. Call me if you need anything. You need to get back into your own singing career, find your way, and do you. Those were his last words, he said to me before leaving the room. Once he was gone, I sat back and thought about how crazy life was. Now the tables of judgment had turned on Craig. In the beginning it was both him and his wife working hard to steal Robert, a protege I brought to them, away from me. Now it was Craig who was having something stolen from him, his wife. She was his main accomplice at first, but in the end, without a second thought, he was thinking she had betrayed him. I shook my head for a moment, thinking the same puzzling thought over and over again. Life sure was crazy. I laid back down and closed my eyes. It was nothing I could do about it. Chi-Chi's assumed infidelities and Robert's lack of understanding and youth really caused something serious to happen. I had enough on my mind dealing with my own life, so I laid back down and went back to sleep. Chapter 7. Despair. Things weren't going well back on the west side either. Jonathan, Cranston's younger brother, was working in the store. One day he was getting high in the store, left the entrance door unlocked and fell asleep at the front counter. Out of nowhere the police raided the store and had easy access behind the counter. The cops found the drugs we were selling, as well as Jonathan's pipe. Jonathan was arrested, and to make a long story short, his arrest shut down our little drug trafficking operation. Jonathan's arrest caused the store to be closed temporarily. The courts had to rule on whether or not the owners had any knowledge of wrongdoing taking place in their place of business. It was not as easy to sell our drugs on the streets as it was out of the store. Standing out on the corners all day long was not something that any of us had the patience to do. We had protection working from inside the store. Everybody that came into the store made a purchase, and we had the security from the steel doors to stop the police and the stick-up man. Being out on the streets forced us into competition with the other dealers, as well as the vice lords that had drug houses set up in the area. It was a whole different ballgame dealing from the streets. For one, our location was hot, and because of that we couldn't stand out in front of the store. 2. The store was our security. Now we didn't have any set place to deal from. The corners and the sounding areas belonged to the other dealers. So, we were down and out of business. Since none of us were willing to stand out on the corners at night selling drugs, we would put our money together and smoke. Now that I wasn't able to make the money I made selling cocaine, things really began to go downhill for me. I started selling personal items from my house, my TVs, VCRs, and anything else that would sell quickly to supply my habit. Once I ran out of things to sell, I started committing burglaries. My whole life was going in a different direction and I was not feeling comfortable with being me. At the same time, I had no willpower to rebel. I was cocaine's disciple and her loyal servant. I became the Robin Hood of the ghetto. Every day at 4 p.m. I went out to do burglaries like it was a regular job, and every night after 8 p.m., whatever I had stolen I was selling. Every night I had something for sale. People were leaving messages on my pager, placing orders for TVs, VCRs, jewelry, coats, microwave ovens, you name it, and I went and got it. Every night, I would get 1/4 ounce to 1/2 ounce of coke and hang out around the store on the corner. We still had loyal customers who wanted our product. Whatever money I had spent to buy the product, I made it back by working the streets. After I sold what I needed, I would meet with a girlfriend of the day to be my smoke buddy, and some other friends, and then we would get our smoke party on. They had their stuff and I had mine. We would smoke the whole night away. The more I smoked, the faster I smoked. It was getting really bad because I was taking hit after hit. I was caught up. I started putting an entire quarter bag, and sometimes more, into the pipe and would hit it. Man, dude, crazy than a motherfucker, people would say. One of my female friends even started to get frightened for me. She kept warning me that I was putting too much coke into the pipe and smoking it all too fast. She would beg me not to take so much at one time. Babe, slow down please, she would say, kissing me on the jaw or on my lips, to let me know she was truly concerned about me. Sometimes she would try doing sexual things to me to take my mind off smoking, but I would just push her away or grab the pipe and take a hit while she was doing whatever she did to arouse me. Daily, my quantity consumption increased. I had it so bad that people didn't want to smoke with me anymore. Everyone I smoked with felt the same way about me. They all felt I was doing too much at one time and doing it too fast. I was smoking an 8-ball within an hour. At the rate I was going, I was on a self-inflicted mission to kill myself. I would wake up in the mornings and the first thing I would do, I would grab the pipe from the night before and hit it before I got out of the bed. I was so bad the woman, after watching me smoke, they didn't want to stay with me out of the fear I was going to kill myself. It didn't matter to me though, more for me. Get the fuck out, I'd tell them, and I would smoke on. After a while my body began to have a reaction to cocaine. Right after I would take the first hit, my body would tense up. I would just sit motionless and hold my chest as if I was having a heart attack. I was paranoid that eventually my heart was going to stop. I would hold my chest with my eyes buck wide as if my heart was slowly stopping. It was an unconscious reaction to the pain I was putting my body through. Some nights, when there wasn't any more to smoke, I would scan the floor on my hands and knees searching for dropped rocks. I would get so frustrated at myself that I would break my pipes. I felt like Pookie, Chris Rock's character in the movie New Jack City. She just keeps calling me man, and I keep answering. I would cry, lying to myself and telling myself that I would not smoke anymore. Then I would go out and buy a new pipe. In my agony I would pray, begging God to please help me. Where was he? Why wasn't he answering when I would cry out? He promised to never forsake me. I was out of control. What began as a recreational pastime intensified into an excessively costly, idiotic habit. I was summoning my own death. I remember one particular time when it really got bad. I was out smoking with a friend of mine, and this guy named Eric offered me a really great deal on some crystal cocaine. This was supposed to be cocaine of a higher grade and quality. I met Eric at his apartment and tested the potency of the product by sticking my finger into the powder and spreading it around my gums. Instantly, my gums and the top of my lip became numb. This numbness indicated to me that the product was real good quality. My body ached for a hit. I wanted to cook some of it right then and there, but I knew that I would have lost my cool and didn't want to expose my weakness to this stranger. I purchased half of an ounce, and as soon as the purchase was complete, I was ready to leave. I wanted to hurry home, so that I could cook it up, rock it up and smoke it. I thought about Cranston. He lived in Riverdale, Illinois, which was 10 minutes north from where I was in Calumet City. I had to go past his house, so I decided to drop in on him. Lucky for me, he was home, and to top it off, his wife wasn't there with him. He told me she was at her mother's for the weekend. I told him where I had come from and what I had. He was just as excited as I was. He welcomed me into his house, leading me to his kitchen. I got relaxed and took out my stash of cocaine, snorting a few lines while he went upstairs to his room to get his cooking tools and pipes. When he returned, I didn't waste any time cooking the first gram out of the ounce. I was shaking nervously as I pulled the rock out of the tube and sprayed it over the mirror. The first hit felt real good. Cranston then took his. After the first hit I began to take hit after hit. Cranston kept telling me to slow down and to take a break in between smokes. He warned me to at least let the pipe cool down. After we smoked the first gram, I couldn't hold myself still enough to cook up the next batch. I let Cranston do it. While he cooked, I watched intently as the gooey gummy substance began to formulate inside of the tube. As Cranston was stirring it around, connecting it all together and pulling the stem out of the tube with cocaine on it, I had my pipe ready and told him to let it drop down into the pipe instead of spreading it onto the mirror. A big lump of the gooey substance dropped into the pipe. Man, that's more than half a gram, Johnny. Come on, man, that's too much to put in there at one time. You need to slow down, Cranston warned. But I was shaking too much, wanting it too much to hear him. I put the pipe in my mouth, put the fire to the crystal coke and hit it. The pipe clouded up. The smoke was pure white like a cloud in the sky. It was a hit that was like no other I had ever had. I instantly began to hear bells ringing in my head. My whole body became numb and I couldn't feel a thing. I felt so relaxed it was scary. I was floating on that cloud I had just inhaled. "Aw man, this feels so good," I lazily said to Cranston as I slowly sat down, giving him the pipe. I felt so light, like a piece of paper when you release it in the air, it floats down. I was floating. Cranston, without putting any more cocaine into the pipe, took a hit and it clouded right up again, a pure white, perfect cloud of smoke. From the amount I had put into the pipe, it could have been hit 10 more times before having to add any more to it. I didn't know if I was going to pass out or what. I thought, if I was going to die right now, I wanted to hit it one more time. When Cranston finished taking his hit, I quickly grabbed the pipe out of his hand with one hand and used the other hand to scoop another gram of rocks up and put them in the pipe. "Johnny, man, what are you doing?" Cranston asked. "You don't need to put no more in there, man. That's too much, Johnny. Come on, man. You gon' mess around and bust your heart open. Fuck, what are you trying to do?" Again, I wasn't listening to him. What he said went in one ear and out the other. I was lost in the thought that I was about to die, and I wanted to get one more hit. While he was moving his lips, I was putting the torch to the pipe. I took a big pull of the pipe and choked. As I was choking, I was still pulling, sucking in that white cloud. I was trying to suck it all in. I was out of my mind. When I couldn't suck in anymore, I held the smoke in for as long as I could. When I blew it out, I became stiff. I felt the weight of my whole body lift off me. I felt light and free. I spread my arms wide apart as if I was about to float in midair. I felt a waving orgasmic sensation roam through my body, which felt so good. Oh my god. I thought, oh shit, man, shit. I kept saying. I felt so lightheaded, and all of a sudden, an eruption began to rise within my body as if an earthquake had suddenly erupted. I couldn't sit or stand still. "Cranston, something's about to happen," I said with fear. "Man, you can't put that much in there and hit it like that," Cranston said, as he was about to take a hit himself. I began to shake, and my arms began to twitch. I couldn't keep still, and I started pacing back and forth from the front door to the kitchen. I felt like I had to keep moving. I walked to the front door, back to the kitchen, to the front door, and back to the kitchen. After the third or fourth time I opened the front door, and I ran into the streets. It was about 3 or maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. I felt like I needed to go to the hospital, and I was really scared. I thought this was the end, and it seemed like my insides were going to explode. My heart was pounding so fast that I looked down inside of my shirt, and I could see the impression of my heart pushing hard as if it was trying to come through my skin. I couldn't keep still, so I ran and started knocking on the doors of Cranston's neighbors. I didn't know where Cranston was. He was probably paranoid and scared to death, like always when he was getting high. Like the time me, Cranston, and a few friends were smoking and decided to drive over to the projects to get more coke. As we were driving, Cranston started talking crazy, asking us why we wanted to kill him and wanted to know where we were taking him. Cranston, sit your crazy ass down, man. We going over in the jets to get some of that powder. What's wrong with you, fool? I said as we all left. As we were approaching the expressway about to get on, Cranston eased towards the back of the van and said, I ain't never done nothing to y'all, man. Why y'all wanna kill me, man? We didn't pay any attention to him. Our mind was on getting where we were going and getting our drugs. All of a sudden, the back door of the van popped open, and Cranston jumped out. We were going at least 20 to 25 miles an hour. He really thought we were driving him somewhere to kill him. As I knocked on his neighbors' doors, I didn't stop long enough to wait for anyone to respond. I kept moving from door to door. I was freaking out, and I was scared. I glanced at the street and saw a police patrol car pull up. I quickly started walking fast in the direction of the police, and as I got closer to them I started breathing and talking fast. I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital, I kept saying to them as they sat in their car, looking at me. I couldn't catch my breath. I was breathing as hard as a dog after running a quick distance. The police got out of the car, immediately put handcuffs on me, and put me in the back of the patrol car. Irately I shouted, what are you doing? I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. After they put me in the car, we just sat there parked for what seemed like hours. Look at him, he's drugged out of his mind, I heard one of the officers say. Yeah, he's a gunner, the other officer said to his partner, looking back at me. Y'all just want me to die. Take me to the hospital, I ordered them. I'm not gonna die, I kept repeating out loud, inhaling long deep breaths and exhaling air out slowly in hopes of controlling and slowing down the beating of my heart. My heart was starting to hurt, and I felt as if it was straining to keep its beat. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I kept taking long suctions of air. I was relying on my mind to overpower my body to pull me through this. The police pissed me off, and I didn't want them to have the satisfaction of seeing me die right there in front of them. Mind over matter was my thoughts. The next thing I remember, I woke up handcuffed to a bed at Ingalls Memorial Hospital in Harvey, Illinois. How I got there, I don't know, but I was alive. A doctor was standing above me, patting me on my wrist. Just relax, that's all you have to do. Just relax, the doctor said. The drugs you took will wear down. Just relax. What saved you is that you have a strong heart, young man, he said, smiling. I was tied down, but my body and mind were still speeding. I was moving my head from side to side and flinching my shoulders. I did not want to be tied down. The doctor told me that I was tied down because it was necessary that I remain still in order for my heart to slow down. You put your heart through a lot of strain over the night, Mr. Smith. It was working overtime to keep you alive. Now how long will it continue to take abuse like that? It's no telling. You're a very lucky man. I was still moving, trying to free myself. Relax, just relax, you'll be okay now. You were given some medication that will help slow your heart rate, so just relax. After that, he walked away. I began to relax as I lay in the bed, telling my mind to tell my body to slow down. I was alive, and I was glad. Thank you, Lord, I said aloud. I must have fallen back to sleep because I woke up to the sound of my mother's voice on the telephone. I was in a different room, and I was no longer tied down. I wondered how my mother knew I was there. Hey mama, I said, turning to her, feeling weak and drowsy. He woke now, Dee, so let me call you back. I will, baby. Okay, I won't. I'll call you back, okay? Bye-bye, she said to my older sister. My mother looked at me with pain and love in her eyes. I felt bad and embarrassed at that moment. I hate that my mother was seeing me like this. She now knew that I was a dope fiend. I felt stupid and ashamed of myself. I let my mother down. My mother was my pride, and my every desire was to do well and make my mother proud of me. She's my heart, and I have always wanted to make a better way for her, for all the hard work and sacrifices she made for me and my brothers and sisters. I had let my mom Mama down. I'm sorry, Mama, I said to her as she looked at me with her red tear-stained eyes. Baby, why are doing drugs? She said as a tear began to fall down her cheek. All I could say to her at the moment was I don't know. I lied and told her that I was trying it out and that I really didn't mess with the stuff, but once I tried it, I did too much of it. She told me that the doctors and nurses were standing over me in the emergency room with the defibrillator, thinking that my heart was going to stop at any moment. She said the doctors kept saying that I had a strong heart and kept repeating how lucky I was. Do you believe it was luck? It wasn't. What it was is God ain't done with you yet. He's got something for you to do, so you can count your blessings, that's for sure. Mama was talking to me with sincerity and worry at the same time. I was definitely counting my blessings, but at the same time, I was wondering if I should try to get into a drug rehab center. Nah, I thought, I'll get through it. I didn't know it then, but I was in total denial. I stayed in Ingalls Memorial Hospital for 4 days recovering from the strain I had put on my body. When I was released, I felt rejuvenated and strong. I headed back to my apartment. One would have thought from the experience I went through coming close to death that I would have learned a lesson. On the way home, all I could think about was money and the fact that I needed to start saving some so that I could get Robert signed. As I was driving north on the I-57 expressway, circling around the junction into the Eisenhower, my thoughts started to drift to my cocaine addiction. I was feeling weak by the power it had over me. A sudden fear was overpowered by an urge that gave me a craving for a hit of that white powder. I was sick and knew it. I had been conquered. The closer I got to the house, the stronger my craving became. I began to feel sexually aroused, anticipating the feeling of the first hit. I wanted to feel that waving sensation go throughout my body, and at the same time, I wanted to have some control of the sickness that had me so weak and out of control. As I drove, I prayed and asked the Lord God Almighty to help me. I asked Him to allow me to conquer the demon that was choking the life out of me. The sad thing was, while I was praying for deliverance, I was in a hurry to get home to surrender myself to that white powder demon. Even though I was praying, I knew as soon as I got home I was going to take a hit, but I still prayed. I was lost and wanted help. I felt if God was real, He would be the only one that could save me from the destructive road I was traveling down with my addiction. As for Robert, I barely thought about him. I just wanted to feel what I wanted to feel and do what I wanted to do. I wanted that white girl, crack cocaine. As soon as I got home, I noticed that the store was open. I thought that was good. Maybe we could get the business back up and running. Maybe I could start over and save some money this time. When I went into the store, Cranston was working. He was surprised to see me, and he had a big smile on his face. Man, you are crazy. I thought you were gone die, man. You okay? He asked. I'm cool. I was pretty out of it though, huh? I asked him, smiling back at him. Man, I was scared for you. I thought the police was gone come in on me, so I put everything up and hid under my bed. Shit, man, I ended up falling to sleep under there. I didn't smoke it all up though, he said. I was taken off guard with that statement, so I listened intently as he went on. But I have been pinching off it some though, he said. I was disappointed and overwhelmed at the same time, hearing that he still had some of the crystal cocaine left. I thought for sure it had all been smoked by now. I thought to myself, I have to be crazy to even think about wanting some more after what I just went through. But then I thought, it was only because I put too much in the pipe. I wanted it. Whatever he had left, I wanted it. I didn't want to seem like I was anxious to get right back into it, even thought my mind was telling me go get it now. I changed the subject. So man, when the store opened back up, I asked, oh, that's right, you didn't know 2 days ago. The lawyer Mama got made it happen, he said. A customer came into the store, so I moved out of the way, so he could be served. Cranston yelled out to me, I'll bring that back there to you soon as Donnie get back, and I'll tell you what's happening then. He said. Okay, I said as I left out of the store and went around to the back to my apartment. My apartment was just as it was when I left it. There were beer cans and cigarette-filled ashtrays laying on every table. I started picking things up as I walked through the house. 15 minutes later, Cranston knocked on the door. When I let him in, he handed me a plastic bag with about 1/4 of an ounce of cocaine. Man, you ain't gone fuck with that shit again like that, are you? He asked. I told him I was cool, but he evidently had doubts because he went on to say, man, Johnny, don't be putting that much in the pipe, man. I thought you was gon' kill yourself, man. When Cranston left, I sat the package down on my dresser. It was hard to continue cleaning without going back in the room and looking at it. After going back several times, I decided to snort a line. I kept going back and getting yet another snort. After a few more snorts, I pulled out the tools and quickly cooked up a small piece. I took a hit and I was cool. All I needed was some company. All I could think about was my friend Judy. She was a brown-skinned 27-year-old woman. She was 5'6" with nice-sized breasts, thick hips, and big pretty full lips. She was just what I liked, a gorgeous black woman. We hadn't talked since we all used to get high together. I saw her phone number lying on the table right in front of me. The fact that she also liked to get high was a plus, and she was just the company I needed. Swiftly I reached for her number and rushed towards the phone. When I called her, I had my pipe ready to take a hit because I wanted her to know that, as I was talking to her and I was getting high at the same time, I was hoping that would entice her and make her want to stop whatever she was doing to get to me. I dialed the number. "Hello," someone said, answering the phone. "Hi, it's Demetrius. May I speak to Judy, please?" "Judy, telephone, it's Demetrius," the person shouted out. A few moments later, Judy came to the phone. I began taking a pull from the pipe. "Hey Judy, what's up, babe?" I asked in a coarse voice, trying to hold in the smoke I just inhaled. "Hey Demetrius, what are you doing?" she asked. "Getting high, thinking about you," I told her, blowing the smoke out as I answered her question. "Oh really?" she said as she left. I asked her to come over. 45 minutes later, she arrived. When she walked into the apartment, I was already buzzed. As soon as she got into my bedroom, the drugs were waiting for us. I gave her the pipe that I had already prepared for her. As she was taking her hit, I began to undress her. She didn't put up any resistance. She willingly allowed me to take off her clothes piece by piece. She was feeling the drugs, and she was feeling me. She kept biting her bottom lip, which made her so sensuous. All the time, my mind wasn't really on sexing her. I just wanted to get high and look at her beautiful brown-skinned body, but the fuck naked. But as I began kissing and sucking her nipples, and her breast popped out of her bra, I couldn't help myself from helping myself. Her nipples were as thick as milk duds and tasty as caramel. I ended up sexing her and falling asleep with her in my arms. A knock at the door woke us up. It was Cranston and Donnie. They had just closed the store and came by with some female friends to get high. They didn't know that Judy was with me. It didn't make a difference, though, because I wasn't about to turn them away. I was wide awake and ready to get a party started. I invited them in and told them to make themselves feel at home. While Cranston and his guests did their thing, Judy made sure I didn't venture off to be entertained by other females. She stayed close under me all night. Whatever I needed, she was right there to get it for me. I felt comfortable with her around. I decided that night that I wanted to keep Judy around. I wanted Judy by my side. I didn't want to smoke without her. We smoked all the drugs we didn't sell earlier that night. When we ran out, we went out to the streets and bought more, spending most of the money we made from the drug sales that day. That was the first of many nights staying up all night long doing drugs, drinking alcohol, and having sex. As time went on, I got more and more out of control. I was slowly heading for a fall. It was just a matter of time. I was lost. I felt I totally belonged to the devil. The old serpent had done it again. He devised a plan to make me his by working through my addiction for cocaine. Every night after the store closed, we would all meet in my apartment. It pretty much had become a smoke gallery. Every night there seemed to be a new face joining us. For months we did the same thing every single night. It wasn't long before I started smoking throughout the day, again, and going without sleep for days. As we used to say right before we would take a hit, "Beam me up, Scotty." It seemed as if I could not escape the hold this drug had on me. To say I was powerless was an understatement. I would get paranoid and hear my mother's voice. "Pray, baby, just keep praying. In all things pray. God hears you." I started remembering scriptures that she would tell me to read. Romans 8:26-27 says, "The Spirit makes intercession for us and prays for us because we don't know what to pray for." I was just hoping the Spirit was hearing me cry out. The more I smoked, the more I prayed. I wanted God to know that I needed him. I kept praying even though it seemed useless. I didn't think God was listening. There was no doubt about the fact that I had been conquered beyond measure. The devil was winning over me with my addiction. "The Lord works in mysterious ways," Mama used to say. I couldn't tell. At this point, Satan was my shepherd. One day, as I was returning from Judy's house, I was pulling into a parking space in front of the store where a police car pulled up behind me. When the police approached and asked for my driver's license, I didn't have one. I hadn't had one for years. My license was suspended for a year for having 3 moving violations. It seemed every time I came close to getting my license back, I would get yet another ticket, and that one would be for driving with a suspended license. Here I was, a few months before being able to get my license again. I get another driving while suspended license ticket. I just couldn't win, it seemed, when it came to me getting valid driver's license. After the cops ran my name, they came back with a warrant for my arrest. I was arrested, and for 4 days I had to sit in the county jail on 26 and California. It was weird, but jail time seemed to always come on time, because at those times I was at the brink of losing my life every single time I went to jail. I needed a break. I needed time to clear my mind and body of the poison I was putting in me. I was walking through the jail on the way to my unit, returning from a visit, when a jailhouse preacher came to me and handed me a Bible. We were just crossing paths and hadn't said anything to each other. He just unexpectedly gave me a brand new leather Bible. "God's got a word for you," he said as he casually walked past me. I looked at him as he walked down the hall, and then I looked at the Bible. I began to read as I walked. When I got to my unit and into my cell, I found myself reading it intently. I would just open the book up to any page and read what was in front of me. I felt it was the Lord talking to me. Joshua 1:9 said, "Be strong and not afraid." It told me that God would be with me wherever I would go. I felt like I was hearing the Lord's voice as I was reading the words. I felt cradled. I began to feel like crying, and I felt God was right there with me. I couldn't see him, but I felt his presence. I felt a chill all over my body. I got down on my knees once I got to my cell and I started praying. Somehow, I just knew he could hear me and he was listening to me. I cried, and when I was done crying and praying, I continued to read the Bible. It was all so strange. As I read, I began to feel empowered. I began to read and memorize the verses that appeared as I flipped the pages. Psalm 23 says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." As I read, I began to feel that God was saving me. Strange as it was being locked up and all, I felt at peace being in the cell and off the streets. The days I spent seemed to go by fast. When my name was called to be released, I felt I had gotten in touch with God. I didn't feel like I was over my addiction, but I felt I had a stronger degree of faith inside of me. I felt like I had hope. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but for today, I had hope. I knew that I had to go out there and deal with my problem. The difference was now I felt a spiritual connection and was confident that whatever I was going to go through, I wasn't alone. When I was released, I only had $2 on my books. I was hungry, and Popeye's chicken was right on the corner of 26th and California Street. I had to make a decision whether to buy myself a piece of chicken or get on the bus with that $2. If I got the chicken, I would have to walk for at least 2.5 miles to get home. That meant walking through the Latin Kings territory. Now that was dangerous. But with my newfound faith, I couldn't resist treating myself to a piece of the crispy fried chicken. As I walked north away from the jail into the King's Hood, I walked without fear. I was thinking about all that I read in the Bible while I was locked in the cell. Joshua 1:9 says, "Be strong and not afraid. Wherever you go, I will be with you." I believed in what I read, and I was feeling the words from the good book. When I would walk up on a group of young Latinos gathered together, I walked past them feeling joy. I had no fear. Right before I would get right up on them, I would recite Psalms 23, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." I was really feeling covered. On my way home, I stopped in on a few church revivals that were going on. I just wanted God to be miraculous in my life right then. I felt if nobody else knew, he should have known how hurt and afraid I was. I sat for a few moments listening as people were singing and giving praise to the Lord. I wasn't in a hurry to get back home. I was searching for someone to notice me and see how much I needed help. I wanted somebody to say, "Hey, come in, the Lord's been waiting on you." I wanted somebody to see my pain and to reach out to help me. I didn't want to go back to my life doing drugs and drinking, but for the time being, I had to. Nobody was paying any attention to me, a stranger just showing up at his or her church. Nobody even cared, and all I needed was a caring soul to talk to me. When I got home, it was back to the same thing. As I got high, I prayed. I was depending on God to rescue me. He was my only hope. I hadn't slacked off with the way I was getting high. I decided not to fight my addiction anymore. I made up my mind to totally surrender to my addiction. If I'm gon' die, then I'm gon' die. Fuck it. Beam me up, Scotty. These were my thoughts as I puffed nonstop. What I didn't understand then was that I had to have a covering over me. I smoked so much and for so many hours in a day, I should have been dead. My mama would always tell me to pray in all things, and this is what I was doing. All the time I was relying on God, but I wasn't making much of an effort to help myself, other than pray. I learned quickly that in this life, one can only serve one master, and I was trying to serve two. The real harsh truth of the matter is that a hard addiction to drugs or any sinful lifestyle will not coexist with God's unbreakable instructions to his children. Thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. I couldn't hear God's voice or see the covering he had over me. One thing was for sure, I was still here to write about it, and because of that I am also sure he was listening to me. Chapter 8. Web of destruction. Something inside my gut was telling me it was time to separate myself from the drug world I was finding it so easy to get lost in. I needed a break from the West Side. At the time, I didn't want to go around Robert. I didn't want for him to see me in the down and out shape I was in. I was a cocaine addict and I was ashamed of myself. I had to get myself together. I had to start thinking differently. I had to find a way to come up somehow, and to find my way back into the limelight of society. I was losing it and I didn't want to be like that. I had to overcome the demon that was sucking the life out of me. It was like my life was programmed for dumb shit to happen. It was as if all the good in me was overcome. It was like I was two people, 3 or 4 people as a matter of fact. And the person that I was and the good man who I wanted to be was lost inside of the evil that was consuming me. I was there sitting back waving out to myself, hey, hey, no, no, I can't, hey, but I could not hear myself. There I was leaving me behind, talking about being schizophrenic. I was on the inside, looking out, and no one knew how much I needed for someone to look at me and care. My intentions and my heart were always in the right place, but what I was going through I had no willpower to gather any strength to fight. God, are you real? I would ask myself, although I was smoking as if I didn't care, but I did. I didn't know what to do. All I knew was I didn't want to die. Somehow I had to find a way to prevail. I got in my car, and I just started driving. I was an alien, lost in another world. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have any friends who I wanted to be around. I found myself on the Dan Ryan Expressway heading south toward Harvey, Illinois, the only other place I knew as home. I wanted to be around loved ones. As I drove, I thought about an old running buddy of mine, Robert Hardaway. We called him Bobby, the same Bobby I was with the first time I went to prison. Somehow I overlooked that time in our life. Bobby was my ace boon coon, my dog and my friend. As I drove I was thinking about him, wondering how he was. I know the last time I saw him he was into church and getting on my case about how devoted I was to Robert. He'd say, cool, you always working to get that young boy's career off the ground. Man, fuck that dude, cool, you got flavor, man. He would always tell me I should have that young boy write songs for me. Bobby brought a smile to my face when I was with him, so I popped up on him at his apartment on 146th and Halsted. When I arrived at Bobby's apartment, he greeted me at the door with a smile as if I were a welcomed surprise. As he led me to his living room, to my dismay, surprise and craving, I noticed a pipe and a mirror full of white powder. Yeah, cool, man. I was just relaxing a little bit, checking out some of this new product I just got hold of. You wanna hit this? He asked, holding the pipe toward me, offering me a hit. Wow, I thought, what did I come over here for? I asked myself, reaching at the same time, accepting the pipe. As he began to scoop powder off the mirror and place it into the pipe, my thoughts of sobriety had vanished. What we working with, man? My alter ego stepped in, asking as I walked over and sat down next to him, eagerly, grabbing the pipe. It seemed there was no escape from this evil white demon. As we sat there and smoked for hours, Bobby told me that a lot of our friends were smoking cocaine, as well. It was truly an epidemic during the 80s. That day we smoked for hours. It was early evening, when the powder ran out. Bob suggested we go out to one of the spots to get more. I was in full agreement with him. That's what cocaine does to you. It will keep you chasing a feeling. That feeling from the first hit, the one that will keep you never satisfied. We went to a drug spot not far from his house. As we were returning, we noticed a family leaving their home. Cool, look at that dog, they leaving. We got to get that, Bobby said, dancing joyfully to the music playing in the car. Bobby taught me the burglary game. He could get into your house in 30 seconds. Bobby was a real good guy and a good friend to me. In spite of us having drugs in common, we supported and looked out for each other, as brothers. However, committing a burglary was the farthest thing from my mind. While Bobby was talking about burglarizing the people's home he had seen leaving, my body was craving another hit of the cocaine I was holding in my hands. The little dime bags were talking to me. I was thinking to myself as he was talking, yeah, we are going to need some more after we finish this, so yeah, why not? Okay, let's get that money, I thought, but first things first. For the moment, I wanted only to get to Bobby's house to take another hit. That drug demon had a strong hold on me. Taking that hit was exactly what we did. I was so high and wanting more when Bobby jumped up. Let's go, cool. Let's go do this. It ain't gon' take us long. We gon' just go for the gold and snatch a few VCRs to put in the air after we're done, Bobby said. The thought of being able to go and buy some more powder had me ready to get the job over with. It only took us 10 minutes to get to the house. We saw the people leave from earlier. It took Bobby no longer than 5 seconds to get into the house. Slowly, I went in behind him. The house was big. The White family had pictures all along the wall of the house leading all the way up the stairs. As Bobby ran to the upstairs, I went searching the rooms on the first floor. I was high and running out of breath in every few steps I took. I just wanted to sit down. I didn't want to be where I was, nor doing what I was doing, but I was caught up and I felt I had no control of who I was. I was lost inside of me. When I got to the kitchen, I sat down in one of the chairs feeling guilty and stupid. I just closed my mind to where I was and I took the pipe out of my pocket I had taken from Bobby's house. I had plans to take a hit on the way back to his house. Without giving in to a second thought, I got up from the chair, went to the stove and got a light. As I put the pipe to the fire, it clouded up with white smoke as if I had just put a fresh hit in it. The rush I got from the hit was a headbanger. I began to hear bells and shit ringing, and I became instantly paranoid, holding my chest. I thought I was going to have a heart attack right there at the crime scene. I felt that something was not circulating through my body. My chest felt clogged up, and the smoke was not passing through my body. I held my chest and sat back down. I was so high. My mind wasn't where I was or on what I was doing. I didn't want to feel anything, and I didn't care. I was numb as I sat in the kitchen. I thought I was gonna die. I was scared, but there was nothing I could do. I had done it. I had taken a hit at the wrong time, and I was out of my mind with fear and guilt. I was lost. I was a danger to myself, so I just sat there. I exhaled what I thought was my last breath, and I let go, saying, God, I'm in your hands. In my state of mind, I didn't want to move. Things were not going right, and nothing I could do was ever the right way. I felt like I had the whole world on my shoulders. Then there was calmness, and I just let go. I talked to God for a minute. God works in mysterious ways, baby, and it is all in his time, I could hear my mama say. I know you think that it's crazy how I always go back to thinking about God, but the Bible says acknowledge him in all things. Why was I feeling like I was on the way to see him? But thank God, I was awakened out of my mystic mind to the reality of where I was. Sluggishly, I looked in response to hearing Bobby's voice yelling, and a sound of him running downstairs. Cool, let's go, let's get outta here. What the fuck? Bob said, shocked as he looked at me high as if I had just shot up some dope. I'm outta here. You done lost yo mind. Cool, Bobby yelled on his way out the door. My boy left me. Slowly, I got up, tried to follow behind him, but I didn't know which direction he went in, and I didn't know where I was. All I knew was I was not about to run. I just was not in any shape to be running. I was dizzy with just the thought of having to run. When I stepped out the back door, I didn't see anybody. I began to walk, but I was bent over, hung over and drained. The powder had dried out my insides, so I was dehydrated. Anybody riding by would have noticed that I was going through something. The worst thing about it was I didn't care. I felt out of my own hands. I was a man with no control. Nothing mattered to me, even though I tried to make up some logical, lame, and rational reason to make myself try to feel good about robbing people. I didn't feel good about my lifestyle at all. I thought of Robin Hood. I felt like I was taking from the rich and giving to the poor. For real though, we didn't have shit in the hood. A new color TV, man please. I told myself that I was looking out for the hood. I knew what I was doing wasn't right. In my mind, I was giving up. God, help me, I prayed. It seemed as if I could not do anything positive without something negative happening in response. All of my good intentions were being devoured by evilness. There was no way to fight this evil demon. Okay, God, I give up. I give up because I can't win without you. I'm yours. Whatever happens to me, it's where you want me to be. I surrender. At that moment, I wanted help. I really didn't want to do what I was doing. Using drugs and stealing out of people's homes really wasn't me. This is not the way my mama raised me. I was at the end of the block when a police car pulled up on the side of me, with a lady in the back seat. She looked out of the window and nodded her head to the officer. Another squad car pulled up on me and 2 officers jumped out. "Turn around, put your hands on your head," the one officer said while the other stood with his pistol drawn and pointed at me. Doing as I was told, I asked, "What's the problem, officer?" The one officer came up behind me, grabbed my hands, and handcuffed me. "You're under arrest for burglarizing that house you just came from," the officer said. I was at a loss for words. I didn't even try to talk my way out of the situation. I didn't want to do what I was doing. "You have a right to remain silent," the officer began reading me my rights. I knew that I was once again on my way to jail. The strange thing was that I didn't care. In fact, I felt somewhat relieved. I knew I was not going to be getting high that night, and I felt good about that. Once I was put into the squad car, my thoughts were numb. I had no strength for sadness. Even when going through the county jail's processing, wherever I was placed, I was safe with my mind resting, not thinking about a thing. Exhaling never felt so good. I knew what I had gotten myself into. I was caught up again. In spite of wanting to do the right thing, I had given into doing the devil's deeds. Things were now going in another direction. I knew the consequences of what I had done. As I sat in my cell, I did not have a worry on my mind. I felt in some way like I was being cradled and God was involved in my direction. Being processed through the jail system has always been an uncomfortable process, but this time I didn't stress it at all. 3 days passed before I called Bobby to check on my car. When I got in touch with him, he told me he spoke to my mother and took my car to her. I knew my mother was worrying about me, crying and praying for me. It bothered me deeply that I was hurting my mother, so I called her and had her laughing with me over the phone. I told her how comfortable I was and how I needed to be there. I was honest with her, telling her that my drug addiction had gotten out of hand. She felt better when I told her I felt it was God answering my prayers when asking him to save me from my drug addiction. She felt better. I stayed in the county jail for about 2 weeks. I hadn't called anyone. One day out of nowhere, I was sitting in the day room playing cards, and over the intercom, the officer called out, "Smith G28, pack it up." I was shocked. I didn't know what was happening. I couldn't understand why I was being transferred. So I went to the desk and asked the officer. When he told me my bond had been posted, I was happy and scared all at the same time. I wanted to leave, but inside I didn't feel that I had a grip on my cocaine addiction at all. Nonetheless, I had no choice. I had to leave. I had no idea who was there to bail me out. While they were processing me out, I wondered what I was going to do when they let me out and where I was going to go. To some extent I was grateful, but at the same time I was scared. Once I finished processing out, I stepped through the gates, and to my surprise Craig was waiting for me. "What's up, brother man?" he asked while extending his hand out for me to shake it. Humbly, I shook his hand. "Hey Craig, what's happening, man? Thanks for bailing me out. Well, your mom was worried about you, and I didn't want you staying in there. We got to get you back straight," he told me. I looked at him, and I felt his sincerity. He told me that he had been thinking about me and that he wanted to help me get myself together. When we walked out of Cook County Jail, I became scared. I didn't want to go back to the west side, and I didn't want to go to my mama. I wanted to go back inside the jail. As we were walking to the car, Craig told me that he was taking me out to Milwaukee with him until I got myself together. I felt relieved, but at the same time, I thought about my sister and how we didn't get along. I shared my feelings with Craig, but he told me not to worry about it. He said that he and Chi-Chi were working at putting their marriage back together. He said that she agreed to me coming to stay with them. It was good to know that I was welcomed at my sister's house because God knows, I love my sister. As we were riding, my thoughts were about getting myself right. I wanted to be in tune with my heart. I didn't want to do wrong or live a life of crime, and I wanted to be in touch with the good inside of me. In doing that, I knew that I had to have a relationship with God. I found myself quietly praying as we were riding to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I knew prison was ahead waiting for me. I thought about it, and I thought about Malcolm X because I felt it needed to be by any means necessary to get that drug demon out of my life. So prison wasn't worrying me. I wanted to be right with myself starting right then. I stayed with Craig and my sister Chi-Chi for over 2 weeks. Craig and I went to play golf every morning. This was Craig's way to relax in preparation for the NBA playoffs. Now that I was spending time with my family, I felt the time I would have to spend in jail would be hard for me. I didn't want to go back to jail, but here I was again, caught up in my own web of destruction. I thought about the past months, what I had taken myself through and how I had gotten here. A question still pondered my thoughts: why couldn't everybody have followed my lead? I was again thinking about the possibilities I had when I brought Robert to Chi-Chi and Craig. Why couldn't they just have supported me in that venture? I sat there sad with my head hung down. There was a beautiful picture in my mind of how things could have been. I smiled at the thought. I was supposed to be out in some city working, doing what I love, mingling with people and presenting them their superstar, Robert Kelly. The OJs performed and said it better than anybody with the song, I Love Music. In my opinion, that says it all. Show business for me was where I wanted to be. I was not interested in becoming a star in the prison system, but somehow I signed my life away to the state for a few seasons. Even though this wasn't the ideal, I was grateful. I was grateful that God had interceded to slow me down. All of my hopes and dreams for now were going to be put on hold. It hurt now that I was about to be taken out of the equation and away from my loved ones. I felt that I had blown everything, and at the same time, I wanted to blame someone for the way things had turned out, when in reality it was my own fault. I had just about given up on me. If not for God's grace to stop me in my web of destruction, tomorrow might not be. But for today, I feel better about there being a tomorrow. I thought about Robert. I was gonna miss him too. I hadn't talked to him because I never wanted him to know how weak I was when it came to drugs. I was really grateful to my sister. During the 2 weeks that I spent with them, we got a little closer to each other. Her actions towards me showed me she was concerned about me. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. And that's the truth. The truth of the matter was, she was my sister, and that never changes. I could see my mother in her ways. I think sometimes if man sees the true value of a woman, we would let them be themselves and love them for who they are. All women to me are special. In my eyes, they are God's crown of creation. When it was time for me to go back to Chicago for court, Craig wanted to take me so that he could bring me back. I wanted to be able to come back to his house, but I knew that I was going to take a deal from the doc. I wanted to start my sentence as soon as possible so that I could get it over with that much sooner. Craig ended up agreeing with me and allowed me to travel back to Chicago on the Greyhound. When I got to court, things turned out a little better than I anticipated. The judge offered me a deal to enter into a drug rehabilitation program. This would require me to live in a halfway house for 8 months. If I completed the program successfully, I would be released and my charge would be expunged. It was a deal I could not refuse, and it was what I needed to help me overcome my addiction. I accepted the deal and requested that I begin serving my sentence that day. My request was granted. Right after my case was heard, I was taken into custody. After being processed through the county jail, I was transferred to Statesville Prison. My path always seemed to be hardcore. I couldn't go to a medium security prison. I had to go straight to the big house, a maximum security prison with the killers, rapists, and the thugs. I was so sorry. Trust me, anybody who's got to do time in prison, they're going to be sorry. At Statesville, I went through the lockdown orientation week. And then, to my surprise, I was transferred to a medium security section, also located on Statesville grounds. My daytime job in the joint was picking watermelons. I was on the farm at Statesville for 4 months before the Human Resource and Development HRD, Drug Rehabilitation Department, was given custody of me. I had been drug-free for some months, and was eager to get involved in the program. The whole battle for me was going to be mental. I wanted to be successful in overcoming my drug addiction. Even though I was in a drug rehab unit, I didn't lose sight for 1 minute that I had a drug problem. I reminded myself that if I was terminated from this program, I'd be back in Statesville Prison serving an 8-year sentence. That in itself was all the motivation I needed to force me to work extra hard towards getting my life back on track. Chapter 9. Rehab. I arrived at a treatment center on 18th Street, east of Ashland Avenue. I was greeted by the staff, which wasted no time explaining the rules and regulations of the house. I was impressed by the fact that the father of child star, Malcolm Jamal Warner, of The Cosby Show, Mr. Robert Warner, was the director of the program. There I had been out of touch with Robert for more than 6 months, and I still had him on my mind. If I could meet Malcolm, I thought maybe I could persuade him to listen to Robert, and off we would be. Mr. Warner's introduction speech let me know that he meant business in respect to our recovery. If we worked the 12-step program, he was there to give us help, but those that took the program for granted, he dismissed them without regret. The first week I was gung-ho in being an active member in the entire group meeting. I wanted to know all there was to helping me overcome my drug addiction. The facility I lived in was a big 16-room boarding house with 2 big meeting rooms, a game room with pool tables, a TV room, and in the basement, a big kitchen that took up the whole bottom floor. There was a wall built around the outside where there were weights and benches for us to use when we had free time. There were 6 meetings a day, which lasted all day. There were people there that were serious, and then there were people that were not. One day after a meeting, I walked into the room of one of the older residents to talk with him about the program. When I walked in on him, he was about to take a hit off the pipe. I was surprised, and so was he when he looked up and saw me. Ain't no need to panic now, fool. What you doing? I asked. I was smiling like everything was cool. Instead of me running out of there, I told him it was cool and inquired on how I could get some. Since I caught him in the act, he offered me some and I accepted. When I took that hit, I was so angry at myself, I felt sick. I felt beyond stupid. I knew I had a serious problem. I was really sick. I felt so sick over what I had done. I made up my mind right then and there that I would not accept another hit. I got real mad at myself. Just like when I used to get disgusted with myself and break a pipe after I smoked all my money. I had thrown away my sobriety and everything I thought I had learned. The word strength didn't even come to mind when I saw my senior about to hit that pipe. I felt weak and didn't like myself. I wasn't there for that to get high, that is. I came to my senses and I told the older guy that I didn't appreciate him being the senior in the program and not being a better example. The fact that he was influencing those of us that had a desire to do better was not cool. I told him that I was there to rehabilitate myself in order to recover from my addiction. I also told him that I needed his help and that I was also there to help him. After we had that conversation, he separated himself from me. At one of our confrontation group meetings, I called him out. Mr. Warner was not present at these meetings. It was our house and he left it to us to straighten it and keep it in order. It was when we couldn't do it he would step in. In this meeting, the two people with a problem would sit in the middle of the group and talk about their problem. To solve the problem, it was up to the comments of the rest of the group to help bring a solution. I didn't come straight out and tell on him, but I let it be known. I was there for help to change my life. I was emotional in letting them know I needed their help and that if I couldn't get it, I wasn't going to sit back and turn my head ignoring the fact that people were still getting high while living in the house. I earned a lot of respect in that house for my straightforwardness because most of us there were there for help. As time went on, no one would get high in that house anymore. The ones that did got caught and nobody had to tell on them. Their actions did it for them. What's that saying? What's done in the dark will come to the light. That's what would happen to them. I remembered reading in Joel 2:12, the Lord says, turn to him with all your heart, with fasting, with weeping and mourning, and he would restore all the years that were taken away. I had prayed and cried and fasted a lot during this period in my life. I was looking at how I was beginning to grasp some control of my actions and I was feeling good about me and making a better decision. In the group meetings I shared all I had taken myself through. I was beginning to see some things that were reflections of the words I had read in the Bible. For instance, 2 Corinthians 12:9-10. For my strength is made perfect in weakness. I was feeling myself getting strong after being so weak, and in my weakness I was feeling strong. When I would experience a discovery such as that, I would just feel God's presence and thank him. After the house was cleansed of all the darkness, the light began to shine more on the whole program. I looked forward to participating in the group sessions. I was very vocal in our sessions, which made everybody else feel comfortable when it came time for them to share their drug experiences. By listening to others' testimonies, I knew that I was given another chance with my life. Thanks to God, by directing my path to the program, the fight was still on for me. My prayer for guidance had delivered me there, and I wanted to make the best of the situation. After being in the program for 4 months, Mr. Warner started to notice how involved I was in all of the group sessions. He would facilitate the meetings once a week, and everybody in the house would have to show up. I was impressed with how Mr. Warner ran his house. He was a no-nonsense, potent man, a Malcolm X type of a person. He was serious about giving the right guidance to the people in the house. He showed no favoritism. He was about the business of recovery. When he spoke with wisdom. If you were there to better yourself, he was there to help you. And if you were there to escape doing jail time, Warner knew all of the tricks of the trade. So back to the big house, you would go. I didn't ever want to take that bus ride again, so I got involved. It was a win-win place for me to be. More importantly, I did not ever want to hit that pipe or associate myself with any kind of drugs or the people that indulged in drugs ever again. In the group sessions, I was called on to answer more questions than everybody else. Somehow, I felt Mr. Warner knew that I was unpretentious with regards to prevailing over my addiction. He was the positive mentor I needed in my life. Often he would call and invite me into his office just to ask me how I was doing and what thoughts I was having towards helping me to stay clean and sober. The one-on-one sessions I had with Mr. Warner were significant to me. His positive influence and dedication to the struggle for intellectual awareness of the black man strengthened my desire to want to do better with my life. He helped me stay focused to contain the monster inside of me that was trying to destroy me. The group meetings, the one-on-one sessions, and working the 12-step program were all added objectives, equipping me with the ammunition I needed to fight the diabolical spirit trying to possess my life. When Mr. Warner saw how everyone participated in his group meetings, he said it was because of me. He said I had a competitive spirit that gave the ones who were laid back, shy, and fearful confidence. He said I was inspirational. Warner made me feel good about myself often. My confidence in myself was building, and I was beginning to feel like the man my mama had raised me to be. The holidays were approaching and there was a big Christmas party planned for the HRD Center. This was a combined party that would include the female facilities. We were all excited about that. I know for me it had been close to a year since I had been around a woman. There was also going to be a talent show competition, with a first place prize of $100 to the best talent act. I felt the old rhythm in my spirit come alive as I read the poster that hung on the bulletin board. It had been a while since I had done any singing. Nonetheless, I entered into the competition. To get away for some private rehearsal time, I would slip away to the top floor of the building where there was an old recreation room that was no longer in use. I would go up there to be alone. Before anyone really paid attention or began to wonder where the music was coming from, I would have already had an hour to myself. It felt good preparing for the talent show. The night of the party, those that were eligible to go boarded the vans. We were taken to a community center out on 108th in the Roseland community. 18 of us were granted permission to participate in the holiday festivities. We were all excited about getting out of the house, having some fun and be around some women. I was even teased by one of my house brothers, Shun, the way Smithy singing. We just gotta stay around him because that's where all the ladies gon' be. We had all laugh. Reality set in on us when we entered the recreation center. The lights were down low, and we were ready to mix and mingle with the ladies. The women that were there were from one of HRDC's women facilities. The staff watched closely as we danced and mingled. There was said to be strict consequences if we got caught indulging in any sexual acts. Me, even though the ladies looked exquisite, I did not have a problem with obeying the rules. I danced with a few of the ladies, but my mind was on the talent show. I was so nervous that I continued to watch the time. With every minute that passed, I realized I was that much closer to them calling my name. Even though I had been practicing for over 2 weeks, the jitters were bouncing away inside my stomach. Those minutes had finally boiled down to that moment. It was showtime. The competition had gathered together. It was like the Gong Show. There were some talented people, and there were some not so talented people. When it was my turn to go on stage, the guys from my house cheered for me hella loud. I was super nervous, and I thought I was going to have to go to the bathroom. My stomach was jumping. But just like old times, when the music started to play, I went into my act, closed everybody out, and became Bobby Brown, feeling myself. After all, it was my prerogative. The nervousness left me as soon as I blew out the first note. I went into a zone when the ladies started to scream. I was live at the Apollo Theater, in my mind that is. I was pointing, posing for the ladies and spreading my arms out like I was the shit. When the song was ending, I didn't want it to end, nor did I stop singing. When the music went off, I continued to sing, "It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine." The crowd was right along with me. Together we shouted, "It's mine, mine." I sang as I walked off the stage, and in the back when I got behind the curtain, I sang, "The $100 is mine." All I heard from the crowd was clapping and men shouting, "Woo, woo, woo." It was a whole lot of fun. I won second place, which was $75. They judged us like they do on the Apollo, by applauses. The lady of the house won first prize. I was cool with the $75. Once back at the center, it was business as usual, group meetings and anger management classes. I was down to my last couple of months, and would be allowed to go out for 8 hours a day, job searching Monday through Friday. This was a good thing. I felt I was ready to take on the world again and all the responsibilities that came along with it. I was hoping to be able to find a job fast. I didn't want to go back home to my mother's, nor did I want to go. Okay, do you guys want to stop? Because I see Samantha says she fell asleep. Do you guys want to continue listening to it? I know it's monotone. Because I leave the room and I've been doing other things around here. So did you guys want to finish listening to it? Guys, this guy's a trip. I'm telling you. He mm, mm, mm.
You notice the thing between this book and the other book, that girl, it seemed like they all blaming Robert for their issues. Do you notice that? They all have a common denominator. This is oh sorry, Tori, this is Demetra Smith book. All right, we can continue. Do y'all want to take a break?
I didn't want to go back home to my mother's, nor did I want to go back to the west side. I wanted to find an apartment and start over. After the show, I was singing more often than I had in previous years. I even thought about getting a band together. I began getting passes every morning to go out looking for a job. I put in applications everywhere, but nobody wanted to hire an ex-con and recovering drug addict. Things weren't looking too good as far as getting a job and having my own apartment before being released. I used my mother's address for parole purposes. It was all good. I made up my mind to put a band together once I got settled in at my mother's house. I was not going to be sitting idle. Mama was excited when I told her I was going to start back singing. She was my biggest fan. That's my son, she would stand shouting out in the audience. Some mornings, instead of going to look for work, I would spend my days with her. I owed her for all the pain I had caused her from the bad decisions I made embarking in a career of drugs and crime. It wasn't the way she had raised me. I wanted to do good for her, as well as for myself. Throughout my life, she's been the only person that has always been there for me. Her faith in me strengthened my faith in myself. She would always tell me that I'd get through the rough times. She would always associate a Bible verse with whatever it was we were going through. Keep your head up, babe. 1 Corinthians 10:12 said, God is faithful, who will not allow you to be tempted beyond that which you are able to bear it. Psalms 35 said, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Mama would recite those scriptures to me, overwhelmed with joy. What don't kill you will only make you stronger, she would say. The closer I got to graduating from the program, the better I felt. I was 2 weeks shy of completing the program. One day I was on the Dan Ryan train heading back to the center. The train stopped on Roosevelt and State Street and I looked out the window. There sitting playing the piano and singing, with dark glasses looking like a young Stevie Wonder was Robert Kelly. I couldn't believe it. Still working in the subway and playing the same piano my sister had bought some years before. I immediately got up to get off the train before the doors would close. As soon as I hopped off, he saw me. He stopped in the middle of his song, swiftly sat his keyboard on the side of the bench and came up and hugged me. Man, I can't believe this. Where you been, man? I missed you were his first words to me. We were happy to see each other. I took the few minutes I had letting him know what I had been through and the fact that I had to get back to the center. We exchanged phone numbers and he made me promise that I would call him. He told me he had some things going on and again how he was so happy to see me. It was a beautiful moment for me. I don't think he knew how glad I was to see him. I felt spiritually touched when we departed from each other that day. It was meant for us to work together, I thought. When I got back on the next train, I sat relaxed, smiling within myself, thinking things were going to work out after all. I could hear my mother's voice in my head. Nobody can stop what God's got for you, baby. I felt it was truly fate that brought me back to Robert Kelly. The reception I received from him made it that much more believable. I was anxious to hook back up with Robert. It was hard to believe that he was still performing in the subways. I would have thought with all the talent this young man had I thought someone would have signed him by now with all the work we put in to secure him a fully produced demo tape and the master tapes of his recordings. I thought that window to work with him as his personal assistant was closed. But nonetheless, the door of opportunity was there for me. The next day when I got up, I left the center leaving them under the impression I was going on job interviews, and in a way I was. Going to see Robert was definitely a job interview. When I got to Robert's house that day, I was greeted by his mom, his sister Teresa and his brother Bruce as if I was truly missed. Mama Kelly would say, babe, if you need anything come talk to me. You're always there for me with my son, and I don't want you to leave Robert again. You're supposed to be with him, she told me. I would just listen to her. She would make me feel as if working with Robert was where I was supposed to be. Chapter 10. The Big Break. While Robert and I were at his mother's house, Larry Hood, another one of Robert's close friends, had come by. When Larry saw me, he got excited. Johnny, he yelled out looking surprised. Oh man, he said as he walked over to give me a big bear hug, like homeboys do when they're reunited with former friends. We talked for what seemed like hours. The joy we felt and expressed about being in each other's presence was overwhelming. As much as I hated to, I had to cut my visit short. I had to be back at the center within the next 40 minutes. I had come too far to fall back now, especially with the prospect of joining back up with Robert Kelly. This was a happy time for me. I still had faith in myself that I could beat my drug addiction and find my way to the top with Robert. In my eyes, he was the superstar the world was waiting on. I was ready to complete this program and get back to promoting my artist. I thought about the things Robert and I talked about. Man, I need you with me, Johnny, he'd say. Man, ain't no more going away. His words were like music to my ears. Larry was a kind-hearted 220-pound, 6'1" bundle of smoothness. Robert mentioned that he still wanted Larry as his personal security. Everyone that surrounded Robert stepped in place to ensure that Robert had what he needed to become a megastar. It was the relationship we shared that got us to this point. We had bonded together, broke bread together, and shared our monies to help further develop Robert in his career. We partied and stood toe-to-toe with each other when confrontations came about. We were all loyal, die-hard friends to each other. We all had the same high hopes. After Larry and I talked for a while, it was time for me to head back to the center. The next day, Robert suggested that we pick up another member of the crew, Tori. He was another person I met through Robert, a friend I had come to know and love. I hadn't seen him. I smiled at the thought of going to get him. The Pillsbury Doughboy is what I called Tori. He was short, light-skinned, and one of the sharpest, coolest cats I knew. The girls loved Tori. He was cuddly and charming to the ladies. His position in the crew was to be Robert's stylist. Tori knew his style, so the title fit him perfectly. In addition to being up on the latest in fashion, he was also an innovator when it came to creating a style to fit Robert. We pulled up in the alley behind the building where Tori lived. I got out of the car to let him get into the back seat. Johnny B. Boy, what's happening, man? He asked, looking me up and down. He extended his hand out for a shake and pulling me into him when I grabbed his hand. Boy, you still straight, ain't you? He asked, as he got into the back seat of the car. What are you talking about? I asked. I didn't have a clue to what he was asking me. What I was straight in. You know, they ain't tap it back there, did they? He asked, being funny, insinuating some homosexual stuff because I had been locked up. Man, get your little Humpty Dumpty looking ass in the car, I told him. We all laughed as we rode off. I felt that I was back home and back with the family I wanted to be with. I love these guys. After we picked Tori up, we went to 47th and Cornell, right off the lake, to play basketball. While Tori and Larry played ball, Robert and I waited on the next game. While on the sideline, we talked about what had transpired over the period of time I had been away. He told me he had been to LA and had worked on a project with Benny Medina and that things hadn't worked out for him. He even tried to shop the demo Craig financed for him, but he really didn't know how to get people to listen to him and back him without signing a contract. Since his trip to LA, Robert was working with a guy named Eric Payton. He wanted me to work closely with Eric. He said Eric wanted him to be a part of a singing group. Robert wanted me to be a part of that and said he was glad I was back. He knew that I had his best interest at heart. It felt good to be close to him, and still in a position to work as his personal assistant. I asked him if my 5% was still part of the deal. He told me yes, so I took the job and was anxious to get started. After the game, Larry dropped Robert and me off at Eric's house on 75th and Yates. Robert introduced me to Eric, and we talked about the position Robert wanted me to have being with him. Robert let him know right then I was the one responsible for the demo tape Robert had. Eric was cool about everything. Eric talked about his singing group, MGM Mentally Gifted Men, a 3-guy group. He wanted Robert to join the group and Robert agreed. In the meeting, Robert mentioned that he wanted me to be responsible for the production and development of the group. We ended our meeting feeling good about what was to come. I was invited back the next day to meet MGM. Timing could not have been better for me. I was in the beginning of something new with Robert, and I was in the same position as before, his right-hand man. The next day, we met with MGM Mark, Sean, and Vince at Eric's house around 1:00 p.m. We didn't have a band, so we performed off the recorded tracks from the demo Craig had executively produced for Robert. Rehearsals were strenuous and Robert's work ethic was unbelievable. He was a workaholic when it came to his music. Robert put together a dynamic show, making R. Kelly and MGM a new force. In my opinion, they were untouchable. They were sharp, good-looking, and talented. They worked to achieve perfection. Their new Jack style of dancing was as perfect as Michael Jackson's. Every move was precise. With the 4 of them performing together, neither Bobby Brown, New Edition, or any other group out there couldn't stand next to these guys. I was in charge of the rehearsals, and I worked them hard. I gave them style and taught them how to capture their audience. My biggest asset was my ability to bringing out personality on stage. That's what I do. I let them all know how they were projecting to the audience. I taught them how to kneel down and how to reach out to the women and when to reach out to them. I gave them words to say. Basically, I put the cool in them. Those were my boys. R. Kelly and MGM were a true force to be reckoned with when I finished with them. Eric's duties were to search for a record deal with the demo, and he had the final say on the shows I booked. We performed in talent shows all over the city of Chicago, becoming regulars at the Cotton Club on Michigan Avenue, the same club where Bernie Mac got his stat. Back in the late 80s, we were all close. I remember back in the day when Bernie Mac was performing at the club, and anybody that came in or exited the club would have to go past the stage to get in or out. If you knew how open Mick was at the Cotton Club, you didn't want to walk out when Bernie Mac was on the stage because he would surely roast you. I remember one evening I had to leave while he was on stage. Even though we were cool, the Mac man waited until I had committed myself to rush past the stage to get to the exit door. Knowing I needed to leave, he stopped me in my tracks and called me out. Demetrius, where you going? Come on, man, go on by, man. I ain't gon' get you. I know you gotta go. I'm just glad you didn't try to slide your almost fed ass by here thinking nobody was gon' see you. The crowd busted out laughing and I did too as I made my way out the door as fast as I could. You could only laugh when he talked about you and try not to show the embarrassment at the same time. Bernie Mac knew how to get you and when to let up on you. He kept it all fun. I miss that brother, him just being here. The thought of him is of a smile. Bernie Mac would have you laughing coming and going. Every Monday night people came to see Bernie Mac at the Cotton Club to watch him take on the competition and have the club rolling with laughter as he held his title of top comedian at the Cotton Club. He was indeed one of the funniest men who could talk about you and you'd love him the same. He was not scared. Who you with? Was his saying. He was truly an entertainer with style, charm, and a heart for others. As I remember him, Bernie Mac, he was always on his business to open his door to be recognized for the greatness of the gift he had to make people laugh. At one time, he asked me to help him write a bio to present himself to the market. He had read the bio I had put together for Robert Kelly. Bernie and I associated with each other when we saw each other at the Cotton Club. We weren't close running buddy friends, but we knew and had a mutual respect for each other. Bernie had approached me to help him because he had heard about Russell Simmons' production of Def Comedy Jam, and he wanted to step his game up to the business of representing himself professionally. He told me, D, it's time to get real with this. I helped him to format an outline for his bio, and next thing I knew I looked around, and Bernie Mac had a TV show. He had reached his dream. Bernie Mac was one of the true kings of comedy. R.I.P. my brother. I love you, Bernie Mac. We had a lot of fun back in those days. We were club hopping all over the city. R. Kelly and MGM were becoming a household name in the clubs of Chicago. We heard of a talent show audition at the new Regal Theater on 79th and Stony Island. The first place winners would receive a trip to LA to appear on Natalie Cole's Big Break show and compete against other contestants for a chance to win $100,000 in cash and prizes, plus a recording contract. R. Kelly and MGM were so hot, we were invited to the audition. We were on a mission to win that competition. We needed to win that $100,000 cash. But more than that, the winner also had an opportunity to be an opening act for Heavy D and the boys, and we wanted that spot too. We rehearsed daily at the Regal Theater from 1 o'clock p.m. 3:30 p.m. We had the whole stage. We had access to all the equipment and the soundboard. It was a total professional environment for us. There was no doubt in our minds we were going to win this talent show. On the night of the show, we lit the stage up with our perfectly timed dance steps and smooth sex appeal that had the ladies screaming. We won that competition with the crowd screaming for an encore. We knew then that Heavy D was going to have a job to do following our act. After winning the competition, we were excited. Winning that night was motivation for us. The following morning, we were up rehearsing, getting ready for the show with Heavy, which was only a few weeks away. Showtime came, and we were on cloud nine. Although Heavy D was big, we knew that our show was on a professional level. We arrived at the Regal Theater where we were treated like celebrities. We stayed in the dressing room until showtime. We prayed, and when it was time to go on, we lit it up again. Heavy D and the boys came out of their dressing rooms from stage left and stage right to watch our show. Who are them cats? Heavy D would ask. Performing that night was big fun for us. The ladies went crazy when Sean knelt down at the front of the stage, pointed to a young lady, and smoothly said, "Say, baby, can I talk to you for a minute?" there's something on my mind. As the music was playing, R. Kelly and MGM were doing some slow, sexy dance moves to Teddy Riley's song Let's Chill. It was time for the Natalie Cole Big Break show. We never stopped working towards the goal to win $100,000 and be on TV. There wasn't a doubt in our minds about us winning the competition. We were confident in that. And because of the confidence, everything should have gone smoothly, but it didn't. Money always seemed to find a way to change things. Everybody was trying to be a part of our clique. The drug dealers wanted Robert to produce them in the rap game. Eric was taking money on the side from small investors to keep money in Robert's pocket. And there was other confusions flaring up in the camp. Egos were beginning to sprout up like weed. One day when we didn't have a scheduled rehearsal, I was just hanging out and decided to drive to Eric's house. I didn't pay attention to the cars that were outside. I just parked and went up to the door and rang the bell. Eric answered, and as I stepped in there, to my surprise, there was my sister. Everyone gave me a strange look when I stepped into the house, like I walked in on something I should not have. Chi-Chi was back in the mix. She was who Eric had gotten to finance the video Robert was about to shoot. Why you wanna play me? Robert was about to shoot. Yeah, we needed the money for uniforms and for the video, but I was disappointed to learn that my sister was involved with us again. I felt as if she was playing herself. She gave Eric $15,000 to shoot the video. They were playing my sister, just like when we first got together with her and Craig. They were spending money, with no paperwork being signed. They were going on the belief that when he's straight, he'll look out for them. That's not how business is done. I could feel deceit in the air. I wanted to talk to my sister. I needed to somehow get through to her that she and I should be working together, but I knew she wouldn't listen to me. I went on pretending I was not bothered by her presence, so I let it go. They had all kept me out of the loop with the production of the video anyway. This was all going on behind my back. Apparently, they didn't want me to know about it. My thoughts were, here we go again. I wondered when the deceit would stop. What my being here did do was put me on point. Robert and I were going to talk about getting me signed to my 5%, and with that thought I kept my focus. I didn't let my sister's presence alter my emotions. There was nothing more important to me than the tryouts for the talent show. Of course we won, and the grand prize, which was 5 round-trip tickets to Los Angeles to be on the Big Break show for a chance to win $100,000. In order for me to go, Eric was going to have to pay my way, and he claimed the group didn't have money for my trip. I was hurt over that, but what could I do other than wish them well? Chi-Chi went along with the crew. R. Kelly and MGM won first place in Natalie Cole's Big Break competition. I was happy for them, and I was over any ill feelings for not being able to go. They deserved it. They worked hard. We all worked hard. But little did I know of the confrontations that had taken place while they were in LA. When they returned from LA, everybody was mad over the money. Eric got 20% of $100,000 off the top. The whole debate was about how much everybody else would get. Eric was confused with the situation and wanted to do the right thing by everybody. Mark felt they should all receive an equal share of $10,000 apiece. Robert didn't agree with that, and neither did I, for the following reasons. 1. Robert wrote and produced all the songs. 2. Robert did the background vocals on the tracks that were used in the competition. 3. Robert choreographed the dance routines. 4. Robert had to pay for the studio time needed to produce the tracks they danced to. So in all fairness, I thought Robert should have given them a nice paycheck and they should have been happy. At the time, as far as the group was concerned, MGM were just dancers and should have been paid as such. I told Robert and Eric they were worthy of a nice paycheck but not an equal share. Eric should have established that in the beginning, and Robert should have listened when I told him to get that established with Eric, making sure they all understood MGM's position with Robert as background dancers, because that's what they were. When the check came to Eric, he gave each member of MGM $5,000. That was cool, but because of the whole misunderstanding, that was the end of R. Kelly and MGM. I was paid $300, which was way short of 5%, but I stayed optimistic. I believed things were going to work out. After the big breakup with MGM and Eric Payton, it was me, Robert, Larry, and Tori again. We were the ride or die crew with R. Kelly. Again, I was back to booking shows for him at hotels, nightclubs, and any place that we could get in where there would be a crowd of people. I would go inside a joint, a party, or a hotel that had a piano in it and negotiate for Robert to perform for tips. Robert would always tell me, "Man, you make things happen. Trust me, you are going to get paid when we get this deal. Just hang with me." For the next 6 or 7 months, Robert and I worked the club circuits as well as on occasions. We'd go back down into the subway. I'd work in the daytime. At that time, I was still living with my mom in Dixmoor, Illinois. To make ends meet, I had gotten a little job at a sheet metal factory, Sanders Metals. My life was consumed with doing things for Robert Kelly. After MGM, it was me, Robert, Larry, and Tori. We were the ride or die crew with Robert Kelly. As time went on, the crew worked diligently to prepare ourselves for the success we all believed was inevitable. We took our job seriously and we made it our business to perform so well at the clubs, leaving the impression that we were traveling with the next high-profile celebrity. The Bible says, "Believe in things as though they were," and that's how we lived and believed daily. We were having fun. During this time, I was pretty much working in a manager's shoes. Everything was coming through me. When people wanted to talk to Robert about something, he'd send them to me. If someone wanted him to sing somewhere, they'd call me. We took Robert's piano with us wherever. We were still street performers, we just weren't in the subways anymore. We went through the city and surrounding suburbs working anywhere we could. We would enter any talent show and win. We were doing well for an inexperienced crew. Robert had a girlfriend, La Nice, who was a jewel and a special lady. Light-skinned, petite Atia Mori, from the show The Game type of beauty. La Nice was a beautiful woman and she was down for Robert, but she was not a little girl. She didn't stay put up like Robert would tell her. La Nice was not going to be treated like a child. Robert was crazy about La Nice, but he didn't want to give her any freedom. He always had to know where she was, and most of the time, he wanted her to be confined to the house. They were together for a while. She was with him through the Eric Payton and MGM era. La Nice was pretty much taking care of Robert. He stayed with her and her grandmother on 54th and Damon. He even drove her car. I remember one night Robert called me in the middle of the night. La Nice hadn't come home from work. I was way out in Dixmoor, Illinois, 25 minutes away, but my boy said he needed me because La Nice was missing. I jumped up out of bed and drove over to La Nice's house. Robert was outside in the car waiting. When I pulled up, he had me drive around to where he thought she was. Come to find out, while we were riding around stalking and looking for her, she was at home. She was late because she had dropped one of her co-workers who had car trouble off at home. Robert was so jealous and controlling. He didn't want her to talk to anyone, not even us, his friends. This was my boy though. I was sticking with him through it all. It was around November 1990 when we heard about a gospel play that was coming to town. They were holding auditions for singing parts, and I got Robert interested in auditioning. The only thing was neither Larry nor I were able to make it on the day of the audition because we both had to work. So instead of letting Robert go by himself, I called Al Cover-Rip, who was Eric Payton's uncle. Al was an older cat. He was actually around 60, maybe 70 years old, but he hung around us like one of the crew, supporting us 100%. Al Cover was the man for us. He was cool, dependable, and loyal. Al believed in Robert as we did. He had all of us, catering to his needs. Al Cover accompanied Robert to the Regal Theater for the audition, and I arrived later that day. By the time I arrived, Robert had already performed. We were invited back for a reading the next day. Robert wanted to sing, because he knew, as I did, that he wasn't going to be able to read a script. Only Larry and I knew that Robert could not read or write well at all. He was offered a part in the play at a salary of $1,200 a week plus per diem. We were there waiting for the play script, and at the same time, trying to figure out how we were going to get through to the producer of the play and convince him to allow Robert to sing without reading. I was going to have to work day and night with Robert because what he was going to have to do was memorize his parts, which in itself was a rough job. The next day, when we arrived for the reading, Robert and I had already decided that I was going to talk to whoever was in charge. I learned through cast members that the guy to talk to was Mr. Barry Hankerson, the producer of the play. We found him sitting in the back of the theater watching the rest of the entertainers. I approached Mr. Hankerson and introduced myself to him, as Robert's personal assistant. "Mr. Hankerson, my name is Demetrius Smith. I'm Robert Kelly's personal assistant." "Mr. Hankerson, Robert has so much more to offer you than just singing in this play," I said. Mr. Hankerson looked at me puzzled, like, "Who are you?" He was looking around as if he wondered if he might need some security. I didn't stop talking until he said, hold on, man. "Who is Robert and what are you talking about?" he said. "That's Robert, he auditioned for you yesterday," I said, pointing over to Robert, who was sitting further in the back of the theater to the right of us. "Oh yay, the kid's got a nice voice, he's already hired," Mr. Hankerson said. "Yay, I know, Mr. Hankerson, I know, and we thank you, but Robert got so much more talent than what you saw. He is a genius when it comes to writing songs, Mr. Hankerson," I told him. He can write a song for anybody. I'm telling you right now, if you can just listen to him for one song, this kid can write, sing, play the piano, and dance. He got it all. If you can listen to him sing one of his songs, I guarantee you'll see what I'm talking about. I was pleading with Mr. Hankerson. I was talking so fast I was just hoping to get through to him. I knew that if he would listen to Robert sing one song, Robert would win him over. Mr. Hankerson asked me if I had a tape that he could listen to with some of Robert's songs. I told him, I don't have a tape, but I have a keyboard in my car. I can go and get it, and Robert will perform right here if you got a minute. Just 1 minute and I'll go get it, I said. As I began to get up out of my seat, I put up one finger up to Mr. Hankerson, indicating 1 minute. 1 minute, Mr. Hankerson. I'ma go get the keyboard. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 minute, Mr. Hankerson, I pleaded as I began to walk away. And just like that, Robert Kelly's career started to unfold. Mr. Hankerson agreed to let Robert perform. As I went to get the keyboard, Robert got up and came along with me. I told him what we were about to do, and we did it. Robert performed for Mr. Hankerson and won him over. It was on that very same day, Mr. Hankerson no longer wanted Robert for the play. He was interested in getting Robert a recording contract. We had no idea that Mr. Hankerson was already in the music business as the manager for the gospel singing group, the Winans. He also managed David Peaston, Gavin Christopher, to name a few. He also was an executive producer for a few movies. Plus, he used to be married to Gladys Knight. Mr. Hankerson was the real deal. Once Barry Hankerson became interested in Robert, he didn't waste any time getting things started. Within 2 weeks, Robert was moved into a 2-bedroom, high-rise apartment in downtown Chicago, and he gave Robert cash to cover the expenses he had accumulated under Eric Payton's management. Robert was in touch with Barry Hankerson on a consistent basis now. They were on the phone with each other all the time, and they became real close real fast. Barry came right in and went to work being Robert's manager. When the money started circulating, it was pretty much Robert and Barry together all the time. Barry flew Robert up to LA and started Robert off producing. His first project was David Peaston, another artist Barry managed. We really started believing that we were on our way to the big times when Robert told me he was writing a song for Gladys Knight. Even though things were moving in a positive direction, I felt kind of left out. I felt Robert should have had me with him. He should have told Barry to bring me up. I was the one that talked Barry into listening to Robert's music. Barry probably didn't even remember me after he heard Robert. Robert was not supposed to forget about me. After where we had been and what we had been through together, when Barry gave Robert some cash, Robert should have given me some. Robert always threw me kibble sandbits, but I was hooked in, and I couldn't let go. I just had to hold on, and believe that I was going to be rewarded for the loyalty and hard work I had been putting in with him and for him. We had come a long ways together. Chapter 11. Man Behind the Man. When Robert got back from LA, he called me and asked me to meet him at his new apartment. He had moved again. This time, he moved to a real deluxe apartment in the sky. He moved to the Lake Point Towers. This is where some big-time celebrities live, right on the lake in downtown Chicago, overlooking Lake Michigan and the coastline of Lake Shore Drive. In this building there was a workout facility, cleaners, store, pool, sauna and a dance studio. You had to be buzzed in by the doorman to get to his apartment as well. Yep, it was indeed the next level. When Robert and I met, he gave me a couple $100. At that time, anything was helpful because I was in need. It was only because of my belief that I would go on the payroll soon that made it easy for me to make myself available to Robert 24 hours a day. Since MGM was out of the picture, Robert decided he wanted some new dancers. I made some flyers and I passed them out at different clubs. We were searching for male dancers with vocals. On the day of the auditions we had a great turnout. We held the auditions at the dance studio in Robert's building. At that audition is where we met Earl, Rick, and Danda. Robert and I took a liking to these 3 cats immediately. Earl, Rick, and Danda were already a group. They had been dancing together for a couple of years. Choosing them made the audition process short and easy. Robert and I came up with the name Public Announcement. I thought the name fit because we were making a statement to the public with our presentation. Barry decided for Robert to call himself R. That formed the group, R. Kelly and Public Announcement. Once again I was assigned to the group to make sure they rehearsed and learned how to put on a good show. Robert would come through and choreograph the dance steps and then go into the studio with Barry. I drilled them to bring out the best in them. They could dance, but what they did really well was work hard. They knew the position they were in, and they wanted it. While I was working with Public Announcement, Barry was paying me $150 a week to keep me active and able to help my family and myself. Barry took Robert back to LA to work in the studio with David Peaston. Barry didn't meet with me again after the Regal Theater. It was always him and Robert. I figured if I was going to get close to Barry, it was going to have to be with Robert pulling me in, and that's exactly what he did. It was late spring of 1991. Robert left LA and went to New York. He called me from New York and said, "Johnny, you gotta get down here. I'm in New York with Barry, and Jive Records wants to sign me. I need you down here with me." I told Barry you're my main man and to get you here. I told Robert to hook it up and I'm on my way. I thought they were going to fly me up, but instead, a ticket was prepaid for me on the Greyhound bus. Nonetheless, I was going to New York City. This would be my first visit to the Big Apple, and I was excited. Barry was making things happen. Things had come full circle. When I arrived in New York, I was met at the bus station by a limo driver, holding a sign with my name on it. I gave him a hand wave to acknowledge to him that I was the person he was waiting to pick up. I was taken to the Empire Hotel. Once I settled inside my tiny room, I called Robert at the studio to inform him that I had arrived. I was told to take a cab to Jive Studios, where he and Barry were. When I got to the studio, Robert and Barry were sitting in this big studio room. You know how it looks in the studio, a big console mixing board, about 80 tracks. It was the first time I had been in a studio this large, or, should I say, a real studio. Robert looked like he was at home spinning around in the swivel chair. Barry had a serious look on his face. They both stood up to give me a welcome greeting by hugging me. "You're a hell of a talker. That was a good job getting me to listen to this young genius. You were right. Are you ready to work, man?" Barry asked. "No doubt," I said, with a big smile on my face, shaking my head. "Yes." We all started laughing. I know I was happy to be there, and Robert had made himself at home there in the studio. He looked as if he had been at it there for years. He was comfortable and looked happy. He was laying down some tracks for one of Jive Records' other artists. Barry told me to come with him into another studio room, so we could talk. There, he told me that Robert spoke very highly of me and that he wanted me to stay as his personal assistant. Barry went on to tell me about the duties of a personal assistant, which was pretty much what I was already doing, taking care of Robert. Now here we were in a major studio. Barry was having meetings daily to discuss a major deal for Robert. I was never at any of those meetings, but Robert told me pretty much what was going on in respect to the album coming out and that we would be touring as soon as the album was done. My job was to take care of Robert, and that's what I was going to do. We stayed in New York for about a month. Robert was working on the album, as well as working with and producing some of Jive Records' other artists. I was at Robert and Barry's beck and call, running errands for them. I would go out to find places for Robert to play basketball. I'd go get his food, and when he was feeling bad, or having a toothache, I was the one who got up in the middle of the night to go get him medicine. Barry had put me on a $350 a week salary. I was cool with that. It looked as if things were really about to start happening for us in a major way. Every morning, when we would leave the studio, Robert and I would sit down at the hotel and talk about the events of that day. We talked about how, when we got back home, we were going to work even harder. Robert would work at crafting his art and I would make sure Robert had everything he needed. One particular night, I had a discussion with Robert about Barry putting me on a $350 a week salary. Robert told me he knew it because he had okayed it. He said that in the long run, it was coming out of his money anyway. I then asked him about the 5% he and I had talked about me getting once we got a deal. That was the one thing I needed for my security. Robert told me it was not going to be a problem. As soon as I finish with my deal, we can make that happen, he told me. My mind was on cloud nine. I was making $350, but I had a vision of making a lot more money. I could see it right in front of me. Wow. We were about to get busy and be paid. Once back in Chicago, we all met at the Knickerbocker Hotel where Barry stayed. It was me, Robert, Barry, public announcement, Al Clover and Larry. This was a big meeting for us all. We all knew Robert was about to sign a major deal with Jive Records. Robert had already told me on our flight back that the papers to the contract were all being drawn up, and we were scheduled to go back to New York the following week. At that meeting, Barry gave us all our assigned duties. He said that our purpose for being with Robert was not to just hang out. He let us know we were in show business and that it was truly a business. It turned serious to me when he informed everyone that I would be the person in charge of all our Kelly functions and, in doing so, let everybody know that I was the man in charge. He let us know he worked out of LA and New York and that he would communicate all activities through me and I was the one who would inform them of what's needed of them. Barry even mentioned that he wanted everyone on payroll and would wire money to me to distribute. It was all about business from that point on and we were all ready to take on the challenge. My job was to keep everybody informed of rehearsals, photo shoots, radio interviews, personal appearances and anything else that was scheduled. Everything would come through me. I had become the man behind the man. This was happening just how we had all talked about. We were destined to make it to the big time amongst the celebrities. We had long-term goals to reach and the backing to make it happen. We were on our way. That next day, we started working with more determination. Robert was a workaholic. He didn't slack off at anything, and he didn't allow anyone else to slack either. We were scheduled to go back to New York to close the deal, so Robert wanted to make sure to get his work in with public announcement. He had a routine he wanted them to perfect while we were gone. The night before it was time to leave and go to New York, I was told by Barry I wouldn't be going. He told me it was a short business trip and there was nothing there I was going to be doing. I was confused. I thought traveling with Robert was a part of my job. Barry tried to pump me up by saying I was needed to oversee the rehearsals anyway. I was totally disappointed, but couldn't let him know. It was okay. I was still on a $350 a week salary. Thus far, that $350 was coming weekly and on time. I was beginning to save a little of it. I was on assignment, and I was cool with it. It inspired me to dwell deeper and do the best work I could do for the kid. To be paid was what it was all about anyway. Let them be gone, I said to myself, now more disappointed than mad at them for leaving me behind. While they were gone, I worked with Pa every day on the routine Robert had taught them before he left. The guys were workaholics and attentive executioners. They didn't stop until they had their routine in sync. They listened to me attentively. They wanted to perfect the vision of what being suave was, along with keeping it cool. They were as hardworking as the MGM group. Public announcement wanted to be everything Robert envisioned as his background dancers because they believed in him. They felt lucky to be in their position. Robert called me from New York to tell me how things were going. He told me that the deal was signed and that he would be returning in the next day or so. He was really interested in the progress of his new dancers. He wanted to know if they could be as good as MGM. I told him, yeah, it was no doubt in my mind they were ready and willing. I informed him we were rehearsing daily, they listened to instruction well, and they were hard workers. I told him all they talked about was how much they wanted to work with him. Robert told me that when he came home, he wanted to get right to work. He said he'd call me to give me his flight information. Robert stressed the fact he wanted me and the group to meet him in Hyde Park at a rehearsal spot we had outside in a big parking lot on 47th and Cornell. It was an open field with a lot of rehearsal space. Right across the street was the park where we played basketball. Robert liked the attention we would get from the people who hung out there. They would come over from the park to watch us. We hadn't rehearsed there since the days with MGM. Back then, we would pull all our cars up, open the trunks and pump the music as loud as we could get it. The people would come from the park and gather around and cheer us on. Robert called me early in the day to inform me that he was on the way home and to make sure we were in the park rehearsing. When he got there, I made sure the orders were followed. We arrived at the park around 3:30 p.m., and around 4:30 p.m., Robert pulled up in a black Mercedes-Benz. When we saw the car pull up, we didn't know who it was, so we continued with our rehearsals. Once we realized it was Robert, we stopped what we were doing to show our joy. We knew the deal was signed, and all our hard work was about to start paying off. In my mind, I couldn't wait to get alone with Robert. I felt he should have some word for me about my money, but for now, congratulations was in order. We examined the car, inside and out. On the outside I was excited, but on the inside I could not get my mind off of my 5%. I had waited a long time for this payday to come. After all the hype was over, I thought we were going to pack up to go celebrate. No sir, Robert was strictly about business. He didn't want to do anything else but rehearse. For another hour and a half, we focused on the dance routines. We went over the routines several times, critiquing every movement. You could see that R. Kelly and public announcement were going to be dynamic and entertain the world. We were rehearsing for the future, believing in things as though they were. Nothing was scheduled as of yet, but I knew with this signed deal I was about to become really busy. The first week Robert returned from New York, the groupie thing began to become unveiled. Girls were always at our rehearsals. Robert, for the most part, kept his focus on rehearsing and perfecting the show we were putting together. He knew that he was an entertainer, but something was different about Robert. After the Regal Theater competitions, the clubs, and all the talent shows we won in the past, Robert Kelly became well known and won the hearts of the people in Chicago. Radio personalities were talking about us on the radio. When we went out on the town, we had an entourage with us. Our crew was expanding. Robert would perform, and after that, it was all about the girls. The added crew members were there to assist Robert with recruiting girls to his apartment, and it seemed that the younger girls were the ones who always showed up at his apartment and at tour rehearsals. I was in total disagreement with Robert entertaining young girls in his apartment, and for that reason, Robert began to distance himself from me. When I would go over to his crib, the doorman would call him and tell him I was there, and he would tell him to have me wait for him in the lobby. I wasn't hanging out with Robert like I used to because we didn't see eye to eye on anything when the girls were around. I guess it was because I was always complaining about him spending so much time with young girls. I mean, I let him know that I was afraid for him and that I was only trying to protect him. He would always tell me he was working with the girls on a professional level. He said he was producing them. I began to talk to the crew about them picking young girls up for Robert, but they were only interested in trying to make a lasting impression on Robert and staying close to him. They were living in the limelight and the women were coming to them easy. They didn't want to try to understand my reasons for wanting to protect Robert. The time away from my job was spent with my two girlfriends, Lawinda and Tamikia, who were both expecting. Yep, I was going to be a father. I had two women pregnant. It's nothing that I was proud of. In fact, I wish I had been smarter. However, there are no regrets. I wouldn't give my children up for anything in the world. I just wish they were all by one woman, but it is what it is. I met my first child's mother, Lawinda, at the Cotton Club. I had just walked into the club with Robert. We were in the middle section of the club where they were taking photos when Lawinda approached me. Hey, I don't normally approach men. I'm sitting over there. Would you come have a drink with me? She said, pointing in the direction of her table. Sure, I could do that. Give me a minute, okay? I said to her as I turned back around talking to Robert. Robert was like, who is that? I said, you know how I do it, man. I get chosen all the time. I'll get back with her later, man. Let's go back here and get the DJ to play this tune. As we were walking, Robert complimented me on how thick and gorgeous Lawinda was. Later, I went over and sat with Lawinda and bought her a drink. I wasn't much of a rapper, but since she had chosen me, I wanted to spend a little time with her. Our conversation was short, and then we exchanged numbers. Later, we hooked up, and from there little Demetrius was born. I met my other children's mother, Tamikia, when I was on my way to rehearsal. I was walking down 75th Street and I noticed a young lady standing at a phone booth crying. When I got closer to her, I asked her, hey, young lady, are you all right? She was a pretty young lady, light skin, reddish hair, with nice pink juicy lips. To be honest with you, I wasn't looking at her in a sexual way. I was really concerned about her. She looked as if she was going through something. She pointed across the street where three guys were standing and told me that they tried to grab her. She said she broke away and ran to the phone. She was on the phone with her mother and said she was crying because her mother wouldn't come get her and she was scared. I asked her where she lived. She told me she lived on 74th and Exchange. I told her I was going on 75th and Yates and asked if she would like to walk with me. The Exchange was about 6 blocks farther east. I told her she could trust me. I would make sure she got home safely. From there, I ended up walking her all the way home. When we got there, she thanked me and asked me for my phone number. 2 days later, she called. I asked her out, took her to the movies. Well, to make a long story short, Tamikia became the mother of my daughter, Ashley, and later my twin sons, Dane and Danda. When Lawinda first told me she was pregnant, I must admit I was happy and overjoyed. I was 33 years old and I wanted a child. I didn't think I could have children with all the unprotected sex I had in my past. I blamed that on all the drugs I had consumed over the years. 2 months after Lawinda told me she was pregnant, Tamikia told me she was also. I was so confused because I wanted so much to be with my child and raise him or her, but now here I was with two women, having my babies. I didn't know what to do, so I ran from one house to the other, doing the best I could in satisfying them both. Both Lawinda and Tamikia always found things to argue with me about instead of being by my side. When I told them both about each other and that they were both having my child, that was really sad. Lawinda burst out crying, I wanted to be the only one to have your babies. Tamikia was so angry she tried to abort my daughter, but she was too far into the pregnancy, so instead she tried by taking pills, which resulted in her having to have her stomach pumped and a psychiatric evaluation for her. I did not feel good at all about breaking the hearts of the two women who had enough love for me to bear my children. My life was just like a ball of confusion. Things just could not go straight for me. Once again, I messed everything up, and in the midst of it, there were children that I was going to be responsible for. I felt the same as Lawanda. I wanted children with one woman, but what was done was done. On December 8, 1990, I was on my way to do what I did when my beeper went off. It was Dorothy, Lawinda's mother. I gave her a call. She told me they were on their way to the Bernard Mitchell Hospital on Cottage Grove. She said the baby was ready to come. Work was postponed that evening. I rushed to the hospital to witness the birth of a little me. I was so happy. I was about to really become a father. I made it to the hospital on time. I was able to walk to the delivery room with Lawinda, holding her hand. I was right there looking as the doctor cut Lawinda open and peeled her skin back layer after layer. She had to have what they called a C-section. My son came out stretching like Ed in the movie, being pulled from out of her belly. Standing there, watching my son stretching out into the world at his first moment was amazing. He had his mother's eyes. This was a part of her I used to tell her I wanted him to have of her, and he had them. That was a blessed moment for me. I loved him before he got here. Now it was all so real. Reality set right in on me. I couldn't do what I was doing anymore. All the stealing, the robbing, and taking changes with my life, it all ended that night. At that very moment when my son was born, I knew I had to be there for him. Nothing was more important than for me to get a job. The thought of being caught for any type of crime and be taken away from my son was a thought I could not conceive. Right at that very moment, I knew I didn't want to do anything wrong anymore. This was the proudest moment of my life. Lawinda wanted to name our son Dominique. I didn't want to debate. She knew I wanted to name our son Demetrius. I babe-booed her. I was being real sweet. I wanted the moment to last forever. My family. I looked at Lawinda. I wanted her too. I wanted to love her. I told Lawinda I wanted my first son to be my junior. Jokingly, I suggested we asked the baby. We walked up to the incubator where the baby was. As we stood in front of the incubator, I asked my son what he wanted to be named. I said, "Hey little man." I was grinning ear to ear. I said, "Hey Demetrius." He would look at me with his eyes wide open. "Demetrius, do you want to be called Dominique?" I asked, and he had close his eyes as if he was not answering to the name. I said, "Lawinda, look at him," and I had say Demetrius, and he would open his eyes. I would say, "Dominique," and his eyes would close. Lawinda couldn't believe it either. We kept doing it. I began to say it in a rhythm. Demetrius, Dominique. Demetrius, Dominique. Each time he would open and close his eyes. He opened his eyes to the name Demetrius. The baby made the choice. He was named Demetrius Smith Jr. I was there daily and all day sitting with my son. I daydreamed being with him, how I wanted to give him so much more than I had had. I had done a couple of more burglaries and I was really frightened as I thought of being caught. I thought about how my luck was. On the day I picked Lawinda up, I made up my mind I was through. I was through taking changes with my life. I realized as I was carrying my son, my life was no longer just mine. I had a family now and I wanted to be there for them. 3 months later, March 20th, 1991, my daughter, Ashley Tira Smith, was born. I was at home when she was born too. Except on that particular day, I was at a Chicago Bulls game. I was a Chicago Bull fanatic. With Craig being a Chicago Bull now, I was able to get tickets to all the home games and I was at every one of them. The day Ashley was born, they were playing the Atlanta Hawks, and Dominique Wilkins was in the house. It was to be a showdown between Michael Jordan and Dominique. The Bulls were the hottest thing on the planet. Tamikia told me she felt the baby was going to come that day, but of course, I didn't want to miss that game. I guaranteed her as soon as they would call I would leave, and I did. Right after the first quarter, I got the page from Tamika's mother. It was time to go. It was a bigger moment for me ahead. It was time for my baby girl to come into the world. I went in a hurry. Unfortunately though, by the time I had gotten to the hospital, the baby had already been born. She came out in the ambulance, her mother had told me. She just swooped and slid right on out, Tamikia said of my baby girl's delivery. Tamikia was laughing about it. She was up and looked like she could be given a choice to stay at the hospital or to go home, if she wanted. She wasn't at all out of it. She didn't look as if the baby had caused her any pain. When the nurse brought the baby to me, Tamikia told me, then she had named my baby girl Ashley. "Hi Ashley," I said, kissing her. She was a pretty bald head baby. She was screaming, crying, but she was on key as she screamed. All I thought was that she had a set of strong vocal cords on her. Wow, she was amazing as well. I had a son and a daughter now. Looking at my baby girl, I stood there thanking God and wanting to cry because I wanted to give her everything too. I wanted my children to know each other and to grow up together. My life was so off balance. I was having it real hard with Lawinda about Tamikia. I guess it was because I was living with Lawinda that she would be so jealous. It was too late for jealousy, I thought. It was about the babies in my world. I wanted Lawinda and Tamikia to be on the same page I was on. I wanted them to really love me. Wishfully thinking, I wanted us all to live together. I was wondering if I could perhaps persuade them to try liking each other, for the sake of our children, and maybe we could all live in the same house. I wanted to figure out a way for my children to grow up together under the same roof. I did not want to hurt either one of them. Robert was a handful, and he wanted me with him all the time, except for the times when girls came around. I used to ask Robert how old the girls were. He'd tell me that they were in his age bracket. I knew better, but I had to take it slow dealing with Robert. I couldn't get him to see the danger he was putting himself in being in the company of young girls. From that point on, I began to keep my association with Robert strictly about work. A few weeks after Robert was signed, Barry told me that he could no longer pay me $350 a week. My salary would be $150 a week for weekly rehearsals at home and would increase to $350 a week on the road. I was messed up in the head when he told me that. I went to Robert about it and he told me Barry was the manager and that I was being paid by him. I said, Robert, man, I've been doing this with you for some years now, man. I asked him, don't you think it's time I start being paid? Johnny, man, he said, that's going to happen, but you have to wait until we get started. Get started. Robert, come on, man, we've been started. I asked him when we were going to get together with Barry to get the 5% taken care of. He told me Barry was coming into town the following week. Johnny, man, just be a little more patience. Barry's making things happen, and it won't be too much longer before we get you straight. Hang in there with me, man. It's gonna be all right real soon, I promise. I wasn't going to win in this conversation, and I knew it. Robert always knew what to say, how to say it, and when to say it. I was pissed. I felt like I already waited long enough. I wanted to quit, but couldn't because now I had a son and a daughter to care for. I had to stick it out. I felt I had to make this work. Looking ahead in life for me then, I thought I had nothing else better going on for myself. As time kept moving, I kept telling myself, it's all gonna work out. I wasn't really feeling good about my relationship with Robert. This wasn't how you're supposed to treat your boy, I thought. I felt like when he was paid, I should have been paid no matter where the money came from. Robert was changing. He was becoming a dictator, and this was the first phase of having to deal with his acting arrogant toward me and dealing with his friends, who were persistent with keeping young girls around him. I couldn't understand it. Things started off like everything was going to be fine, but here it was every day it was some kind of drama going on. In regards to the girls, if they were a little older, I probably could have gotten along better with Robert, but with me being 33 years old, I just could not put myself in the frame of mind to entertain their company. So when I was with Robert, I kept it strictly professional. I took care of business and left. It was sad he couldn't see what was forming with the company he was keeping. I felt separated from him. He wasn't hearing me anymore. Chapter 12. Backed against the wall. He attended the rehearsals, but I missed a few of them too. A lot of times, I would make myself unavailable to Robert when he would call. I was beginning to feel used, especially when they cut my pay. I made up my mind that I wasn't going to be anybody's flunky anymore. Anger was setting inside me. So I spent a lot of my time with my girlfriend Lawinda. Nobody knew where she lived, so I was out of contact unless I called. I wanted to make a stand. I wasn't getting money, but yet I was working. I had put in too much time already to not be paid. So I started to play hardball to see if I was valued. I knew the tour was coming up, and I was uneasy about staying away, but I just didn't want to do it for nothing. The only person I stayed in contact with was my mother. I gave her my phone number and the address where I was because I was hoping Robert would call there to find out where I was. I told my mom that if Robert called to give him my number, but not to let him know that I said to give it to him. I wasn't going to call Robert. I had proved that I was loyal to him. If I was not of value enough for him to come seek me out, then I never had a position with him anyway. If he didn't appreciate me for all that I had been through with him thus far, then to hell with him were my sentiments. I felt that I was being taken advantage of, and I needed to stay away to contain the monster that wanted to come out of me. I was having it hard, and I did not understand how a person could close off one's sense of compassion for another whom you would consider a loved one. I was chilling at home when Robert called. What's happening with you, man? You ain't been around. What's going on? He asked. Robert, y'all keep building me up to knock me back down, man. I don't know what I'm working for because I'm not getting ahead, I told him. He asked me where I was. He said we needed to talk and to let him come pick me up. I agreed and gave him my address. He pulled up in the Benz and blew the horn. He was cleaner than I had ever seen him before. He had his hair cut and he was wearing black pants, a turquoise shirt, and a colorful tie with colors matching the shirt and suspenders. He looked rich. I didn't give any compliments. I just got in the car. We sat in the car for a moment. Robert asked me if I felt he owed me. I told him we agreed that I would get 5% from the beginning, and when he got paid, I should have been paid. When he got a big check, he should have written me a nice check. I let him know that I was in the same financial situation I was in back in the beginning when we were going back and forth to Milwaukee. He told me he spoke to Barry about the 5% and Barry had told him that that's not how the business goes. Robert said he was going back to New York in the next couple of weeks and he wanted me to go with him. He assured me that we would sit down with Barry and talk it all out. He assured me that taking care of me once we got to New York was a priority. It all sounded good to me, but I told him I couldn't go to New York and leave my woman here without money. I told him I had responsibilities and it wasn't just about me anymore. Robert then went into his pocket and counted out 5 $100 bills. He handed them to me and asked me if that would hold her until we get back. I took the money and told him it would help. He then told me that he needed me to go to rehearsal with him and he wanted me to stay on top of pay. I was feeling a little better with the $500 in my hand. Give me a minute, man. I went back up to the house and gave Lawinda the money. As we rode, we laughed and talked about old times. When we arrived at rehearsal, all the guys were really glad to see me and I felt really good being there at rehearsal with them. We were back at it. I was instructing and directing, and we were all just having a ball. You could really see the development coming again. We were going to be a force to be reckoned with. Our rehearsals were open to the public, which consisted of young girls. If they were 18 years old, that was a good thing. However, from my knowledge, they were still at Kenwood Academy, which was a junior high school, the same school Robert had gone to. After rehearsals, we would all gather around and talk, and then we'd go our separate ways. Robert, the girls, Tori, Mouse, and Drew of public announcement would all go up to Robert's apartment. I could see early that Drew was sucking up to Robert. It didn't matter what it was Robert needed. Drew was willing to go do it for the sake of kissing his ass. Rick and Earl, the other two members of public announcement, and I would always leave. We were on the same page when it came to entertaining the young ladies. We just couldn't do it. They just weren't on our level of maturity and we just simply had nothing in common. They were silly, young, and immature. I was simply not into hanging around kids. Whenever I would say something to the girls, I would say things like it's too late for you all to be out, you should be home. It was getting very uncomfortable having these girls around. It was a good thing Barry Hankerson arranged for us to go on a one-week tour as an opening act for Heavy D and the Boys. This gig came about from the Regal Theater competition showcase we had won along with MGM. When Barry came into the picture, he took over everything that had anything to do with Robert. He resumed the negotiations and agreed that it would be a good thing for us to do the week tour with Heavy D. He wanted us to, as Barry said it, get our feet wet. This would be a test run for us, he said. We performed the same songs we had when R. Kelly and MGM won the Regal Talent Show competition. We were excited about going out and getting away for a few days. For me, in helping me to gain some control over Robert's free-spirited associations with his new friends, the timing could not have been better. We traveled to 4 cities with Heavy D and the Boys. The 1 week we were out there was plenty time for us to see what was to come. It allowed me to get a preview at how tough my job was going to be. When we returned home, we went right back to work rehearsing to perfect our show. Being out with Heavy D and the Boys that week, we got to know them on a personal level. We were at rehearsal just a few days later when we heard that Heavy D's dancer, Troy Trouble T. Roy Dixon, had lost his balance and fell from a balcony, hit his head and died. R.I.P. Trouble T. Roy. We had just left them in Indianapolis, Indiana. Wow, was all we could say. It was hard to believe that happened. We had all joked around and played with them ourselves, and just like that, Trouble T. Roy was gone. We were all saddened by the tragedy. The incident made me aware that I had to be conscious in monitoring how we carried ourselves once we really started touring. There was a lot of playing and joking around, a little too much playing, I would say. While we were out there with Heavy D, the entire crew was excited and just having a good time. The incident taught me right then that the road was not going to be a play place. We all gathered around Rob, Pa, and I prayed for Trouble T, his family, Heavy D, and his crew. The incident made us all grow up a little bit more that day. However, it did not ease the clamorous daily activities with schoolgirls coming around. I was so glad when I received a fax from Jomo out of Barry's office for Robert and I to go to New York again. It was official that it was my job to get us to New York. I called Barry when I received the itinerary so that he could go over it with me. Barry was adamant in pointing out to me that it was a must that I saw to it that Robert was where he was supposed to be when he needed to be there. I was his security and everything at this point because no one else was scheduled to go along with us. I was looking forward to this time away. I figured I would start to get paid now. Shit, the work I had been doing thus far, Robert was giving me money out of his pocket. I'd call it kibbles and bits. He was handing me out money just to keep me active. As he had said, we would work out my pay situation when we would meet with Barry. Once Robert and I arrived at the airport, it was he and I again. We were so close and had a bond that made me feel like we were brothers when we were together. He would always talk about how large I was going to be, being his assistant. It all sounded good and it was the life I wanted. I felt confident at this time that those things were going to manifest themselves. It had become a norm for Robert and I to have long conversations while we fly. Robert had a fear of flying, and to keep his mind off of the flight, he would be very talkative. At that point, he'd be open to talk just about anything. Before the conversations were over, we were at our destination. Once we arrived in New York, a driver was waiting for us. We checked into the Empire Hotel, which was the hotel spot where the record company always put us. We were scheduled to be at the studio at 8:00 p.m. After freshening up, we were summoned by yet another driver who was waiting for us in the lobby to take us to the studio. When we arrived at the studio, a representative of Jive Records met us and took us to meet a new group called High Five. Robert was scheduled to write 2 songs for their album. He also had to write songs for Billy Ocean and work on a new album for himself, so we stayed in New York for a month. Once inside the studio, Robert was amazing. The way he just came up with a song was just simple like talking. We completed the High Five and Bill.
Wow, he wrote for High Five and Billy Ocean? Dang, I didn't know that. Who didn't this man write for? He's a liar too, y'all. He talking about those girls, right? But he was the one who had 2 kids with those young ladies under 18. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was yawning. This lady make me sleepy. Her voice, man, I'm so sleepy. Yeah, I already told y'all that I didn't sleep because that all that wind and stuff was going on last night. I was scared to go to sleep. He was in his 30s.
We completed the High Five and Billy Ocean tunes, and Robert laid down tracks for his debate album. We had to go back yet another time to complete the album. This trip showed me what life was going to be like on that next level. Even though I didn't have any money, I felt like it was coming. I was eating steak, shrimp, and making phone calls here and there. We were going shopping. Robert was buying video cameras, clothes, whatever else he wanted. It seemed like the sky was the limit. But for me, I wasn't making a nickel, so I definitely wasn't buying anything. I was running here and there making sure Robert did his phone interviews.
Y'all, he got this woe is me mentality. Whoa, everything this and that, and I wasn't making no money. He kept asking for that 5%. This dude, man. Mm, 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 mm.
Time seemed to be moving slowly because in spite of everything, I was waiting for Barry to get there. I wanted to hold Robert to his word. My mindset was to jump right back on that plane if we didn't sit down and talk about me receiving the 5% I was promised. Even though I didn't show it, every time Robert bought a porno video, a camera or something he didn't really need, I was upset because he was spending money so freely and I wasn't getting any. It was like nobody was considering the fact that I had needs. Barry finally arrived. However, his time spent was in meetings, and at night, Robert and I were locked in the studio. I definitely was not a priority. The next day after Barry arrived, I asked Robert if he would schedule a meeting for us. That's when he told me. Barry left early that morning for a meeting in California. I didn't show it, but I was totally disappointed. It was hard times for me and my loved ones. I wasn't trying to come off like I was all about the money, but the reality was I had to share in the financial responsibility to help support and feed my family. I told Robert I couldn't do this anymore. I let it be known that once we got back to Chicago, we were going to have this meeting. I just wasn't into accepting handouts from him anymore. I was done asking for money. My homeboy didn't have any consideration for me. I felt like I was being pushed into a corner. I felt like I would look like a fool to my family and friends. Here I was pushing a size 12 when the guy I started out with rides around in a Mercedes Benz. I'm out of town, being a personal assistant to a guy who just signed a major recording contract, and I wasn't able to send money home. This was not a pretty picture at all. I had to ask for any and everything I wanted. I called home and Lawanda told me that she was having it a little rough, so I told her I'd send her something. I was going to have to break down and ask Robert for some money. I went back into the studio and told Robert I needed some money to send home. I felt it should not have been a problem, but when Robert said to me, "Right now, Johnny man, I don't have it. This money they gave me, man, I have to use for me, here, while I'm in New York. I'll call Barry and have him get on them to get you some per diem dough," he said as he swirled around in his chair to the console and turned up the volume to the music pumping to his tracks. He was working on the mixes for the Born into the 90s album. Before Rob could get into the music, I tapped him on his shoulder. He turned the volume down and swirled around. "When are you going to call Barry?" I asked. He shook his head, still adjusting the volume, as if to say, "Let's make this quick, Johnny man." As he looked to proceed to his music, I cut into him. "Man, Rob, I gotta get some money to my girl man. You need to call Barry for me for real man." I wasn't going to count the man's money, but I was deserving of a payday, just as he had received one. I paid my dues and did my part. Robert shook his head as I was pleading to him, as if I was disturbing him. "I got you, Johnny man, I'ma call Barry in a minute. You the first thing we gon' talk about," he said, swiveling around in his chair and again turning the volume up. I yelled out to him, "I need you to call him now, Robert. I'm serious, man." He turned the music down and swirled around in the chair, again with a bothered look on his face. "I can't reach Barry right now, Johnny. I'ma call him, man, in a minute," he said, and, just like that, swiveled back around in his chair, turned the music up loud to totally block me out. I just stood there for a moment, looking at him like, "You little punk dude." He wasn't like that when my family was feeding his little hungry, but I was angry. He never saw the side in me I was feeling, and he just didn't know how close he was to feeling me. Share the wealth, man, that's all he had to do, and it just wasn't happening. He sat there focused on his music, not giving me a second thought. The fact I had a situation at home didn't even concern him. I turned to leave out the studio. I was totally disappointed. The struggle was supposed to be over for all of us, but I wasn't moving up the pay scale at all. I was being treated like an immigrant, always leaving me in a position in life where I am starting all over again. I felt betrayed. I was mad. I felt like a lion. I wanted to tear something up. My ace, Mr. R. Kelly, wasn't seeing me as having a part in the big picture we had graphed together. I was distressed at this point. I felt I was being backed against the wall, backed into a corner. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call Lawanda, but I knew I had to tell her I couldn't help her. I wandered into the lounge to make a few phone calls to see if I could get hold of some money from somebody. As I sat there making calls, I thought about Robert again, and at that moment, I didn't like him anymore. He was supposed to be my boy and my friend, yet he was playing me. I couldn't believe Robert said no to me, especially after telling him my family was in need. On top of that, this was business. I thought about an incident that happened when we initially arrived at the studio. A Jive rep brought Robert an envelope, of which after signing for it, Robert quickly pocketed the fat envelope. "What was that you signed?" I asked. "They said it was per diem, that's it, right? Pa diem, money for me to eat, par diem." I said it right, didn't I? Was the way he put it. He was really asking, trying to make sure he signed the right papers. Prior to that day, I was the one that read everything to Robert. He had me review contracts, writers, and banking correspondence. Robert would even look at pictures in magazines, and if he saw something he was interested in, he would ask, "What this say here, Johnny?" It was without question. I'd take the time needed for him to help him to understand. So it was natural when I would ask what it was he signed. By this time he was really feeling himself. He wasn't seeing me. He was comfortable with himself. He kept himself occupied to avoid allowing himself to get into whatever it was I was going through. I kept humble, in spite of how I felt I was being left out. Robert received per diem and I didn't have any money in my pocket. He was getting per diem for the week plus an allowance. Shit, where was mine? I needed to eat too. I was there working. I was looking for him to hand me an envelope to get my signature. Even though the business was new to me, I wasn't a fool. The work was put in and I was ready to start seeing some of this money Robert was spending so freely. Robert must have forgotten I was with him when he received the envelope that morning. It hurt me when I realized that my needs weren't of importance. We were a driving force together and I had brought him there. Robert had no thought toward all the years we had worked together building to be in the moment we were in. I had been with him now for going on 5 years, and not counting the time I spent away in rehab. My assistance to his production was a great part of him being in the place he was in. Yeah, I thought we were creating a monster in him, but damn, this dude was fucking with the monster in me. I was confused and angry. Robert wasn't seeing shit right at all. This motherfucker had it twisted. If I didn't have so much time invested in this, I would have done something terrible to him. I was trying so hard to hold on and be patient because working in the music business was what I loved and wanted to do. It was crazy for us to be having a financial disagreement. He had assured me several times that I would be taken care of. I thought of Robert with so much anger inside of me. Man, don't you know that I have nothing, I had said to him. He didn't care. I have had nothing. I had been putting all of me, my time and my money as well to get us to the moment we were in. Where was my share now? Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me? Hello. But I stood alone. I was the only one seeing and hearing me. I did not know what to do. While Robert was recording, I wandered into the lounge area of the studio. I noticed Robert's wallet sitting on the table. The stupid jerk had left his wallet out in the open. Normally, I would have grabbed it and taken it to him, but here it was. I was hurting and felt I was backed up against into a corner. I thought about it, taking the money. I was hurting inside from the thought that I felt that I had to do it. I looked inside of his wallet and saw that he had a bunch of $100 bills. I got angry all over again. I took $200 out of his wallet and put his wallet back where I had found it. The thought comforted me, the fact that it was obvious he wasn't feeling me. Without hesitation, I left the studio immediately to find a Western Union. Lucky for me, there was one just up the street from the studio. I didn't want to be away from the studio for long. I wired my woman $200 and went right back to the studio. No one noticed I was gone. I went in to join Robert and acted as if I was cool and feeling his music. The only thing I was feeling good about was the fact I had taken care of my responsibility at home. I felt bad about taking the money, no doubt. But at the same time, I felt I could hold my head up to my woman. I knew that I had lifted a burden from off of her, so I didn't care. I thought to myself, if Robert would have needed money, I would have sacrificed to help him. That's how I thought we were for each other. But to think about it, Robert had always showed signs of being selfish. So I concluded right then, I have to do what I have to do. I was in survival mode and in my book, I did what I had to do. Later that night in the studio, Robert said he was missing his wallet. I helped him look for it in the studio area. When he went into the lounge area, he found it, right where he had left it. As he went through it, he looked up. I know I had more money than this, he said. He made a big deal out of it. He was angry. Somebody took $700 out of my wallet like I'm stupid. I know somebody gone come up with my money, he said. Word of the incident got to Jive Records executives, and the next day, Robert's money was replaced. I felt like he had gotten over on Jive Records. I knew I took $200, so either he was lying about someone taking $700 or somebody else came behind me and took money out of his wallet. Like I said, I didn't feel good about taking the money. However, I didn't feel good about being pushed in a corner either. A few days later, we went back to Chicago. Robert and I were cool. He didn't trip on me about the money. However, he did tell me that it had ran across his mind that I had taken the money. Man, you had to feed me all while I was there, I told him. On the way home, I was into my thoughts. Robert was grooving off the tracks he laid down for his first album. Once we got back to Chicago, we waited for Lanice, Robert's girlfriend, to pick us up from O'Hare Airport. While waiting, I had to, again, ask Robert for some money. I didn't have any to go home with. I did not feel good at all returning from New York with him and going home with empty pockets. He gave me $200, in which I felt he was giving me something. When I got home, I was embarrassed. All I had to give to my women was $200. Actually, $75 was all I could give to her. I had to give Tamikia, my other expecting child's mother, something too. I sat down with Lawinda and told her I was through working for Robert. I made up my mind I would not continue to work for him anymore. Lawinda told me to stick with him a little longer. She felt Robert was going to do the right thing. I couldn't see Robert changing. He had shown me signs that he really didn't care about anyone except for himself. My feelings for him were changing. He was changing, and I was starting to not like him as a person. To me, everything about him was fictitious. R. Kelly, the name, was pussy to me. I was having thoughts of fucking him up. He was Robert Kelly, bigger than the image they were trying to make of him. Barry and Jive Records were portraying R. Kelly to be a kid who had come through some rough times being raised in the projects as a victim to the rough streets of Chicago. According to the story printed in Vibe magazine, he was robbed of his bicycle and shot. It's true, he was shot. The boy was shot with a BB gun while outside playing with his brother Bruce. At least that's how his brother Bruce told it to me. Nonetheless, he was making me feel as if he was punking me, and in all realness, I wanted to kick his ass. Jive Records was building Robert Kelly to be this tough kid, and Robert was sucking it up. His whole demeanor was changing. To be honest, I had never known of Robert to ever have a fight. The boy ain't never been tough a day in his life. Robert Kelly was a good kid. I felt Jive Records as well as Barry Hankerson were allowing Robert to get away with things they knew were not right. But because Robert was producing music and money the way he was, he couldn't do no wrong in their sight. Therefore, I believe Robert there was nothing he couldn't do. Robert was growing into his song because remember, he writes what he lives. I believe I can fly. The real story is Robert was pampered while he was growing up. His gift with music made people look out for him. Robert was like a little brother to me and my family. I would even reach out to help his brothers, Bruce and Kerry Kelly. Robert's brother Kerry had awesome talent himself. He was just as talented as Robert. Kerry, who we call Killa, could rap and put lyrics together just as Robert did when writing R&B songs. Kerry had flow like Tupac when it came to rapping and writing. You would have thought his brother, R. Kelly, would help him get a recording deal, but no. Instead, he helped him to not get a deal. Robert shot him down, and every time someone wanted to work with Killa, Robert would intervene, causing those that were interested to back off. I don't know what it was with Robert that would.
You know what? That is the fool that put that stuff in Carrie's ear. Do you remember Carrie kept saying in Tasha K's interview? Those who haven't seen the interview, he talked about how there was people telling him certain things that Robert said. He was one of them that was telling him stuff too. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I don't know what it was with Robert that would not allow him to aid and assist the people close to him. He didn't seem to want any of his crew to come up. It was as if he thought he was going to have competition. Since he realized he was our employer, now he wanted to control us. When we talked, he always had to be right about everything. He no longer allowed us to do our jobs on our own, and he wanted to be involved in every decision. Everything had to go his way, and then when things went wrong, he'd blame us. I couldn't work for him any longer, especially for free. A decision had to be made. As a personal assistant / tour manager on the level we were on, others were paid $1,500 to $2,500 a week, plus a per diem of $50 to $75 per day. Robert was offering to pay me $400 to $600 a week on the road, with $25 a day per diem. At home, he wanted to pay me $150 a week. He said I was at home and that I was getting paid for hanging out. He stopped seeing my value and he was losing sight of the reality of our relationship. I was making things happen, keeping things running smooth, along with watching his back. I don't think he had a clue. He was touching on my intellect. At this point, I didn't know how long I could contain myself. I was having some wicked thoughts. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Just a few months ago, I was on the payroll. It was how it should have been. At that time, I felt about sacrificing and being patient to wait for the deal I was promised. I had hoped that things could only get better, but now, coming home from New York, and back into the same condition of financial insecurity that I was in before I left, my vision of hope for brighter days were now filled with visions of selfishness and inconsideration. I was feeling misused and unappreciated. I didn't want to go down this road. I had been here before. Chapter 13. Back on board. One night Robert called me at home. I told Lawinda to tell him she didn't know where I was, and as far as she knew I was with him. He kept calling. 2, maybe 3 weeks passed, and I hadn't returned any of Robert's calls. I ended up speaking to Earl, one of the PA members, and I explained what I was going through with Robert and how I could no longer work for minimal wages. Earl kept trying to convince me to go back, but I declined. He promised me that our conversation would stay between us. I hit the streets again. I was hustling, selling weed and rocks. The only hanging out I did was on the west side to make money. I was stressed over the fact that I was once again on the streets. Although I stayed drug-free and they were accessible to me, I had grown. My weakness was now my strength. I remembered where I came from and what I went through with drugs in my past, and that kept me focused and determined not to touch drugs again. I wanted to live to raise my children. I wanted to be a better dad. I wanted to be there for them. My sperm donor I never knew. I sold drugs as I roamed throughout the city. During the daytime I was looking for a job. The thought of dedicating myself to an 8-hour job to support my family wasn't a bad idea. Anything was better than endangering my life on these streets, selling drugs, robbing people, and sacrificing my life to be taken away from my family. The thought of not being there to give my children some direction in their life, working a 9 to 5 didn't sound bad to me at all. It would be a consistent paycheck, and with the right company I could build. More so than anything, I would be home with my family. I enjoyed coming home. One evening, when I got home, Lawinda told me Robert had come by the house, looking for me. She said he asked her to come downstairs because he needed to talk to her. She said he seemed sincere and wanted me to give him a call. He said it was very important that I contact him. I wasn't interested. Lawinda stood behind me while I sat on the couch and started giving me a massage. I felt so much tension being released as she rubbed my neck and shoulder blades. Lawinda started talking as she massaged me. Babe, she said, I know what you've been through with Robert, but you're not doing what you like, babe. You were always excited and believed so much in what you were doing when y'all were together. I think you should give him another try, she said. I can't do it, Wanda. With Robert I don't seem to ever come up, babe, I told her. Yeah, I know, babe, she said. But the way he sounded when I talked to him, he seemed like he was willing to sit down to try and work it out with you. That boy knows he needs you, she said. That's Robert, babe. He knows what to say, when to say it, and how to say things to make you feel as if he's understanding. I know him, babe, I said to her. Yeah, but you can stay with him to hook up with somebody else, she said. Hearing that made sense to me. Lawinda was persistent. I sensed that she really wanted me to go back to work for Robert. I couldn't understand her. One of the biggest problems we had in our relationship was her being insecure and jealous. For a long while I could not go anywhere without us arguing. Every time I went out of the house, I was accused of cheating. If you let her tell it, I was having sex with every woman I looked at. And I know she wasn't into R. Kelly as a fan. I could not figure it out why she was so adamant about me hooking back up with Robert. I sat there looking at her and honestly began to believe that she was sincerely concerned about me and my happiness. Yeah, I like the work, but it doesn't feel good at all coming back home with no money. I need to be paid, and that's the bottom line, babe. When I'm on the road, I need to be able to send money home to you. I have a responsibility to you and my children. She listened quietly for the moment as I continued. Babe, we going to need Pampers and everything, I said as I rubbed on her big belly. But did she stop talking about it? Heck no. Well, Demetrius, I don't want you out hustling because sooner or later, you gon' get caught. Working with that boy, being Robert Kelly, better than you being in jail or dead, she said. Her words sent a chill through my body as I listened to her go on. I want you to give Robert another try, Demetrius. I want you to be doing what you like, she said as she moved closer to me and began kissing on me. This was the part of Lawinda I was crazy about. She was aggressive. It's something special when you know someone really cares. My grandmama once told me, boy, you better love who love you. I thought about her words, then looking at Lawinda, she made my day. I was overwhelmed with her, so I sat there and thought about it. She was right. I was wasting myself hustling on the streets. I was taking unnecessary risk that would, in the long run, end up with me having regrets. So why do it? I thought. I just wanted to be able to provide a comfortable lifestyle to be with my family. I knew the end road to a lifestyle of hustling the streets would lead to jail, or like she said, I could end up dead. I truly wanted better for us all. I didn't want to steal or sell drugs. I wanted to do what was right to make my life better. I made a promise to Lawinda that day. I told her I would get a real job, that I would stop hustling the streets and selling myself short. She said she just wanted me to be safe and come home to her and our baby. That next day, I got up early that morning to go to find a job. I went all over the city submitting employment applications. I wasn't hired on the spot anywhere. It was kind of discouraging, but instead of going home empty-handed, I stopped on 71st and Jeffrey at the Jewel Food store and hung around there offering people rides home with their groceries. 7 people allowed me to transport them home with their groceries and paid me $5 to $10 per delivery. I took home a little money that day. It was really rough for me. I didn't know how I was going to support 2 families. I was living with Lawinda and visiting Tamikia too. I was finding work every day day. I would even drive to the west side working with Donnie and his family at Van W. Liquors, or I would work with them laying drywall or gutting out the walls in one of their apartment buildings. I was trying to do the right thing to make ends meet. It wasn't easy. Lawinda and Tamikia were eating for two. I didn't have a job. It was hard for me to be around them and not have money. The more I worked with Donnie and his family on the west side, attending to the liquors and doing drywall work on the apartments, I didn't seem to be advancing in life. I could never make enough money. I took another chance. I had begun burglarizing people's homes again. I figured I had done it for the drugs and got away with it. I could do it for the sake of my children. I didn't want to do it, but I felt I had to because I couldn't find a job. When I got away with the first burglary, I got excited, and after the second one, I became fearless. I was seeing money, and no longer was I smoking it all up in a pipe. It was all being saved. Robin Hood was back. This one particular evening, Lawinda was waiting for me at the door. I hadn't gotten into the door good before she started telling me Robert came by the house looking for me. She was in my ear before I had gotten into the house telling me, Demetrius, you need to go on and call that boy and y'all just need to sit down and talk. Long as you've been with him, you shouldn't just walk away. I know I wouldn't with all the work you've been doing for that boy. You the one be going around making stuff happen for that boy, and now you gone walk away. Shoot, it don't make sense to leave when the money gone start coming. Shoot, I'll just work, it's still good money. Wanda didn't stop talking. She kept nagging in my ear as I walked into the house, following me everywhere I went. When I finally got to sit down on the couch, she was right there. I'd stick in there if I was you. All the time you out there doing things for him, I couldn't. Wanda, I finally cut in and said, babe, please. I just wanted to stop hearing her talk. She wasn't letting me think. She just went on and on. You know you wanna call that boy, she said, with an innocent baby kind of a look on her face, a sneaky look as if she knew she was bugging me but she didn't want to come off like she was, and trying to be sexy with it too. She was getting on my nerves. Wanda was like that. She was something else. When she started talking, you had to give in or run. I was too tired to run, and I couldn't make her stop talking. Wanda, give me the phone, girl, I said. Please, I said, putting my hands to my ears, letting her know I give in. Then she started to smile. I called him. When Robert answered the phone, it was as if I just woke him up from out of a deep sleep. Hey Rob, what's happening with you, man? I asked, waiting on him to respond. The voice on the other end answered hoarsely. I knew Robert. He always pretended to be so sleepy when he answered the phone. Hello, hello, he'd say hoarsely. That way when you called him, you would have to get straight to the point of why you called. There was no chit-chatting unless you were somebody he wanted to talk to. I knew his game, so I just waited for him to wake up and respond. I knew he wasn't sleeping. It was only a few seconds before he came up out of his so-called deep sleep. Johnny, is that you? He asked. Yeah, man, what's up, Rob? I asked right back. Oh, man, trying to put it together, man. I need you here, man. What's happening with you, man? Where you been? He asked. I hesitated for a moment, and then said, out here trying to make a living to feed my family. Rob, what's happening with you? I asked. I wanted to keep him answering questions. I was calling to see what he wanted with me. I wasn't excited about talking to him. I wanted to be in with him, but I wanted to be in right. Man, I moved. Where you been, Johnny? He asked again. Oh yeah, where did you move to? I asked. Not that I really wanted to know, but I didn't call him to be answering his questions. What I wanted was to be paid the 5% he promised. I wanted to be given the opportunity and respect to do the job I had been doing for him for the past 5 years, and I wanted a written contract to do this job. I didn't want to give in to Robert, but at the same time, I didn't want to put pressure on him to a point where he would say forget it. I knew I was valuable to him, and I kept everything smooth when it came to the public. I got along with the intellects, the ladies, the bangers, and everybody. I had a way socializing with people. I liked and respected people. I was always considerate and passionate about what people wanted. That was how I was able to get along with people and make things happen for Robert. I didn't want Robert to close the door on me. I wanted him to realize that I was valuable to the production and longevity of the R. Kelly production. Lawinda was right. My every day was in preparation to enhance R. Kelly's career, and now we were at the door to success, and this dude did not want to play fair. I was obsessed with wanting to do whatever to help this kid make it. I was his biggest fan. He was a star in my book, while other people had to be convinced. I was giving my all when he didn't have anything, and there was nothing promising to say that for sure he would be successful with his music. He had the will and I made the way. In my mind we were a team. Robert went on to tell me where he lived, and he asked me if I could meet him at his new apartment, the Burnham Plaza Apartments on 8th and State Street. He said it was important that we get together and talk. I decided to go, but my mind was made up that I would not work for him without being paid. It was going to be strictly business with us from now on. When I got to his apartment, I had to check in with the doorman who called Robert to announce my arrival. Robert okayed him to let me up. He had a small one-bedroom apartment with a living room, small kitchen area and bathroom, nothing real fancy, but it was his. I was there about business. I was not fascinated at all that Robert was living right in the heart of downtown Chicago. Yeah, he had moved up, no doubt. But as I sat down, I could tell that he sensed I was not my usual self. Normally, I would have walked around, inspected the place, and been glad for him. I'd go in his refrigerator and make myself at home. This day was different. I did not feel that the closeness I thought we shared was mutual. This day I sat down as a guest, not as if I were at home like a friend would. I wanted to know what it was he wanted to meet with me about. I guess he sensed that I was not impressed with being in his luxury apartment and the fact that we were just up the street in downtown Chicago. Robert's attitude changed. He pulled up a chair and sat down right in front of me. "Johnny, this money thing, it ain't like you think, man," he said and shook his head like no, but at the same time began to say, "Man, I'm ma pay you. I already spoke to Barry. I told him I want to make sure you get taken care of. Barry told me to call him when you got here. So, man, it's a lot getting ready to start happening and I want you right here with me, Johnny. We started this together and don't nobody know me like you do," he said. Robert had a way with words. I liked what he was saying, but he wouldn't commit to anything. He kept saying to me that the three of us, this included Barry, were going to sit down and get my contract together. I loved the sound of all he was saying, but at the same time, he was asking me to come back to work, overseeing rehearsals and to continue being his personal assistant. Robert made me feel like we were on the same page when he began telling me he needed me with him in New York. It was his turn now. Before, when we were in New York, Robert was writing songs to go on the albums of other artists that were signed with Jive Records. And being the awesome writer, he was a few of the songs he had produced, he intended to use and put on his album. Now he was about to go to New York to record his debut album. This was what we had worked for and I wanted to be a part of it more than anything. When Robert got finished talking, my first question to him was, "How much am I going to be paid to start working now, Robert?" "Hold on," he said. He then dialed Barry Hankerson's phone number. Robert spoke briefly to Barry before handing the phone to me. Barry was on the other end, all jolly and joyful like as if we were all buddies together. "How you doing, Barry?" I plainly asked. It wasn't shit jolly for me. I wanted to be taken serious and come out on top here. "Johnny, what's happening, man? You ready to get busy?" he asked. "I'm being busy, B. Tell me what you got going on," I asked. Barry confirmed the fact that Robert was about to go to New York and start his album. He also spoke about promotional tour engagements, phone interviews, personal appearances, radio station visits, music stores visits, photo shoots and video productions. This was the beginning of the big time. Barry said as Robert's personal assistant, it would be my responsibility to make sure everything was scheduled and that Robert fulfilled his engagements. Barry made it sound exciting to be a frontman for a major recording artist, but I didn't let the excitement of what was ahead distract me from the present. Before any of this could happen with me, I had to be paid. Not later, but now. Being the master of manipulation and persuasion, Barry assured me that they would pay me all that I was owed from my years of hard work once Robert completed his album and making all of his appearances. He made it all sound so good, so I committed to being R. Kelly's personal assistant again. Before closing on our phone conversation, Barry offered to pay me a weekly salary of $150 to work with Robert and public announcement until we went to New York, and at that time, he said my salary would go back up to $400 a week. $150 wasn't a lot of money, but with everything that was about to happen, I accepted the job, believing it couldn't help but get better. We were there, entering that door to the success we had worked so hard for. When I got back home and told LaWinda how things went, we talked about my being gone away on the road for periods of time. She told me she could handle it. I told her she was going to be a jealous fool. Together we shared a laugh. Overall, LaWinda seemed very happy for me that I had gotten back with Robert. For now, I was back on board. The first thing I did was schedule rehearsals. I was on the phone with public announcement, informing them of dates and times. I scheduled rehearsals between 4:30 p.m. and 7:00 p.m. daily at Robert's apartment complex. It had the same luxuries as the other one he lived in did. There was a dance studio, pool, cleaners and a doorman. So that's where we rehearsed. Public announcement was always on time for rehearsals. They were always eager to work. They wanted to succeed and to prove to R. Kelly that they had what it took to roll with him to the top in the entertainment field. They were like the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan, hungry for a championship. We had to work out a lot of things in the beginning because Robert was such a perfectionist and he wanted things his way. He was to be the star and did not want anyone to outshine him in any way. He didn't want public announcement to be recognized or looked at as pretty boys like MGM. Robert had a problem with MGM because the girls would scream out for them during the performances. So, to keep everything focused on him, he would tell me to keep them in the dressing room after shows. Sean, Vince and Mark were considered extremely handsome young men, and Robert didn't want Pa to have the same image. He made sure I had control of them and their actions from the beginning. Rick, one of Pa members, was the smooth one in the group. He was the ladies' man, sort of. He had a head full of hair, so he kept it in a ponytail. Robert didn't like it, so he had me persuade Rick to cut his hair. After me and others in the group convinced Rick to cut his hair, we knew we had total control of Pa's functions before and after shows. Robert wanted to be the one all the ladies wanted, and he made sure that we knew that the only reason a woman wanted to be with us was because we were with him. Robert was becoming a control freak. Rehearsals would go smoothly, but no matter how good things were, he would find something to complain about. The hardest part was keeping rehearsals close to the young girls that used to come by. Later, after rehearsals, they would end up in the apartment with Robert. He stopped listening to me. He began to have parties after rehearsals. Lanice, Robert's girlfriend, got wind of Robert and his little parties because the girls would leave items in his house and she'd find them. Later, they broke up. Oftentimes, when I would go to Robert's apartment to hang out, I would end up leaving because it was so uncomfortable being older and hanging around kids. Finally, it was time to go back to New York. Again, the timing could not have been better. We needed getaway. I needed this time with Robert to try and bring him back to reality from dealing with them young girls. Things were beginning to get wild and reckless. Once we got there, we checked into the hotel, and immediately after putting our luggage into our rooms, we were taken Jive Records studios. Even though we had rooms at the Empire Hotel, we only showered there. We lived in the studio. I felt better being there this time. I was still getting $150 a week. Barry had also given me $25 per day for per diem. For now I was earning $290 each week. At least this time I was able to send money home to my two children's mothers. On this trip to New York we stayed for 3 months. Robert was unbelievable to watch in the studio. He was coming up with new song ideas as we walked on the blocks in Manhattan. Robert went through outer-body experiences creating his music. He once told me, "Man, I see myself in an audience looking up on the stage, and I hear the ladies shouting and see them reaching out to me. When my vision begins to view the stage, my mind goes blank, and in the darkness, I can only I hear the song that they feel and it records in my mind, and the song plays in my head as I lay it down to track." Robert was deep like that. He kept a dictaphone with him to help him record his ideas throughout the days. He would go out of character, pretending he was whoever he needed to be, whether it was Gladys Knight or Michael Jackson. He became that person. I would always tell myself, his gift was truly an anointing from God. I think that belief was the reason I was so devoted to this boy. We made a few trips back and forth to and from New York. We didn't stay home in Chicago any longer than a week and a half at the most. In that short period of time, I don't think we slept at all at home. Every chance I got, I went to visit my children. I didn't get to spend a lot of time with them, but the little time I did have for them, I enjoyed it. Chapter 14. Taking the show on the road. The album Born into the 90s was released and doing well on the charts. The single Vibe, the people had caught it. Everywhere we went, we would hear people singing it and see them dancing to it. We had worked hard in preparation for the video, and now we were working even harder preparing for a promotional tour Jive Records had lined up. I was responsible for all those things Barry had spoken about months back. On our first tour, my pay went up to $400 per week plus $25 a day per diem. Still, I was underpaid. Barry's excuse was that I did not have the experience of a tour manager to receive more money, and I still had to prove myself. This, along with Robert always finding something to complain about, frustrated me, and to add insult to injury, Robert invited a few of the young girls that had hung around at rehearsals to travel along with us for the ride. We were scheduled to be on the road for 8 days for this first tour. We were performing off tracks with the music and the background vocals that were recorded in the studio. Our crew consisted of R. Kelly, Public Announcement, and R. Kelly's brother Bruce. Robert wanted me to use Bruce as my assistant. And then there were the girls, not the dancers. They hadn't been hired as of yet. These were the young girls that hung out at rehearsals and at the studio. I'm talking about Tiffany Hawkins, who was called Tia, and then there was Javanti, Shaw, and Rhonda. Now these young girls had talent. Tia had vocal range and a sound like Whitney Houston. Shaw and Rhonda had her back nailing the background vocals. They were young, no doubt, and like kids, they were excited over R. Kelly, which made them gullible. I think they were being promised something, which is why they were at the studio on the regular. Barry Hankerson told me that because they were minors, they would need permission slips signed by their parents in order to go with us. He wasn't with the idea of allowing these young girls to travel on the road with us, but according to Robert, they were his next production. He told him that being with him on the tour would give them an idea of what to expect when it was their turn to venture out. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion about it. What Robert wanted, Robert got. I typed a permission slip for them to take home to their parents. I guess it was their parents who signed the permission slips. We didn't give it a second thought. We just allowed them to travel along with us. I had been on the road many times before, but this tour with R. Kelly was wild, going and coming. It was a new experience for me. Dealing with my boys being alcoholics and partying with the ladies was one thing, but this tour was like taking kids out on a field trip to the museum, except they were old enough to travel without a legal guardian. I didn't like the idea of inviting the young girls along. I figured there would be a woman for us in every place we were traveling, but this is what Robert wanted. Robert was just amazed with the newfound power he was learning he had with people. It was his free will to spend money that brought all the flies in. I don't think he looked at Tia or the other girls as being underage girls. Hell, they hung out like young women when they came around the studio, and they didn't seem to have a curfew. There's no way my mom would have ever allowed my sisters to stay out late nights without calling all over looking for them, investigating their whereabouts and what they were doing. I often wondered who lets their 16-year-old go and stay out all night. As the tour continued, the young ladies were the least of my worries. I was optimistic about this tour for the experience. Even though I had some prior experience, this was that next level. We were booked to be on shows with En Vogue, TLC, Joe Decci, Bone Thugs and Harmony. It was all coming into reality. The immaturity that was happening within our camp made me sit back to analyze my position at what was ahead. I knew the saying of Murphy's Law, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. I wanted to do a good job, in spite of Mr. Almighty R. Kelly wanting to keep people off balance by exercising his power of authority. I had to have a mellow head to be able to handle it. Robert Kelly was funny. He wanted to be smart. I think he thought because he could obtain wealth, it was an indication of his intellectual capacity. His disposition was to control everybody. He wanted to run the whole show, production and all. I gotta give it to him. The boy wanted to learn, but he was just going about things the wrong way. What he should have been focused on and what he was doing were two different things. The boy should have just sang and let me do what it was he hired me to do. He hired me to watch his back, prepare things for him that were in his best interest, and make sure that everything and everybody else was doing what they were hired to do, and at the same time keep people excited about him. But this cat wanted to do whatever he wanted to do, even if it inconvenienced somebody else. I was seeing a monster being created, and it wasn't his music. The hardest part was to get Robert to respect his schedule when it came to interviews and being on time for the shows and after shows. He would get there when he got there. I was excited for Rob when it came to meeting and greeting people. I always believed the first impression is important. I was representing R. Kelly, so whenever I met people, I wore the smile, I turned on the charm, and I did my best to make him look good. I worked at making myself likable to people by catering to their needs. To me, everyone was a customer, and I wanted to make sure they were taken care of and left feeling good about their visit with R. Kelly. In the beginning, no one knew who R. Kelly was. But to me, he was the baddest male singer alive. I didn't have a problem promoting him everywhere we went. It wasn't hard once we got rolling on the road. I came to learn that Robert was repetitious with what he wanted in every city. He liked to play ball and go to the mall. In the malls, R. Kelly and his crew would pass out notes to the young ladies they met, and on the notes was information to the hotel where we were staying. When we arrived at our destination, I would separate myself from him and the crew. I would position myself in the presence of a small crowd of people. When Robert would come toward me in the mall, I would ask whoever was next to me, "Wow, ain't that dude? R. Kelly? He's the one just came out with that new song Vibe." The people would look at him approaching and began to spread the word of R. Kelly being in the mall. Next thing you know, Robert was signing autographs and looking over the top of his glasses to his group of female body snatchers, indicating to them which girl he was interested in. There were so many women. R. Kelly enjoyed the way I would draw a crowd to him, and I met a number of nice, beautiful women myself. Being the man behind the man had its perks. Robert loved the attention, so I was asked to do the promo game everywhere we went because Rob wasn't known yet. I didn't mind. I enjoyed promoting him. The flip side was the fact that I was always made to be the bad guy because I had to always make up excuses as to why he couldn't take pictures or at times sign autographs. Vibe was the first single off of the album and we were on a promotional tour. It was upsetting to me that Robert didn't want to turn on his charm for the media or the fans. To me, this was the beginning of a lavish lifestyle. The people were the ones that were going to make R. Kelly rich and famous. I talked to Robert often about networking because Barry Hankerson already told me it was the key to being successful in this business. R. Kelly's music was hot, and he knew it. I admired R. Kelly a lot in respect to his vision of being a sought-after entertainer, but I didn't agree with the way he was going about doing it. The way he shunned his fans and the media away. I knew it would create a problem for me as his tour manager. The first tour gave me an insight on what to prepare for on our next outing. I was glad to get back home after that first tour, especially since I had gotten real frustrated with R. Kelly's disposition to control everyone. He really started to get on my nerves with having the young girls around and with how he was treating the media and fans. All in all, I did enjoy myself. My life had made a 360-degree turn. When I got back home, I was busy as I wanted to be. I sat and wrote a progress report for Barry. I wanted to learn all I could about this business, so I decided to speak to Barry about going to school. I wanted to take a course in public relations. I felt it would enhance my communication skills. I decided to talk to Barry about it because Mr. Hankerson always gave me good advice and I respected him for that. He surprised me when he volunteered to pay my tuition. Nobody ever offered to give me anything, so I had mad love for Barry because he had my best interest at heart. He wanted me to do well. He wanted us all to do well in representing R. Kelly. If it wasn't for Barry, I would have had a hard time paying tuition with the salary I was getting. It was at that time I came to believe that Barry was the right man to manage R. Kelly. I felt since Mr. Hankerson was willing to invest in me, then everything was going to work out right. I was on board and again, I put my whole heart into R. Kelly's production and I enrolled in school at Columbia College in downtown Chicago. As R. Kelly's personal assistant and tour manager, I needed some additional knowledge about the business and the job I was doing. I had been working ever since I met him in 1984. Here it was 1992 and we were on our way to the top in the music industry. I wanted to get all A's in school. I wanted to become another Barry Hankerson because he was the man to me. He knew all the ins and outs in the music business. One day, he told me, Demetrius, you're going to do well in this business as long you listen. You're personable, people like you, and that's a plus for you. Your enthusiastic desire to do well impresses me, and for that, I will teach you everything I know about this business, so that you can have a good life when your run with Robert is over. I felt like my daddy was talking to me. I wanted to be in his shoes. Daily, during school and after school, I worked on the phone corresponding with Jomo Hankerson, Barry's son, who was the vice president of Black Ground Enterprises, and Janet Kleinbaum, director of promotions for Jive Records. Things were about to take off. The album had been released and the people were buying it. The dates were coming in faster than we anticipated. We scheduled video shoots, personal appearances at clubs and at radio stations, as well as doing autograph signings at record stores. My name was becoming known because I was R. Kelly's contact person. Everything that was scheduled for him to do came through me and I organized his schedule. I loved every minute of being important. I hadn't lost my desire to perform and I still had it in my mind that once Robert's Born into the 90s album had reached its peak, then I felt Robert would then put me in the studio and produce me as his first recording artist. Besides me going to school, I had to now help R. Kelly put a band together to be added to the act. Robert didn't want to work with his brother Bruce, who played the bass guitar, or any of the other fellows that had worked with us in the past. He said they weren't on the professional level he needed them to be on. I could only do things the way he wanted them. Robert put me in touch with Keith Henderson, a guitar player who was working and doing a lot of studio work with other musicians. After talking with Keith, it was decided that he would be the band director, and in doing so, it was left up to Keith to choose the other musicians. Keith handled that position well. He put together a 4-piece band. Having Keith was kind of a relief for me. He handled everything for Robert when it came to the music. The school semester was over, and I ended the semester with a B average. I didn't have a life outside of working with Robert. After school, I would go work out of Daryl McDavid's office on 12th and State Street. Daryl had an accounting office where he handled R. Kelly's business. R. Kelly now had a company of his own, which he called Bass Productions. Now my checks were coming straight out of Robert's pockets. Daryl was hired as Robert's accountant to make sure that R. Kelly got to see firsthand what his money was being spent on. While the band was rehearsing, R. Kelly was busy working with public announcement, and I spent most of my time on the phone corresponding with Jive Records and the promoters that had booked us to perform at various clubs overseas in Europe. We were ahead of the game, preparing to perform off tracks overseas and at the same time preparing to perform with the band once we returned from overseas. We were all busy. This was another level for us all and our first overseas appearance. I made sure that everyone going had their passport. We were ready. When it was time to go, we stayed awake for 24 hours in hopes that we could stay asleep during the long flight. We all wanted to wake up and be there. This was an 8-hour flight, the longest flight any of us had ever taken. Rob had a phobia about flying, so it wasn't easy getting him to board the plane that night. But Bruce helped to convince him by keeping us laughing with his yo mama jokes. This was the first time any of us traveled out of the country. It was just the guys on this trip. R. Kelly, public announcement, Tori, Larry, and then there was me. We left Chicago's O'Hare International Airport at 5:00 p.m. and arrived in the city of Amsterdam at 9:00 a.m. Our tired and sleepy bodies were still back in Chicago. We were anticipating rest once we reached the hotel. Amsterdam's skies were blue, but the air had the smell of a woman, making the skies seem like they should have been pink. Robert immediately suggested finding a shopping mall. Amsterdam was nothing like the United States. I found a shopping area not far from our hotel. Boys Two Men was in Europe doing a promo tour as well. We ran into them while out shopping. Then we came upon the red light district. There, we walked down the streets of Amsterdam to do a little window shopping. We were amazed at the live mannequins that were in the windows. Never would we have imagined such a thing. We looked like little boys seeing naked women for the first time, going from window to window. Wow, and they were beautiful women too. I stood back and checked out the guys, making small passes at the ladies, making them laugh without knowing their language. I wasn't feeling open enough to allow my buddies and co-workers to suspect in any way that I was anxious to spend my money on sex. I had never done it like that, just straight out give some money to some woman for her to get naked. This was game for me and I wanted to have fun, but not spend my money. The women in Amsterdam were awesomely beautiful, and we were all amazed at what was available to us for just a few bucks. But I still was not into it like that. These women were some pretty ladies standing in the windows wearing sexy lingerie, advertising their loveliness, all shapes and sizes, selling their bodies. We spent the day flirting with the window models, and a few of the guys straight bought them some booty. As for myself, I was having fun with shooting my Mac game. I didn't want to just hit the coochie. I wanted to have fun with it. I wanted to pull a girl with my conversation. Even though I could not speak their language, it was challenging and fun. When I would flirt, they understood. I was Max's Julian Goldie. I felt I had the game that could convince a woman to be with me wherever I went. I was young and it was fun, so I played. As it turned out, I was very convincing when speaking a language of love with a foreigner. Being that they understood my language, a couple of the girls I flirted with came to my hotel room after they got off work. I was still a bit jet-lagged when I went to my door and saw these two beautiful women standing outside my room speaking in a language that was foreign to me. Hallo Dimitri Wiesin Gekaminum T bested and met G. Whatever it was they were saying, nonetheless, sounded so sexy and sweet to me. I was tickled inside. A new profound spark of energy overtook me as I invited them into my room. Letitia and Mello were their names. It was hard communicating with them, but I managed to get through to them and convinced them to take me home with them to cook an American meal. I went to freshen up while they relaxed listening to some of R. Kelly's music. I felt like a king when they came into the bathroom with only their panties on, while I was, like Bernie Mac would say, but the fuck naked, giggling, talking in their sweet sexy language, touching me and spinning me around in the shower while they both washed my body down. I was in seventh heaven as they were drying me off at full attention. The girls wouldn't allow me to have sex with them, even though I was getting my feel on and I wanted them. I was respectful and played along with them, enjoying them just being with me, while playing with me while I was naked. As they dressed me, I thought about what I wanted to teach them to cook. We didn't have anything on the schedule with the record company, so I was free to hang out with the ladies. They really wanted to learn how to cook American food. On the way to their house, the girls stopped to pick up some weed. We communicated with our hands in expressing what it was we were trying to convey to each other, which was fun. It was like playing charades. I thought we were going to someone's house to get the weed, but we stopped in front of what looked like a Starbucks coffee shop. When we went inside, I couldn't believe it. It was a weed and hash smokehouse. We sat down at a table, and a menu was brought to us. Letitia and Mela again in their sexy voices. What voor soort onkruid wil je? They were asking me what I wanted. I was just thrilled and happy. It was hard keeping my cool, but these ladies made me cool. I threw my hands up in the air to say, whatever you ladies wanna get, I'm down with it, and I was. We smoked some of the best hash I had ever smoked in my life, and Letitia got a saucer full of weed. They were some real Colombian gold buds, dude. We stayed there for about an hour. When we left, I was blown, but cool at the same time. After we left the smoke bar, we went to Letitia's apartment, which right near the red light district, and not far from the Hotel Metro Pole where I stayed. At her place, we cooked my favorite, fried chicken and rice with homemade gravy, salad and some dinner rolls. They were impressed with my cooking. It got me the dessert I wanted. I had big fun with Letitia and Mela that night. It was about 3:30 in the morning when I got back to the hotel. I had several messages on my phone from Robert. When I called him, he was upset with me. He didn't like the fact that I went off with my friends. He was really mad because they weren't interested in him joining us. Rob was like that. He felt everything had to revolve around him. After the initial lashing I received from him, he wanted the extra plate of food I brought back from the girl's house. He took it down, as if he hadn't eaten in days. The food in Amsterdam was not to our liking, so the way Rob dug into that plate was understandable. After we all finally fell out and got some real rest, it was time to go to work. The weekend of lounging around was over. Our guide was a representative from Jive Records out of their London office. It was their first time meeting Robert. They were very nice and much about the business. Our schedule was mapped out in detail. We visited radio stations and performed on televised dance shows. It was just like back in the States. We had Soul Train and they had something else, which was just like Soul Train. At night we performed at nightclubs that were jam-packed with mostly women. We were constantly moving from city to city, from Amsterdam to Rotterdam to Germany to Austria. We traveled all over the Netherlands and every night we ended up back at the hotel in Amsterdam. The thing I liked the most about the shows we did was the fact that after every show, we were rushed off the stage and onto the bus. There was no meet and greet after shows, because of the distance we had to travel every night to make it back to the hotel. The drivers there were not about to be held up waiting on the artist. They were strict on their work hours, and by law, they could only drive for a certain length of time. It was a shame because the women in the Netherlands were 10 to 1. It was 10 women to every one man. I can't say it enough, the women were beautiful. I don't think I saw an out of shape, fat girl or an ugly girl, the entire time. We did what we were there to do, promote the album. Our stay in the Netherlands was a very pleasant one. The night before we left, the hotel was swarming with girls. Letitia and Mela visited me, but I didn't get any peace of mind being with them because the hotel's security kept calling me asking me to control my people. They complained about the number of guests and that the music was too loud. I did what I could by speaking with everyone, but this was the last night. We were having too much fun. Letitia, Mela and I ended up completing our shower together. My. We had a good time on our first trip to the Netherlands. At sunrise we knew it was time to leave. It was a sad moment for a lot of us. As we were checking out of the hotel there were still a lot of girls roaming around, and at the airport, we were greeted by a number of fans wishing us a farewell and a safe trip home. When it was time for us to check in and go through customs, we left several of the fans standing, waving at us crying. My two friends shaded tears as well. It was no doubt in our minds we would be looking forward to a return visit to the Netherlands. Robert even said himself, he wanted to return as soon as possible. It was those kind of times that should have been the glue to our bonding. There we depended on each other, and felt a closeness to share with one another. How could you not want the best for a loved one? Chapter 15. The Motor City. Demon Lurking. When we returned to the States, Barry wasted no time informing me how well the song Vibe was rising on the pop charts. You may as well get you another suitcase and pack it right back up. You've got 2 more tours ahead of you taking off in a month, Barry said as we were unloading the bus at the Best Western Hotel. In the meantime, before taking off again, Barry wanted me to make sure I had Robert in the studio ASAP. He wanted Robert to get started on the remix for Vibe and start production on the next single, Honey Love. Robert chose CRC Studios as his home base for his music production. CRC was located right across the street from the Best Western Hotel where we had rooms reserved for our stay in Chicago for the month. I was digging that. We were at home, and I had a roof over my head, at least for a month. Things were really looking up. Once I put my bags away, I proceeded to update everyone on the schedule. After that, I went to my sister Dee Dee's house in Harvey, Illinois to spend time with my daughter Ashley. I missed my children. I was away from them and they were away from each other. We were all separated from one another and missing each other. Demetrius Jr. and his mother Lawinda had moved to Savannah, Georgia, while I was out on the tour. That broke my heart. Now I knew I had to work with Robert and make it work in order to bring my family together. I wanted my son with me and I wanted Lawinda. She struggled with me and had been there for me when times were really hard. I wanted us to be together as a family. My heart's desire was for my children to grow up in the same household. Lawinda convinced me to go back and work with Rob, but all of a sudden, she didn't agree with me being on the road. I wasn't home enough for her. She moved to Georgia and found another man. This was after we had discussed her and me raising the children together. She had made a 360-degree turn on me. It all started when she went to attend the Freaknik in Atlanta, Georgia, an annual spring break gathering of college students, along with some of her friends. When she got back from that event, she began to change. She told me she had met someone in Atlanta. I found somebody else I want to be with, Demetrius, and I'm moving down there to be with him. She told me. I pleaded with her, telling her how I could make things better for us and all the things I was willing to do. I was telling her all sorts of things. I was somewhat begging her to stay, but, like my boy R. Kelly said in one of his songs, when a woman's fed up, it ain't nothing you can do about it. Lawinda had it in her mind what she wanted to do and it was nothing I could do about it. I went over to her place one night and I busted into the apartment, tearing the front door down, because she wouldn't listen to reasons anymore. I was angry as hell. I didn't want to accept her leaving and taking my son away from me. I don't know if the man she fell for put his hand in her booty or what, but I felt like she didn't give our relationship a chance. I was devastatingly hurt. Here it was, right when I was about to start having a little something that could help us to build a relationship. I could have a normal life and come home to my loved ones. She bailed out on me. She was the queen of my throne. She had my son. She held my daughter and called her her own. I sat up many nights hoping, wishing, and praying that my life would stop circulating into continuous storms. Oftentimes, I thought life wasn't fair. It's like I'm climbing to the top of a mountain, and right when I'm about to reach the top to rest, stones start falling on me out of now here, and I fall. I was so tired of starting over. Stevie Wonder said it better, a half a mile from heaven and you drop me back down to this cold, cold world. I was so tired, but I kept working because I had an investment in the production I helped to build. Going through what I was going through was overwhelming and my mind was full. I was carrying a load. It was more than just feeding and clothing my children. I had an obligation to my family. I needed to be able to help them as well. I was trying to get to where I needed to be. The money was there. It just wasn't being given out to me. I had to wait a while longer. That's just the way it had to be. I had often wondered if maybe Robert was going through some phase of dealing with his alter ego, struggling with himself to handle the power of having people be of service to him for a little of nothing, and with him being in control of the money, his head was outgrowing his big ears. Rob was acting like he was living in a movie, and he was the only one to be seen in it. He was all the characters, Mr. Godfather. Then again, maybe this was something people went through who suddenly came into wealth after not ever having anything and then all of a sudden, they have almost everything. I don't know. I guess people do have to go through some kind of change in order to protect themselves from others. I just couldn't see where it should stop someone from doing the right thing for the people they're supposed to love. I was giving things a lot of thought. Like I said, my mind was full. I should be winning, but I was losing and I couldn't figure out why. I was feeling drained. I was doing the right things in my life, I thought, yet evil kept unveiling itself. My heart was being tested and I felt that God had to be against me. Evil was running through my brain and it hurt. My mom lived in Palatine, Illinois, 45 minutes northwest of Chicago. I went out to see her. She knew just from looking at me that I was troubled, but I knew she would find a way to make me smile. I knew at home with Mama, I was loved. She would say things, and you would feel the words as she said them. It's all in God's time. Whatever you're going through with Rob, she would say, Thy will be done, babe. It's God's will and in His time. Whatever God got for you, Robert, and nobody else can stop it. But it's in His time and don't forget that, baby, she'd say. Mama would make me feel good listening to her. On my ride back to the studio, her words rang in my head, and I thought, yeah, it's just a phase. We're going through a storm. I would say to myself, there was no doubt it was going to work out. Barry was hanging out in Chicago with us during this time while we were preparing for the next tour. Rob requested his presence. I heard him on the phone, a lot of times telling him, I need you here with me. They had become quite a pair. Oftentimes I thought Robert was trying to take on Barry's personality. One night, while we were in the lounge area of CRC Studios shooting some pool, Barry was talking about his niece, Alia. Barry said he wanted us to drive to Detroit, Michigan, so we could meet her and her family. He told us how she was on Star Search. He wanted Robert to develop her skills and possibly produce her. I just need to know if she has what it takes to become a successful recording artist, is how Barry put it. He said every time he saw Alia, she was singing. She really wants to be a singer, and if she's got what it takes, and you can help her do a project in the studio, and I want to be behind her and give her whatever she needs. And if she's not ready, I think she'll know. She's a real smart girl, top of her class in school, Barry said proudly of his niece. It was the fall in 1992, late evening, when Robert and I headed to Detroit to meet up with Barry. He would then take us over to meet his niece, Alia, and her family. Larry, Tori, and DJ Mouse, another buddy of ours, were tailing along with us in a separate car. We were given an address to Barry's home in Detroit, and when we got there, we were received with a warm welcome. There was nothing we couldn't have in the house. Barry, being the busy man that he was, had a meeting and couldn't stay with us. He was trying to set something up for Robert to have a guitar player by the name of Michael Powell lay down some guitar licks on a few of his songs. Barry was making things happen. In his domain, it was all about making us feel comfortable and at home. Come to think of it, I don't remember any of us sharing a room. We didn't check or look around the house. I know I was tired. All I wanted to do was get some rest after that 5-hour drive, and being up since 4 in the morning. I settled in a room while Robert and the rest of the guys went to watch some of the videotapes Rob made with the new camcorder he recently bought. The next morning, I spoke to Barry and he gave me the directions to Alia's house. When we got there, it was another warm welcome. Everybody was polite. My first impression when meeting Alia and her family was that of a close family. I felt a genuine goodness in meeting her mother, Ms. Diane Houghton, her father Mr. Michael Houghton, and Alia's older brother, Rashad Houghton. Alia had already heard R. Kelly's songs over the radio and she probably had a copy of his album. When they met Rob, he insisted they all call him Robert or Rob. He told them R. Kelly was just a show business name. Alia was star-struck by his presence. As young as she was, it was only natural. In her girlish way, she was a giggly little sweetheart. Her magnetic smile had a glitter that showed she was mesmerized with R. Kelly the artist being there, in her house. She was so adorable, and Robert's boyish ingenuousness had Alia and her whole family charmed. Alia's mom, Diane, wouldn't stop offering things to us. She wanted to make sure that we knew that we were welcome. Just make yourselves at home, y'all, she kept saying. She was also excited about our visit. She wanted to hear and see her baby girl entertain us. Alia looked and carried herself like her mom. Her hair was even styled just like her mom. It was like looking at Alia as a child and then as a woman. When you looked at the two of them together, the reality was mom was now watching the offspring of her beauty unfold. Diane was rejoicing along with and for her daughter. It was a happy time in the Houghton's house that day. Mike Houghton, Alia's dad, was laid back with his eye on his family's joy. Mike was cool. His goal was to learn the business. He wanted to know how to make good decisions. I mean, hey, for my baby girl, I need to know it all, he would say, keeping his composure so as to be taken serious. You could see the joy through his strength, which was covered by the seriousness of his facial expression. His only concern was for the safety and well-being of his baby girl Alia. Mike and I didn't talk long, but when we did talk, it was truly an exchange of intellect. The whole Houghton family was cool. As I looked at Barry, Alia, and their family, they reminded me of the Cosbys. Diane was every bit like a Philika Rashad. Alia's older brother, Rashad, was about 15 or 16 at the time. I never asked anybody's age. I know Rashad was a cool, laid-back, young Grant Hill look-alike kind of kid. He carried his basketball around with him throughout the house. Rashad admired Robert too, but he was outspoken, and pretty funny when Rob asked him if he could sing. He responded bashfully telling us b-ball was his thing, and said he was working on his game. You'll have a problem with me though, he told Rob. Of course it brought laughter from us all, but Rashad was serious. He stood proud, knowing he had just initiated a challenge to R. Kelly to meet him on the basketball court. Accepting the challenge, Rob told me to find a gym, but Barry suggested I contact his son Jomo, who was also in town. Jomo told me he had come by to pick us up and that finding a gym would be no problem. In the meantime, we were taken into the den, and as soon as Rob saw the upright piano, he walked right over to it as if it were calling him. I smiled and watched because I knew what he was about to do. Rob had a way of using music to enchant people. Rob would have people under a spell as they listened to him play and sing at the piano. He was a true entertainer. He knew how to set the mood, and once he had his audience, he would go off into his emotions, touching the very soul of his listener. Rob was Donny Hathaway when he sang A Song for You, Luther Vandross when he sang A House Is Not a Home, and Marvin Gaye when he sang Let's Get It On. Robert Kelly was a young maestro with a gift of being able to express his heart in song. He would sing those songs, arrange them to fit his style, and then deliver the song from his soul directly to his audience. You could feel him as he sat playing and singing for Alia and her family. He would do one of his own original songs, and while playing, he'd reach out for Alia to join him. While into the melody of his music, he would give Alia notes or parts to sing along with him, creating a new song in the eve of the moment. Robert was awesome. He could produce anybody. I couldn't wait for the time to come when he would summon me into the studio. I always saw Robert Kelly as being anointed with his gift in music. Barry, Diane, Mike, heck, all of us were in awe at how relaxed and how freely Alia's gifted vocals began to unfold. Robert brought the quality of her voice out of her in just one session. It was magic. Alia, with her girlish jitters, was hitting high notes on key and with a perfect enduring pitch. She sounded like the angel she was. I knew in the back of my mind as I watched and listened to our Kelly coach Alia, touching on the immaculate vocals she possessed, it was a done deal. Alia was going to be our Kelly's next production project. The first artist he would produce under Blackground Enterprises. It was plain to see, at least for me it was, Alia had a gift. There was uniqueness in her voice. The purity of her voice generated a blissfulness of enduring soft tones. It was easy to be captivated into Alia's musical world. Robert and Alia worked out for a good 30 or 40 minutes. Everybody was feeling good and knew something special had transpired. Barry, Mike, Robert and I wandered into the kitchen. Barry wanted Robert's honest opinion. So what do you think, Rob? Does she have it? Barry asked, with a serious look on his face that said he desired the truth. Rob looked at him as if he was surprised at the question. Are you serious? Didn't you just hear her? Does she have it? That and more, Barry. That and more, Rob said, shaking his head, assuring Barry of his sincerity. We hung out at Alia's house until Jomo came over. He found a gym for us, not far from where we were. Our focus shifted straight to basketball. Yeah, I wanna see what you got now, buddy, Rob said to Rashad once we all grabbed our coats to leave. All of the guys, except for Barry and Alia's dad, Mike, headed out in separate cars to a youth center Jomo had lined up. Jomo invited other ball players there to play a full court game. I started having flashes of my boxing days when I saw that one of our opponents was none other than the boxing legend, Mr. Thomas the Hitman Hearns. Tommy Hearns was my idol of the boxing world. I had mad love for him and Sugar Ray Leonard, and here I was on the basketball court with him. He was just a regular guy, but I was still amazed that I was actually playing ball with him. Pass the ball, Tommy, man, damn dog, why you gotta be a hog, I would shout, kidding with him as we ran up and down the court. We played maybe 4 or 5 games, switching teams so that we got to play against each other. Robert and Rashad didn't get to play against each other. Robert called himself pulling him under his wing, so they played on the same team together. Robert was somewhat schooling Rashad throughout the afternoon. After the game we met Barry back at his house. After freshening up, Barry took us to a soul food restaurant. This place was a house that looked like a mansion and the food was out of sight. We feasted like we were rich. There was no limit to what we could order. We were having a ball in Detroit with Barry, so we decided to spend another night. After we ate, we hung out at the mall for a few hours. I did our mall scheme, recognizing a celebrity shopping in the mall and bringing it to the attention of other shoppers. From that, Robert signed a few autographs and took a few phone numbers. One thing they didn't do is invite anyone over to Barry's house. Robert had much respect for Barry, and he didn't want Barry to know any of his weaknesses. I think in Robert's eyes, Barry was his new deity. Robert always gave the impression that he was a shy and naive young kid, but he wasn't. When the evening was over, it was back to work for me. I was consumed with putting together the travel plans for the tour. I had writers to prepare and memos to send out to the record company and to the promoters of the tour. I also had to schedule the phone interviews and ensure Robert did them. That in itself was a job. Most of the time, I would have to go wherever Rob was to make sure he made his calls because he wouldn't make them on his own. I would literally dial the numbers and connect with whomever, and at the moment of connection, I would hand Robert the phone. I used to hate doing that. I felt he should have been excited to talk to the people who were promoting his album and speaking to the fans who were buying his album. Nonetheless, we got the job done. It was after midnight and I was in my room on the computer at Barry's house working on a rider. A rider is a list of equipment and food items an artist wants in the dressing room in every city. It also included a list of equipment needs for the band and anything else Robert wanted. I had to put it on paper and send it out to the promoters as part of the contract obligations. I was busy and lost in my work when Robert knocked on the door. "Come on in," I told him as he stood on the outside knocking. When he came into the room, he looked distressed. He had 3, maybe 4 VCR tapes in his hand. I didn't want to watch movies. What was wrong with him? I thought, but the more I looked at him, he wasn't flinching. He was struggling with something within himself. Concerned over his apparent distress, I asked in an urgent tone, "What's wrong with you, Rob?" I stood up to look over his physical appearance, to see if he was injured in any way, but he wasn't. When Robert was troubled, it troubled me. Standing there looking at him with this disturbed look on his face, I thought somebody did something to him or something. Robert would come to me at times, when something was bothering him. The way he confided in me was what separated me from everybody else. He knew I had his back. It was those kinds of moments that made me think Robert and I were close, and no matter what, we had each other's back. It was my job to protect Robert. When he was going through something, I took on that burden as well. He began telling me he felt something had a hold on him. "These tapes, Johnny, man, I can't seem to control myself taping myself with my girls, man. And I know this ain't right and it's going to end up getting me in trouble." "I know," he said, looking grievously vexed. I could not imagine what was so bad on those tapes, but for Robert to be hurting over them, I gave him my full attention. Robert was crying over this something. I had no choice but to take him serious. This something, as he called it, had him feeling he was addicted to recording the women he was sexing in his life. I didn't know how to handle this problem. I actually didn't see anything wrong with it. It was all in fun, I thought. Then again, there is a person's privacy. Robert had a lot of spiritual values implanted in him. After all, his music teacher was the Reverend Lena McLean. Robert was right. We had to confront this lurking demon. Something had my young brother feeling guilt, and I wanted to aid and assist him as best I could. Robert knew the Bible and he felt as if he was being pulled in the direction of evil. He told me he was so active with the ladies and only for the reason to tape their actions. I believed him, and all I could come up with for us to do was to pray. So we prayed together, asking God to take away that which was making Robert feel controlled. We prayed to God, asking him to cover Robert from the evil which was lurking. However, during our prayer, we did not add any scriptures, which today I know would have allowed God to hear him. This was all so weird and new to me, and for Robert to be as distressed as he was, I began to believe in demons myself. Robert was a spiritual young man. I wasn't sure of to what degree of spiritual knowledge he possessed. I just believed in him enough to know he was real about his apparent distress. We were young and it was early in our careers. I wasn't thinking about demons. We were supposed to be having fun. Thinking back, it was about this time when Robert started to disconnect from us, his friends. As time went on, he became heartless and selfish. Robert was in trouble and I didn't realize the seriousness of what he was telling me. I didn't know it to be a big thing. We prayed over this demon, but we really didn't know anything about prayer, at least I did. I believed in God and I believed he loved me and would protect me, and that's all. I didn't really know how to communicate with him. I wish I had have known more about prayer and spirits because they do exist. This demon Robert was dealing with was just like the drug demon that entered my life to kill me back in the day. But this was a demon with a different game. Recognizing this demon, Robert reached out for help, but there was no help for him in sight. He had a dark secret. He was obsessed with videotaping his private moments behind closed doors with his lady friends. The boy had a thing for pornography. This was something Robert wouldn't share with Barry or anyone else. These kind of moments separated me from everyone else. Robert and I were like brothers. If only I knew what he was really dealing with at the time, I could have been his better judgment. But I didn't know any better myself. Robert was just a kid with a bunch of groupie friends that were willing to do whatever it took to be in his presence. We all reached out for help when we're in need, and for a lot of us, no one hears our cry. And because of our lack of understanding on how to deal with evil ways, that evil becomes a part of us, and it becomes easier and easier to dwell in that evil until we're lost and fully consumed. We all lack wisdom in making the best decisions. And when we make the wrong decisions, we find ourselves in need. Sometimes seemingly, there's no way out. We pray because we want to believe things can go a better way. We hope, in our praying, for a solution and that things don't get any worse. It is because of my knowledge today that I will not throw a stone at Robert. James 2:14 asks, "What does it profit, my brethren, if someone says he has faith but does not have works? Can faith save him?" At the time, I thought my faith, along with us praying together, was enough to protect Robert from the demon lurking within him. James 2:15 says, "If a brother or sister is naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you says to them, 'Depart in peace, be warmed and filled,' but you do not give them the things which are needed for the body, what does it profit? Thus also faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead." Nothing happened for Robert that night because I didn't give him that which he needed. We believed in our prayer, at least I did, but it was faith without works, so it was nothing. The next morning, we headed back to Chicago. I asked Robert how he was doing with the problem he said he had. He told me he was cool. He did not really speak on it, so I left it at that. I mean, you would think when you cry over something, one would have to add a little strength and say no to overcome something that was bringing him pain, if he wanted to truly beat it, that is. I figured Robert would do what he needed to do to overcome his situation. I didn't ask again. I noticed that he never threw away his camera. He always kept that with him. I figured if he really felt that what he was doing was a danger to him, that he would do the right thing. All he had to do was not record his intimate times with whoever he was spending those private moments with. How hard could that be? Little did I know, however, that that would be proven eventually to be as hard as a drug addict denying themselves of a last hit. Man behind the man / looking from the inside out. Photos. Chapter 16. First impressions. The song Honey Love was a hit. It was pushing the Born into the 90s album to the top of the charts, and we were going to platinum status. R. Kelly turned us all into workaholics. From noon to 3:30 p.m., I was at rehearsals with Public Announcement, and from 6:30 p.m. to 9:00 p.m., we rehearsed with the band, during which time, R. Kelly would be on the phone with his personal studio engineer Peter Mockran. He wanted him to know exactly what he wanted added on the tracks. It would be after midnight when we would make it to the studio, after making stops at the clubs around the city. By the time we got to the studio, it would be so late that most of us ended up making the studio our resting place for the night. Many nights I would drive, although tired, out to Madison, Illinois, where my sister Dee Dee lived. She was the one raising my daughter Ashley after Tamikia, and I had went our separate ways. I wanted to spend every free moment I could get with my children. Even though it would be late when I got in, I'd be there when she woke up, so I could have breakfast with her. I can't say that was enough, but only God knew how much I loved my mini mess. The schedule for the next few months was the same, and with each day, the building of a dynasty was forming. R. Kelly wanted female dancers to back him up on the stage, along with Public Announcement. When R brought the request to me, I organized a female dance audition. I got in touch with Drive Love, who was a host of the radio show for WGCI radio station. Drive Love and I met at the Cotton Club. He too believed in R. Kelly and was supportive by giving us promotional time on his radio show. Every night at 11:00 p.m. he would inform the listeners of the date and times for the audition. The director of A&R for Jive Records in Chicago, Mr. Get Up and Go Get It, Wayne Williams, hooked it up for us to hold the audition at the Comfort Zone, a club on the west side of Chicago. The word was out. On the day of the audition, the girls came out from all over the city with bags in their hands, portfolios and pictures. The ladies turned on their sex appeal to try to persuade the judges, which were Barry Hankerson, Daryl McDavid, Wayne Williams, R. Kelly, Drive Love, and I. We were really impressed by the turnout. This was a serious audition. The final outcome and decisions came from R. Kelly. He knew exactly what he wanted. The three dancers he chose were Santa Beasley, who we called Sam, Vivian Chinna Edwards, who we called Chinna, and Andrea Lee, who we called Babe Girl, who later became R. Kelly's wife. These ladies were dynamic, and they did not quit until they accomplished exactly what Rob wanted to see. They were all workaholics, just like Rob and Public Announcement. They had the drive and expressed in their dancing exactly what R. Kelly felt in the production of his music. The three of them were the ingredients to Honey Love. They were every bit of dynamic, sensuous, and electrifying together. I know I was enchanted and charmed by them. They were smooth, beautiful, and sexy. It was exotically appealing to watch them as they performed together, moving as one. Their deftness empowered them to inflict a sexual arousing from the men who sat mesmerized watching them. And the ladies, they got some wild thing in them, and that is all I will say. These ladies were truly bonita. Yes, sir, we had something for everyone to enjoy. Our plan was to make a lasting impression on the fans that were coming to get to know R. Kelly and public announcement. We were there at the threshold of success in the music industry, lights, cameras, and action. It took 7 years to get him here from the first day. He and I met at the Kenwood Academy High School talent show. Oh, how far we had come. It was like a Cinderella night every night. There was even the possibility of Robert being nominated for a Grammy for Best New Artist of the Year. We didn't have to pay to get into any of the clubs anymore. We would pull up in R. Kelly's Land Cruiser truck or his Benz, and like VIPs, the porter would valet park our car right in front of the joint. The doorman would open the doors, greeting us with the highest of admiration, and once through the door, the party was on. That respect and personal attention was something I didn't want to walk away from. I was a VIP everywhere I went. Once people knew I was R. Kelly's personal assistant, they offered their hospitality to me. I didn't take advantage of people. If I could accommodate them with an appearance from Robert, I did. This business was where I belonged. It was all I knew and loved being a part of. You got to love the people. There was plenty of drama, along with some good times. We had some personal girlfriends we hung out with, and each one of them had another girlfriend that wanted to hang out with them. So there was always a party and hanging out with girlfriends. These two young, beautiful women in particular, Mia and Jenna, I became very fond of. They were sisters. Mia liked her some Robert Kelly, but I have to think she was too much of a woman for Robert. Mia was for sure a beauty as well as a hot commodity. Robert took me over their house one day. Looking at Mia was like standing in a rose garden. She was so young and beautiful, with a welcoming, happy spirit. She loved her some Robert Kelly though, at least that is what I thought. Mia and Jenna would keep me informed of when their friends were out of school, so we all would get together on the weekends. We'd play all sorts of games with them. We'd play spades, petty pat, Monopoly, spin the bottle, and innocent kissing games. We even tried to create a board game we called 12 Play. We used to have some fun times. Rod Strickland, who played for the New York Knicks at the time, used to hang out with us at Mia's sometimes. I felt these ladies kept us grounded. These were ladies with a high respect for themselves. These young ladies were glamorous, beautiful, and intellectual, and they were all in college. It was fun being around them. At times we would meet out at a club. There, they were the diva girls in the house, and it didn't matter which other entertainer was there, be it Aaron Hall, members of the Gap Band, or even if Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis were in the house. These ladies were friends and #1 supporters of R. Kelly. They let it be known by keeping our tables surrounded with beautiful women. They were the self-proclaimed street team. They didn't have a problem with keeping it real when Rob would appear to be on an ego trip. Jenna would ask at times for one of us to go and to get her a drink or get a waitress for her. This one time she asked Robert. He told her, "Jenna, come on now," seemingly as if he was too big to be serving her. Jenna went off on him. "Boy, you better get your act right. What's wrong with you, Robert? Don't you be acting like you can't do nothing for nobody. Boy, you better go get me a drink. You still, Robert, don't you forget that, babe," Jenna would say, turning her nose up at him. We would all bust out laughing as Rob got up to go get Jenna a waitress. When the album came out, R. Kelly had their support. Right before we were to depart on the tour with Gerald Levert, Mia told Rob to bring everyone over to their friend Lisa's house for a pajama party. That friend was Lisa Ray. I smiled at the thought because Lisa Ray was one very fine, classy woman to me. The thought of being in her company was all about fun. She tickled me. Lisa Ray was just so much more mature and jazzy. I had the confidence of a real Mac. I kid you not. The way I saw things, I was gonna say the right thing to make an impression on her. She was a doll to me, but at the party she was always so doggone busy running around. She always had something going on, seeing to the needs of everybody else. When I did have a chance to speak to her, it was only to say something to compliment her and she was off. "Hold on, I'll be back. Let me go take care of this." She would go off, leaving me waiting on her to return, knowing her mind was 1,000 other places, not worried about me. Back in the day, I never did get the chance to tell Lisa the charming things that I always wanted to tell her. Her personality was just as the character she portrays on her TV show All of Us. Lisa has always been very cool, down to earth, humble, and upfront. She is one of the most driven women I have ever met. The pajama party was like a christening for us. We were entertained by the finest of young college students who were celebrating our successes with us, but keeping us grounded with the reality that we are the same people from yesterday. Don't get shit twisted, thinking y'all all that and forgetting where you come from, Lisa would say. After leaving Lisa's, we hit the club night spots and from there we went to the studio. That very next morning, we were loading our things on the tour bus to head out. Although we were an opening act, we had plans to be recognized as a co-headlining talent. No disrespect to Baby Bear Gerald Levert, but we had plans to eat some of Baby Bear's porridge by making him work hard for the money. We started the tour down south, in Memphis, Tennessee. This was my first time in Memphis. We visited the site where Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. We also hit the malls and did the usual. At our first show, we captivated the audience's attention with a loud explosion boom. In the studio, R. Kelly worked earnestly along with his number one engineer, Peter Mockran, producing tracks for our show. R. Kelly figured a loud explosion would command the attention of the audience, silencing them and directing their full attention to the stage at and from the sound of the blast. It worked. The audience was taken by surprise. They watched curiously to see who and what would be behind the cloud of smoke on stage. Staring in astonishment, they began to see the 8 men dressed in black, rolling onto the stage, a man strapped on a dolly wearing a Jason mask. At the same time, a loud vocal track was playing with the voice saying, "Secure all perimeters." We rolled R. Kelly to the middle of the stage. After he was placed at his marked spot, the men backed away, slowly and cautiously. They were moving as if there was a possibility that the man they had strapped was still able to harm them. They were giving the impression that this was a bad man that they were backing away from. Once they cleared the stage, R. Kelly stood strapped, alone, turning his head from side to side, staring at the crowd. As the smoke began to settle, the audience was frozen watching while Robert began to slowly reveal his movements. There was a loud click of a button, releasing the restraints that held him. R. Kelly stepped off the dolly. He stood like a robot, looking around as if he was in a foreign place. The only thing moving was his head, looking around the auditorium. He began to move, one step at a time. Each step was accompanied by the sound effects of him, making heavy footsteps like a gigantic monster coming towards you. The thumping of his footsteps caused a vibrating tremor throughout the room. We had the audience's attention. R. Kelly stood motionless for a moment as the smoke got thicker. Red flashing lights came on and public announcement came running out on the stage to their marked spots. They were dressed in purple suites, like a Star Trek costume, yelling the lyrics to R. Kelly's first single, Vibe, Vibe, You've Got That Vibe. R. Kelly jumped right in step with them as they went into a professional choreographed dance routine. With the music bumping, the ladies in the audience started screaming. The party took off at the click of the drummer's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. R. Kelly and public announcement were doing their thing and then a bright flash blinded the audience. The lights quickly dimmed, settling into a sky blue clear light which flashed on a ramp which introduced the Honey Bees. R. Kelly's dancers came out dancing exotically, captivating an audience of their own. They were as sexy could be. It seemed all the men in the house were feverishly keeping their eyes glued on R. Kelly's Honey Bees. These ladies were every bit of honey love. Truly everyone's eyes were glued on them. Yes, these ladies had their own fans, which were mesmerized by their every move. R. Kelly's female dancers demanded attention. They were every bit of sultry, each with their own form of beauty, shape and style, which shaped into one beautiful heart because you did not want to take your eyes off of either one of them. When we went into the song, Honey Love, their sexiness was, to say the least, exotically tantalizing. I know I loved watching them myself, but after the show, they had to march straight to the dressing room, change and go to sit on the bus until Mr. Kelly came and was ready to go. There was to be no personal interviews and no meeting with anyone for them. R. Kelly did not want any of us who traveled with him to talk to the girls. They were R. Kelly's girls, so it was hands off. We performed for 45 minutes and held the audience's attention the entire time. Public announcement did their thing too, stimulating the ladies with their sexy dance moves, grabbing their crotches and moving like male sex objects. All the while, Baby Bear Gerald Levert and his crew watched from both sides of the stage, along with the crowd, enjoying the show. I raised a power sign to Gerald. We were both laid back checking out the show. You better not be weak coming on to close the show behind our act, I thought to myself. R. Kelly and the crew worked hard on this show and they had the crowd totally into them. It was no denying that the ladies were warmed up and the men were on the prowl. Gerald Levert went on to do his show. He began singing to the ladies smoothly, softly, but with authority. There was passion in every word as he called out his need for love to the ladies. He worked the stage and he worked the crowd. The ladies were screaming for him. I was totally impressed, but then again, how could I think anything less? Gerald was the son of Mr. Eddie Levert. In my book, not only is Eddie one of the greatest and strongest vocalists I have ever heard, he also stands at the top of my list for being one of the most passionate singers. I watched Gerald Levert do his thing, massively charming the ladies and giving the men in the audience something to think about when he sang Casanova. I thought as I watched Gerald down on one knee, crooning, singing his heart out, and melting the woman whose hand he was holding, Baby Bear had held his own. There was nowhere at all in his show where he was weak. In fact, he was a compliment to our show. Gerald was a true gentleman who displayed maturity for the respect of women at its finest. He had his daddy's chops, no doubt. It was an awesome, good first night. We didn't mingle with Gerald and his crew that night, but all in all, I think we made a good first impression. After watching Gerald that night, he was added to my list of mentors. He gave me something to think about. I wanted to implement some of the things he was doing into public announcements representation of R. Kelly. Yep, we were going to have to drop down on one of our knees and reach out to the ladies like Gerald, because to hear them scream for Gerald Levert was a different kind of a scream than what Robert would get. They were loving and wanting Gerald, in that order. He was a women's man. It was what he wanted and they wanted to give it to him. Gerald Levert, he held down his throne. I decided we were going to take some of Gerald's moves and add a touch of elegance of our own. It was no doubt our show was dominating, but Gerald was the lover of the night. His rawness was passion. After listening to Gerald, I could only imagine a woman's thoughts. They would want to be loved. And Gerald Levert, his songs touched a woman's heart. He was a crooner, truly his daddy's son. Rip, my brother. You are loved and your passion will be felt forever. We were out on the tour with Gerald for 6 weeks, and I learned a lot about the stage production, dealing with promoters, the press, the fans, and the after-show activities. All the shows went well. We had a few kinks to work out here and there, but all in all, I had a strong will to organize things. The only thing that was hectic was getting Robert on the bus after our shows. Our drivers would complain about R. Kelly taking all night to board the bus, so we could leave and go to the next city. Our show would end at 10:45 p.m. and I would call the hotel at 11:30 p.m. to inform our driver that we were finished. An hour later, the driver would show up ready to drive 8 to 12 hours to the next city. We would all be on the bus waiting for Rob to finish his personal autograph sessions. 4 or 5 hours later, R. Kelly would board the bus with us. This frustrated me and the drivers. It would be 5 o'clock in the morning before we would pull out of the lot on our way to the next city. Many times we would drive straight to the arena after stopping at a Waffle House. Everyone would have to get dressed on the bus. The driver would drop us off, drive to the hotel, sleep 4 or 5 hours, and then have to wake up to pick us up again, and go through the same waiting period again. I know the driver was making money, but he wasn't a robot. It was dangerous for all of us, and the more I talked to Rob about it, the longer it seemed he took to get on the bus. He wanted me and everybody else for that matter to know that he was in charge. He was fighting against me and I did not know why. I was there with his best interest at heart. We were on the same team. Yet he did not seem to have an ear for anything in which I had to say, or concern about our lives being in the hands of a sleep-deprived person who was driving us across the country. His demeanor was to entertain the fans one by one as they lined up outside of his dressing room, who were willing to wait for hours for the chance to be with him. I tried talking to R. Kelly's posse when I could get a chance to speak to them one-on-one. I was hopeful that they would understand the importance of us working together with me to protect R. Kelly for the longevity of his career. I was always on them about the girls they were choosing for him. They just always seemed to be real young, and there were always beautiful mature women that wanted to get with Robert. However, my consistent hassling the posse led to them running to R. Kelly, complaining that I had a problem with them bringing girls to the hotels and to the shows. Robert and I talked about it, but he didn't debate with me about it either.
Okay, y'all. Hold on. Somebody called. Sorry, y'all. It started playing on my what's the name? It scared the crap out of me. It started playing on my Alexa. Okay.
I walked in and looked around more and I saw blood. Immediately, I yelled for Neva, Neva. I overlooked the fact that she had not met me at the door. Neen girl, where are you? I was shouting as I hurried towards the kitchen, and there she was lying next to the stove with her head split open. Somebody had beat Neva in the head with a pipe bat or something big and deadly. I broke down and cried. I kneeled down and began rubbing my dog, rocking back and forth. I was so hurt. Neva was a beautiful dog. She was obedient, joyful, and vicious. She was a true gift and a kind dog. I sat there on the kitchen floor, so hurt. Why? Why did they have to kill my dog? I asked myself as the tears ran down my face. I knew the only one that could do something like this had to be somebody I knew. It was obvious that they timed my workday. I was so mad. I had to know exactly who did this. Who killed my dog and my best friend. I didn't call the police, nor did I confide in anyone. I just sat with Neva, crying out of anger and wanting vengeance. After about 45 minutes, it was over. I began picking things up and cleaning up Neva's blood. At moments I felt like I wanted to hurt someone. Anger filled my veins even more, and as the minutes passed, I figured I had cried and felt sorry for myself long enough. I needed to know who did this. I rolled Neva into a blanket and took her to a field a few blocks down from my apartment and buried her. After saying a prayer, I figured that whoever did this was out trying to sell my things. I knew everybody in Harvey, Illinois, or they knew me. Everyone called me Johnny Cool. I had a little reputation out there, so getting to the executioner wouldn't be impossible. When I finished burying Neva, I set out in search of an answer. I went to hang out on 147th and Winchester Street where I ran into my homeboy, Bobby. I told him what happened. It seemed he didn't know anything. Wallowing in my sorrow, I took a hit from the joint he was smoking. Then we decided to go get some Richard's Wild Irish Rose wine. I ended up getting pretty drunk. Bobby then started talking about going to get some money, some fast cash as he put it. Cool, we'll go get you another piano tomorrow, he said. The getting the piano part was the only thing I heard him saying. I was dazed. I just saw him moving his lips. Everything looked as if it was all going fast and around, like a merry-go-round. I wasn't in my right mind. Blinded and consumed with a foolish thought of wanting to replace that which was taken from me. I was drunk with interest, dizzy, having thoughts without thinking. In this drunken state I was feeling the trait of the Indian blood of my grandfather's heritage in me. Woo woo. I didn't give a fuck. I was ready to go on a war path. The spirits of anger and revenge were running through my veins. To make a long story short, I went with Bob and we ended up doing some dumb shit. I allowed anger to overshadow my thoughts and I allowed myself to be talked into robbing a gas station. During the getaway, I looked out of my rear view mirror and saw a police car that had passed us make a U-turn. I assumed he had got the call and was now coming after us. At the first corner I got to, I made a quick right and Bob jumped out of the car. My mind was racing faster than the car was going. My chances of losing the police coming up fast behind me was 0 to none. After a mile of eluding the cops, I finally stopped and was arrested. I gave them a story. I was so glad. When I saw y'all turn around I didn't know what was gonna happen to me. Thank you. I pleaded to the policemen as if they had rescued me. That guy jumped in my car at the light, put a gun on me and made me rob a gas station. He had another gun in my back, I told them. I kept talking. I thought he was going to kill me. Thank you officers so much. I kept pleading for their sympathy. The amazing part of it was that they were listening to me enough to investigate my story. In doing so, the gas station attendant told the police that I did look like I was a bit scared and he said the other guy just stood behind me with his hand in his pocket without saying a word. Things were looking good. I was thinking they were thinking of letting me go. My story was good all the way up until I saw them bring Bobby in. They had chased him and lost him, but later after bringing out the dogs they found Bobby hiding out up in a tree. After that there was no need to fight. I was charged with armed robbery and sentenced to 6 years in the Illinois State Penitentiary. Granted, it was my first time ever being arrested. I called it bad luck to have to go to prison for my first offense. I felt that the theories of breaking mirrors and black cats running across your path were all true. Those things had all happened to me, and now it had all caught up with me. But in reality, stupid is what stupid does. And I had did something really stupid. I guess I got what I had coming. I was 24 years old when I went to Statesville Penitentiary, a maximum security prison. I was devastated. 6 years seemed so far away. I felt as if it were a lifetime. I was put in a cell and told, "This is your new home, buddy. Make yourself comfortable," the officer said as he slammed the steel cell bars shut, sealing me in. I was shouting inside my body through my mind because I couldn't let my sorrow be heard. "Help, Lord God, ah 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 ah," I cried. I had to hold my breath as I trembled, wishing I could call my mother and she could come and pick me up. I kid you not, at 24 years old going into prison I was scared out of my mind. For 7 days, I was confined to a cell and only let out for 10 minutes to take a shower. This was a traumatizing experience for me. When I was brought out of the orientation process into prison, I was taken into the general population to see house. This was a roundhouse unit where they shot a scene for the movie Bad Boy starring Sean Penn. I was actually there at the time the movie was filmed. The only difference was this was real life. For now this was where I lived. I had been placed into a cell with 8 other convicts, none of whom I knew. My first day into the general population, behind the wall as it was called, brought me a rude awakening as to where I was. After settling into my newly assigned cell, I decided to step out onto the gallery and get familiar with my surroundings. Whatever I had to deal with, I wanted to be aware of what was out there. The Cook County Jail in Chicago was no playpen. There was no calling mama to come pick me up. I had to handle this situation on my own. It was my own self-inflicted burden to bear. I decided to go down to the weight room. I thought, what better time than now to start getting my body in tip-top shape. I was 165 lbs, 5'11", slim, trim in the waist and real handsome in the face. A little body toning would do me well, get me fit, and put an edge to my pretty boy swag. I walked down and around the ramp into the basement area where the weights were. It seemed somewhat strange to me that there were no guards posted anywhere. As I walked into the weight room, even in there were no guards. The reality of where I would be residing for the next few years was starting to sink in. The guards were all posted in the tower looking down on us. In all actuality, I was left to the mercy of the hardened criminals, but I saw them as being regular people. On the outside I appeared composed, but on the inside I was crumbling. Subconsciously, my ghetto instincts rose up. I had been raised on the west side of Chicago, town, and brought up in the 2 worst housing projects in the country, Cabrini Green and the Henry Horner projects. In a lot of ways, those were the real prisons. As a kid, I hid and watched as the National Guards jumped out of a helicopter onto the top of the 16-story, 2,245 building across from the one I lived in the Henry Horner projects. Gunfire was the sound that filled the air. The police were shooting into an apartment, and at the same time, gunfire was coming from the windows of the people that lived in the building firing at the police. "Piggy Wiggy, you gotta go now. Oink, oink, bang, bang. Dead pig." That was our marching song. Vietnam had been brought to the streets for me coming up in 1968. That day the police killed one of the Soto brothers, who had just come home from a funeral, burying his own brother. It was war growing up in the projects. One's mind had to be trained to defend and be on guard at all times. And not long after that, I heard the gunfire from the police and the FBI the morning they raided and gunned down Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, strong brothers from the Black Panther Party who lived down the street. Where I grew up, there was always something going on, so I reminded myself, when I walked out of my cell, that there was no fear in me. I recited Psalms 23 over and over in my head. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." I didn't know these people, but in some ways I did know them. I reminded myself that these were the same people I grew up around. I felt that there was no one tougher than the guys I grew up with: Harold, Collie Mitchell, Anthony Britman, Jeffrey Burns, Charles, Richard Story, and Lenny, just to name a few. These were my running buddies. We weren't hardened criminals, but we held our own and were respected because we didn't run from a fight. We went to it if you brought it. For those reasons I didn't stay in my cell. Everybody was out hanging out, so I went out to hang out too. As I was walking deeper into the back of the weight room, an animal instinct to survive awakened in me. Like a deer feasting on the leaf of a bush, suddenly hearing the breaking of a branch, and without hesitation makes a dash. To get away from the sound I made a slow U-turn as my eyes wandered towards the back of the room. What I saw was so unreal and frightening. It was some movie shit and it was happening so fast. I saw more than 4, and I didn't look long enough to see if it was less than 8, Hispanic men sticking and stabbing another Hispanic man with metal objects. To me it looked like they stabbed him 20 or 30 times in the few seconds I saw. I didn't need to see no more. I removed myself from the situation, hopefully unnoticed. It was most definitely survival of the fittest in this camp. It was at this moment I was awakened to the reality of where I really was. I went back up the ramp at a cool pace and calmly walked to the front desk where the inmate clerk was sitting. On the inside I was nervous, but I didn't panic. I didn't want anyone to know that I was frightened, even though I didn't see who was who. Seeing a man being stabbed was enough for me. I wanted to be away and somewhere safe. I had never witnessed anyone being stabbed or being hurt really bad for that matter. I sat in an empty chair next to the clerk's desk. The clerk was a young light-skinned brother. He looked at me like I was trespassing in his space. "What's up with you, man?" he asked as if he was trying to portray that he was tough. I sat paralyzed. He seemed to sense something was wrong with me, so he changed his tone. "You all right? You're new, huh?" he asked, seeming somewhat concerned. "Yeah," I nodded my head, looking at him, and before we said anything else to each other, we looked up and noticed the guy that had been stabbed walking towards us from around the ramp. His whole body was bloody. His skin was hanging off his body as much as his ripped shirt. He was holding onto the rails, struggling to hold himself up to make the next step towards his survival. The clerk looked at me because he knew that just moments before, I had just come from around the ramp myself. As the guy got closer, he looked as if he was about to fall. The man was so close to me that without thinking, unconsciously I got up to give him a hand. The clerk reached to grab me. "Don't touch that guy, man. You don't want to be involved in that," he said. I took his advice and sat back down while looking away, tortured inside. Seconds later the man fell, and then an alarm went off, sending everybody, including myself, scrambling to our cells. We stayed locked down for 10 days while they investigated the stabbing. I had witnessed a man's bloody demise. Internal affairs came to everyone's cell and questioned everyone. It seemed no one knew anything and no one saw me going to or coming up from the basement that day, nor did I mention it to anyone. When the lockdown was finally over, I got a visit from some of the Latin kings. Immediately, I knew exactly who they were. They wanted to know what I saw in the basement. "Y'all got a basement here?" I asked. They laughed. I went on to tell them that I had just got there and had not been out yet. I told them that I didn't know what they were talking about and that they had me mixed up with someone else. They were satisfied with my answers. For a week or so, the Latin kings befriended me. They always sent someone asking if I was okay or if I needed anything. I never once, after that day, took for granted where I was. I was amongst the celebrities of the underworld. I saw the chairman, Larry Hoover, leader of the Gangster Disciples, and his crime partner, Lil Dee, make their rounds throughout the prison on a daily basis. There was also the Vice Lord leader, Willie Lloyd, Richard Speck, who had killed 7 nurses, worked as a painter and walked around daily painting the walls of the prison. There was no doubt in my mind that I had to stay sharp in order to survive the hellhole I had found my way in. This was no place like home and nowhere I had ever been before. When the lockdown was over, everything went back to a normal program. At least, for what normal was in there. To my surprise, it was as if nothing ever happened. I found out that the name of the brother that I sat with at the front desk was Trip. He and I became friends. We had a common interest: music. He played the guitar for one of the prison bands. I, along with him and another brother, Lucky, who also played the guitar, got involved in the music program. I started off singing in the band. This was still all a learning experience for me, and I was learning a lot, but I wanted to play an instrument. When I learned it was possible to get an instrument brought into the institution, I called my mother. She, who in turn spoke to my grandmother, and being the sweet woman she was, knew of my desire to play music, so she volunteered to help. She bought me a portable Wurlitzer piano. I was too happy when Lucky spoke to the director of the music program, and I was allowed to have my family bring my own piano inside the prison. I thanked God because I knew it was Him, making a way out of no way for me. I don't know what I would have done if I weren't able to participate in the music program. Being in the band kept me out of the way of all the viciousness that took place behind the wall. During my stay there, I traveled through the tunnels of the prison, pulling my piano on a cart from my housing unit to the gym where we practiced twice a week. Because of my inexperience as a musician, my desire to learn, and the fact that the piano was mine, Lucky and Trip took special time out and taught me how to play chords on the piano. When we did shows, they would shout out the chords to the songs: G major 7, F sharp, F major 7, C minor, and I would fumble my way connecting the chords with a facial expression as if I was jamming on stage with earth, wind, and fire, feeling the music. I loved it. It made my time in prison meaningful. Even though I didn't know a lot about what I was doing, being able to do this with Lucky and Trip was an experience that I will never forget. As a child, there were only 2 things that seemed to show a door of opportunity for me: that was boxing and singing. As a youngster, I decided early on that boxing wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't like to take punches. If you hit me, it wasn't a fair fight anymore. I was a laid-back kind of guy until the beast was awakened. If I felt threatened to a point of being hurt, I was monstrous. things. I didn't mess with people and I didn't start fights. It was in Statesville Penitentiary I made the decision that I wanted music to be my career. As it got closer to my release date, I felt I had a better sense of direction. Singing and learning to play the piano was something better for me to do with my life. I developed a passion and found myself singing every day, wanting to be better. It seemed music was the direction ordered for my life. The more I participated, the more it felt a part of me. I had found my gift. I had a direction to go in my life and I had a strong will that told me I could achieve my goal. With the belief I had in myself, I told myself I would never again belittle myself or subject myself to being locked up behind steel bars again. It was May of 1983 when I was released, and within 3 weeks I hooked up with a band on the streets. When I met Donnie Evans, a keyboard player at a club, we became instant friends. He invited me to one of his rehearsals and introduced me to his band. The scriptures I read and prayed while in prison were manifesting the direction for my life. Psalm 37:2-3 says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord." My steps had to be ordered, I thought. My next meeting with Donnie was at his house in Markham, Illinois. When I arrived, he was practicing, so I jumped in and started singing along with him. He was impressed that I could sing. It wasn't long before he quit the band he was with and formed another band, and he asked me to be the lead vocalist. Life could not have been better for me. I didn't want for anything. I had my music and was making a little money. I was doing exactly what I felt happy doing. We had a booking agent, this cool white cat, named Clifford Rubin, who got us shows performing in the college circuit, prisons, and local juke joints in and around Illinois and Indiana. Clifford reminded me of Charlie Sheen, the character from the series 2.5 Men. I met him through one of the other band members. Right away, Cliff and I became friends. In his eyes, I was a young Marvin Gaye, waiting to be discovered. He would always say I had a voice that women would fall in love with and the men would support to get to the women. I liked Cliff. He was every bit of cool, for a white boy, that is. This was the beginning for me. It was fortunate for me to have this connection and love for music at a very young age. Singing brought me peace and filled a void inside of me that otherwise would have had me wandering. With this new position on life, I felt I had arrived. On the road, I made anywhere from $100 to $150 a night for myself, while the band members got paid anywhere from $75 to $100 a gig. Clifford got 20% of whatever the gig paid off the top. All payments were sent directly to his office. He would then Western Union the band's share to me, in which I would distribute accordingly. By the time I got home off of the road, I'd have a couple of $1,000s or more in my pocket, with more gigs ahead to do. This was the business for me. It was exactly where I wanted to be. We were all living out of the back of a U-Haul truck, heated by a portable kerosene heater, keeping busy and traveling from city to city in the dead of the harsh winter colds. I was on cloud nine, making money and having fun at the same time. The group only had one issue: alcohol. It was each man's weakness. Every night I had to fight with the band members about staying sober until after the show. It was a task rounding them up to ensure we didn't miss a show. My nights were spent monitoring everybody. These gigs meant everything to me. It was a good thing our shows at the prison and the colleges were during the day, because these cats were totally different characters when they were drunk. There wouldn't have been any standing ovations if those drunken egos would have hit the stage. Don't get it wrong, we had a tight sound. A sound that made the crowd move and scream for an encore. Everybody in the band was good and had perfected their gift. Donald Evans played the keyboards, Thomas Goodloe played the lead guitar, Norman Douglas played the drums, and his brother, Clifford Douglas, played the bass guitar. I loved these dudes. If only there wasn't so much stress dealing with them on the road. The constant confrontations were starting to take a toll on me, so I talked to Cliff about the situation. I was at my wit's end. I decided I did not want to deal with the business aspect of the music industry. I wanted to entertain, not manage irresponsible adults. After 4 3-week tours, the band and I took our last trip together. After the last tour, Cliff and I talked about other ways to make money until we could piece together a better, more disciplined band. Cliff was most definitely a go-getter. He had his hand into all types of things on the north side of Chicago. Cliff and I got acquainted mostly by phone, but
Hold on, let's see if we heard this one before. I think he's going back and saying stuff that he said before.
Cliff and I got acquainted mostly by phone, but as soon as I came off the road, I went to work for him in his office. To my surprise, Mr. Clifford Rubin had it going on. He had a storefront that he used as a modeling agency. Paparazzi Pretty had girls coming in from near and far. I answered the phones, made outgoing phone calls, and set appointments for Cliff, recruiting beautiful ladies.
Yeah, we did. Why did it go back up here? Oh my God. You're right, Stat. It brought us back up there again. What was the last part y'all heard from before? Stat, you were right. What was the last part you heard? Stat, do you remember what the last thing? Not Stat. Perspective me. Do you remember the last thing you heard? What was the last thing you heard? Perspective. When you were reading Dealing with the Liar, trust me, we're hearing the same lie again and again. No, tell me what's the last thing you heard. Was it after they met Aaliyah? Last thing I heard was after Aaliyah. So, um, oh, and it was at Aaliyah's mama house? You sure? Okay. Let's go back there. Hold on. When they first met Aaliyah? Okay, past that. Okay, I'm gonna do, let's see. It's almost over. Hold on. Okay, we'll start from here.
As far as the girls who hung around, it was apparent their parents didn't have a problem with them being out in the late hours of the night. As far as the girls who
Okay, we're gonna stick there. Okay.
As far as the girls who hung around, it was apparent their parents didn't have a problem with them being out in the late hours of the night. The girls came and went as they pleased. I saw R. Kelly with his focus on producing a platinum album for Alia, and whatever he needed to add to accommodate his goal, he added it. I tell you, this guy was a genius when it came to the God-given gift and talent with music he had. The young girls who were hanging around, they all had a purpose in Robert's music. When it was time for Alia to come to Chicago, R. Kelly wanted her and her family to be totally comfortable. He offered them his apartment in Lake Point Towers on 36th floor, overlooking Chicago's skyline. As a matter of fact, he insisted they stay at his place and he in turn would stay at the Best Western Hotel. But Alia's mom, she was not with Robert putting himself out, so they all stayed together at his place. I created an itinerary for Diane that informed her of the things R. Kelly lined up for Alia. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I would pick up Alia to have lunch. After lunch, Alia would go to the studio with R. Kelly, where he arranged for her to have vocal training, which Robert said it was only to strengthen her voice. After her vocal lessons, Alia would return to R. Kelly's condo with her mom. R. Kelly gave them the key to the city. I saw to it that wherever they wanted to go, whatever they wanted to do, and whatever they needed was made available for them. It was always 10 o'clock p.m. when Alia would be summoned to the studio, accompanied by her mother, of course. It was all work in the studio with R. Kelly, Alia, Tia, Shay, and Shauna. It was always amazing watching Robert work. He was cunning in so many ways to get what he needed in obtaining the best out of a person. He would stop in the middle of a song if they weren't singing their notes correctly, or if someone seemed out of sync, he'd just jump up and tell Peter to shut it down for a few hours. Come on, everybody, I feel like ice cream and a movie. Johnny, go get the car for us, he'd tell me. All together, R. Kelly, Diane, Alia, Tia, Shauna, and I, we would all end up at the movies. After the movie or ice cream, we'd be right at the studio, continuing where we left off, but this time, whatever was not happening right, came to order. R. Kelly had a way of bringing the best out of a person. He was a young genius and Alia was a happy spirit when she was in the studio with Robert. She used to sing in the dark. All of the lights in the booth had to be off. She got that from R. Kelly. She wanted to be as free as he was when it came to perfecting her art in music. The songs started flowing out of R. Kelly for Alia to sing, and like the songbird she sang with heartfelt feeling, bringing life to every song. It didn't take R. Kelly long at all to finish Alia's debut album Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. The next tour was the next level up. We were booked as a co-headliner act. People were paying big bucks to see us. One would wonder if I had a family or life of my own, since all of my time was spent preparing for the next tour and assisting R. Kelly and Alia. His status grew so much I was working 24/7 keeping busy with R. Kelly's career events. How I found the time to do all the things I got done, I do not know. But I was moving up and it wasn't easy. While Lawinda nagged me about money and Tamikia fighting about everything other than anything that had to do with my daughter, how I found time to carry my work and manage my home life was only by the grace of God. It was very difficult for me because more than anything, I wanted my children together, and with the forces that were in my life it was a challenge to make that happen. Shit always all of a sudden changed directions on me in my life. Later I ended up getting custody of my daughter from Tamikia. Time was moving on. My life was so filled with so much to do. I wondered sometimes if I was overloading myself. The only thing that kept me sane was the fact that I was so buried in my work. I did not have time to deal with all the things that were changing the course of my life. My daughter ended up living with my sister Dee Dee in Harvey, Illinois, and I stayed in the studio day and night working with Robert to make things happen. I needed this to work. My life was at stake. I had to be able to buy a home so I could get my family back. With all the odds seemingly against me, there was still some good in it. Okay, R. Kelly, let's do this. Let's try it your way. I thought, if you can't beat M, join M. I was going to turn a page and try again to put the pieces to my dream together. My life was going upward bound. I worked daily planning tours, monitoring the rehearsals with public announcement, staying with R. Kelly for the times he had to do phone interviews or have photo shoots, and I was hanging out club hopping again. I received and sent out all the information needed for the Salt and Pipa tour. I was looking forward to this tour, traveling with these lovely ladies. I loved me some Cheryl James, Miss Salt. She was the special one that caught my eye from the very first time I saw the group. Don't get me wrong, I loved Sandy Denton Pipa and Deidre D. Roper, Ms. DJ Spinderella, too. This tour was special for me. It was scheduled to take off in Miami, Florida. In preparation for the tour, we built a whole new stage and R. Kelly had orchestrated a whole new show. Time had moved on. The Born into the 90s album went platinum and began to peak. In what seemed like overnight, R. Kelly had finished his 12-play album and Sex Me was about to drop. Every night and all through the day, I would ride around with Rob, waiting in the car, getting mad at him on some occasions for having me sit in the car for periods of time while he entertained the beautiful women he had in his life. The boy had the makings of a true player, I kid you not. It was strange when R. Kelly would pull me to the side at times and talk about how he was having second thoughts about releasing the single Sex Me, which was also on the 12-play album. He was under a lot of stress about that song. Spiritually, he felt that the song was too vulgar, and he didn't think his mom would approve of the song at all. Can you believe it? R. Kelly felt as though the song was too sexual. The spiritual side of him was subconsciously hindered. He was very remorseful over the song, strange as it may sound. R. Kelly felt the song was sinful. During this time his mother was sick, so Rob was going through some things, and maybe he was looking for an escape of some sort. I don't know. There were two sides to Robert. There was Robert Kelly, who was caring, playful, and studious when he would listen. Then there was R. Kelly. He was totally opposite. He cared about himself and he took selfishness to another level. At first I began to think his ways was because of youth and, I would say, his lack of education. He wanted to control everything and everybody, and he was always right about everything. There was no listening. It was his way or no way at all. He had changed. He became egotistic and self-centered. I spoke with Barry from time to time about Robert. I was searching for answers that would help assist me with him. Barry felt that Robert was going through a phase that most young artists go through in the beginning of their career. You're going to have to be creative with arranging to have the things Robert wants as perks and the things Robert needs. Your job is not going to be an all-out easy job, but it's a good place to be, Barry said. I took his advice to heart. It was good solid advice. Robert and I weren't seeing eye to eye on a lot of things, and on the coming tour, I wanted to be ahead of the game with him. He knew the tour with Salt and Pipa was another level up the scale. We were now booked to perform in arenas in front of larger crowds of people, all while we were preparing for the tour. R. Kelly was in the studio with Alia. She and her mom, Diane, would fly back and forth to Chicago on the weekend because Alia was still in school. It was always a joyful time when Ms. Lady Diane and Alia were there. I called her that because that is how I remember Alia's mom. She carried herself as if she were royalty, and I am saying that in a complimentary way. Ms. Diane was elegant. That's why Alia was so special. One thing for sure, we hung out and stayed at the movies and ate popcorn a lot. Alia's album was R. Kelly's pet project, and turning out a sound that was developing to be something really special. I worked along with Jomo Hankerson making preparations to shoot the video for Alia's first single Back and Forth in Chicago. Jomo was the man that moved Roberts' career. He was Alia's cousin and the man I communicated with once our tour negotiations were over. Jomo was the top man for Black Ground Enterprises. He was the one moving Alia's career to rise. Yeah, my future had promise. Teaming up with Jomo made me feel like I would be in an executive position myself one day. For this video shoot, I was on Alia's payroll, making $800 for that entire day. I was also being highly considered to be her tour manager. Things were going to balance out. I was happy with the thought of working on the road as Alia's tour manager too. When it was time to shoot the video, Alia's whole family came up with her. At the video shoot, which was on the top level of the parking lot next door to CRC Studio on Ohio Street, Alia's dad, Mike, and I were talking while we were shooting the video. He confided in me on how uneasy he was with Alia being out late in the studio all night. When he stated that to me, I was a bit uneasy myself because for one, I liked Mike, and two, I was feeling the same way. Looking at Alia as a minor and from a parent's perspective, I wanted him to know of my suspicions of R. Kelly not being the gallant honorable man he was portraying himself to be. In the beginning Alia's mom chaperoned her when she came to the studio, but because of the long hours in the studio, she would get tired and because Robert was so cunning she trusted him with her daughter. It was when Alia was out from under her mother, that is when her and Robert would take off and be alone together. A few times I dropped them off at his apartment. No, I didn't say anything to anyone other than me asking Robert what he was doing. He would tell me he was tired, and he and Alia were going to chill for an hour or so before going back to work. I need to work with her Alia on her vocals in a private setting, he would tell me. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't come right out and tell anyone of my suspicions. What if I was wrong? I never saw what went on behind closed doors. Kelly was my boy, and there was no telling how Mike or Barry would react if he found out Robert was possibly sleeping with his teenage daughter. As I stood there talking to Mike, I tried to give him a hinting suggestion indicating that he should not allow Alia to record late at night. I told him to tell Kelly and Barry that he wanted Alia to record in the daytime and that he wasn't comfortable with her being out at night. I also told him Kelly would change his schedule around to accommodate Alia. Mike was not listening and did not heed to my push to get him to do the right thing for his daughter. He felt the hours were what brought the best out of Kelly, and if he changed things, it would interfere with Kelly's creativity. I told Mike, man, Robert is unbelievable with his music. He creates it all the time. It's who he is, it's what he does. I said that in hopes of Mike feeling comfortable in stepping in to pull Alia out. But with Mike's confidence and trust in Robert, I felt I wasn't getting
Demetrius is
through, and I
behind
let
all
it go
this
at that.
mess.
I didn't press on any further. I said all I could say. I felt I was telling him in so many words to pull Alia out and insist things run according to the way he wanted it to go. I even made a point of mentioning what I would do if it was my daughter. We were both saying one thing but really focusing on another. I was focused on staying in good to keep my job and money circulating, while Mike was watching his daughter fulfill a dream. Alia was having fun shooting her first video, and I believe for her and for her family, sharing that moment with her friends and family was priceless. Everybody's focus turned to Alia, and we were intrigued by the hype of the video and the next step in her career. Kelly spent a lot of time charming the family. I let it go because I hadn't seen anything other than something that didn't look right. To suspect and actually tell on someone just because something didn't look right didn't mean it wasn't right, and to set myself out and accuse someone on assumption, I wasn't ready to do that. I give out indications and subliminal hints to my suspicions, and that was all I could do. At this point I hadn't seen anything. Nobody else seemed to see anything out of the ordinary, and what I was thinking I saw was as clear as daylight. Who am I? No one was listening to me. I wasn't important. So, I let it go. Besides, Alia and her family were going back to Detroit after the shoot anyways. I had a family to feed, and I needed to get my mind set on the upcoming Salt and Pippa tour. That was going to be an experience all by itself. Chapter 18. The New Crew. This was the tour I wanted to be on. Oh my god. Salt and Pippa. I was in love with them, and I didn't want the things that happened on the last tour to happen on this one. I told myself Robert and I were going to have a serious talk. I really wanted to make a lasting impression on this tour. This was to be a larger tour, and I had permission to add some people. My focus was on putting together a crew while Robert worked on the 12-play album. Robert wanted the 12-play album to have a true gospel feeling. He hired Mr. Lafayette Carthen to bring that about. Lafayette was an awesome gospel pianist. When Lafayette came to work for Robert on the album, he brought the gospel along with him. His spirit and the way he carried himself let us know he was not there for any foolishness. Lafayette felt like the 12-play album was all about sex, and he did not feel comfortable with that because of his religious beliefs. But Barry must have made him an offer he couldn't refuse. With Lafayette aboard, the whole atmosphere in the studio changed. It was business, no more young girls visiting and no showing up late to the studio. I had to create an itinerary, and Kelly kept to the schedule. Lafayette was a plus, and I was so glad to have him aboard. Kelly had so much respect for him that I thought it would be ideal to have Lafayette travel on tour with us, but Lafayette was a gospel musician and had no desire to travel on the road with an R&B band. He was stable playing for the Winans and playing for his church in Detroit. Kelly asked me to pursue Lafayette as his musical director. Yeah, I thought Lafayette would truly be a great addition to our crew. I spent a lot of personal time getting to know him and sharing personal stories with him. I wasn't the only one working towards the goal of having him on our team. Barry, Robert, and the rest of the crew did their share of convincing. Still, Lafayette felt that the lifestyle on the road with an R&B group was totally against everything he believed in and lived for. Lafayette used to shake his head at the lyrics to 12 Play. It seemed it truly disturbed him. However, after a long period of pleading, Lafayette agreed to be the musical director but refused to travel. His job was to get the band ready to be on the road. Of course, I don't give up when I am on a mission, so I continued to pursue him. Lafayette worked day and night in the studio with Kelly, lived out of a hotel, and rehearsed with the band so much that as time went on, he joined us on the road. Of course, the $2,500 a week contract he signed helped him decide to travel with us. Lafayette stood strong in his beliefs, so he signed on to be the musical director on the road, but he did not sign on to play Kelly's music. Lafayette was no joke when it came to the way he negotiated his deal with R. I was impressed with the way he negotiated to get what he wanted. He slyly smiled and told me, a person don't get what they deserve, they get what they negotiate. Watching how he did not allow anyone to manipulate him and how he stood on his convictions made me start looking at my situation with R. Kelly in a whole new light. When Lafayette took the job of musical director, he brought in musicians he knew and put together a whole new band. R. Kelly's sound was solid and full. He had an awesome ear for music and did not tolerate excuses. There were some he had to fire for not executing if they weren't putting out what he needed. He would tell them, thank you for your time today, sir, but I won't be needing you any further. Please see Mr. Smith. He'll make sure you receive whatever it is you're owed. The dynamics and the timing of the music had to be perfect. He was a fearless leader, and everyone respected him. The band was impeccable and the background singers were symmetric. All of that along with the stoutly work R. Kelly and public announcement were putting in, we were ready to go on tour with Salt and Peppa. Things were better organized for this tour in many ways. My pay went up to $750 a week. R. Kelly was listening to me and allowing me to do my job without his input. Things were looking up. I was really surprised when R. Kelly allowed me to hire an assistant. While out on tour with Gerald Levert, I met a young lady who had a personality that was overwhelmingly charming. She had eyes that smiled at you. When she would look at you, you were captured by her gracefulness. In her I saw exactly what my mother used to say about me. She'd be likable if she wasn't so lovable. Her name was Cheryl Cobb. She worked as the hospitality coordinator for Stage Right Productions. They were the promoters of the tour. Her job consisted of taking care of the artists' dressing rooms and making sure that the media and everyone that was allowed backstage after the show were taken care of. She was that somebody I needed to know who knew everything about being out there on the road. Cheryl was perfect for this job. She knew what to say, how to say it, and when to say it. She charmed people with her kindness and a smile. Cheryl had a mother's spirit, and the arena was her house. The way Cheryl and I communicated, I thought we could really be a good team together. I had just met her, but instantly I felt like I had known her all my life. She was grounded, level-headed, and in control of things. She was the sister I needed to have my back. Cheryl had a way with making a person feel at ease. It was refreshing to meet a friend. She knew I was a rookie in the business and she was right there for me, like a sister, to help me out in any way she could. It was comforting to meet Cheryl. I could talk to her about anything. Talking with her was always a growing experience. She was every woman on this tour for me. I talked to her about the business, being out on the road, and asked her a lot of questions about the ins and outs of the road. She would complete her own duties and then she would help me with mine. She knew I was carrying a heavy load being responsible for 14 young adults. She also knew and brought it to my attention that R. Kelly was a new young artist and that I was going to have my hands full with him and our crew when it came to the ladies. After that first tour, I asked Rob to hire Cheryl to work along with me as my assistant. I didn't believe it and I was overly excited when Rob said, yeah, man, but keep it business. The small-headed man was telling me to keep it business. He would look at me and say, Johnny, man, I'm ma tell you, you can't be having no going-ons with Cheryl. You can't let that. He reached down shyly between his legs, grabbing his pants at his crotch. Like, man, you know what I'm talking about, Johnny. Man, girls a mess stuff up for you, man. When you know. He started touching the top of his head. You gotta be up here, man, he said, touching his head with his finger. Rob was trying to tell me, in so many words, to not let my little head overrule my big head when it came to Cheryl. Man, didn't we have this conversation at one time before? I asked him as he gave me a serious look and began to walk away smiling. Yeah, he remembered. During the tour Cheryl got to R. Kelly too because he also found Cheryl to be like a sister. Cheryl was good people. She was Stage Right production crew's baby sister. After she and Barry talked over her salary and duties, the deal was done. Cheryl and I were on the phone right away, mapping out the tour for the next 8 weeks. We were representing the hottest new and young singing sensation, and his first album, Born into the 90s, had spread. I was hopeful that Cheryl's addition as my assistant would help me to build a stronger presence for the team, which I saw to be a true value. Things were falling into place. Our team was strong, reliable, and trustworthy. There were still 3 more pieces I felt I had to put into place. I had to find R. Kelly a personal bus driver, a stylist, and personal security. For the bus driver, I had been talking to Alvin Lewis, who we called Big Al out on the road. He was one of the drivers I met on our first tour. I mentioned to him over the phone that I was very interested in him driving exclusively for R. Kelly. He was interested. Al was a real cool and easygoing guy. He got behind the wheel of that bus and drove city to city in his shorts. This man would get off the bus in 0-degree weather in shorts. He said he dealt with all kinds of situations dealing with artists and their egos. It wasn't hard to hire Al. All I had to do to get him was to hire the bus company, who employed him. So his company, Florida Custom Coach, was who we used. I rented 2 buses. The one bus was for R. Kelly and public announcement, the Honeybees and Robert's personal security. I rode on the other bus, along with the band and crew members. Finding a security person to work for R. Kelly, who at the same time would report to me, wasn't easy. I had to find someone who I could truly relate with and would work with me to accommodate my dilemma, someone who would go against the grain. After every show, more than anybody, I wanted Larry Hood. Larry was R. Kelly's personal friend who started out with us. He was who I thought had earned the position, and he would have been the help needed to take this to a Barbara Streisand, Rod Stewart level in music. That is the talent of R. Kelly. But Larry wasn't ok with everything that went on. Man, Johnny, what's going on, man, with Robert and these girls? Man, how old is them girls? He had asked me. I told him that I was not there to check it. Larry would look at me out of the top or from the side of his glasses and tell me, man, now you know I'm going to have to sit him down on this. Man, because you know I can't get into nothing like that. He was observing how things had grown since the last time he had traveled along with us. Larry went with us on the first 2 tours, but like me, he was frustrated with the realization that he didn't have any control or say so with R. Kelly. He said Rob wouldn't listen to anyone anymore. Johnny, man, we're supposed to be smoother than the way things are going, he used to tell me when I would constantly call on him to get R. Kelly out and onto the bus. In addition to the concern with the girls, he felt like there was a lack of control when it came to dealing with Rob, so Larry decided he couldn't afford to go on this tour. He said he couldn't take off from his 9 to 5 for the money R. Kelly was offering to pay him. Johnny, what's wrong with him, man? He would ask me. We were there for him when he was struggling to have a place to live and clothes on his back, and now he don't want to give me enough to make up for the pay I make at my little job, he would say to me with anger and frustration in his voice. Why he wanna do us like this, Johnny? I totally understood Larry's temperament. Rob only wanted to pay him $300 a week and no per diem. When I would submit a pay scale to Rob showing the estimated cost of the tour, along with an estimated payroll summary, he and Barry would oppose the salaries because they felt no one in our camp was on the professional level to receive the pay as they said professionals received. Unfortunately for me, not being able to get Larry aboard, the search was on for someone new. I knew another brother, Tyree Jameson. We met him during our club hopping days, and he had hung out with us as security for Robert on several occasions whenever Larry wasn't available. Tyree was a smooth big young brother. He had a serious attentiveness about himself, and he wanted to be a part of the crew. He and I collaborated on how to get Rob to and from the places he was supposed to be and trick him into scheduled phone interviews. Tyree kept the schedule of interviews on a notepad and would call the interviewer at the scheduled time, and no matter what R. Kelly was doing, Tyree would simply hand R. Kelly the phone, forcing him to interview. R. Kelly would get mad at Tyree, so he would tell him, Demetrius called and told me to give you the phone. Over a period of time, R. Kelly even fought that system by telling Tyree he worked for him and that his obligation was to him first. I'm the one paying your salary, not Demetrius. Nonetheless, Tyree was someone who would go against the grain. I got Rob to opt his coming aboard only because Tyree took less of a salary than what Larry turned down. He did it because he wanted to prove himself to R. Kelly. To fill Tori's spot as R. Kelly's stylist, I asked Lisa Ray if she would be available. She thought I was joking at first. We knew she was into modeling, but I also noticed that she had style. At her party, as well as when we would meet out on the club circuit, she would always talk about the different looks she thought would be attractive for R. Kelly on stage. Lisa didn't get high, she didn't drink, and she was down to earth. I knew she would be an asset to the team, and it was good to have someone you knew would be about their business. After a couple of days of pondering on the idea of going on the road, Lisa paid us a visit at CRC Studios. When she arrived at the studio, R. Kelly was in the booth laying down vocals to a song he wrote for Alia. I was surprised she was there, but I'm sure R. Kelly knew she was coming. No woman just showed up there without being invited, or there would be no admittance, and that pretty much went for anybody. Hey, Demetrius, did you guys find you a stylist to go out with y'all yet? Was the first thing she asked when she walked into the studio. Not yet, girl, we were still waiting on you, I replied. After chit-chatting for a few moments, Lisa told me she had given the idea some thought and said it would be good exposure for her. She would be able to network in hopes to expanding her modeling career. We chit-chatted for about 15 minutes before R. Kelly came out of the vocal room and joined us. "What's up, girl?" Kelly said, excitedly. He smoothly walked towards her, extending his arms out, and they embraced, with a welcoming hug, after which, Lisa Ray went into her back-to-business mode. She got to running off at the mouth. "Boy, okay, she said, easing herself free of the hug and the kisses on the cheek. She modestly pushed herself away from Kelly's grip and went into being the same Lisa Ray you see on TV, having her way. Lisa Ray couldn't play any other role other than being herself. Even in the flick, she played as the cowgirl, along with Stacey Dash, Gang of Roses. She was Lisa portraying herself. She can portray all characters because she is every woman in her walk. After she got out of Kelly's hug, surprisingly she proceeded to confront Rob about the tour we were scheduled to leave out on in the next couple of days. "Now, Rob, I know how y'all be acting crazy out there on that road, so how you gon' act with me out there with you? I don't want to be involved in no wild parties. I am not into that," she made clear. Rob looked over at me with an inquisitive look, like, what is she talking about? I jumped in to cut Lisa off. It seemed she wasn't going to give Kelly or me a chance to respond to her accusations. "Lisa, you and I talked about you going, but you never confirmed your being able to go." At that point, Kelly playfully grabbed at Lisa, signaling to me not to worry. I was trying to find a resolution because Lisa was approaching the situation as if she had already been hired. "Come on, girl, go with me. You and I got to have to talk about this. You talking about dressing me when you got on them old school Knickerbocker jeans." Kelly and I burst out laughing. It was just a joke to break the ice. Lisa Ray always looked and dressed nice. Kelly was a jokester, real big on yo mama jokes. When Kelly and Lisa came back into the studio mixing room, he told me Lisa was on board. For me, the stage was set. I had a whole new crew going out and I was looking forward to stepping up to the next level of management. I was responsible for more personnel, but this time I had team members that I handpicked myself. Chapter 19. Trippin'. As the bus pulled into Orlando, Florida, I was greeted by sunshine, beautiful women, and Disney World. Stage Right Productions and its production crew rented a loft at Universal Studios for show rehearsals. Breaking down and setting up the stage was important. In arenas, the show had to be over, and the set broken down at a certain time or the union would charge thousands of dollars for overtime. Both acts performed, and after each performance, the set was broken down and reassembled the next morning. After rehearsals, I would stay in my hotel room. There were still lots of loose ends I had to tie up before the tour actually took off. There were still hotels that needed to be booked, so I had to map out the route we were traveling and get that information to our travel agent. We did our first show in Orlando. Kelly and public announcement dazzled the crowd with their provocative sexy moves while running across the stage during the song. Kelly crooned to the ladies, telling them, if they were 18 and over they could come spend the night with him. Ladies were literally screaming, trying to make their way to the stage. It turned into a big party when Kelly sang Slow Jam. We had another ramp built for the female dancers. We had video footage being shown during the show, and the light show was spectacular. Salt and Pepa came on after us to close the show. They were truly a class act. I thought the show was a little off balance. We came on first, stimulating the audience into a lover's mood, and following us came a hype rap act, but Salt and Pepa held their own. These ladies were not only beautiful, their exposition humbled me to recognize them as a force as I watched them captivate the crowd with intellectual sex appeal. They took the audience to school. Their whole show was to bring awareness to the deadly disease, AIDS. Salt and Pepa had the ladies shooting out at M when they performed Push It. Salt took time out to speak to the audience on the importance of safe sex. I found it impressive how they wanted to raise the awareness. Their show represented education. After the third show in the fourth city, Salt came to me asking if we would have a problem changing the order of the show. She suggested they go on first. That's how classy these ladies were. They were about the business of pleasing the fans. Salt was right in her analyses of the show. I look at things from a fan's point of view when I can look out and see it, she said as we were standing on stage right together viewing Kelly's performance. It was a good show regardless of who went on first, but I agreed with Salt. We had to please the fans, and sometimes that means changing things around. We were working with a class act on tour with Salt and Pepa. We had 7 more weeks to spend out on the road with these classy, sexy, and talented ladies whom I had the utmost respect for. As I stood next to Cheryl James Salt, I could almost feel that she wanted to release energy within herself. I could tell that she had been shut down by the withdrawn personalities our crew portrayed, acting unsociable. I guess we kind of pissed them off when we arrived at the first rehearsal. We walked into the rehearsal facility having no regard of their presence. Nobody spoke to one another. I knew where the dressing rooms were, so I lead the way as we walked straight through and to our dressing rooms. Kelly didn't want our performers or the crew for that matter to socialize with Salt and Peepa or their crew. Why? I don't know. A lot of things I did not know. The fact that he was paying everyone seemed to make him think he could tell grown people when to come, go, and who to speak to, acting as if we were in competition instead of entertaining and having fun. Kelly and his way of doing things made everybody on the tour, including the production crew, feel uneasy. Why does he act like that? Cheryl James Salt asked as we stood watching the show. I told her he wasn't really like that or a bad dude. He's young and just starting out. He tripping, I told her. Salt stood with her arms folded. She liked Kelly, but she didn't know how to respond to the way he was acting. She was all lady, it was no doubt about that. She had he had better recognized way about her posture. Too bad for him he don't have no social skills, she said. As the tour rolled on across the country, we were once again pulling into arenas just in time, having to get dressed on the bus and running onto the stage. Regardless of Kelly's bus driver's susceptibility, Kelly's after-show activities were wearing me down. I felt like a high school hall guard. After every show I had to monitor Kelly's long line of young girls. I found myself knocking on Kelly's dressing room door over and over so that I could keep the line moving to clear the area. He had to give every girl that came into his dressing room 30 to 40 damn minutes for an autograph. The weird thing about it was that the girls that stayed in with him the longest were the young girls, and the ones who waited the longest were the older girls. Dude did not seem to have a concern about how things looked, and people were talking. We were scheduled to stay in Miami, Florida for a few days, and I thought that allowed us to get some much needed rest. It turned out to be just the opposite. In preparation for Kelly's performance, I was busy talking to the lighting engineer, dome engineer, stage engineer, and video projection, making sure the stage was set. I was ready for Kelly to rock the house. After checking on the honeybees, I made it to Kelly to let him know things were a go. Let's do this, boy, I told him, holding my right hand up for him to slap on me, our usual love glove handshake, with a big smile. Kelly wasn't smiling this time. He shook my hand and pulled me towards him. Johnny man, Alia's in trouble, and I got to get her. Johnny, I need you to get us a flight to Chicago after this show, he said. I was disturbed at the thought that Alia was in trouble. What do you mean Alia's in trouble, Rob? I asked. She ran away from home, he said. What was going on, I thought to myself. He was still dressing while he was talking, putting the last of his clothes on. He was talking low and fast, trying to give me instructions on what to do. It was time for him to go on stage. Where is she at? I asked. She's still in Detroit, but I need for you to get her a plane ticket to Chicago and get her a room in a hotel. I've gotta call Daryl and let him know what's going on, he said. Do you want me to call Barry and see if he knows anything? I asked. I was truly concerned. However, when I mentioned Barry, Kelly became disconcerted. No, we can't do that, Johnny. Don't call Barry, he said. You need to get us back to Chicago right after this show. She needs me, man, and I need to be there for her. It's a lot more to it than you know, and I'll tell you, but right now don't call Barry. Get us to Chicago right after this show, Johnny, man. I need for you to do that. All right, man, he asked as he stepped onto the lift that was taking him up to the stage. I knew that something wasn't right about this, but what was I to do? I had to follow the directions my boss gave me and make reservations for us to get to Chicago. All kind of things were going through my head. What kind of mess is going on and what am I getting myself into? With Alia being Barry's niece, I couldn't understand why Kelly didn't want to contact Barry, especially since she ran away from home. I thought Rob and Barry were close. Calling Barry Hankerson should have been the first thing he should have wanted to do. I shouted out as Kelly was going up on the stage lift. Rob, who else do you want to go? Me, you, and Tyree, he shouted back. We were going to have to finish this conversation later. What the heck's going on? I thought to myself. I was tired and mentally drained from doing a little of everything. With the tour just starting and with yet more unfinished things I needed to do, I made sure I took care of Rob's personal needs. I was gonna have to be up for another 4 hours calculating the expenditures for the tour thus far, and now with Kelly's implemented drama, it looked as if it would be at the minimum 24 hours before I would be able to get any rest. It's always something coming up out of nowhere with Rob. It was like he had to know just how much he could get into and get away with. As I dialed the numbers to the airport, I thought this newfound power he had made him feel invincible. The saying "no rest for the weary" was a reality in my life. I had to arrange for Alia to pick up a prepaid ticket in Detroit to go to Chicago on the red-eye flight with a return flight to Miami for the following night, getting us back in time for the scheduled show. It was going to be a long 24 hours for me. I was a guardian angel to this boy, but I was getting tired. A guru was not the position I wanted with this boy. He was in another world, a world that didn't consist with caring for the people who were in his life. Everything was coming to a boil and he was putting his hand in the water. I had a feeling that sooner or later, he was going to see just how scorching hot the water was. After the show, I had a limo take us to the airport. On the flight, Kelly and I sat together. He talked to me a little, but for the most part he wanted to be left alone to clear his mind and think about things. I knew that he was not trying to hear anything I had to say that was against what he was going to Chicago to do. As I looked over at him sitting with his mind off in space, freely surrendering to his inner pain with tears dropping down his face, he reminded me of a lonely kid. I wanted to help. I wanted him to do the right thing. I felt Kelly was alone in this matter. He came to me in the heat of battle and wanted me to jump right into the fire. I thought sometimes I was the only one who truly cared for Kelly. It seemed like everyone else working in Kelly's camp had a nonchalant disposition towards the complaints and rumors. Oh well, we're just going to have to deal with it and do what we can. Even though I was starting to feel like an alienated hired hand, I continued to show Rob that I truly cared for him and his well-being. I wanted him to know I was there for him no matter what. Kelly wouldn't let me in on the heart of the matter. Ever since the money started coming in, it seemed like the more he made, the further apart we were. It seemed like he distanced himself away from where we came from. We were an hour into our flight when the flight attendants came to serve the peanuts, coffee and sodas. Rob got his coffee, but continued with that same look on his face as if he had lost his best friend. A lot was on his mind. As I poured the sugar into my coffee, I told him it's gon' be alright, Rob. We gon' get it right. I think she's pregnant, he said, in a voice that sounded as if he wanted to bust out in tears. Oh man, Rob was all I could say at the time. Man, my mind was totally confused. I was somewhat angry and at the same time I wanted to protect Kelly. I just kept saying man over and over. He went on to tell me that Daryl McDavid arranged for a car to pick Alia up at O'Hare Airport and she had a hotel room available on arrival. This was crazy. How were we going to get through this without causing ill feelings with Barry? I thought. This was all disrespectful to Barry and Alia's family. Then I thought about how Kelly betrayed Craig Hodges' trust with actions that led us all to assume that he had been with his wife. I thought Kelly had a bit more sense and respect for Barry Hankerson and his family and would not violate their trust. I thought they were really closer than that. I felt Kelly could go to Barry with anything. Barry loved Robert and treated him like a son, and I...
Did you hear that? He said that he thought, well, basically that Robert was with the wife. Did y'all hear that? All this mess came from Demetrius.
Barry loved Robert and treated him like a son, and I know Alia's... Can you believe it? Kelly felt as though the song was too sexual. The spiritual side of him was subconsciously hindered. He was very remorseful. There was no listening. It was his way or no way at all. He had changed. He became egotistic and self-centered. I spoke with Barry from time to time about Robert. I was searching for answers that would help assist me with him. Barry felt that Robert was going through... We were now booked to perform in arenas in front of larger crowds of people, all while we were preparing for the tour. Kelly was in the studio with Alia. She and her mom, Diane, would fly back and forth to Chicago.
How did I lose my spot? Daggone it, I lost my spot again. Okay, this is it. Yeah.
I need to work with her Alia on her vocals in a private setting, he would tell me. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't come right out and tell anyone of my suspicions. What if I was wrong? I never saw what went on behind closed doors. Kelly was my boy, and there was no telling how Mike or Barry would react if he found out Robert was possibly sleeping with his teenage daughter. As I stood there talking to Mike, I tried to give him a hinting suggestion indicating that he should not allow Alia to record late at night.
This is the other one. I lost my spot. Hold on. Okay, I'm back to that part.
Get us to Chicago right after this show, Johnny man, I need for you to do that. Alright man, he asked as he stepped onto the lift that was taking him up to the stage. I knew that something wasn't right about this, but what was I to do? I had to follow the directions my boss gave me and make reservations for us to get to Chicago. All kind of things were going through my head. What kind of mess is going on and what am I getting myself into? With Alia being Barry's niece, I couldn't understand why Kelly didn't want to contact Barry, especially since she ran away from home. I thought Rob and Barry were close. Calling Barry Hankerson should have been the first thing he should have wanted to do. I shouted out as Kelly was going up on the stage lift. Rob, who else do you want to go? Me, you, and Tyree, he shouted back. We were going to have to finish this conversation later. What the heck's going on? I thought to myself. I was tired and mentally drained from doing a little of everything. With the tour just starting and with yet more unfinished things I needed to do, I made sure I took care of Rob's personal needs. I was gonna have to be up for another 4 hours calculating the expenditures for the tour thus far, and now with Kelly's implemented drama, it looked as if it would be at the minimum 24 hours before I would be able to get any rest. It's always something coming up out of nowhere with Rob. It was like he had to know just how much he could get into and get away with. As I dialed the numbers to the airport, I thought this newfound power he had made him feel invincible. The saying "no rest for the weary" was a reality in my life. I had to arrange for Alia to pick up a prepaid ticket in Detroit to go to Chicago on the red-eye flight with a return flight to Miami for the following night, getting us back in time for the scheduled show. It was going to be a long 24 hours for me. I was a guardian angel to this boy, but I was getting tired. A guru was not the position I wanted with this boy. He was in another world, a world that didn't consist with caring for the people who were in his life. Everything was coming to a boil and he was putting his hand in the water. I had a feeling that sooner or later, he was going to see just how scorching hot the water was. After the show, I had a limo take us to the airport. On the flight, Kelly and I sat together. He talked to me a little, but for the most part he wanted to be left alone to clear his mind and think about things. I knew that he was not trying to hear anything I had to say that was against what he was going to Chicago to do. As I looked over at him sitting with his mind off in space, freely surrendering to his inner pain with tears dropping down his face, he reminded me of a lonely kid. I wanted to help. I wanted him to do the right thing. I felt Kelly was alone in this matter. He came to me in the heat of battle and wanted me to jump right into the fire. I thought sometimes I was the only one who truly cared for Kelly. It seemed like everyone else working in Kelly's camp had a nonchalant disposition towards the complaints and rumors. Oh well, we're just going to have to deal with it and do what we can. Even though I was starting to feel like an alienated hired hand, I continued to show Rob that I truly cared for him and his well-being. I wanted him to know I was there for him no matter what. Kelly wouldn't let me in on the heart of the matter. Ever since the money started coming in, it seemed like the more he made, the further apart we were. It seemed like he distanced himself away from where we came from. We were an hour into our flight when the flight attendants came to serve the peanuts, coffee and sodas. Rob got his coffee, but continued with that same look on his face as if he had lost his best friend. A lot was on his mind. As I poured the sugar into my coffee, I told him it's gon' be alright Rob, we gon' get it right. I think she's pregnant, he said, in a voice that sounded as if he wanted to bust out in tears. Oh man, Rob was all I could say at the time. Man, my mind was totally confused. I was somewhat angry and at the same time I wanted to protect Kelly. I just kept saying man over and over. He went on to tell me that Daryl McDavid arranged for a car to pick Alia up at O'Hare Airport and she had a hotel room available on arrival. This was crazy. How were we going to get through this without causing ill feelings with Barry? I thought. This was all disrespectful to Barry and Alia's family. Then I thought about how Kelly betrayed Craig Hodges' trust with actions that led us all to assume that he had been with his wife.
You heard that. There it is right there. He said, okay, that's Greg Hodges. Okay.
I thought Kelly had a bit more sense and respect for Barry Hankerson and his family and would not violate their trust. I thought they were really closer than that. I felt R. Kelly could go to Barry with anything. Barry loved Robert and treated him like a son, and I know Alia's family, Mike and Diane, trusted Rob. This was all bad. I wanted Rob to know that I was with him, but at the same time, I didn't want to be totally submissive, so that he felt like I was condoning what was happening. I wanted this to turn out right, and I wanted Robert to do what was right. Rob, I think you should call Barry and talk to him about this, man. Barry loves you, man, and he knows you love Alia. What other way is there, Robert? I asked as the plane was making its descent into Chicago's O'Hare Airport. I can't call Barry, Johnny, he said sadly. Daryl said that he spoke to a lawyer, who said that in order for me not to go to jail, I would have to marry Alia, man. So that's what I need to do, he said, as if he had no vision at all to try seeing things rationally. How you gon' marry Alia, Rob? I asked in bitter sadness. I wanted him to really think about what he was saying. Alia was a baby. I was stunned and hurt that this had happened. I had asked Robert once before if he was messing with Alia, and he said no. I had hoped that he had told me the truth. Now, it was a fact, this grown-ass man had been messing with Alia all the time. This was crazy, and I knew right away that it was going to cause separation throughout the whole camp. Just when things were looking like a brighter day was just ahead, here came another problem. Who's gon' take care of her while we're out on the road, Rob? Alia still gotta go to school, man, I told him. I was angry. I wanted him to step back to really look at what he was talking about doing. Rob turned around towards me. His facial expression showed that he was offended with my statement. He became imprudent, in a soft tone, as he snapped at me. Look, Johnny, man, I don't need you in my head because I'm doing this. You're either with me or against me, he said. I took it as if he were giving me an ultimatum. I knew what he was implying. You don't realize it, but man, you don't know it all, Johnny. He empathized in order to clear up the threat up he had just imposed on me. That idle threat he made drew a line for me. I was against it, but at the same time, I had mouths to feed. I was nowhere near being financially secure enough to consider myself off the street. To stop right now would put me back on the streets. R. Kelly had lawyers. I didn't know what Daryl McDavid had going on, but I was going to have to talk to him, I thought as I stood shaking my head, feeling dejected. R. Kelly wanted an answer. Well, Johnny, man, where you at with me? He asked. I felt beaten and trapped into taking on a deep feeling of iniquity. I tucked my chin to my chest. Man, I'm with you, man. I'm just saying though, Rob, in a final appeal, looking at him with a look that said it was a stupid idea. I don't know, but we gon' have to get it done, he answered with a confused look on his face. I thought Daryl and whoever was associating with R. Kelly with had poisoned the boy's mind. Rob had changed into a whole other person. The humility he portrayed no longer glimmered of pride. R. Kelly had lost his respect. I began to look at him, question his morals, and wonder if he had any. This was crazy, and I knew it. Here I was in the middle of some no-brainer, dumb stuff. I did not want to do this. These situations kept arising, changing the course in the direction I wanted my life to go. But at the same time, I felt as if I had to hold on to my job. This was my dilemma. This was my stress, along with helping to raise Robert. I could not seem to bring balance to my life. Here I was holding on to something that in the end could leave me alone, struggling to pull myself up again and leaving me to have to start all over again to rebuild my life. I didn't want to be a part of this. This was crazy. I wanted to stand on my own, be able to break away, but Rob kept a rope dangling that I kept holding onto. I couldn't let go of the rope now. I was not on level ground. Frustrated and thinking, here I go again, straightening up his mess. If he would only allow me to do my job, we would not be in this situation. But no, our administration had Mr. R. Kelly believing they had an answer for anything he might get himself into. I strongly believed whoever was filling Rob's head with the idea that marrying Alia would make this right wasn't someone that was truly in his corner and looking out with his best interest at heart. Nonetheless, it was a deep wound for many, and not one that was going to heal without leaving a scar. With this happening, I knew it would probably eliminate me from being Alia's tour manager as well, and working for Alia and R. Kelly would have made life a whole lot better for me. But now, my dreams were being shattered. It was after midnight when we arrived in Chicago. We took a cab to the Sheraton Hotel a few miles from the airport, where Alia had a deluxe suite room 300 to 313, one of those extended rooms. When Alia opened the door, she looked at me as if she was asking, am I doing the right thing? I wanted so bad to tell her to go home, but R. Kelly was standing right in front of me. I felt I had done what I could. No one paid any attention to me. No one saw me. It was my business, but yet, not my business. R. Kelly immediately took Alia to the bedroom, while Tyree and I remained in the living room, until he returned 45 minutes later. I spoke to Daryl. We were to meet first thing the next morning at his office on 12th Street and Wabash. For that night I went to my sister Dee Dee's home in Harvey, Illinois. It was another rare moment for me to spend some time with my daughter. At 7:30 the next morning I met Daryl at his office. Daryl McDavid was R. Kelly's personal business manager. He was handling all of Robert's money, as well as all of his affairs now, since Barry and was no longer in the picture. Daryl is a white guy who wants to be black. I wasn't in a good mood in his office. I let him know that I was not in agreement with R. Kelly marrying Alia. Daryl, man, you know this ain't right. I've already told Rob how I felt, and I feel that you supposed to tell him too, man. That's what's wrong with Rob, man. Nobody is letting him know when he's wrong. Everybody's looking over everything he does, and he's getting reckless. He's thinking his money will get him out of everything, making him think his shit don't stink. I was ferocious as I explained to Daryl how I felt. I wanted him to take a stand with me to convince R. Kelly that marrying Alia was not the right thing to do. Daryl felt that in R. Kelly's association with Alia, he had committed a felony offense, and he felt that the only way to protect R. Kelly was to help him do whatever needed to be done to get them married. He didn't agree with me involving Barry as part of the solution. He felt it would give Barry something to use against R. Kelly and in turn give him more control over R. Kelly's career and finances. That whole thing was stupid to me, but Daryl didn't want to hear any reasoning. I had a feeling there was something else going on that I was not going to be let in on. It was crazy. We drove to the hotel where Rob and Alia were staying, picked them up, and then we drove around City Hall in Maywood, Illinois to investigate what we would need in order to get a marriage license. They weren't asking for much at all. Basically, 3 pieces of ID and a state ID showing that Alia was 18 years old. When we left there, we went back to the hotel to put together a plan to make sure this marriage would happen. I was still wishing I could call Barry, so he could help us fix this the right way. Maybe things would have been different had I walked away from this a long time ago. Maybe I should have continued with my efforts and desire to be an entertainer. I believed in an artist who didn't think anything of me. Although I was opposed to everything that was going on, I still had to assist in this effort to make sure R. Kelly and Alia were married. I knew a lady that worked at the public aid office. She was in charge of taking the photos for when people were approved to receive welfare, so I went to see her and took Alia with me. Alia waited in the car while I went to talk to my friend to get her to do me a favor. I already told Daryl and Rob it might be possible to get my friend to give Alia a state ID, but it might cost. They told me to make it happen and not worry about the cost. After negotiating a fee of $500, I took Alia into the office where she took a photo ID stating her name, birth date, and a year that showed that she was 18. This was our first proof of identification, and it was an official state of Illinois ID card. R. Kelly also knew someone who worked for FedEx who would allow her to say that she worked for FedEx. So, we were able to get 2 IDs in Jewtown, and on top of that Alia had a school ID card. With the 3 forms of IDs we were able to obtain a marriage license for Robert, Sylvester Kelly and Alia Houghton to be married. Once this was done, R. Kelly had another friend who knew a preacher who performed the ceremony. After they were married, we left Rob and Alia alone for a few hours. Our time was limited because we had to board the plane in order to get to Miami in time for the show. I was angry at myself and disgusted at R. Kelly and Daryl.
Remember, that was on page 212, which he talked about the license and the ID and all this kind of crap. 212. Put down page 212. Perspective me, page 212, because I need that for the other stuff. So when we do the transcript, I'm going to bring it to this page. 212, okay? 212. So when we do our reading, and when we read his part on the transcript, we can reference this, okay? And see what he says out on the witness stand. 212. Write it down. Okay, thanks.
Kelly and Daryl. Right before it was time for us to leave, R. Kelly called me back up to the room. Once up there he asked me if I thought he should let Alia go to his condo over at the Lake Point Towers. I posed the question to him I had in Orlando, who's going to look after her? Alia still has to go to school, I told him. The best and safest thing to do is to send her back home. We still have 6 weeks left to be on the road. You can't expect for her to stay locked in the house all that time alone. What about when we get back and have to get ready to go overseas? Let Alia go home, Rob. She's your wife now. Time will fix the rest of it. R. Kelly exhaled and shook his head from side to side. There was a look of sadness in his eyes. He looked exhausted. I imagined his thoughts were traveling 1,000 miles a minute. Finally, he responded, "You're right, Johnny. I've gotta send her home," as he began to cry. "What did I do, man?" was the question he asked himself as he sobbed like a broken man, deep in sorrow. As I stood looking at him, I wondered to myself, if R. Kelly talked with Barry, would Barry be able to forgive him? After all, Barry and Robert were always on the phone with each other, and I felt they formed a special bond. "You married her, Rob, and that was an honorable thing to do. A bit premature, but nonetheless, you're showing you mean well." I didn't know what I was saying, but I felt sorry for him. I know I'd wanna kick his ass disrespecting me and my family, but by me being Robert's right hand man, I was trying to get Robert to feel we could somehow make some sense out of what he did, and make it easy for him to make better decisions. It seemed I had his attention and he was listening, so I pressed a little more. "I still think you should talk to Barry about this, Rob." Before I said another word, I had to take sudden notice to the fear he had in his eyes when I mentioned Barry. He began to wipe his falling tears from his face before he could speak. I reiterated my statement to make sure he did not get mad, "But talking to Barry is totally up to you, Rob. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be right here with you, all the way through. However, if it comes out." R. Kelly just sat in total silence. He was numb to what was being said. Looking into his eyes, he looked far away as if lost in another world. How was I going to help? I was just as confused as he was. I felt only God could fix this. I kept telling myself, "God can fix this." R. Kelly and I struggled a long time together. We had been through a lot together, and now I was his true partner in crime. I was hurt over this as well. I had so much admiration for Alia and her family, and I felt I had let them down too. I don't know, maybe I was just putting myself in it. I asked myself the question, what would you do? I went back to my old way of doing things. When times got hard and things seemed real rough, I prayed. Praying always brings me peace. I wasn't feeling Daryl McDavid and all his big shot lawyer friends that I had never met. My young friend I brought up from Chicago was in deep worry and troubled, and his financial advisor was telling him he could buy his way out instead of calling a meeting amongst men. Yeah, everyone had created a monster. They put all this money in this kid's hand and started kissing his ass instead of schooling him and teaching him to care for others. They just sat around and watched as he led himself into chaos, allowing him to pout and have his way, knowing all the time all they had to do was threaten to take something away, and Robert, I believe, would have been molded to make better decisions. But in the sight of the people that were making the money, let the truth be told, the artist is just a product. Like Marvin Gaye said, who really cares? I remember one time, Tyree radioed to me saying that he was down the hall from Robert's suite, looking at the police, and they were going into his room. I jumped up straight out of bed. "Where is Robert?" was the first thing I asked. "Me and Big John got him out of the hotel already," he responded. I immediately went up to his room to find out what was going on. Why were the police in R. Kelly's suite? Tyree was telling me that R. Kelly had invited a monster to his room. Those were the words he used in describing a girl they had been entertaining. I just shook my head. This boy was crazy. Man, Johnny, this girl was so ugly and nasty. Man, I don't know why dude even had her up there. Man, if I would have bought a dick already hard to use on her, it would have went soft ugly as she was, Tyree said of the girl they had in the room. Come to find out, after she had left the room, she had gotten hold to one of our itineraries and gave that to the police in hopes of identifying who was there in the room with her. She said she had been raped. My main concern was Robert. Where was he? Tyree said he had already put him on his bus. His reason for calling me was because Robert had sent him to get me and R. Kelly's bus driver. We began to walk and talk. With the police in the room, I figured the safest thing to do now was to get R. Kelly onto the next city. I was walking with the driver going through the lobby of the hotel when I saw Clive Calder, CEO of Jive Records, and a few other Jive reps appear. Granted, we had just finished doing a show earlier that evening. Clive and his guest were there to pay Robert a visit. Once Clive found out something was going on involving R. Kelly with the hotel, he went to investigate. Tyree and I went along with them to check things out too. The girl had named everyone on the list as to the people she said were involved. She also pointed Tyree out as one of the persons involved. At that point of identification, Tyree went through a series of questions, and because he was there, and I guess because he would not admit to anyone else being there, Tyree was arrested for rape. He spent a week on Rikers Island, New York City's Department of Corrections. I later heard that Rock, another posse friend of Robert's, who was there that night, he had taken pictures of them all in the room with the girl. The pictures along with the attorneys are. Kelly had behind Tyree. He was able to walk out from under the ugly monster girl's lies. On the night of that incident, I got a chance to once again talk with Mr. Clive Calder. He was very concerned about Robert. He too told me that I needed to stay with Robert. He felt it was a phase Robert was going through, but he insisted that Robert needed to have good people like me around him to protect him. I agreed with him and I appreciated his compliment, but at the same time I let him know that it was not Robert but that it was his posse who were bringing the girls around. Everybody in the whole administration saw how Rob was living. I remember Clive Calder coming to me on a few occasions, asking me if I could talk to Robert and stay close to him in hopes of helping him to see he needed to tone it down with the young ladies, as Clive would say. I even mentioned to Mr. Calder, "Tell Robert what it is you want him to stop doing." "Shoot man," I said, "tell Robert you won't release his single if he continues the nonsense and messing with underage girls." I let Mr. Calder know that it was not Robert but that it was his posse who was bringing the girls around. But he turned his head as well. It was about making sure Robert was happy so that he could produce good music, and the rest, well, that's where the damage control department came in. In my opinion, Mr. Calder turned his head on Robert as well as everyone did. It was about making sure Robert was happy so that he could produce good music, they could make tons of money, and the rest, well, that's where the damage control department came in at. I was pretty much the only one that halfway stood up to Robert, and for me, I didn't want to be distant from my friend, Robert, so I was hesitant as well in expressing to him fully what I thought. Kelly was a young kid gone wild. Heck, I don't know how I would have been had I been in his shoes. I didn't know the full story of his life and all that he had been through that made him who he was. All I know is no one stepped in to say, "This can't happen." People pretended they didn't see and others they boosted him on. I just don't see where anything is one man's fault. In my opinion, we are all a product of our environment. I believe we all can give a little more of caring and in being our brother's keeper. By Nichiren Daishonin, the powerful may appear great, but in reality they are not. Greatest of all are the ordinary people. If those in power lead lives of idle luxury, it is because the people are silent. We have to speak out with impassioned words. We need to resolutely attack abuses of power that can cause people suffering. This is fighting on the side of justice. It is wrong to remain silent when confronted with injustice. Doing so is a tantamount to supporting and condoning evil. Chapter 20. Moving on. We live and we learn. I was learning. This was a turning point in my life. It was one thing wanting to take on the responsibilities to be R. Kelly's representative with a devoted drive and with heart, to be his front man and keep the way clear for him, watching the crowd to make sure no one could get to him and cover his back. I was the man behind the man, but I was tired of living as if he was the man behind me. I was angry with this dude. He just was not cool. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what was happening or what was going to happen. God was doing a lot of revealing. Robert was showing his true self. After all the drama I went through with him, I was right back in Chicago in the same boat. Robert was always finding ways to get himself caught up in something, and every time, it was because he was inconsiderate and selfish, and every time, I was right there for him. Things were not going smooth at all. It was as if something evil coming from out of nowhere would always find its way in the mix of things in my life and send my life into shambles. Sometimes I think I see someone is sitting back laughing at me. The way things should have been and the way things were only pieces of a dream. I could not seem to put the pieces together. I wanted to wake up and be able to go home to my family. I asked myself, when were things going to start going right for me in my life? I was standing there on the 36th floor of Robert's apartment and found myself wiping tears from my own eyes. I looked over at Robert. He was holding his head in his hands, and I was thinking, if the possibility of serving time in jail was at the top of his list of worries, then he should have been really worried. I walked over to Rob. I wanted to lift his spirits because we still had to go on. It's gon' be a little hard in the beginning with this, Rob, but we gon' get through it, man, and we gon' get through it together. I told him. I still thought that Rob's best solution was to talk to Barry. There was no getting around him with this. As far as I could see, Barry was still Robert's manager, and let's not forget, he was also Alia's uncle. Now they were related, may as well have the family feud, I thought. Barry Hankerson knew R. Kelly and Alia had something special between the two of them. He watched how joyful and happy Rob and Alia were when they were together. Plus, Barry loved R. Kelly. I remember we were in LA and R. Kelly was performing at the Billboard Awards. Alia and her mom Diane came up from Detroit. The three of them were inseparable. Of course, I was with them, but I was always in the back of them. I was there to accommodate their needs. I was Mr. Kelly's personal assistant. I never looked or suspected that Robert was having an affair with Alia, at least not for a long while. He was older than her, and I took his word that their attraction for each other was their common love for music. But when reality set in and the truth was known, I saw a different picture. What I saw with R. Kelly and Alia, I can only say what I think. It wasn't that I didn't like it, it was just that I knew it wasn't going to turn out right. I knew the timing was all off for them two to be a couple. I don't think you can help who you love. In my opinion, I think Robert Kelly loved Alia, and in my opinion again, I think Alia loved him too. Sure, she was young in age, but she was ahead of her age in so many ways. Alia, in my opinion, processed a spirit of joy, fun and happiness that was all together, and you could feel that when you were in her presence. She was a princess who wanted everybody to be happy. I wanted Robert to talk to Barry. It was the right thing to do. So I asked him, how you gon' deal with Barry without dealing with him honestly, Rob? He is still your manager. I was hoping he'd talk to me and be open to listen to me, but he wasn't. He was sold with the plan that Daryl and his lawyer friends had. That was the way he was going to follow. Standing, looking out of the window on the 36th floor of Rob's condo, I could hear my mama's words like it was clear as daylight. You can cover something up, and it will be unseen for the moment, but as soon as you uncover it, whatever was there will still be there. The truth don't change, baby, and because of that what's in the dark will come to the light, she would say with a sympathetic look on her face, shaking her head from side to side. I smiled at the thought of my mother. It was almost time to leave. We had to make it back to Miami, so Robert and I left his apartment and went back to Alia's hotel room. When I told him how much time we had before we would have to leave, he spent the few minutes we had with Alia. It was time to go. Rob, come on, man. It's time to go, I yelled to him. 10 minutes later, he came out of the room again with tears falling down his face. On the way to the airport, he talked on the phone with Daryl, telling him to arrange for Alia to get home. I was relieved. She was going home. Robert had told me Alia wasn't going to say anything to her parents about the marriage, but I knew better than that. When we got back to Miami, we weren't missed, and no one knew we had been to Chicago and back. A life-changing event had taken place in a 24-hour period. We got back in time for the show. In spite of being tired, I went through the normal pass and checking of the stage props, making sure everyone was on point. That night, R. Kelly put on a super performance. I wondered where he had gotten the energy from. I was fatigued, and I looked forward to after the show so I could get some rest. I thought about Alia. I wondered what she was doing and how she was holding herself up. After the show, I sought refuge in my hotel room bed. I did check in on Robert before retiring for the night. It seemed he didn't have any worries, or at least he had found a way to hide what he was going through. Back at the hotel, Robert had a big party going on. I thought he should have been missing his new wife and worried about her, but as it appeared to me, he was having a time of his life. Nonetheless, I let it be known, I was not going to be disturbed any more that night. At checkout time, the next morning, as everyone was boarding the bus, I went up to Robert's room to check in on him. Tyree was in there with him. When I walked in the door, Tyree shook his head in disgust as if R. Kelly was having a pity party with himself. What's up with it, Rob? You ready to get out of here? I asked in high spirits, wanting to pick his spirits up as well. Yeah, I'm ready. Is everybody else already on the bus? He asked. When I asked him how things were with Alia, he wasn't too talkative. And for the next few days, it was like that. Robert stayed to himself. Any and everything about Alia was now confidential. Things were changing. Barry hadn't called me either, and normally he would have called to check on us. When I told Robert I had to call Barry about the video crew wanting additional money to transport the equipment to the next city, he told me to call Daryl. He said whatever I needed to talk to Daryl about it. Barry was still his manager, but he was dealing with Daryl McDavid now concerning the tour business. We continued our tour, and things hadn't changed in regard to R. Kelly and the group when it came to them being snobbish in relation to Salt and Pepa. Our last date with Salt and Pepa was Halloween in Buffalo, New York. Throughout the whole night, we celebrated the end of the tour during and after Salt and Pepa's performance. R. Kelly didn't join us. He entertained his guests in the dressing room. Public announcement, the dancers, the band, Cheryl Cobb, Salt and Pepa, as well as Spinderella, their whole crew, and me were all having what James Brown called a funky good time. This was really the first time we had all come together and socialized. We had a blast. I ate so many lobsters that night, my hands started clawing. That night was filled with fun. When we got home, the drama over Alia began. Rob was on the phone with me constantly. Where are you, Johnny? I need you with me, man. Alia told her family about the marriage, he said. I had already figured she would. I knew Alia couldn't hold back from her mother what she had done. She needed her mother. In my book, they needed each other. In the meantime, I looked at my career. This had hurt me too. I knew working with Alia in any way was out of the question. My chance to branch out and build a career was damaged. 13 years now, I have been a personal assistant to Robert. He was sitting passively on six figures, and I was again wondering if I would have a job next week. Everything was coming through Daryl's office now that Robert had separated himself from dealing with Barry. Once again, I took on more responsibilities. After the family found out about the marriage, Rob told me they had the marriage annulled and Rob went into a depression. I didn't question Rob about him and Alia anymore. He didn't want to go home to his apartment in Lake Point Towers. All I knew is that he was hurt over the fact that he was not able to speak to or see Alia. Daily he would call me to book him a room at the Nico Hotel on Canal Street in Chicago. If and when I would have to go pick him up, I would notice he hadn't slept in his bed at all. Rob was sleeping in his closet. He said the darkness took him away from everything. For years I had been holding to this dream of success in the music business, and with Barry being gone, I felt Rob would now need me more, and maybe now an opportunity would present itself for Robert to pay me. I wanted to buy a nice house maybe in North Carolina. In October of 1993, while we toured with Gerald Levert, I met a very lovely lady in Charlotte, North Carolina. Robin was her name. She resembled Mariah Carey with a body like Stacey Dash. She was beautiful. We talked for months over the telephone. Whatever city I was in, I would always spend my nights on the phone with her. We even made trips back and forth to visit each other. Robin was the type of woman who would put the first foot forward in support of what or who she believed in. He would put things in motion or want to converse to formulate the full idea of something. She could handle responsibility and she was the type of woman that would take care of business. Robin became very special to me, and I was fond of her over a short period of time. She invited me to spend Christmas with her and her daughter Fiona. She thought it would be a good way for us to get to know each other, and she insisted I bring my children. I needed to take a break from the stress of dealing with promotions, tours, photo shoots, video productions, and Rob's personal drama. I felt if I didn't get away, I was going to go crazy. I should have been able to fly where I wanted, see my children and spend time where I wanted to be. Altering my mindset, I started putting myself and my needs first. Anything Rob needed, I could have done over the telephone. I wasn't going to cling to him any longer. I packed bags for me and my children and I did what was in my heart. 3 of my children and I drove for 14 hours from Chicago, Illinois, to Charlotte, North Carolina. It was a totally mind-relaxing drive. Being with my children on the road was the best time ever. We were happy singing Christmas carols, looking at the mountains and enjoying sightseeing. We even pulled over in Tennessee where we saw a bear in the trees below the highway. This was all I wanted to be with my family. Let me introduce you to my children. You already know Demetrius Smith Jr. He wasn't able to go on this trip because he was living with his mom in Savannah, Georgia. I had custody of my other 3 children, my daughter Ashley and my twin sons, Dane and Danda Smith. Tamikia gave birth to the twins March 3, 1992, exactly 1 year after my daughter, Ashley, was born. Yep, Tamikia and I went right back at it, this time producing twins. The courts granted me custody of Ashley when Tamikia held her out of a 3rd-floor window, threatening to drop her if I didn't take my daughter with me to a birthday party. Ashley was just 3 months old at the time. Tamikia had a 5-year-old daughter named Nikki, and I was going to the party and decided to take Nikki with me. When it was time to leave, Tamikia became angry because I would only take Nikki and not Ashley. Tamikia gave me a hard time about not taking both children, so I stormed out of the house without taking either one. In my mind, I was doing her a favor by taking her daughter with me. There was always a fight with Tamikia. She always wanted things to go her way. I was about to drive off when I noticed her holding my baby out the window. By this time, the police were driving by and witnessed it. Tamikia was immediately investigated and taken to a psychiatric hospital. Tamikia was hospitalized for 8 days and I was there, visiting her every day. I felt bad for her. I really didn't think she was going to drop my daughter. She was just acting young and stupid. I don't know what it is about me and my devotion to women in my life, but I wanted this girl to know I loved her. In spite of the hurt I had caused her, she was family and was important to me, important to the growth and development of what I called my family. No matter what we had gone through, I wanted her to know she was worth being there for. Tamikia was still angry with me for having a child, my oldest son Demetrius Jr., 3 months before Ashley was born. I wasn't trying to have 2 kids at the same time by 2 different women. but because they both had my children, it was now my responsibility to assist with providing for them all. That meant Lawanda, Tamikia, Demetrius, Ashley, and Nikki. I refused to be a degenerate like the father I never knew. Whether Lawanda or Tamikia liked it or not, my dream was for my children to all be together and grow up together. When Tamikia got out of the hospital, I made it my business to visit her at her mother's apartment, trying to keep her interested in being a part of the new life we had brought into the world. I stood by her side and supported her while she was dealing with the Department of Children and Family Services. While I spent time around Tamikia, our daughter Ashley was with my oldest sister Dee. Over a course of time, while traveling in and out of town, I would stop in to see Tamikia, and when the opportunity presented itself, I wouldn't deny myself the privileged moments that allowed for my twin sons Dane and Danda to be conceived. They were born in Cook County Hospital. I was in New York at the time, along with R. Kelly, who was doing remixes of songs for the 12-play album. She called me in New York. That weekend, I flew home to go welcome my twin sons into the world. They were both premature and 11 minutes apart. They were so tiny as I held them in both of my hands. I felt like a giant. I thought about Demetrius Jr. and Ashley. Here I was, a father of 4 beautiful children. I felt so blessed and proud to be a dad. As I held my sons, I realized that it was because of my children my life had become meaningful. They gave me purpose. When I got out of rehab and began working with Rob, it gave me a new start. I was out of the life involving drugs and being a part of the negative things. I felt I had a good head on my shoulder, and I'd have to find a better way. The stuff I was getting caught in was just stupid, dumb stuff. It was no wonder I couldn't produce children after many years of unprotected sex. My body and mind were polluted. It was the time spent away in rehab that allowed my body and mind to be cleansed of all the poison I consumed in my past. As I stood in the hospital hallway, holding my twin sons, I realized that when Demetrius Jr. was born, my whole focus on life had changed. All the prayers that I had prayed were being answered. Holding my children, I knew it was only by the grace of God that I was here, holding these 2 beautiful, little bitey babies. I reflected on my life and realized that He led me to jail, to the rehab center, and then back into music business to save me. It was all happening with my prayers were being answered day by day. I was being blessed with my 4 children. The Lord was giving me the desires of my heart, as He said He would. His word was real. When I reached Charlotte, North Carolina, I felt free. There was so much pressure relieved from my mind just being away. Robin made me feel at home, and I felt like I was where I was supposed to be. My time spent enjoying the holiday with my children. Robin and her daughter was interrupted. It was Rob on the phone. I knew he would call, but I was hoping he wouldn't because things were going so smoothly. The year before, I had spent Christmas with Rob, Barry, Alia, and Diane in LA. This Christmas, I could tell in his voice as he spoke over the phone that he was lonely. He wanted for me to ride with him to go shopping and buy gifts for Alia and her family. He was hoping the spirit of Christmas could engender some compassion. I thought Rob must have thought that it was a small thing he had done. When I told him I was in Charlotte, he asked me, "You're in Charlotte? Where you at? What street is that on?" he asked. "I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina," I told him. "I'm here spending the holidays with my family." I told you that, I reminded him. "Yeah, but I didn't know it was out of town." He sounded disappointed yet somewhat sarcastic at the same time. However, he didn't lose his focus, contrary to my being out of town. "Well, I need to send Alia and Diane something. There's a mall down there, ain't it?" he asked. He was talking to me in a tone where he was giving me a job assignment. "Can you get to a mall there?" he asked without giving me a chance to respond. Remorsefully he said, "You can pick them out some things for me, Johnny man. I know they hurt, but it's Christmas. I just gotta reach out to let them know they're in my heart. I just gotta show them I love them. I just wish they understood. You know what I mean." In his voice, I heard loneliness. The reality, however, was that this was his burden. He had brought this on himself. I couldn't feel sorry for him. "I don't know, Rob," I told him. "You don't think you should just let some time heal the situation?" I asked. He was persistent with sending them gifts, so I agreed to do his shopping for him. I had to go to the mall anyway to do my own Christmas shopping. When I talked to Robin about R. Kelly's idea to send Alia and her family gifts, she didn't think I was serious until she heard me on the phone with my sister, Dee, and my brother-in-law Lenny. I was checking with them first to see if they wanted to spend their Christmas making a Christmas delivery and making some money. R. Kelly wanted the gifts to arrive at Alia's house on the morning of Christmas. I had 3 days to get this done. I hired my sister and her husband to drive the gifts from their home in Harvey, Illinois. Once they received the package from FedEx, they were to head to Detroit and arrive at Alia's house in the early morning hours. When I got off the phone after making the arrangements for R. Kelly's Christmas delivery, Robin said to me, "You're serious, aren't you? I can't believe R. Kelly could think a gift could ease the pain Alia's mother is probably going through. I believe he's really got issues he needs to talk about," she said as she scooted down on the sofa, stretching out and laying her beautiful head on my shoulder. Later that evening, Robin, the kids and I all went to the mall. It was fun being in North Carolina with Robin. I even daydreamed about staying there with her. It felt so tempting, but I had to dismiss that thought. Things just weren't going right in the organization I was with. Walking, talking, and holding hands with Robin, watching my children be happy. No, forget it, it just can't happen. Things weren't going good enough for me to put into this relationship what we needed to make it. I had to be able to provide for her and the children. I didn't have a plan in place to make that happen. This relationship needed security and I didn't have that. I had to stay in the moment. Walking through the mall with Robin and the children all felt so good and natural. The real fun part came when I got to use the company credit card. I spent a little freely when paying for the children's things. I dressed them all alike and then we took pictures. Robin tried thinking of something special to get for Alia and her family, but because we couldn't make sense of even buying gifts, she picked out a lot of teddy bears for Alia and sweaters and scarves for her mom and dad. "It's 0 degrees in Detroit anyway," Robin said. We left the mall in a hurry. I had to rush from the mall to get to FedEx before they closed. Everything had to be shipped out that night in order for the shipment to arrive on time for Christmas. We got to FedEx just in time. I knew that I was free for the remainder of the holidays and Robert knew I was not available. Once back at the house, I called my sister to let her know FedEx would deliver the package to her the next day. My sister said R. Kelly was a screwball for sending gifts. However, she was quick to take the job of making sure the gifts got there. She was being paid $800 to make a 10-hour drive. Dee Dee and Lenny just had to hire a babysitter. Besides, we provided the gas and a rental van. All they had to do was to get the gifts there and set them in front of the door. Later the next evening I spoke to my sister. She told me they delivered the gifts to the house, took everything out the truck, set everything in front of the house, and then rang the doorbell. Alia's dad answered and asked who the packages were from, but my sister said she just gave them a card and told him they were just making a delivery. They told him Merry Christmas and left. I later found out that Alia's parents sent the gifts back to Chicago, to Daryl McDavid's office. Christmas with Robin was beautiful. I just wished that things were better for Rob. I talked to Robin about how it was working with Robert, but I didn't tell her everything. I didn't tell her how underpaid I was or why I couldn't make plans with her. Yeah, I had thoughts of Robin being that special one in my life, but for now, we would be distant friends. Saying goodbye to her and her daughter Fiona was sad for me, but I did it with a smile. I knew I was going to miss them. I knew I was going to be missing Robin for a while. We had such a great time. I knew I could only be happy for the moment. And that is exactly what being with her was. It was happiness for the moment. One day, though, I thought, one day, I would be able to come home to a wife. Chapter 21. Nothing seems to change. I left Charlotte, North Carolina, to go to Savannah, Georgia to pick up my son, Demetrius Jr. With him in mind, the drive to Savannah was another joyous moment for me and my children. We missed little Michi. I made it my business to send for my son, so he could be with us when time permitted. Every moment I could spend time with him was important to me. I wanted to see and be with my kids all the time and I wanted them to know that I was there for them. Once we picked Michi up, we drove back to Chicago. The first few days I rented a suite at the Best Western Hotel across from the studio. I still had to work, so being across the street from the studio was convenient for me. I could do what Rob needed, and then spend my spare time taking my children to restaurants, museums, and the movies. I loved my children dearly, and being with them was a joy, but I felt so alone. My life was so empty. I had no one to enjoy life with. I was a single father with 4 children. They needed a woman in their life, as I needed one in mine. I missed Robin. I was running around all over the city doing things for Rob. I was dealing with stylists, scheduling tours and rehearsals, working with merchandising vendors and running back and forth to the studio getting things signed. Busy was an understatement. My children went with me when I was running the errands. They were having a great time hanging with Daddy. This is where it hurt me the most. I had to take my children back. splitting them up. One of my sisters took the twins, another sister took my daughter, and my son had to fly back to Georgia with his mom. The vacation was over. Monday morning I was back in the office and on the phone setting up our next tour, which meant being overseas for a month, and then back to begin an 8-week tour, along with Cool J. My workload was doubled. I didn't have a home to go to. My children were separated and I was living in the Best Western hotel across from the studios for over a year. We were so busy traveling, doing video shoots, interviews, and television shows. With everything that was going on, I wasn't making that much money. Someone in my position should have been making $2,500 a week plus $75 a day per diem. In comparison, I was getting slave wages. I was a true rolling stone, so to speak. Wherever I took my shoes off became home. Nonetheless, I loved what I did, and I was in the circle of giants like Cool J. This was in my dream. This was going to work out, and I was going to make it. I was in the office with Daryl every day, so I asked him to have a word with Robert about giving me a raise. Daryl and I had an understanding. He felt that I deserved to be paid, so I let Daryl know I was not going on the road for the little money I was making any longer. No matter how much I disliked the fact that I was underpaid, this job was all I had going for me, along with hope. Daryl came back and told me Rob was willing to pay me $850 a week plus $35 a day per diem. I accepted, but only for this next tour. I told Daryl we were going to have to make things really right for me after we got back from Europe. He agreed. However, I had game to make up for the difference between what I was making and what I was supposed to make. I decided it wouldn't be bad to have a side hustle. I learned from previous tours how to pay myself. Since I was the one setting up everything and hiring everybody, I negotiated income for myself with the different vendors we used on our tours. The bus company, video production company, t-shirt company all made money daily for their services on the road with us. In my dealings with each one of them, I negotiated a commission for myself. From the bus company alone, I made an extra $1,400 a week. I negotiated the same deal with every other vendor I hired to travel with us on the tour. I didn't feel bad about it either. I figured since Rob was not paying me what I deserved to be paid, I had to hustle for me and mines. At the end of the day, I was still a single dad with 4 kids and no real place to call home. So now I was looking out for myself. I was tired of being loyal and getting treated like a slave. You don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. Thanks Lafayette. Those words made a world of sense to me, and I applied them to my life. In 1995, Madison Square Garden, Manhattan, New York, Cool J opened the show with a boom. He hyped the crowd the fuck up. Was serious about rising emotions, and he brought it on with authority. Went out with his wife beater, baggy pants, and a baseball cap. When he did what he did, he laid it down, giving it to his fans as they shouted, along with his raps. Cool J tormented the stage with his cool, lover boy, gangster style. The man was smooth. I was shouting along with the crowd as he performed Mama Said Knock You Out, and then L's music glided him into his next song, where he turned on his sex appeal, making the ladies go wild. The ladies were screaming when he held his arms open and licked his lips. Was Cool J. He took his shirt off, posed, and smoothly told the ladies, "I need love." The ladies went wild, yelling and screaming as L spit off the lyrics to his song. Cool J was awesome on the stage. He was the same off the stage as well. The few times I met him, he was always polite. He had a sincere, caring charisma about himself. He was a man about his business. He went on the stage on time and got off the stage on time. He was there for the fans and he made it known that they were important to him. We had one incident with L, and it happened on the 3rd show of the tour. As everyone signed a rider along with their contract, L requested a fog machine, spotlight, a backdrop, and lights, which was a simple request to fill for such a phenomenal entertainer. R. Kelly decided to test his power since he felt he held the headliner's spot on the tour to close the concert out. Really, he was granted a co-headliner tour, meaning 2 stars on one show, but somebody had to go first. L didn't mind because, like Salt and Pepa, the fans would rather get the party started, and then wind things down with a little bump and grind. That's how it was marketed. I'm sure if he wanted to, L could have negotiated closing the show, but he didn't trip. He was all about pleasing the fans and making money. R. Kelly, on the other hand, was on an ego trip. Rob tried to take advantage of the technicality inside L's rider, asked for truss lighting, but did not stipulate backlights. R. Kelly told me to tell production to deny L the backlights during the show and give him one spotlight. I stood ground with him and told him, "Our man, L is a legend. We've got to give to him whatever he wants, man. This is a co-headliner tour. This is my tour, Johnny. I'm headlining now. Those backlights are set for my show, and that's how that goes." He knows that he don't get everything if he ain't headlining. L ain't just started doing this. He knows this better than me. I couldn't believe Rob was really believing in what he was saying. We were not using the backlights that were designed for his show. LL only wanted a spotlight and the stage lights were electronically set. There was no way LL's light show could affect R. Kelly's light show. They were two totally different programs. I felt it would be senseless to argue with him. All right, man, I said. I decided I wasn't going to tell anyone to shut the lights off. This time I was going to give him something to be mad at me about. I knew that R. Kelly would be in his dressing room while I was performing and wouldn't know what happened during the show unless somebody told him. I thought, who was paying attention to the lights anyway? It wasn't until after the show that I realized R. Kelly's orders were carried out by someone else. I was watching the show and saw him furiously leave the stage and head right over to R. Kelly's dressing room. I was following behind him, trying to hurry and catch up. I caught up with L and told him my fault, man. They misunderstood how I told them to work the lights. L said he knew I didn't do it. I know that punk ass motherfucker you work for told you to do it. L started banging on the dressing room door. Bring your punk ass out, he said. Motherfucker, be a man. L shouted. Tell me to my face I can't have my backlights. What the fuck is wrong with you? When L realized R. Kelly was not going to open the door, he went back to his own dressing room. He shouted as he walked away saying, that's all right, your punk ass gon' have to come out sooner or later. I knocked on R. Kelly's dressing room door. Rob, it's me. He opened the door, looking like a scared chicken. Rob thought L was crazy and wanted me to fix it. He wanted me to talk to him. There was no doubt about it. R. Kelly did not want to tangle with L. Rob knew I was always the one to handle confrontations head on. Since I was not eager to help him, he humbled himself in asking me to take the blame. I did. I walked over to L's dressing room and told him that it was my fault. Man, production misunderstood when I told him to lighten the amount of smoke for your show. I was reaching out my hand in a gesture of forgiveness. Smithy, that's what he called me. You didn't do that shit. You're a solid brother. We already talked and I gathered that about you. I ain't just get in this business. I know your boss had that shit done just like he got you to come down here. I smiled as he was talking. LL was just that cool and real. He called it as he saw it. He confronted the situation and it balanced itself out. I assured L that nothing else would happen again, and I apologized on behalf of R. Kelly. After R. Kelly finished doing his show, he went to talk to L and let Rob know that he was on the tour for the fans and that if he had any more mishaps, he would leave the tour. I don't have time for the bullshit, he said as he sat sipping on a bottle of water. R. Kelly apologized for his crew's mistake and told me to make sure L got whatever he needed. I mean, like he was running shit. I was laughing at Rob on the inside because he was just punked. No more incidents happened with the rest of the tour. Everything went along pretty smooth until we got to Madison Square Garden in New York City. R. Kelly's brother Bruce went along with us on this tour. He was hanging out around the VIP entrance to backstage, passing out passes and instructing security on which of his guests to let in. Walking in behind a couple of the ladies escorted past security by Bruce was Suge Knight. Bruce told security that Suge was not with him or his guest and should not be let in. Security let him in anyway because they knew who he was. Bruce continued to try and convince security that Suge should not be let in and pointed out the fact that he did not have a backstage pass. Suge took offense to Bruce's persistent attempt to keep him from entering backstage. By the time I showed up, there was an altercation. Hold on, dog. What's going on? I asked when I entered the room. Suge looked down at me. Who is you? He asked as his posse secured the door behind me. I'm Demetrius. I'm R. Kelly's tour manager. Is there a problem? What's going on? I asked, looking around the room into the eyes of the different faces surrounding me. I was standing face to face with the huge Mr. Suge Knight as he stood flexing his muscles. Your boy here needs to learn a lesson in respect, Suge said, looking at Bruce up and down. Yeah, your name is Suge, right? I asked him. They told me he didn't know who you were and so he had you stopped. So what now? You wanna have him beat down because he didn't know who you were? I asked with my arms open and my hands spread apart. I didn't know you either, until the guys told me who you were. Again, my name is Demetrius and now we know each other. It is a pleasure to meet you, I said, sticking my hand out to him for a handshake. He then looked at me up and down before shaking my hand. I didn't want to show any signs of being intimidated by him, so I said, just a little mistake, man. Now he knows who you are. Shaking my hand, Suge said, you alright, man. You got some heart. You gon' be in LA next week. I'ma show you how it's done there. I didn't know whether this was a threat or what. I just overlooked it and told Suj if he needed anything to let me know. I felt everything was cool. The show went on without any further interruptions. On our way to LA, Rob decided that he wanted more security. He was a bit intimidated by Suge Knight's comment and by the fact that he and Barry were not as close as they used to be. We hired the FOI, the Fruit of Islam, for security, and I made arrangements for them to meet at the hotel when we arrived in LA. We were in and out of LA, leaving right after R. Kelly's show. This was a good thing because our next stop was home. I was missing my children and I was ready to get back home. I was frustrated a lot with R. Kelly during this tour because he wasn't listening to anyone. Although everything was organized, nothing was ever good enough for him. He was doing everything he could to push me away. I know I keep mentioning his after-show activities, and to be honest with you, dealing with Rob has been like dealing with a rich, spoiled kid. He is not a bad person. In my opinion, he is just an inconsiderate asshole. His after-show activities were always the same. Robert kept a piece of pussy in the dressing room or on the bus, in the hotel room or wherever he would be. He couldn't meet a girl and hang out and we all party and shit. He had to keep everybody waiting for him while he spent hours with each girl that waited around. I had to start asking the venue security to assist me with having people put out of the building or a hotel. That was selfish to me. His pride consistently put strife between us. During our 3-day ride back to Chicago, I would often lie in my bunk thinking about all I had been through with R. Kelly. I found myself becoming angry at the thought of him. Things were not getting better working with him. As I thought about our journey, I realized that R. Kelly wasn't doing anything to help me come up, or anybody else for that matter. All of his actions were about him and him alone. This was his shit, as he once said, as if he created and put all of his success together all by himself. Yeah, it was him who did the singing, him who did the writing, and he created the choreography for the shows. But it was me who opened the doors for him to get in the game. It was me who opened the door to make sure people would listen to him. And it was me and people like me, Larry Hood, Tory Diggs, Chuck, and Eric Payton that groomed him, supported him, and made sure he was protected and safe. We made sure he had what he needed to get him to the next level, and we made it possible for him to be where he was. Robert had no sense of humility. He stepped over us like we were pieces of trash on the street, and I was naive enough to believe that the good in a man would prevail. It wasn't until I read the book The Battle for the Mind by Bishop Noel Jones that I began to understand what I had been dealing with during my association with R. Kelly. He didn't care about unity because he was never willing to offer himself to meet the needs of others. When people act as an individual in a collective environment, it creates problems, defeating teamwork and effective group participation. Bishop Noel Jones. That is exactly what happened with us. It was all about R. Kelly. This is my shit, he said. With that attitude, it was long overdue for me pull away. He didn't care anything about me. I wasn't valuable to him at all. He never saw that I was sincere in my efforts and was looking out for his best interest. I was hurt over the fact that I loved R. Kelly like a brother, but I knew deep inside that I wasn't secure with him. With that in mind, I knew I had to begin thinking about my future without him, because for now, I was a slave in his camp. I wasn't able to make any moves without his permission. Everything, I mean everything, had to go through him. I was his puppet, and I didn't like myself for being so submissive. I was a yes man, doing things for him that I knew was not good for him or myself. A yes man, turning my back on things I knew would hurt him in the long run. He knew I didn't approve of the rumors that were going around regarding his relationships with young girls. The relationship between me and Rob was forever changed, but my duties remained the same. My time in the studio was limited, because Rob was working in the studio with Tiffany Hawkins and her young friends while I worked in Daryl's office. When I needed a signature from Robert, I would drive to the studio. I still didn't have a dependable car, so Daryl would let me drive his black 1994 Benz back and forth from the office to the studio, and occasionally, he would allow me to keep the car overnight. Once Rob saw me sporting the Benz, he said something to Daryl. Next thing I knew, Daryl told me that Rob didn't approve of me having his car. My credit had always been bad. It was one of the reasons why I didn't have a car. I could never really get together a good down payment. After learning that Robert was not comfortable with me driving Daryl's car, Daryl came through for me like a true friend and helped me to get a 1992 black Honda Accord. Daryl, he was sympathetic to my needs and he wanted me to be there. He knew I was a hard-working, sincere and dedicated worker. I was very upset at R. Kelly for the jealousy he portrayed regarding me driving Daryl's car. I felt like when I made an appearance around people, it was a reflection of him, making him look good. He did not see it that way. He was on some other ego trip. He had to be the only one in our posse to shine. It was always about his selfish ambition or conceited attitude. He was never willing to consider the needs of others unless there was something in it for him. Nonetheless, I continued working earnestly. I enjoyed the attention I received from the record company and all the other people that sought R. Kelly's services. I was the man to see or talk to in connection with.
Okay, y'all. Tomorrow I'm going to finish this off. We're on page 232. Page 232. We're almost done with this. I'm getting sleepy. 232. 232, guys, okay? Perspective, put down the page we're at. 232. I'm going to finish this off in the morning, and then after that, we're going to do the what's it? Tomorrow. So we're on page 232. Okay? All right, my dears. Good night, everybody. Which paragraph? It's not gonna stop it's gonna start from the top. You can't pinpoint which paragraph. You gotta start from it's gonna start from the top when you get to the page. But thank you, guys. I'll go to bed. I'm sleepy. Good night. It's been fun. Good night. Good night.